The woman was saying how good it smelled. She thought the smell was like something. The body of an immortal man. The smell is coming from here. It's a 1 in a million chance. She has to find that immortal body and eat it. And consequently, after that, her immortality will come. At this point, some guy was lying there saying he wanted to eat. I wish I could take a lamb or a bear's leg or a deer's tail. Although even a roasted duck or chicken would be fine. It was an unlucky person from another world named Chen Chanan. Hell, the other hitmen say they're invincible. But he's what? He has moved to the world of the immortals. But unfortunately everything is blocked for him in this world. He can't cultivate. But he's not useless. Because he has an immortal body. If he eats something, he can achieve immortality. Isn't that beautiful? It's funny that he can't cultivate. And on top of that, the god gave him then Sen's attributes. He was viciously attacked by demons and monsters. And his mind and body suffered countless times because of it. The elders had no choice and left the old place, hiding him here. Chen Chanan decided that he had had enough. Why are other fallen people enjoying their lives, while he has to be the lamb hiding here because of his helplessness? Damn God with his pranks, he has no heart. Can't he just destroy someone with lightning like sprouts? At that moment, he was struck by lightning. Chen Chanan didn't expect such a turn of events and quick reaction. He said that it was just a joke. He had completely forgotten that he needed to go to bed so he wouldn't waste calories. Tomorrow the old man is supposed to bring a chicken. That would be great. At that moment someone approached him and asked if he would like to spend this beautiful spring night in his services. Chen Chanan asked who she was, for she had frightened him. At that moment she kissed him passionately, but I immediately realized it was a taste of immortality. His family called him a coward because he was naked, which was a shame, because every man should be able to stand up for himself. At that moment he pushed her away from him. She told him he was a varmint. Chen Chanan told her to wait and take her time, suggesting that she talk first. After all, why rush if his servant was already impatient? To start, he asked her to give him something to eat and told her to let the servant tell him if she was a monster or a human. At that moment, she stopped. She was ready to give him an answer. At that moment, her face changed and she said that of course she was a monster. The protagonist was scared. He's put a seal here so monsters and demons can't get through, so have him wait here and don't come out. Shouldn't he be the second version of Ning Zhichen, whose immortal body belongs to her? At that moment, she bit him right on the back of the neck. Chen Chanan realized that he was going to die again. He ran, hid, and saved his hide for about 3 years. At that moment, an alert from the system came and it said that the host had encountered a monster and the invulnerability system's capabilities had begun, setting up an invincible area with a radius of 2 meters. He marveled at the undefeated area. All have a 2-meter radius in which he is invincible and can defeat monsters in that area. Chen Chanan knew this. You can't help but have an ace up your sleeve. The girl couldn't understand how he did it. Chen Chanan said that he was now very happy and that let her try to defeat his new strength. The girl laughed hard when she heard that she would be defeated by him. He thinks he can defeat her, but all his past attempts have ended in failure. He'd better play dead. Letting her eat him maybe it wouldn't even hurt. The protagonist suggested that we shouldn't think about who is going to win now. At this moment, the girl noticed Chen Hanan's fist in front of her. Then after that impact, a huge beam of light appeared. The impact was so strong that the girl flew almost into space. Chen Chanan was certain that this was not a dream. He had truly defeated her. Chen Chanan was glad that he would finally stop running away. The host killed a monster that belonged to the triple sky and gained 10 points in the realm. Every 100 points in an area increases the invulnerable area by 1 meter. The area radius is now 2 meters. Chen Chanan wondered, could the area really be increasing? If the region covers the entire continent, doesn't that mean he will rule it? The host will have to learn methods to raise the level of the system on their own. Do I really have to do everything without prompting? A useless system is of no use. You have to do everything yourself. Chen Chanan agreed to learn his system, but the first thing to do was to be refreshed. Just after saying those words, Chen Chanan said something inaudible. What the hell is going on in heaven? What is this terrifying energy? Has a legendary artifact made its way to the lower world? At that moment, some man was fighting. He said that heaven and earth were witnesses. And if this was indeed a legendary artifact, would the world fall back into chaos? Heavenly realm, the divine city of Xianwu. At that moment, something landed in this city. Then a huge fist appeared in the sky. The city was in chaos. The sacred sword of the main deity was visible from afar. 12 immortals. The time has come. At this point, someone started to have fun. They must have been deities of some kind. He greeted the immortals. The eternal sacred vessel had been sacrificed to the Tower of Jeweled Swords, and now it was lost to the mortal world. The deity ordered Chen Chanan to bring him back at any cost. Each sought his own triumph. Everyone had to follow orders. What a shame, he collapsed from hunger. How about eating some earth to fill your stomach? Here live to eat the earth in the 21st century. Indeed, it would be better to die. But to be honest, this temple has an old structure that unclean beings can pass through. Tonight, the breath of a ghostly woman appeared in the training hall. What's the point, though? Now is not the time to think about it. After all, he doesn't have the necessary skills, and the old man is about to face a problem and he can't help him. If only an unshakable sphere could follow its master. He decided to see if the sphere could follow him, and then he would be invincible. At this moment, a bloody hand reached out from the sphere. Then he felt something. He was greatly surprised. What would that be about? It was so cold and scary here. To leave the sphere and touch the outside, one would have to avoid facing demons, so the protective sphere doesn't follow the host. It's surprising that the system could have such a bug. Besides the task of filling his stomach, right now, Chen Chanan needed to find more ways to expand the realm. If he recklessly left it, he would instantly be torn apart by the crowd of ghosts. At that moment, someone told him they knew where he was running to. Then some girl showed up. When she landed, she was in pain. Of course. At this moment, the great elder from the evil dragon cave, Li Xiao, appeared and told Lin Bauer to be honest with him and not to run away. Otherwise, he'll spank her to death. If he's so slick, let him try to kill her, and then her daddy will deal with him. Monks fight, mortals suffer. He is grateful for his kindness, so he will leave them. Let them wait. These people probably have food. He'll finally be able to satisfy his hunger. The girl couldn't understand what a mortal was doing here. Chen Chanan said that this temple belonged to his uncle, and his uncle would not be happy about their visit. He shouted that they were making a racket by feeding with his uncle's spirit, so he demands to surrender the food to reimburse his uncle or there will be consequences. Has he decided to die? A madman dares to provoke a girl. To make amends, Down watches the poor man seek death. Let him turn into an animal in his next life and keep his filthy mouth shut. At that moment, he attacked the guy. The main man fell chest down on the floor, from the violent shock of the toka. He hasn't decided whether or not to kill him yet, but he's already certain that the squishy guy is incapable of fighting back. What had just happened was so instantly stopped. How did he do it? Isn't he mortal? Yeah, that's right, he's mortal. He has no reason to block it like that. He can realize it even as he's dodging it. No, there's no escaping him. The only outcome possible is death. He's been fighting for decades, killing many people. Except in cases of severe exhaustion, there are no other possibilities. The man with the scar wishes him dead. He is on his knees now, but if he can kill him, he will submit. At this point, the man became enraged. He'll kill him and teach him a lesson. At this point, the man began to get closer to the guy. He stepped into the protective sphere, his life and death now completely dependent on it. At this moment, Chen Chanan acted. The girl couldn't understand what he wanted. Was he really planning an unarmed attack? The Scarlet Yatagan is a magical weapon, an incredible device. An ordinary mortal, also an inferior one, is willing to use a bodily shell, condemning himself to death. He is unfazed, his steadfastness unwavering. He caught the weapon with only 2 fingers. The man was extremely surprised at this turn of events. His power made the man wonder about his next life. At this moment, Chen Chanan attacked the man doomed to die. The host destroys the triple sky with a golden core. The monk gets 500 points of sphere values. It turns out that in addition to killing ghosts, killing monks also earns sphere points. You can earn 500 points for killing monks of the golden core realm. What about the degenerate soul realm, transcendent god realm, or immortal lands? The higher the monk's rank, the more sphere points can be obtained. You can exchange 510 current value points for 500 points to expand the defense sphere. The protagonist decided to use it right away. The defense sphere has expanded by 5 meters. The system hopes that the host will continue to work hard to get more sphere points. Chen Chanan was suddenly extremely happy. A great encounter in the cave of an evil dragon, terrifying with its realm of golden core, was killed by an ordinary mortal. Perhaps this mortal is actually a talented mastermind hiding in the city of Shirwan Dishan. She didn't have the knowledge to open the storage ring. At this moment, Chen Chanan turned around and looked at the girl. She turned her attention to him. She will report to the elder that the earth and mountain shifted tonight. It is suspected that the sacred treasure has descended to the earth. So the disciples of the Nine Swords sect have been sent to search for it. She didn't expect Li Xiao to ambush her without asking permission. The other disciples of the Nine Swords sect died at his hands. She thanks the elder for the noble rescue. If it wasn't for him, she'd be caught in the dragon's cave. He, who possessed the power of a golden core, was killed by an elder. Would the elder really become a master of the reborn soul realm? Yuzhou hadn't had a master of this level in hundreds of years. She decided that the man with the scar was dead and tried to open the storage ring. After the man died, the mark disappeared. The storage ring now belongs to her and can be opened. There's probably something edible in it, since it's insanely hungry. The girl replied that there was food in the ring. Of course, Chen Chanan found the chicken and was inexpressibly happy. The protective sphere was about to expand and the temple would be completely protected. Now we would have to think of ways to expand the sphere to the scale of the entire immortal world so that he could protect the old man and perhaps find 8 or 10 concubines. At that moment, the girl fell to her knees. She decided to make a request of him. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what she was doing. She is certain that their fates are destined for each other. Would he accept her as his disciple? She said she was very capable. She asked to be taken as his apprentice. Promised to try hard and be grateful for her salvation. Let her stay with him, and she would fulfill all his demands. You have to take care of your elders. You absolutely have to take care of them. Chen Chanan said to get her off his back. He was just lucky to bump into her. Nothing more. Come to think of it, he's zero in everything. What can he teach her? Play mahjong or play cards. Sis, don't let it be misunderstood. The problem now, however, is that there is no food or drink in the temple, and to get all of that you have to go outside the temple, where you can be killed. Or maybe having a servant to bring him food and water all the time wasn't a bad idea. After all, he's living in a temple. No one would be able to harm the little girl, right? An elder master of the magic realm has been dwelling for over 1,000 years. If she wants to learn from such a master who has gone through fire and water, what qualities must she have to be honored to become his disciple? The girl was quite surprised at such a question. However, they are linked to him by fate. Senior will give her a chance. He will have to accept a new apprentice, and after passing the exam, Senior will give her a chance to train here. The girl was flattered by what Chen Chanan was saying. She began to bow to him and thank him for the chance. Now she has a mentor. Her skills are bound to get better. The new bond between master and apprentice is rewarded with sphere value points. He also gets points for taking on a student. Great. He has found a new way to earn sphere value points. The girl asked the master when he had last taken a bath. Have her take the bucket and take it outside, put it in the rain and wait for it to fill up. Chen Chanan couldn't understand. Did he really stink like that? Then he smelled his own scent after all. After a while, it started to rain. At this point, the girl set down a huge bucket. Then she noticed something. She couldn't understand what it was at all. And then there were some eyes watching her directly. Chen Chanan realized that things were bad. There was a golden tiger lurking outside. Chen Chanan, on the other hand, was glad that he had finally arrived. He said they would go hunting with the master. The golden tiger was attracted here by a very fragrant smell, but when he arrived, he saw this man killing a ghost with a fist the size of a saucepan, also finishing off one person. Tiger was terrified of this, but what he really wants is to leave this place. However, this smell is too alluring to him. There is no turning back. How is it so? Did he come without bait or does he want to confuse him? Such a wise man. The girl couldn't understand what Chen Chanan was doing. Let her just look at it. Would the shield imposed by the old man soon disappear? Would the temple be able to protect him this time too? What a tantalizing aroma. He can't help himself. At this point, the tiger made the decision to approach. Although the old man's defenses fail from time to time, the temple is able to maintain isolation from hostile creatures. But even the defenses can't keep out that smell. Perhaps it is because he hasn't had a bath in a long time. And the tiger, who has a keen sense of smell, has noticed it. He will be caught today. Let him die right now. At this point, the tiger recovered. The chief clutched his chest and asked where he got so much hostility. Was it just because he was hungry? What a shame. Because he wants to eat him. Let him sacrifice himself. The girl couldn't understand how he did it without making a single movement. She apologized and asked him to handle the tiger. It was the right choice to become his apprentice. She should definitely stick close to the master. At that moment, the girl made her decision. Then something happened. She turned to the master. Chen Chanan told her to give him a sword. Then he told her to look closely. After that, he swung his sword. The master killed the golden tiger, gaining 800 points of sphere value. The man in charge realized that this was much better. She said she was very capable. She asked to be taken as his apprentice, promised to try and be grateful for her rescue, begged to be allowed to stay with him and fulfill all his demands. You have to take care of your elders. You absolutely have to take care of them. Chen Chanan said for her to get off his back. After all, he was just lucky to bump into her. Nothing more. Come to think of it, he's ground zero in everything. What can he teach her? Play mahjong or cards to make sure sis gets it right. The problem, however, is that there is no food or drink in the temple, and to get all of that you have to go outside the temple, where you can be killed. But having a servant to bring food and water all the time isn't a bad idea, especially since he lives in the temple and no one can hurt the little girl, right? An elder master in the magic realm has been dwelling for over 1,000 years. If she wants to learn from such a master who has gone through fire and water, what qualities must she possess to be honored to be his disciple? The girl was quite surprised at such a question. However, they are bound to her by fate. The elder will have to accept a new student, and after the exam, he will let her train here. The girl was flattered by Chen Chuanan's words. She began to bow and thank him for the chance. Now she has a mentor and her skills are sure to get better. The new bond between master and apprentice was the impetus for improving the value of the sphere. They also gave him points for accepting the apprentice. Fine. He found a way to earn points and sphere values. The girl asked the master as he took a bath. Have her take the bucket, take it outside, put it in the rain and wait for it to fill up. Chen Chuanan couldn't understand. Did he really stink that badly? Then he smelled his own scent after all. After a while, it started to rain. At this point, the girl set down a huge bucket. Then she saw something. She couldn't understand what it was at all. There were some eyes watching her directly. Chen Chanan realized that things were bad. There was a golden tiger lurking outside. Chen Chanan, on the contrary, was glad that the tiger had finally arrived. He said they would go hunting with the master. The golden tiger came here because of the scent, but saw the man fist kill a ghost and finish off another. Tiger was getting scared by this. But really, he wants to leave. But that smell is too alluring to him. There's no turning back. How is it that he came without bait? Or is it that he wants to confuse the sage? The girl couldn't understand what Chen Chuanan was doing. Let her see if the shield the old man had imposed would soon disappear. And would the temple be able to protect them this time too? What a tantalizing aroma. He can't help himself. At that moment, the tiger began to approach. Although the old man's defenses sometimes fail, the temple is able to maintain isolation from enemies. But the defenses won't be able to contain that smell. His scent probably attracted the tiger, which has a keen sense of smell. He will be caught today. Let him die right now. At that moment, the tiger stopped. The chief regretfully said that the tiger wanted to eat him, but he would not let that happen. Let the girl understand how he did it without making a single move. The master apologized and asked to be allowed to straighten up. It was the right choice. She should definitely stay close to the master. At this point, the girl took note of it. Then something happened. She turned to the master. Chen Chanan told her to give him a sword. Then he told her to look closely. After that, he swung his sword. The master killed the golden tiger and got 800 points of sphere value. The main one realized that this was much better. That's better. It's more suitable for high society guests. Let her rest for the night. This little creature had already fallen asleep. Apparently it was still too weak after being born. At that moment something fell on them from the roof again. It was a man who apparently knew the girl, and he said that the members of the Nine Swords group were still alive. It was Dragon's Lair Lord Li Batian from the Ding Dan Imperial period. Then a few more men landed with him. He asked the gathered crowd if the girl was here. He asked if Li Xiao was here and asked him to call her, as she would surely take the divine treasure. It was the same man, and apparently they were now finished. The Lord of the Dragon's Lair had come for them. The guy is nowhere to be seen. It's just the two of them here. Did they really take the divine treasure? The spiritual aura is very strong in this place. No wonder the divine treasure chose this particular area. Ghost Sect Master Chiu Chang too had never imagined that the mountains would produce such a thick smell of perfume. These two weren't a problem, but who would have thought another one would show up here? Ghost grass creatures, there is such a thing here too. Heaven blessed all those associated with ghosts. He was lucky enough to obtain a creature created from ghost grass. May heaven bless freaks like him. He came here first. All the spoils belong to him, so let the rest of us get out. Is it really him, the man from the Dragon's Lair clan? Is he sure of his words or what? The man suggested that he just clean up. A battle is such a battle. Is he not afraid that he will not be able to overpower him? If he wants to take everything, why not talk to the owner of the place first? How dare they destroy the site of his temple? Is the owner of the temple a he or a who? This temple will belong to him. Does he think he can stop him or what? How could a creature like him own this place? This temple must belong to a ghost bone. And no one would stay. Didn't he get the hint? Everyone came to give him his glasses. Only they are not yet within the temple. What kind of relationship are they having? Li Xiao died right in front of him. Chen Chanan said that it was true. The man was very surprised that he had killed him. Chen Chanan said he was slightly surprised. Does the latter want to share his fate? He had seen many things in his life. What made them think he wouldn't figure out the usual tricks of mortals? A completely unremarkable mortal. He, Li Baixian, has killed so many like him that it's scary to imagine. The number of deaths in winter days could reach up to 1,000. And he had just said that he had killed Li Xiao. What does it matter if he killed him or not? It's just the two of them guarding the temple. If they give him up, he'll let them live. Let them give up the temple. How dare they talk to the master like that? Chen Chanan had been holding back until this moment. The girl told them to shut up. Let him not think she is only a pretty girl. She will not touch him. Grand Master, that man is a very bad man. She knows. Last night, he and the men in the group were searching for the divine weapon. But suddenly he appeared and killed all the members of her group. It was all his doing. He escaped him. The man smirked. If she had had the courage and strength, she would have twisted his head off, and present it to a craftsman to make a footstool out of it. At this point he said she must die. The peaceful temple must submit to him. The man was greatly surprised that his seal was somehow strangely blocked. Chen Chanan said he would say goodbye to her. The man couldn't understand how this was even possible, or why the ability worked. The cultivation of the 3 invaders from the Dragon's Lair had decreased to the Qi purification realm. He remembers, the purification realm is the lowest level of cultivation, after which comes the establishment of the foundation, the golden core, the realm of the nascent soul, then the establishment of Mahayana or earthly immortality. The girl at this point began to worry. Chen Chanan said that she wouldn't be able to defeat the golden core realm practitioner, so he lowered his cultivation to the purification realm. Now she had a chance. This guy is unremarkable. At first glance he's an ordinary mortal, but there's no trace of energy in him. Is it possible that the Lord said it pleased him to retaliate for such behavior? He was apparently in the realm of the nascent soul, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He is, after all, a practitioner of the realm of the nascent soul. Let him see how things have turned out. What will he say now? Chen Chanan said that the girl should go ahead. He would choose her, chop the enemy to pieces, and do it right. She will avenge him for his brother and sister in the 9 Swords group. Even her father can't kill him. Does she really think she can do it? He is the lord of the evil dragon lair. Even if his cultivation is suppressed, he will be able to beat him to death with his spatial rings. The girl said he was talking nonsense and let him prepare to die. The man decided to use a 4th step gold-ranked treasure. The girl said the man got what he deserved. At this point, he was extremely surprised. In the end, there was nothing left of the man. The girl noticed that this divine sword was simply unbelievable. How terrifying. Terrifying power lies within this divine treasure, and he has it in his hands. At that distance, he could easily kill the man and take his divine treasure. The man wouldn't even have time to freeze. If this worked out, his ghost sect. The man caught fire with the idea at that moment. Then he was again extremely surprised by something. Chen Chanan had almost forgotten about him. If he moved even a millimeter now, he'd be dead. Today would be his end one way or another. He already knows where the divine treasure is, and it would be best to retreat, for the great ancestor will decide everything for himself. They all expressed respect for her master. The girl didn't want to leave them unpunished. The man was frightened and said they had better leave. The girl asked where they were going. At that point, she snagged one of the guys. The master's apprentice killed 3 golden core cultivators and gained 1,500 sphere points. He does get sphere points for kills. That was great. He decided to use all his spheres. The sphere's invincibility is currently 22. The system hopes the host will continue to work hard. she asked what about chopping everyone to pieces, since their sect turns people into ghost slaves. Andriushka began to demonstrate how it should be done. The man told the girl to stop. At that moment, someone fell to their knees. He turned to an elder and said that he has been around for decades. Dishonest people, what's the rancor? It seems there was a misunderstanding between their sect and his student and he apologizes. Why are they still standing? Let them come quickly and worship the elder. At that moment, they all kneeled down. He hopes the older man will forget what happened and spare them. They have made a mistake and ask the elder to show generosity, for they have no life to spare. He wondered, were these the same ones who had attacked him like that? He even felt guilty. They began to ask that he forgive them. The sect of the dishonest didn't even think he had forgotten what they had done, no conscience. He then asked if they really thought he would forget everything so easily. At this point, the man became enraged. Then he said he would not spare them all. After that, he got 450 points. The man at this point began to run away. The girl told the master that the sect leader was running away. If he managed to escape, he would definitely tell about the divine treasure. And before they knew it, the treasure hunters would be here. What would they do now? A smile appeared on his face as he asked himself what he should do. The ghost sect. The man said that they should let the supreme elder kill this youngster personally to obtain the divine treasure. At that moment someone came running to the patriarch and said that things were bad. The man asked what was wrong. The ancestor who had reached immortality 5 years ago had reappeared, and the supreme elder was already gone. The man was surprised that the ancestor had reappeared. He began to feel strongly about it. The temple of the ghost cult, what an increasing pressure. The man said he had descended to the lower world on the Lord's orders, an immortal in the lower world, the strongest person of the ghost sect. The ancestor has long surpassed the realm of the nascent soul. The mind of the lower world's generation of the whole world is no longer a dream. At that moment, something was felt. Let them leave their silly thoughts and focus on his words, or he'll grind them into powder. They obeyed the will of the ancestor. Before he returns to the continent of Kyushu, their task is to find the sacred sword that appeared from the upper world the day before. The man said he knew where the sacred sword was. The man in a rage immediately asked where he was. He said it was the temple of the immortals. At this moment in the temple of the immortals, the girl asked the master if he liked the food. He replied that it was not bad, but next time let him add more salt. The invulnerability sphere is already at level 22. Although the range has increased, the food here is limited, so you'll have to ask the girl to go get it. When he first got the orb, he was locked inside and couldn't control it. You could say he was just an ordinary person. After one enhancement, he gained the ability to control all living things within the sphere, and his perception became faster. Even if he's invulnerable, he's only invulnerable inside the sphere. Outside, he's just an ordinary person and can't protect Bar because her cultivation level is still very low. Is there any way to improve it? The girl wasn't thinking about anything at that moment. Could an ability transform the life energy of all things? Transform an ordinary herb into a spiritual herb, or even create a spirit? If so, why not use it to improve her cultivation? Chen Chanan twisted the girl's arm and told her to follow him, for he wanted to try out one technique on her. The girl couldn't figure out what to expect. He knows a way to improve her cultivation, but it will hurt a bit at first. If she endures it, she'll feel like she's ascending to heaven. Does she want to try it? Improving cultivation is a painful but pleasant feeling. Could this be her first cultivation class? She said they're in too much of a hurry. It's her first time, after all, so it's not really appropriate. She wants her first time to be special. At that moment she felt very ashamed. He told her not to be afraid, because this was supposed to be her first time. The girl still wasn't sure. She didn't understand what decision to make. At one point she yelled out that she was ready and asked the master to do it. Chen Chanan said excellent. She is worthy of being his disciple. She should not think about it and hold on tightly, otherwise she might lose her life. And let her remember that. The girl told him to get started. Let him wait. Pair cultivation can lead to death. What is he talking about? She had no time to say anything to him, for he had already begun. He began to improve her cultivation. Chen Chanan asked her how she was feeling. The girl said she had a tingling sensation. He just wants to help her improve. Chen Chanan replied that of course. What else is there? The concentration he has to put in to make a great effort. Let her feel the energy that guides her body. The flow of the master is so great. He fills her completely. What a pleasure it is for her at this moment. A girl on the 6th step of the foundation creation sphere. Why is there no sign of development? We need to try harder. Chen Chanan began to put in even more effort. He told the girl to hold on. She was at this point saying she couldn't take it anymore. Then she started to fall off her feet altogether. She was in a lot of pain at this point. She said she couldn't take it anymore. Chen Chanan noticed that her body was about to explode from the overabundance of energy. Let her hold on. The arrow cannot turn away. Let her endure. Soon she will be reborn. Doesn't she want to become stronger and possess hidden power? Can't she overcome herself? Let her continue. If she wants to become strong, she should train more. Let her be patient. The time of the Nine Swords sect will come in the future. She can't die, because she hasn't become strong yet and inherited the sect. She can't die here. The girl shouted out that she had to live. She wants to cultivate with the master until the end of time. How can she die here then? At this point, things started to go their own way. I can do anything. The weather's changed. Do they think she's dead? How dare they think that? Chen Chanan took her in his arms and asked how she was doing. She said she was doing fine. There are 9 levels in this continent, and it is said that there are 10 more. I wonder how strong a girl with his abilities can become. Still kissing and hugging like 2 birds with 1 stone. At that moment, the beasts were running away from something. It was a demon king named Hong Yi. A nascent thunder soul loomed over the huge mountain. Could it be a divine treasure? Demon King Tobayu, a nascent soul, what a frightening phenomenon. If such a thing strikes here, I'll die instantly. Demonic Reverse Serpent King, nascent soul, even this mountain would turn to ashes. What to speak of them? They decided to check it out first. He highlighted the power of thunderous grief. Let her try to internalize it as much as possible. A threat from a storm bracket of this magnitude really can't just evaporate. Unbelievable. Is it really a young thing to be at the center of thunderous grief? Impossible. Could the treasure be a medium? Shit. Snake. Down. Smartass. Shame. Let him remember his words. Next time I'll finish them off. The thunderstorm is gone. It's worth going and seeing. The girl at this point began to cultivate. She is not a spirit, he thinks, and has been for all of 18 years. How did she manage to achieve that? This girl has outstanding abilities. She is a treasure of the human race. An incredible power will come in the future. He won't fight for the divine treasure. It should only break from the 6th stage of foundation consciousness to the 7th stage. The master receives 50 sphere points. The master receives 50 sphere points. This girl's spiritual breath is peerless. The body is exquisite, flawless. Yes, but she was able to survive it already, consorting with a rodent, possessing unrivaled talent. If nurtured, she would even become a staged divine treasure. This girl is her future apprentice. Let them get out of the way. She thinks he's going to let her take her for herself. He needs her. A divine treasure. Heck, what would a dumb-headed bull like him be able to teach her? Her clan's forest cultivation method would be perfect for her. It's not easy to find a genius like that. He can't let her go. The man, he's a traitor. He's serious. Started attacking. Did he offer to fight? Or does she think he's afraid? Winner takes all. Loser takes what's left. Shit. Let him call his students. He'll take the skin. He has come and is growing in this moment. He suggested just asking. She could decide for herself who to go with. After all, at this point, the girl had already woken up. Chen Chanan asked her if she was awake and how she was feeling. She had already broken through to the 3rd step of the golden core. Great job. She is definitely worthy of being his disciple. One's talent returns with one's own hands. The breakthrough of the nascent soul sphere is no longer taken away. Golden core sphere. 9 swords elder level. And she broke through with ease. This isn't a dream. Concentration. He must make a great effort. Let her carefully feel the energy being channeled into her body. The flow of the master is very large. He fills her completely. How good it felt in that moment. The girl, the 6th stage of foundation building, must try harder, for there is no sign of development. Chen Chanan began to put in even more effort. He told the girl to hold on. She was saying at this point that she couldn't take it anymore. Then she started to fall off her feet. She was in a lot of pain at this point. She said she couldn't take it anymore. Chen Chanan noticed that her body was about to explode from the overabundance of energy. Let her hold on. Arrow cannot turn away. Sound. Let her endure. Soon she will be reborn. Doesn't she want to become stronger? Does she possess a hidden strength? Will she not be able to overcome herself? Let her continue. If she wants to become strong, she should train more. Let her be patient. In the future the head of the 9 Swords sect will come. She can't die. She hasn't become strong and inherited the sect yet. She can't die here. The girl shouted out that she had to live. She wants to cultivate with the master until the end of time. How can she die here? At this point, things started to go their own way. I can do anything. The weather's changed. Do they think she's dead? Yes. How dare they think that? Chen Chanan took her in his arms and asked her how she was doing. She said she could handle it. There are 9 levels on this continent, and it is said that there is still a 10th level among them. I wonder how strong a girl can become with his abilities. Still kissing and hugging. 2 birds with 1 stone. That's when the beasts were fleeing. It was a demon king named Hong Yi, a nascent soul, a thunderstorm looming over a huge mountain. Could it be a divine treasure? Demon King Tobayu, nascent soul, what a frightening phenomenon. Such a thing will hit. Not here. I will immediately die. Demonic King Reverse Snake Nascent Soul, even this mountain would turn into ashes. What to speak of? They decided to check it out first. He highlighted the power of thunderous grief. It was already in her. Let him try to internalize it as much as possible. A stigma staple threat of this magnitude can really just evaporate like that. Unbelievable. Is this young thing in the center of thunderous sorrow? Impossible. Can the treasure be a medium? Damn. Snake, don't be smart. Shame on you. Let him memorize his words. Next time he'll finish them off. No more thunderstorms. It's worth going and seeing. The girl at this point began to cultivate. She's not a spirit, he thinks, and all 18 years of it. How did she manage to accomplish that? This girl has outstanding abilities. She is a treasure of the human race. In the future, an incredible power will come. He would not fight for the divine treasure. Only it broke off. The 6th stage of foundation consciousness at the 7th stage. The master receives 50 sphere points. The master receives 50 sphere points. This girl's spiritual breath is peerless. The body is exquisite, flawless. Yes, but was able to survive this. Already conferring, the rodent has unrivaled talent. If she is nurtured, she will even become a stage divine treasure. This girl is her future student. Let them get out of the way. She thinks he'll let her have her for herself. He needs her. A divine treasure. Heck, what the hell can a dumb bull like him teach her? Her clan forest cultivation method is perfect for her. It's not easy to find a genius like that. He can't let her go. Man, to him a traitor. He began to attack in earnest. Did he offer to fight? Or does she think he's afraid? Winner takes it all. Loser takes what's crap. Let him call his disciples. The cult will skin him. He has come and is growing in this moment. He suggested just asking. She could decide who to go with. After all, at this point, the girl had already woken up. Chen Chanan asked her if she was awake. How was she feeling? She had already broken through to the 3rd step of the golden core. Great job. She is definitely worthy of being his disciple. Someone's talent. He returns with his own hands. The breakthrough of the nascent soul sphere is no longer taken away. Golden core sphere. 9 swords elder level. And she broke through with ease. This is not a dream. There is more and more immortal energy in the body. It turns into seeing. It will turn out to be what the old man said. It's true. This fruit can really turn an ordinary body into an immortal body. That should be enough for perfection. Then, Chen Chanan simply crushed this seed. The man told the elder that this is a divine fruit that only grows on the divine tree in the upper world. So the environment is very important for its development. Even this land is a treasure, but not suitable for cultivation. That's right, this is a divine tree after all. How can it be planted just by digging a hole? At that moment, there was some sort of glow. They clearly didn't expect to see it in front of them. Get a melon, plant a melon to get a growgrain, plant a pea to get a divine fruit. It turns out this one's a fool. However, a single divine fruit would not be enough to offset the damage of their invasion. He thought about what he should do with them. They started saying it was entirely their fault. They humbly accept the punishment. Let there be mercy. Give him another chance. So that's how you down does it. Let him fix it or die. How good is he? Where's his Oscar? The man said he recognizes the elder and is willing to serve. Reverse snakes also recognize the elder and are willing to serve. Are they all so submissive? Then from now on let them live his master. Let him not worry. He will treat him well and even give a small gift. His cultivation is actually improving with me. So perfect condition, could it be any better? But he just recently changed the fate of one person. How dare he change 3 at once? He'll kill him. How a lightning brace caused by mere improvement in motivation can be so powerful. The graduated can't stop it. Chen Chanan told them not to pack. He would take care of her. Chen Chanan was smiling at this moment. The power of thunderous grief hardens his body. His wounds are healed. Let him fuck off. Next time he'll kill him for sure. At this moment, they all began to cultivate together. They thanked the elder for the magnificent gift. Chen Chanan asked how much stronger they had become. Too many changes and you have to use the talent stone to find out the levels. From 1 to 9 are differentiated by color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, gold. Red is the first, gold is the 9th. In the past they were on the 6th. At this point they noticed that he was black. He also had an 8th. This is only the 8th level. In the future, he can elevate them to the 9th level, so let her calm down. And this is the kind of natural-born demon king she didn't dare to look at. They would do what they could for their master. She was at level 4, and not everyone hung up to level 8. She should use it too. He used very little power to 3 demon kings to level 8. When he helped the girl, he didn't restrict the flow of energy at all. I wonder what level she would be, given her current level. Girl, she'll definitely have a 9th. She really did have a level 9. What happened? Why did the golden glow disappear just by appearing? Even if it wasn't level 9, he couldn't become transparent again. The girl didn't realize what it all meant anymore. She started crying and telling the master that the level was missing. Everything is all wrong. Where is the gold? Could it be that the mistress is now immortal? It turns out she's at the immortal pulse level now. Calm down. Just some immortal. What's the big deal? In the lower world, the highest level is the 9th level. But that wasn't accepted. Right now the girl's level was higher and the talent stone just couldn't detect that. Until then, let them follow him. Not like an immortal body. Even the immortal for them let them such. The master's understanding comes from the upper world. If they are by his side, they will be able to bring it out. Their only chance. There's no way they can miss it. They don't have to worry. From now on, they belong to the master entirely. Will do whatever they wish. I think I'm starting to get good at this. Might change the name of the divine actor. Since the lady has become immortal, let them go to Jaipa Mountain. Let's catch his royal dragon turkey. Chen Chanan realized what he was talking about. It has the bloodline of a budget creature. The meat is amazing. You can even say that it is better not to look for a master. The mistress must try it. Besides, it is good for the body. The girl told the master to let her go, but wants to try Ion's flavor. She wants to test how much her power has increased. At this moment, the ghost sect was watching for something. The girl at this moment was literally agonizing on the divine sword. Soon it would be dark. The master was already in the afternoon. We must hurry back. He wondered how he could get his hands on the divine treasure. Now it wouldn't be a problem. Let her give up the divine sword, and he will not touch her body. The girl immediately recognized that they were from the ghost sect. The 3 of them were quite strong. Unlike Chiu Chintu, it was not in the realm of the nascent soul that she feared. How dare he come back? He had already forgotten how he had begged her, the master, to spare his life. 3 out of 4 come out in the nascent soul realm and she has no chance of winning. The only thing left to do is try to escape. After he kills her, takes the divine sword, he would make her his precious, a master by his ghostly slaves. At this point, he took in the girl. The girl began to defend herself in every way she could at this point. But really, in the realm of the golden core, how is that possible? Just a few days ago, she was only at the level of creating the foundation. She's only 18 and she's already broken through to the golden core. The innate talent the girl has is simply frightening. Plus she's got a grudge against them. They can't let him live. Let him kill her and take the divine sword. The man at this point starts attacking her and tells her to go to hell. But the girl was no slouch either, determined not to let him defeat himself so easily. Then their forces clashed with each other. She was only able to block his attack with her sword. She had almost no strength left. Need to get back as soon as possible. She was able to block his blow completely. At that point, she started to run away. The woman is pregnant, so Tuba you would be faster. Let him not slow down. He had already started waiting for the top to fall out. Let him take his time. Hurry up with his shovel. At this point, he had a chicken. Chen Chanan began to apologize. How nice it was to feel superior. Master won again because he didn't lay a single chicken and he blames them for his stupidity. What a great guy he is. Too bad he doesn't know it's pretty late outside my sphere. Why hasn't the girl returned yet? The woman told the master not to worry. She would be here soon. The royal dragon turkey was on the mountain, and it wouldn't be difficult for the master girl to catch one with Iota's strength. But she herself didn't understand. Something was wrong. Why was her breathing getting fainter and fainter? Was she hurt or what? Indeed, what is he worrying about? The girl is now in the Golden Core realm after all. As long as she doesn't meet a cultivator monster, more of a nascent soul, everything will be fine. What does should tell the master? Considering the master should know about what's going on outside, but judging by the lady's breathing it's obvious that she's seriously injured. But the master didn't react to it in any way. Maybe the master is tempering it that way. Better to wait. The girl at this point continued to run. She turned around to see if she was being followed. She noticed she was almost there. She was glad that the master would protect her. At that moment, she saw a healthy hand in the sky. She wants to kill those freaks and the ghost cult. There's no escaping fate. It's time to end this cat and mouse game. She is now in her power. Even if she doesn't die, she doesn't have long to live. Let her take the divine treasure and capture her soul to make her a ghostly slave. The girl was really in a bad way at this point. Then, the divine treasure began to advance somewhere. They told them to catch the divine treasure. The girl at this moment spent behind them. And then she grabbed him after all. What incredible strength. No wonder this little guy lasted so long. The girl at this moment was lying frightened in blood. The man approached her, standing directly in front of her. He told her to die. Then blood was seen. The man was scared of the demon. The woman asked who gave him the right, for the vast world was waiting for him. He dared to harm one of the master's disciples. He was truly a daredevil. Let them not resist, or death will torment them much more. At this moment, they were all ready to attack him. The girl realized that the master had asked them to come. The woman said he was in the temple of the immortals. The man started to say that mistress' breathing was getting fainter and fainter. Even if it was a test, there was no need to go that far. Chen Chanan could understand what another trial was. He apparently realized that something had happened to the girl, although she doesn't know what the master's thoughts are. But as long as the girl improves, she will definitely be one of the best of her generation. There's no rush. Domina already has 1 foot in the afterlife. He was impatient. The girl is close to him. He doesn't want anything to happen to her. Let them depart with her safe and sound. And those who did this to her, let them kill her mercilessly. That's it. These ghost sect people, among them are 3 in the nascent soul realm. Let her not say anything. Her wound is too deep. She will maintain her heartbeat. Demonic energy. Is it possible to adjust the breathing? At this point, the girl began to lose consciousness. Her soul is unstable. We need to take her to a master as soon as possible. The demon multiplied the soul-devouring spell on her uselessly. Without it, she'll definitely die. And he didn't really know how. He knows the spell of his sect. However, he heard that there is a lover of the one who cast it. Then he will destroy it. How dare he use that on a girl? He'll wipe him out. The 3 supreme elders of the ghost sect are with him. And how are they going to kill him? Now they definitely won't leave this place. She's the supreme elder of the ghosts. Do they definitely want to come out against them or what? The man asked what was the big deal, what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Anyone who dares to touch his men deserves death. Let him kill them. The man was furious and launched an attack. Then the battle between the two began. God damn, that dumb bull is just pushing brute force. The girl tried to start resisting him at this point. Then the snakes decided to be bullish as well. They all didn't expect such a drastic turn of events. The men moved away from them at this point. After he dies, mistress will be fine. In that moment, he took it all in. The girl stopped him abruptly. If he wanted to kill their patriarch, he would have to deal with her first. But the man was not surprised by this. And he was ready. He can sense any movement within the sphere of invulnerability. However, he doesn't know anything about the outside world. That was a huge minus. If he hadn't let her go on a hunt for a royal dragon turkey, the girl wouldn't have had to suffer so much. He really thinks that because of his body of eternity, no one is safe, and now he can't even protect the girl. If only faith worked for him too, he could motivate status, he could rebuild his body. He shouldn't hide himself in his shell like a turtle, like a loser incapable of anything. Now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. He needs to extend the sphere of invulnerability to all 100,000 mountains. Then he can protect his loved ones. The battle between the nascent souls is terrifying. Luckily he has 3 high elders on his side. Otherwise he wouldn't have lasted a second with his golden thigh. At this moment, the divine sword was not noticed. At this point was going somewhere. At that moment, the man noticed the divine sword in front of him. Most Chen Chanan bring this amulet to all the ghosts and give it to the ancestors if he takes it and leaves. But he realized that there was no way. If he did so, the supreme elders would die, who would then be the foundation of their sect. Would he be able to rely on the ancestor? He, the patriarch of the ghosts, is obligated to do his best for her sake. The honor of the sect in his hands will not allow her to be shamed, no matter what the cost. Chen Chanan understood what the man was going to do. Then there was some very huge glow. Then the man hid behind a rock, for there was a tremendous explosion. Chen Chanan at this moment, of course, noticed this. He noticed how the girl continued to lie down at this point. Those demon kings were trying to save that girl. What the heck? He was sleeping on using their inattentiveness, high cultivation level, and that not everyone was still a beast, that he didn't even know how to use his brain properly. Chen Chanan remembered that this was crap, and he was a complete freak. The man at that moment noticed his own boyfriend. Chen Chanan was ready to kill him on the spot. The chief strode toward him. How dare he? How in the world had he gotten here? He didn't even feel his breath. At this moment, the divine sword disappeared from behind his hands. It was a good job. Just recently he had been thinking, now if only it weren't gloves. This way he could read his mind. He seemed to have underestimated him. He can control the divine sword with power and will, even shape-shifting. It's over. Need to escape. Chen Chanan asked where he was going after touching his men. Chen Chanan was ready to deal with the man. He takes it up and tells him to go to hell. He was determined, of course, to deal with the man once and for all. They asked the older man to calm down and sit down. Chen Chanan protected the girl at this moment. Just unbelievable. He destroyed his body with one blow. But how could he miss his soul? Can't he feel him? Body destroyed. Hundreds of years of hard cultivation erased. Only the soul remained. That alone could become a vengeful spirit. Eternity's body. Yes, that's definitely his scent. So where does it come from? He realized it was actually a guy. Eternity body possessors can't cultivate. It can't be him. But even if it wasn't, he still had something to do with it. The eternity body, there was still a chance. At this moment, Chen Chanan carried the girl somewhere under a tree. He noticed the deep wound on the girl. The bastard had seriously injured her. Let the ghosts just wait. Sooner or later he would finish him off. Chen Chanan began to aim the girl at this moment. Fortunately, he made it in time, or the girl would have died. After a while the girl woke up and turned to the master. She said she couldn't bring him the royal dragon and turkey. She apologized for that. She doesn't need to apologize. It's his fault. He came too late and he apologized for that. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed a bright illumination from the sun. Then inexplicable things began to happen. It was a girl. Someone told her to go to hell. Chen Chanan watched all of this carefully. She called them fucking beasts. Then she spotted the guy and asked what kind of scum he was, daring to stare at her. She asked him if he wanted to die. Then, Chen Chanan was already right in front of her. He asked if she was an incipient soul. The girl at this point wanted to say something to him. Chen Chanan said that she was still an elder. The girl couldn't understand why the guy was so strong. Chen Chanan was ready to deal with her. Then he literally kicked it into the ground. He raised his hand and said that someone had come. The others noticed that the other couldn't fight. Impossible no matter how one looked at it. A mere mortal. Let him be a good boy and not make her master angry. Masters, there is a demonic emperor living on this continent. I've never heard of him. 3 nascent soul-level demon kings, some other weird guy, and also a cultivation they can't see. Maybe let them go for a while until the ancestor comes back with a plan. But the second one grabbed by that guy, is it worth dropping her or what? At this point they began to be asked for their. He was torn to pieces. Let the oldest rather protect her soul. How interesting. Turns out it was their patriarch. He was the loser. Just now he. Seriously, she doesn't believe him. He said the body of eternity is here somewhere. She asked the third one what he thought. He didn't even know. Hundreds of years of cultivation. All for the sake of this day. They would do it today. He had used all the treasures he had accumulated. And they still didn't believe that he would be able to deal with a bunch of brutes. That out of life had not seen a truly immortal. Let him not laugh. Looking at the master high up. Let him try those eternities they long for. Right here. He's not immortal. He's far more ruthless than a mere immortal. Chen Chanan to have them approach him. The body of eternity. That was definitely it. What fragrance did the man smell at that moment? Long live the meat. He wants a bite. Chen Chanan was looking for him to go to him. He would show him immortality. Why is he crawling in here alone? Let him go and bring the whole family. Chen Chanan attacked him at this moment. Then he began to carry it behind him. Chen Chanan at this moment was very laying and looking. Then he started beating him like a beast. They were very scared. They couldn't understand. or if it was definitely their master. The system congratulated the host for killing a 4th stage nascent soul practitioner and getting 1200 sphere points. God, how tired Janu was. It seemed that for killing 3 golden core practitioners then only got 1500 points. I mean, there's 2 more of them here than he's made. What happened now? He doesn't know. He wants that incredible flavor, wanted to eat its source, so he rushed straight to it. Maybe it was because the master had gotten some treasure. Here affecting. She succumbed to the temptation of the eternity body. This guy's cultivation. Really strange. She is afraid that he is even stronger than her. Why did this piece of Germany say that here is a true master? A lowly worm. Damn it, he was dead. Where'd that asshole run off to or something? She really was furious. Incomprehension at this point. She watched as Chen Chanan roughed them all up. It's a mess. We gotta get out of here. Chen Chanan asked her who had authorized her to leave. Then he wanted to give it to her and get away so easily, and she couldn't understand what he had done to her. Chen Chanan said for her to relax. He decided to improve her development. That's all. Improved development. She's crazy Leon. She'd never heard of anything like this. Did she just get it for nothing or what? Hell, there's no end to what he's becoming. Chen Chanan said fine, because he is the only one he is waiting for. Back to the same rants. He suffers thunderous grief to improve her development. How quick with her. For the first time also hard. Well, why not? He's not into her, is he? The girl was surprised by all this. This is just ridiculous. Her cultivation level can be improved directly. Screw it. He's like this. He should have been pleasing instead of provoking. They couldn't understand why a master would improve his cultivation. He doesn't know. They think masters have their own reasons. Let her become. Now, her body, energy too much. He's up to his old tricks again. He's made a god out of her. He's been bullying people for days now. He doesn't want to play with him anymore. He's going to tell his father everything. Chen Chanan was unwavering at this moment, and the girl continued to cultivate at this moment. Chen Chanan truly looked like a god at this moment. The system congratulated the host for killing the first Mahayana formation sphere practitioner with gaining 2000 sphere points. It seems they can only be brought to god level, whether it's because of the system or him, but 2000 points is cool. The girl was scared at this point with her boyfriend. Chen Chanan looked at her just like this at this moment. He said he forgot about her. The girl was very scared and told him not to go near her. He said he wasn't going to do that. She asked the guy not to kill her. Chen Chanan said that he is not killing, just helping her. Where's the storm? He's doing something wrong. Why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't? It's pretty weird. I wonder if he can do it himself. The system congratulated the host for killing the practice 4th stage nascent soul with a 1200 sphere point gain. In any case, in this cultivation world, people eat their own kind. They fought them while in the same realm and tried their best to keep on par. Not only in strength, but they killed in a blink of an eye. The master level can come. He is immortal or even higher. Found a bug. In the future the host will be able to use the power of thunder to help others improve their cultivation. But after each use you need to wait 1 month. Found a new version to improve the invulnerability sphere to version 3. Need 5000 sphere points. The host has 5200 sphere points that can be used at any time to extend the sphere of invulnerability. Of course he needed to do that. System hint. The expansion of the invulnerability sphere is complete. The current size is 74 meters. How scared he was at this moment. He must escape as soon as possible, even if he is outside. It is still within his realm. Did he really think he could escape his gaze? The man began to say he was wrong and started apologizing. He begged not to kill him. He will serve him faithfully. He knows the origin of the divine sword and will gladly tell everything to the elder. And he will also tell about the descent of the immortal into their world. 365 Styles of Jade Heart Surah. A meeting where masters serve the highest class. One of the masters of the ghost sect. If he wants to destroy or lead them, he is at their service. They need only ask. The divine sword he will be able to study. It is a bit confusing. Ghost sector. Descending immortals. Jade heart. Shaking not old fruit. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed him literally. He said he feels so bad. Besides, he doesn't want to be a chihuahua. He doesn't know what it is at all. Let him watch him for now. When the girl wakes up, let him give him to her. Let her decide what to do with him. While it seems like this guy is pretty useful, you don't want to bully the girl too much. Let her tell you what to do with him. The woman told the master that they were next. He remembers that the girl moved here with the chicken. Let her go and bring it back when she starts without roasting it. Here's the chicken to make it up to him. And where's her house? Those people are so scary. The chicken's going down. He's still hungry. Isn't he eating weed? It's time for him to lose weight. Help him out and eat those chicken legs. The sphere is now 74 meters in size. What 100,000 mountains are there? It doesn't even cover Feishan Mountain. The most important thing for Chen Chanan right now was to get as many sphere points as possible, not only to increase the size, but also to improve the system. In order to get sphere points faster and seduce others, you need an eternity body and a divine eternal. Not only demons and ghosts go crazy because of the eternity body, but a girl with these three can't resist either. Then he's the only one left. Let him unleash his divine treasure aura to lure all the ghosts and demons. This creature is quite sensitive to divine treasure aura. No, immediately come to take the sword. Thus, they will come running into his hands. What does a mother do just like him when he had hemorrhoids? Let him not talk nonsense. Maybe he practices some exercises. 4 hours later. Of course, they were all asleep. Volg was also sitting there waiting for something. He had waited all night. Why hadn't at least one monster or ghost come? Then they were all awakened by the master shouting. He'd slept through the night. How awful. What the hell? Why was she all wet? Chen Chanan couldn't understand what had happened. The man told the older man that he knew what the reason was. Let him speak. It's because of the demon kings in the temple. They scare everyone away. Weak demons just wouldn't dare to approach. Chen Chanan realized that it was all because of them. He had never seen anyone with a more powerful body than his, except for the master of course. There was a hero. That moment started to do something. The cultivation of the 3 demon kings reduced to chi refining. Of course they were upset by this. His pectoral muscles were gone. What power! Even demon kings are nothing in front of him. Nothing will disturb them now. No one else will disturb them. Chen Chanan asked where he was going. Will he still fight back? Let him release all the divine treasure. Now demons and monsters must come to his hands. At that moment, some monster sensed something. The others also felt the divine sword at this moment. A divine sword. With it you won't have to fear annoying monks anymore. He seemed to have sensed the aura of a divine treasure. So what are they all waiting for? Let them go and seize it. But it must belong to them. The demons. Alone. Indeed, everyone was expecting this treasure. Demons have darkened the heavens, just like the day everything was destroyed. However, the difference is that now they would all turn to ash. Chen Chanan began to destroy them all. What a power! They must not provoke him. He must obediently serve him. He remembers that he had a copy of 36 tricks of the trade when serving, which Lin Bear should return. He asked, or they were all done. He said how agonizing it was to kill them all. After killing so many monsters, he only got 3,400 points. To improve the system to version 3, you need 5,000 points. Most of those who came for the divine sword were not very strong demons. Practitioners in the nascent soul realm are too far gone to sense the aura. They just observe. He called everyone to him and said he had assignments for them. Of course, they were willing to listen to him. He told them to spread the rumor of the divine treasure in the temple of the immortals so that all the demons of the nascent soul would know. The more the better. The hero asked which one of them knew the most about Yunzhou. The serpent said that he was from the Golden Python sect in this place and knew the area very well. In that case, the man and woman let them spread the word about the divine treasure. And Snake set out to find out which part of the longevity sect had been toppled. Have him report as soon as he knows anything. If there is trouble, have him protected at all costs. After they've done everything, have them take these pills. They'll be fine and he won't let them down. Wishing them luck. A week later, a master of the Nine Swords sect named Lin Qingshan and the supreme elder of the Nine Swords sect, Lin Hai, in front of Feishan Mountain. Xiao Qiantu said that Bar was in the Immortal Temple on this mountain. He also said she had a divine treasure. Was that possible? Immortals come to this world to take possession of divine treasures. That is why it should have nothing to do with them. But be trouble. Must not return the girl to all 9 swords as soon as possible. Chen Chanan was lying down and resting at this moment. Then he noticed something. He saw another nascent soul. A familiar aura. Why had the men come here? He can't let these old ones see his outline. He needs to hide. He recognized the practitioner immediately. So they too have come to take the divine treasure. The girl at that moment immediately recognized her father. Chen Chanan was surprised that it was the girl's father and grandfather. What's he doing? Let all 9 swords return with him. She immediately said she wanted to be close to the master. Who is she so capricious about? Things change too fast. And she's still here. Who is this guy? What kind of scum is he? And is she bullying him? The girl told him not to say that. He didn't know what happened to those before him. The master is very strong, can even kill a nascent soul with a single slap. She can't protect him, even a bull can do that, so why not blast a nascent soul with one breath? Chen Chanan said that it was not a bad idea. Nothing would disturb them now, no one else would bother them. Chen Chanan asked where he was going. Will he still fight back? Let him release the entire divine treasure. Now the demon and monsters should come straight to his hands. That's when some monster sensed something. The others also felt the divine sword at this moment. A divine sword. With it, you won't have to fear those annoying monks anymore. He seemed to have sensed the aura of a divine treasure. So what are they all waiting for? Let them go and seize it. But it should belong to them alone. The demons can't let those bald bums get their hands on it. Indeed, everyone was expecting this treasure. The demons spotted the heavens, just like the day it was all destroyed. The difference, however, is that now they will all turn to ash. Chen Chanan started to destroy everyone. What power! They must not provoke him in any way, he must obediently serve him. He remembers that he had a copy of 36 tricks of the trade when serving, which Lin Bear he must return. Appreciate it. Asked if they're done or if they're all done. He said how torturous it was to kill them all. After killing so many monsters he only got 3,400 points. To improve the system to version 3 you need 5,000. Most who come for the divine sword are not strong demons. Practitioners in the nascent soul realm are too far away, can't feel the aura. Are they observing or what? He called everyone to him and said he had assignments for them. Of course, they were willing to listen to him. He told them to spread the rumor that the divine was in the temple of the immortals, so that all the demons' nascent souls among the hundreds in the mountain would know. The more of them the better. The hero's voice asked which of them knew the most about Yunzhou. The serpent said that he was from the Golden Python sect, that he was here and knew this area very well, what he needed. In that case, the man and woman let them spread the information about the divine treasure back to the serpent. He sets out to find out which part of the longevity sect has been coiled. Also have him find out about Feng Qian, the leader of the longevity sector. Have him report as soon as he knows anything. If he gets in trouble, have him protect him at all costs. After they do everything, take those pills, they'll be fine and he won't let them down. Make it possible. He wishes them luck. A week later, a 9-sword sect master named Lin Qingshan, the supreme elder of the Ling Hai 9-sword sect, in front of Feixian Mountain, Xiao Qiantu said that Bar was in the immortal temple on this mountain. He also said she had a divine treasure. Was that possible? Immortals come to this world to take possession of divine treasures, which is why they should have nothing to do with them. But to be trouble should not as soon as possible to return the girl to all of the 9 swords. Chen Chanan was lying down and resting at this moment. Then he noticed something. I saw another nascent soul, a familiar aura. So why did the men come here? Can't let these old ones see the outline of the minions. Need to hide. He recognized the Prak immediately. So they too have come to take the divine treasure. The girl at that moment immediately recognized her father. Chen Chanan was surprised that it was the girl's father and grandfather. What's he doing? Let him return with all of the 9 of swords. She immediately said she wanted to be close to the master. Who is she so capricious about? Things are changing too fast. And she's still. Who is this guy? What is this scum? Is she mocking him? The girl told him not to talk like that. He doesn't know what happened to those before him. The master is very strong, can even kill a nascent soul with a simple slap. No need for his anger. She won't be able to protect him. Even a bull can do that. So why not blast a nascent soul with one breath? Chen Chanan said that it was not a bad idea. He had never met such an impudent man before. He would have to teach him a lesson. He would show him how big heaven was. At this point, he's in favor of something. Was that really what he was thinking? Demon King level nascent souls are only here for a few seconds. So why is this happening? Is he really immortal? It is impossible to see the immortals. They are bound to ascend to the upper world. The laws of Kyushu do not recognize their existence. He easily uses the power of the law and isn't afraid to mention immortals. Is he really an immortal slayer? Reading the manga doesn't compare to the real thing. It's really impressive. Too bad he can't get sphere points. The system congratulates the host for improving the area of invulnerability and gaining a new skill. What's that smell? I think he's hungry. It's a great flavor. What happens? The seal of the eternity body disappears or something. They all immediately pounced on him at that moment. Chen Chanan realizes that something needs to be done. At this point, he took over for them. Shit, improvement has taken the seal off. What's he going to do now? The essence of immortality is immortality. His words and actions lead to the true Tao. Immortality can use the essence to cover the host, hiding their breath and appearance. The essence of immortality can be used in different ways. New skills can have different special effects. The Court of the Immortal is intended for personal use. The host receives a gift set whether he or she wishes to open it or not. Chen Chanan says the system opens it up. He gets a mirror flower, a water moon and an experience card. Can only be used once. An immortal can grant immortality to all employees or turn any item into a divine artifact. Immortal can be used on items. But will the effect work in conjunction with the sphere of invulnerability? As long as the host has 5,000 sphere points, the function will be active, while expanding the invulnerability sphere. After writing off 5,000 sphere points, he will get an immortal path. The area will change into a divine valley. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed a fairy that was much larger than the signal. She turned to him. It was a formation of immortality. The girl smiled and looked at the master. Spiritual herb in essence. They don't sleep. Or how else why this place has become a divine valley. The immortal slayer is so powerful. It turned the upper world upside down years ago. As long as this person exists, he can no longer fear the immortals. But will he really help them when he goes against them in the lower world? The ghost sectors now have no leader. They can't take her over. He's been alive for several hundred years. This is their only chance. At this point, the man decided to address the couple. He apologizes for the inconvenience. It's time for them to leave. The main mountains said they didn't worry and came more often. If an immortal comes to him, let him tell him to go to him. Let the elder not worry. The 9 of Swords will never betray him. He's on his way out. Let him stay a couple days. The girl shivered at this point. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what was wrong with her. What's going on? Why she turned back? Chen Chanan says, ask the woman how it is. She's concerned and watching. She says the girl has embarked on a demonic path. It took her several years, for she was considered a genius among her students. It took her less than a day. Situations like this scare her. A girl at level 9 can't maintain her form. If the right method can be found, she will learn to control her energy. He's tired or he's fine. Maybe rest here. Let them not worry. Isn't she a demon king? There's nothing wrong with passing on his experience to a girl, and he trusts her a lot, so let him entrust the girl's training to her. He's relying on her. The woman was surprised that she was the one he trusted the most. The master's energy is exorbitant, cultivation unfathomable. He could have taught the girl the demonic development method himself, but he entrusted it to her. She realized that the master knows the peculiarities of her fox sect's exercises and realizes that because of her physique she can't teach these techniques, so he decided to shut her down and give her a test. She will definitely pass his test. The girl will be trained in her sect with her own program. She will not let him down. During this time, she will definitely become a worthy assistant for him. The elders, after all, will not refuse, considering the girl's talent and the master's personality. Right, she is a true supporter of the sect. His future happiness, his pillow and his knees, all depends on her. Let him come back soon. He'll be waiting for the good news. Here they are all gone. How lonely he is. At that moment, the man told the master that he was still here. He will brighten his loneliness. He can do many interesting things. Let them just try to touch him and then he will make roast and meat out of him. At this point, the girl was watching for some reason. A few days later, Chen Chanan at this moment began to disperse in front of the man. Twice already his clone had been killed by some sort of leather belt. Once he had personally skinned him. The main load was looking for the girls that there would be soup and snakes for dinner tonight. The strength of a clone is determined by the number of sphere points spent. The more points spent, the stronger it is. They share a common consciousness, like a faith, a helmet for watching movies, even a little weird. After death, it disappears, leaving only memories that have no effect on the main body. He wants to experiment some more. He only has 4,950 sphere points left on him, which is only enough for a nascent soul-level clone. He begs when those immortals will come. He doesn't even have anything to eat. At that moment, the girl noticed the demon. Chen Chanan was wondering if it was another monster. Chen Chanan asked, or is it another monster? At that moment, someone knocked and apologized. A girl walked over to them and asked if Senior Chen Chanan was here or not. How did such a beautiful woman end up here, masters? She was simply gorgeous. Such white skin and made as if carved from marble. Chen Chanan said his name is Chen Chanan. He will become her master or what? The girl introduced herself. Her name was Bai Yu. She was from the ancient fox sect. Hong told her to give him something. Why didn't she come herself? Was the woman in prison? The Nine-Sword sect. It was over. Their sect was gone. If there was only one immortal in the lower world, the elder would be able to handle him. But now, in their world, there were 12 immortal generals walking with him. The man asked where the divine sword was. The man answered him that he didn't know. Old geezers like him are tricky. 2. He'd better use the soul study right away. At that moment, the man started using soul study, a dark technique of the wicked sect. If you apply it to a person, he will either become feeble-minded or die. Interesting. There are more than just immortal slayers in this world. How is it possible? He's still 10,000 years ago. How can there be such a creature in this world? Judging from the old man's memories, it's really here, besides the divine sword in his hands. But what are they afraid of in this world? No one is their rival. Even if the most immortal slayer comes, the 12 immortal generals will be able to finish him off. He can't escape from his death. These naive and ignorant worms were deceived by their ignorance, so let them ignore it. Time is of the essence. It's time to retrieve the divine sword. He would show the way. He decided to take a look at the fighter, the temple of the ancient fox sect, heavenly forests, demonic emperors of Ninsu. What a powerful energy immortal than the lower worlds. Hong and Xiaoban still refused to leave. All those people couldn't stop them. But the woman said she wants to see him. Why would he want to stop that demon? She doesn't even have a foundation after all. What does she know? Although the girl had never cultivated, her level exceeded the 9th level. It's an extremely unusual creature. It was originally just an ordinary grass. And how is that even possible? As she can see for herself, she doesn't have a drop of energy in her right now. But once she starts cultivating, her speed of development will increase greatly. After that, achievements not only from the first nascent soul, even becoming immortal would not be a problem. Thus they would have a strong following in the development of the sect. It wouldn't hurt. So much for the spur to sell the traitor. The woman was actually in jail at that moment. She noticed her grandmother standing next to her. She still doesn't want to stay in a cult or what? She says she doesn't want to, but she's here on behalf of the master. If they don't want to train the girl, she asks to be let go. Master. Genius. A disciple of their sect has recognized some man as her master. How low she has fallen. She not only recognized him as a master, but she doesn't even hide it. If this became known to the other demonic effects, they would simply be laughed at. Humans aren't worthy of being above them. Let her stop raving already and listen to her grandmother. At this point she couldn't stand it and told them to shut up. They are not allowed to insult her master. At that moment, she tried to attack them. She broke through pretty quickly, but she only managed to get that power because of her family. She doesn't even know what to say. Her breakthrough is a credit to the master. He is strong. His power is unfathomable. As long as she follows him, she will become immortal. She asked her grandmother to believe her. If they were on good terms with him, an era of prosperity awaited them. But can her master defeat an immortal? The strongest Misha in the world cannot be above the realm of becoming a god. Those who could overcome this barrier have long since ascended above. At best, he is at the peak of godhood, just like her. And since the immortals have no longer entered this world, they will sooner or later take the divine treasure that is in the hands of its master. This time, he won't be able to escape death. Let her think it over. Master's life or hers, maybe someday she'll thank her. Of course, she realized that she had to find a way to get out of here. She realized she had to meet the master. It was the power of the immortals. Or as it seems, they had already entered this world with it. If the divine blood is actually in the tired one's possession, then it can't stay here any longer. One must leave this place as soon as possible. Chen Chanan was furious at this moment. Judging by the expression on his face, he sensed their presence as well. The fox cult has a lot of guts. How dare they imprison her people? They awakened the beast in him. The immortals are already around. He's not even worried about himself. He's worried about the girls. Have her tell her so-called grandmother to let the girls go within 3 days. Or else, immortal means nothing to him. Or he'll have to face the consequences. The girl said she'd tell her everything. She'll give her everything. But since the immortals have already entered this world with her, she doesn't want to. The main chest asked her, "Are you immortal strong?" so he looks forward to seeing them. After all, it's not every day you get the chance to take candy from children. At this point, inexplicable things were happening. All the monsters were scared out of their wits. It's been 1,000 years since an immortal appeared among these mountains. So what is the reason for their arrival? And especially not just one, but 12. Even one immortal is enough to make their world shake. A battle like this has never been fought before. Heaven-level art, a glimpse into the heavens. An unknown practitioner on the mountain believes he can steal a divine treasure. This will cause a catastrophe. This time he will die. She made the right choice. They only came for the divine treasure. If she hadn't locked the girls away, it would have been over. Let them watch and learn. It wasn't every day that one could see an immortal fight. What will Chen Chanan demonstrate their might? The energy of the immortals. How could it be in the lower world? Let them just watch. The divine valley, the immortality energy, even the fruitful divine tree in this world is there. The divine valley, they should bring it back to the divine world. If there's a divine valley like that here, it will definitely be able to cultivate much faster. Inside the temple, 12 immortals. Finally, his expensive prophet sphere points. The girl was frightened by the fact that she was expecting 12 men. She asked what they should do now. The girl said she was a little scared. Chen Chanan asked what she was afraid of since he was here. At that moment, someone arrived at their door. The man asked, "Wasn't that the fat one?" The girl, of course, recognized her grandfather immediately. They asked if it was Chen Chanan, the immortal slayer. Chen Chanan said that since they want to take away his dream about them, here it is. Why involve innocent people? How dare an ant ask them questions? The disobedient insects and the 9-sword sects had measured to hide the location of the divine sword from them, and now they had all set out to rule. Enough of this nonsense. Immediately have them kill him and take the divine sword. At this point, he began to attack them. The man put all his strength into this attack. She was quite brave. This girl is holding the divine sword of an immortal and emperor. How dare she point it at an immortal who seeks death? At this point, he took over for her. Chen Chanan, of course, decided to help her at this moment. Chen Chanan asked the female disciple if she could move. He blocked the old man's attack and the old man is weakened and can't deal with the insect from the lower world. He only used 1/10 of his strength. But this youngster was able to repel his blow. He thinks she has an ace up her sleeve. They shouldn't underestimate the enemy. It's okay, there are many of them here. They will easily break him. The sword fell at that moment. The girl started crying and said that her father was dead. The 9 of swords was destroyed. She doesn't have a home anymore. She doesn't have anyone else. Chen Chanan told his disciple not to cry and began to wipe her tears. He said he would kill them in her name. They started laughing at him and sarcastically said that they were scared why he was so daring. If he would kill them or if he would even spit on them. Well, the honorable immortal has already waited. They have plenty of time. They need to return with the divine sword as soon as possible. As for this man, he should die for touching the treasure. First, we need to get the divine sword back. A minute later, what's going on? Why is the divine sword not responding to this spell of her ordinary self? If the sword is nearby then can't quietly use it. How could it not react? Maybe they were too far away. Then they would come closer. The girl at this point decided to use the spell once more. She noticed that still nothing was happening. The venerable's spell can't be wrong. Just like the divine sword can't help but respond. What's already happening? Is this kid really controlling it? Chen Chanan said that they go back if she wants. He will not stop her. The man at this point was furious and wanted to hit the guy. Let him stand. This person is very strange. Let them wait until she herself. Heavenly thunder, the law of the lower world that restrains from all practitioners who violated the path of heaven. Even an inferior immortal of this world is unable to complete the path of heaven. She can kill him with a single movement of her hand with a divine sword made by the honorable 10-year-old Black Iron himself. Everything will be fine. Invincible's here again. Who do you want to roast to a chicken this time? Is there someone out there? How he loves a burner. He was very much surprised that it was the main GE. He could understand why it was him. Not in the mood today. He said goodbye. How can he even swear at people? Chen Chanan asked if that was it. She was a disciple after all. They immortals seem quite strong, but here they turned out to be weak. He was disappointed. Their power can match a mortal practitioner. Have them stop talking to this fool and kill him. Chen Chanan said that it was not bad, because he was being attacked by 12 at once. Let them come closer if they're so eager. He's changed. Let them duck. Everyone was shocked and did not expect this turn of events. Luckily, it didn't hit him. Otherwise, the continent has its own laws. Not the immortals of the upper world, despite their strength, wouldn't be able to break through the spatial crack in the world. But this guy could. How was this even possible? I am only those who have mastered the powers of the laws capable of such a thing. But this youngster only required a single swing. Maybe he should retreat instead of reporting everything to the Honorable One. He will already send stronger people here. So what is he doing? Everyone really couldn't understand what it was. It's a spatial force of destruction. It's feared even almost. But he just took a touch. And he wants to go to the pros. Or what? What the hell is he talking about? Can't he see that he doesn't give a shit about it at all? Missing. He thought he'd ruined the space himself. Wanted to blackmail the system. Everyone was very much surprised at how strong their opponent was. Chen Chanan asked if the gentleman were willing to die at his hands. He doesn't believe that number 12 immortals can defeat him. They've heard everything. He won't let them go. They must fight to the death. Only then will they have a chance. Chen Chanan started to call out to someone. They all couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. Laws were the force of law. It was over. Chen Chanan told the dear student to open her eyes and look at how those responsible for the deaths of her father and grandfather were dying. The guy let him think. Alright, behind him is an immortal honorable of the divine world. If he kills them, he won't be able to avoid retribution. That's exactly it. To gather the 9-sword sector cultivator is nothing more than a bunch of ants. He shouldn't be insulted almost just because. Chen Chanan said that he didn't give a damn if he was almost there or the immortal king himself. If he cheated, ban him to the mountain. He would send him after them. And they were all scared to death at the sight of him. The Tao is unpredictable. Since he can't harass them, he'll do it personally. For the sake of this world, for the sake of the innocent people they killed, he will stand up for justice. He will wipe them off the face of the earth. Chen Chanan was unwavering at this moment. All of his students were very much surprised by this. Let her watch carefully, cultivate harder, become a family to fulfill the expectations set forth. It was really quite incredible. Ordinary flames could turn immortals to ashes. It was precisely the divine flame. At that moment, some kind of pill appeared. Turning into a period is a pretty good death. So they don't think so or what? At this moment, Chen Chanan sensed or saw something. The sphere began to simply collapse. In one fell swoop she made the immortals retreat. And with just one phrase, become them like this. And what power did her granddaughter speak? He had killed everyone with his own hands. Who then was she compared to him? I mean, she also put her granddaughter and the girl in jail. How is she any different than a suicide bomber? That's the end of it. At this moment, she was informed that the elder had conveyed that they should bring the girls back within 3 days. Let them release them immediately. And after that they would offer their sincere apologies to the elder. She hoped that he would be magnanimous and not involve her sect. Chen Chanan noticed a strange feeling as if he was being watched. Maybe it showed. All 12 immortals were dead. The elders are too strong. Only a master can make an immortal pill. How cool is that? Chen Chanan noticed that he had gathered quite a lot this time. What was it about sphere points? System notification. Sphere points have been received but due to the large amount cannot be given out at the moment. They asked to try it later. He already thought that killing immortals would not count and cried for his sphere points. At that moment, a girl started to hug him. She tearfully thanked the master. Inexplicably, Chen Chanan was supportive, hugging her at this moment. He actually looked at her with regret at this point. He's hiding something and doesn't know if he'll tell her until he's sure of the outcome. Let her go there. Rest. He will ask Tobuyu to take her. Everyone who 9 swords. They brought him his tea, brewed with spiritual water from an 80-year-old spring. Incredibly sweet. At that moment, someone knocked. It was Ning Su, a demonic emperor from the ancient Fox sect, came to apologize. She had made a big mistake by locking his men away, but asked him to back off. Senior Master Hong she's the apprentice of all the forests. Yes, he's the one who lit everything on fire. Yes, even though she only imprisoned them and didn't do any harm. Besides, the top measure there are a few immortals that came out of all of them. He must realize that they are not so simple, so neither will the fish die, and the net will break. Chen Chanan told her to sit down. She was very much on. The power that can kill immortals with its mere presence has suppressed her cultivation. She is afraid if the elder wants to kill her, a finger will be enough. The demonic emperor is the strongest ruler among all the 100,000 mountains, followed by tens of thousands of loyal warrior servants. The favorite of her sect, her main protector. She was brave. She asks boldly, It's all her fault. She'd like to apologize before she dies. Begs not to destroy the Fox sector. The girl began to beg to spare her grandmother and the Fox sector. If she was even slightly attracted to him, he would fulfill his every wish. The girl told her grandmother that she had already decided everything. More than that, to die at the hands of an elder. The great part. Chen Chanan watched them carefully. Everyone realizes that the more friends the better. Therefore, if he spared her grandmother and SEC, someone could do whatever they wanted to her. Then let her show him her sincerity. The protagonist hit her at this point. Then, of course, she fell. The girl said she was in pain at this point. What on earth she's doing? She doesn't understand. She unconsciously let her watch destroy them all and can't utter a word. What protection? What more honor? It was nothing more than a joke now. The man from the beginning was indifferent to the origins. In his mind they weren't just a bunch of clowns that they couldn't get on stage. Instead of beating them, he stomped on their virtues as if warning them to be wiser from now on, or else her sect would suffer the same fate as the 12 immortal generals. That man was the devil. She deserves a free meridian opening. He can hit harder. She can take it. At this point, Grandma decided to intercede. She asked the older man to stop hitting the girl. It was all her fault. He should be the one hitting her. Chen Chanan said for her to score. For Hong's sake, he'll spare her this time. They both thanked him for it. At this point, he pulled out a pill. By the way, the girls went to them to distinguish some techniques. Let her accept this divine fruit as a thank you. The carrot and stick method. He hopes so. The demonic emperor realizes. She wishes the older one to become her follower, and won't discuss it when she gets back to the girl and she can go. If she goes against him in the future, he won't forgive it. What the elder cultivates is a blessing to all of them. Let her not worry. It's fine. She doesn't know if it feels like it or not. It feels like her meridians are more pure after the elder punished her, and will punish her again the next time she comes. It's over. She's broken. We need to get her to the doctor as soon as possible. Chen Chanan stretched and said that he was finally allowed to rest. That's when he started getting points in the sphere. He was very surprised, because he had 240,000 points. Of course, he was delighted with such a figure. If he spends it all, he'll come out to 2,400 meters. He told the system to spend all the points on expansion. He can improve it to version 4. To improve the invulnerability area to 4, the host needs 50,000 points. But there is one condition. What other condition? Have him expand the area of invulnerability to the entire mountain within a month to gain the title of Lord of the Mountain. If he doesn't make it within the deadline, the upgrade will fail. In other words, the only way to upgrade is to become a lord. And why there's a timer here? Yes, if you spend all the sphere points, you get to cover a third of the mountain. The bigger it is, the better. She's working on the system. Once he gets this title, he will be able to open a hidden sphere. In it will be various techniques and magical weapons of mythical figures and from the ancient dynasties of China. Since she says so, he'll put out some likeness. First let him use 90,000 sphere points to increase the sphere by 1,000 meters. 190,000 sphere points deducted, and the total count of the current sphere size is 2,023 meters, leaving 5,050 sphere points. Here we are at the bottom again. We need to think of more ways to earn points faster. He doesn't know what's going on in there, but the thing he gave them, it's supposed to help, right? The sector of the 9 of Swords. Xiao Qiantu assures that the ghost sector reported the divine sword to the upper world. So the 9 sword sector was the first place the demons went to. The father told the girl not to cry, for he was here. Now, this is the moment. She turned around. Just one person had defeated 12 immortal generals. Senior's strength was truly terrifying. She wondered, after all, hadn't they been killed? What was going on? He said it's all an illusion created by the elder's talisman. It's a long story. But unlike the immortals, they are alive, all thanks to her master. As he was about to leave, the elder suddenly restored her. The man asked him, or if he needed anything else. Chen Chanan is thinking about how he should die. The man couldn't understand what he was talking about, and said he saw them for taking it all in stride. Chen Chanan said that the 9 sword sector would be the first place the immortal would show up, and the chance of them being distributed was extremely high. If they went straight to him, they would be fine, but the possibility of things not going according to plan couldn't be ruled out, so they would need to take precautions. Either the entire 9 sword sect comes here where he can protect her, let him discard the legacy of the sect, better save his life, and there will definitely be a chance to go back in the future. for let him use this talisman to create an illusion and deceive the immortal. He suggests they choose the first option. The second is too risky, even he can't predict everything. And he doesn't want them to make a fuss. They can't give up their sector for salvation. Without a home, life has no meaning. To put it bluntly, sooner or later there would be a battle between them and the ghost sector. But he didn't expect an immortal to enter their world. They didn't have a chance from the beginning. Chen Chanan told the man to take the talisman. The girl is his student, so he is obligated to protect them. If all goes well, they'll set off fireworks. He'll figure it out. The girl was saying how Jean loves the master and was crying at this moment. The elder is great. From the beginning he was ready to face them alone. Her master gave them a talisman so they can save themselves in this world. The strong eats the weak. It is a great luck that they know such a righteous and great man. Now he even suspects it's all his plan. It's too calculated. However, from this moment on there will be no more peace between the upper and lower worlds. The girl asked what happened to her grandfather. Her grandfather thought that the immortals might see Luda, so he prepared a few things to deal with the immortals, but he didn't expect it. At that moment, the man noticed something. He forgot to report to the superintendent, so we need to set off the fireworks. At this point, there were fireworks in the form of the main character. Chen Chanan was glad that the people and the Nine Swords sect were still alive. So far, he has discovered 3 ways to use the essence of immortality. Firstly, it can block the aura of the eternity body. Secondly, it can hide the appearance. He thinks it's more of an illusion function. Plus it contains the power of immortality, so it's perfect for fighting immortals. But the function of the system is unable to reproduce the sphere of vulnerability. He thought it was similar to anything living he had in his pocket, so he tried to terminate it into a talisman, then experimented for a long time. He just wasn't sure if the properties of the essence of immortality could be utilized outside the realm of invulnerability, much less whether it could hold immortals. Turns out he guessed. The essence of immortality can be applied to items, bring them into the invulnerability area, and then use them. Now it's time to run some tests. In the upper world, Wanzhou City, Lotus Festival. Someone told Brother Sheng that it's been a long time. Why is he drinking alone, hiding in a corner? Something happened. Let him tell his brother. He would solve everything. It was Immortal Saint, Sheng's best friend, Immortal Lan Ming. Not too long ago, someone knocked his sword off, causing him to send 12 immortals to retrieve it. And as a result, everyone knows what happened. And so, 12 immortal generals were killed by an immortal fighter from the lower world. There are so talented people out there, or what? No. He's nothing more than an insect in his eyes. But this freak is in the lower world with a legitimate continent protecting him. Rasta, don't let him worry. He'll kill it for him. It just so happens that he has one immortal slayer under his command. His strength isn't confirmed by the influence of laws, so he's perfect to deal with that guy. Let him leave it to him, and within 3 days bring his head along with the divine sword. He thanks his brother. Haven't seen him recently, so we'll celebrate their meeting with some great wine. Jiang Yuchan, how beautiful she is. She is definitely worthy of being the #1 beauty. The beauty of the mistress just decided to take, like a balm for his eyes. And it was noisy here too. She had come to borrow the divine tree. 3 days later, a divine tree. The girl asked the master if it was strong enough. Chen Chanan said, a little bit of lion is exactly there. How good it is to have a disciple. Why isn't Tobayu back yet? He's hunting the king dragon. The turkey said that they've been working hard lately and he needs a good rest. So here we go. And also father said that they're rebuilding those 9 swords. In a few days he'll be hanged. Chen Chanan said that it was glorious. Senior actually has a message for him. The girl thanked for helping get them back to the master. Next she herself. Not only has she failed to complete the master's task, but she's also fired everything at him. She's afraid she's going to be punished. So it's worth leaving early. The girl couldn't understand what the punishment meant. Needless to say, it's with her. It was very sweet of her. If they weren't bound by such a bond, she would have thought she was somehow weirded out by the master. The girl at this point just looked at her. Here's how. Oh my god, that's where it is. Let it choke. I had a girl tell me she couldn't take it anymore. She recognized that voice immediately. Was the master really a girl? At this moment, the master greeted them. Then the woman realized that it wasn't what she thought it was. She told the master that she couldn't complete his task, so she asks him to let him punish her. But the girl told the older man that it was all their female friend's fault, and please let him punish her instead. Chen Chanan could understand. What other punishment? He doesn't think he's and some kind of spewer. This time it's not her fault. At this point, the woman noticed how upset the girl was. So why was she so upset? Does she really want him to punish her? So what's sweet and gentle? Girls need to be well loved, right? He can't blame her for doing her best. Let her take this pill and then he'll make a roast for her. It's a flaming pill of immortality, she thanked. The girl still couldn't figure out if there would be punishment or no punishment. What should she do to experience this country and pleasure again? In an instant, he had spent 190,000 sphere points, and only 50,000 remained. He could, after all, create clones and look for a way to earn sphere points outside. This time would be different. An immortal clown, although it costs a lot, but he can go anywhere in the world. System notification, 30,000 points are out of the account, 20,000 points left. At that moment he saw his clown. Then, Chen Chanan felt very nauseous. This was unusual. It was better to watch in first person. At this moment, Chen Chanan stayed on the bed and his clone went. He was looking down at that moment. What a power. He could even sense a unique aura of practice. He would only need one strike to destroy 3 mountains at once. This clone Terminator only has cultivation. No techniques, no nocturnal, must be taken care of. How can he learn techniques in this divine cultivation world? Moreover, he is quite curious if the main body will be affected by the function obtained by the clone. If the system will work in the clone, if there are any exercises in the system library. He decided to learn a couple pairs so that when the clown dies, his main body gets all the points. He doesn't have a single technique for immortals. Immortality has something written all over it. He can use his memories from short stories read in past lives. Along with the third way, the essence of immortality. The clone was created by the system, so it can use the system. It will learn the finger of yen. Everyone in the 21st century knows about this technique. Chen Chanan immediately began practicing this technique. With just one finger, he literally broke through 2 walls. Everyone was surprised and didn't expect this. The system was incredible. How much he loved her. Now he would be able to use the essence of immortality to teach the girl a thing or two. Yes, they are not of this world, and only he knows that. And when the time comes, he can use that to lure people into the realm of invincibility. Chen Chanan looked for the girl, lest an epiphany come to him. Since her teacher, he should teach her a few techniques. What does she think about the 18 palm or bone claw techniques? She wants to learn them all. Don't be so greedy. Teach her sword technique first. Let her listen carefully. It's a sword art and is called 9 sword arc. First, the most basic elements. Effectu analysis. With speed, each training analyzes and notices the weaknesses of the opponent's martial arts. Second, flexibility, variability. It is a projection of the essence of immortality. So she would soon be able to comprehend the 9 swords as expected of his disciple. He too must continue to learn. He must not be compared to her. She'd like to be a student of senior. She had heard that there was a divine tree in the feminine world, and it was in the hands of an immortal king. A divine fruit should be ripening soon. She would like to trade one of those for 5 high-grade divine stones. What did he think? The lady seems to have misunderstood something. He doesn't have any divine tree, but he knows where it is. By the recesses. That's where what she needs is. By the way, he has something to say. This annoying saint borrowed her divine mirror to find the one who is part owner of the divine tree. The girl thanked him. The ancestors' time was coming to an end. One must get to the later world as soon as possible to find the divine fruit. Over the next few days, the system notification, the girl broke through to the 7th step of the golden core. As a reward, the host receives a sphere point. The girl is about to come through thunderous grief and the restoration of a budding soul. How glad he is that it's the mother-in-laws again. Wouldn't do anything to him anyway. Better to just. The first stage of the sphere of the nascent soul. The girl broke through on the first step of the nascent soul. As a reward, the host receives 10,000 sphere points. Was it really a bug? For killing an immortal he got 21,000 points. For breaking through a girl as much as 10,000. The reason being that the immortal's power was suppressed, causing the system to only be able to give 20,000 points. System notice, the master and the girl are in a teacher and student relationship. After improving the system to version 3, the master received a 100-fold bonus for breakthroughs. After improving the system to version 4, the master will receive a 10-fold bonus for small breakthroughs and a 100 or 50-fold bonus for large ones. Could the system have told you this before, but the host didn't ask? That's good to see though. Or else he was worried about getting more sphere points for the month. Now it seems that killing others for the purpose of earning points isn't such a good idea. You can see taking more apprentices so that when they break through it's just bought in sphere points. Maybe start with Baiyu. Why was the older man looking at her like that? Could he really read his mind? At this point, he was ready to turn to her. The weevil devoured them. The Shoal version of System 3 acts throughout the sphere as long as he cultivates within. And it doesn't matter if he or she is a disciple, an apprentice. And the host still gets sphere points in the event of a breakthrough, making in that small breakthroughs a 1-fold multiplication. For large ones a 10-fold multiplication. She broke through into the realm of the nascent soul. She managed much faster than he thought she would. As expected of his student, the woman said that she was very jealous of the girl, not even knowing if she could break through even with the divine flights that the master had given her. The challenge with the main character has begun. Something has started to happen. Of course, they didn't immediately start worrying about their master. The older one was asked if he was okay. What was that white lightning? Chen Chanan said that this was a message from the serpent about the longevity sect. He was going to go to Yunzhou personally. The woman asked if she could go with him. Chen Chanan said that he would get there with the help of a clone. She let him stay in the temple and take care of his body. Purgatory. The place was empty at the moment. After devouring every practitioner in the city, he was even almost full. The human masters are always so delicious. Now, if he killed Chen Chanan, the immortal slayer that stole the honorable's weapon and returned the sword to the upper world within 3 days, then he could truly become an immortal. It was an immortal ghost with green hair. He had been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years. I mean, he had to go there. At that moment, there was a huge explosion. He said, going after the main character. It turns out, the one who lived with him for a few days is the avatar of a master of the Lord's powers named Inscrutable. Wasn't that his? And whatever she does, he won't know. She's got an idea. Ghost Island. It wasn't particularly pretty. Quickly he could barely stop. He was about a couple kilometers from the mountain. Not only cultivation had increased, but all physical stats were now at their maximum. This was all good of course, except that he couldn't use the system function outside of the sphere. Now we need to find someone to give him directions. At this moment, the young mistress, Miss Wuju Ah Miao, appeared. Let the young mistress stop being cranky. Come back with them immediately. She's had enough fun and hiding and now it's time to grow up to fulfill the mission assigned to her. They're grateful not great, but it looks like they need to marry a decrepit bald man. Let them, because they're standing there talking nonsense. Chen Chanan didn't know that love could be cruel. Did all practitioners really have such tastes? Enough of this nonsense. Better let them try a fist. Pics of the sphere of the golden core. The 9th stage of the golden core. She less seems like if she loses, she'll have to go back and get married. Now that their paths have crossed, he'll save her. If that's the case, this is his moment. Chen Chanan immediately began to intervene. Chen Chanan told him to tell them to get behind the girl, and they advised him to stay out of their business. He thinks he's on the same level as them. They decided to show him their hospitality. Even though lower realm practitioners can't see true cultivation, why did they think they were equal? Is it all because of the immortal's aura or is it because lower realm practitioners can't break through? And this cat girl took good advantage of the situation. She decided to turn to him. He is so strong. We're able to notice them with just pressure alone. The elder let him save her. Let him be near them and serve. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what was going on. Did she really have such a temper? He wasn't in some harem after all. Gathering practitioners is none of his business. No need to bring trouble upon himself. Young mistress, let him look at the situation as a whole. The Lord is over. Chen Chanan told them to cut the bullshit and get out before he changed his mind. They said they would be back again. It was a good thing she had guessed to join this man, the master her father had sent. As long as nothing was done, as long as she was by his side, then she would be safe. She started saying that he had saved her. Now she would be his kitty until the day he died. For now he didn't need any cats. If he doesn't want the cat, then she'll be his wife. She's certainly all right. Since that's the case, let her eat something else. He thinks. The big guardian. She asked the elder to take her with him, though the old man had brought her to the temple of the immortals. Through the void knows little. Stats to the mountains of how and what is here. Moreover, he hasn't learned any void-bursting skill yet. He wants to get from Ghost Island to Wuju. Then he needs to find a flying ship can behind him. But first she must satisfy him. They'll talk about it as they go. If they delay, they'll have to spend the whole night in the mountains. She wanted to escape from the wolf's den, but fell into the clutches of a tiger. That's the point someone brought up. It's a poor monk who's finally found his mistress. She can't escape him. Ghost Island is located in the center of town. Low-level spirit beasts for only 5 low-level spirit stones. New martial arts from a master are discounted for only 2 medium-level spirit stones. It's so crowded. It's been a long time since I've been in places like this. It would take 10 mil sphere points to cover the entire area. Master with a sword, even though it does not pass, but you can buy from them in installments. Payment by face. Speaking of which, this is no longer a new thing on this continent. I didn't realize what this world was all about. At this moment, right in front of them, someone was coughing up blood. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what he was doing. It had completely slipped his mind. He could limit his cultivation a bit. A practitioner with higher cultivation unconsciously influences the surrounding energy, which negatively affects weaker practitioners. The pressure emanating from him can be felt. Chen Chanan lowered his immortal cultivation to the Golden Core realm. He was used to the fact that in the Immortal Temple, he only had to fight with practitioners of the Golden Core Sphere or Nascent Soul. He had forgotten that most people in the outside world had barely reached the energy refining or foundation stage. He started running away, apologizing and wishing me well. Local practitioners are pretty hardy. Now they would go, and she could drive him. Chen Chanan suggested taking a walk. She had no problem since she has lived here for over 100 years. She knows everything here like the back of her hand. The man navigated well, but chased after her, calling her young mistress. Something tells him there's a substance behind her. Maybe she'll use her visas and put him on a flying ship. By the way, why is she being pursued for her treasure? All because her beloved papa decided to give her in marriage to a Fujian monk. Lame. When the day of the ceremony was almost here, she ran away. She had to hide in the vicinity of Ghost Mountain to avoid marriage. How is she now? It must be the sight of such a defenseless girl. She's already overflowing with love. Let him take care of her delicate flower. It's just trouble. Maybe he should just leave her here. The man in charge asked if she wasn't afraid of Johnny catching her. From years of experience reading novellas, it's not easy. She runs away and he catches up. Usually in these plots, the groom dies soon after. He can't come after her. He is a Buddhist and he is not allowed to leave his desires. They haven't seen each other several times, but she rejected him. She offered not to talk about him. She's all his now. He doesn't want his wife to die. But how naive that cat is. Chen Chanan thought at this moment that his patience would not last forever. Someone showed up. It was Jian Qian, the peak of the nascent soul. He said, "Madam, it's been a long time since we've seen each other." The girl couldn't understand how he had gotten here. Aren't these people the 18 arhats from the Fujian temple? Dad once told me that if they leave information for defense, their strikes are comparable with the strikes of masters from the divine realm. Although the elder is strong, he is short-sighted. If he asks for help, he definitely won't forget about this elder. She must help him escape. Soon they will be married. Her fiancé is obliged to bring her back. By the way, her father is already waiting. Doesn't she want to see him soon? Is it really just a matter of force? She'll go with him, but don't let him touch her father or her friends. As long as the forests stand, the fire will keep her warm. If she escaped the first time, she'll escape the second. Discovered the reincarnation of Shakyamuni Buddha's son. Soon, the monk will warm up all the immortal king and return to the world of immortals. Paul apologizes and says she's his now. He refuses to give her to him. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. Somebody get a stretcher for him. Looks like there's gonna be another body in here soon. He called it a golden kernel. Let him keep his mouth shut when the grown-ups are talking. Now get out of here. What's he doing? They're all drinks of the nascent soul. When they fight together, they can deliver an attack comparable to a deity strike. So why is he provoking them? Chen Chanan asked what was the big deal in his eyes. They are increasingly moo. The days of practicing in the golden core sphere are so bold. It's as bold as it was in its youth. The best joke this year is no bigger than an ant. As arrogant as Rockhen is, so eager to die. He grants his wish. Then 18 arhats took action. The monk said they killed him now. They all started attacking him. Chen Chanan remained calm at this moment. The host kills a nascent soul peak practitioner and gains 1200 sphere points. No one expected the guy to be this strong. Chen Chanan asked with utmost disdain if that was it. Everyone was boldly as old as the green one. Is he really in the realm of becoming divine or even above the wolf in evening skin? So he was just hiding his powers. Let him calm down. no matter how strong he is, there is a limit to everything. He has an artifact that can kill even an immortal. At this point, he started attacking the guy. It is a bowl from the upper world. On aura alone it can suppress any demon and even send a practitioner below the level of knowledge of emptiness straight to the Buddha. He can't take it either. Chen Chanan just grabbed it in his hands and said that it was a great item. Then the true incarnation began. The man said he would kill him with his own hands. Then he used the palm of the Buddha's hand. He said he would show him what the real teachings of the Buddha were. Then the dragon appeared. A mighty dragon summoned by the world. Let it attack the monk. What a burning power. Did the real dragon not enter their world? Let them go check it out and prevent it from destroying the ghost town. At that moment, the dragon began to attack the man. He was so close to immortality. The host kills the nascent soul peak practice and gains 1200 sphere points. He has to find it. It was too much. The host has safely completed the task, killing 3 spawns, for which he receives a chest of salted fish and 20,000 sphere points. Wow, just let him see what was so special about that chest. Pretty good reward. It's much faster than just sitting around waiting for some bridge to arrive at his door. On this journey he managed to discover a new way of earning points. Less was expected. What a pity the doppelganger can't open the chest. Okay, will he find this minute? They'll see what interesting things are in the chests this time. Chen Chanan said that her problem now. Could she please help him? He's heading to Yunzhou, and to do that he needs to get aboard that ship. Judging from the news from the serpent, this time it wasn't only related to the longevity sect. 3 powerful sects were after the old man. He doesn't know what he's done there, of course, but he's in a very unenviable position. We need to help as soon as possible. The girl, of course, went with him at this point. It's too much. It can't go on. The girl at that moment heard the master's voice. The older one was so great. Next time it's her turn. Why is this constant? It's been hours. No one wants to rob her at all, and they can't do it together. They need to clean up before the master returns. At this point, inexplicable things were happening. What a terrifying atmosphere it is. She says something awful. At this moment, some huge swords arrived. It wasn't good. The upper realms interfere again. This time their target is senior. Didn't offer to help the elder. He saved their lives. They can't leave him in this situation. They do, and their clan of 9 swords must repay his kindness. The follower of the 9 swords clan let him listen to his orders and go to the aid of the elder. What was it? Truly terrifying. Another immortal from the upper realm. No name, no end, no edge. Really think the lower realm has nothing to oppose them. What should they do now? Let him not panic. This time the immortal himself is afraid of the pack. Hear now that the ancient clan of divine foxes is under the subordination of the elder. It is their duty to help him. The cultivator that was sent this time is far more powerful than the previous 12. And she is afraid, even superior to the elder. Even the ancient mountains are jerking. Everyone whose cultivation knowledge surpasses Yuanying. Let them follow her. And it was here that all 12 previously sent immortals fell. The ghost began to tell Chen Chanan to come out to him. The girl asked who he was. Tangled ants let them die. At that moment, he waved his finger, and in the moment attacked them. At this moment, they decided to use the divine sword. He's not welcome here. Let him get out. The lowly demon isn't worthy to even speak their master's name. With the immortal blade, this battle would not be as easy as he expects. But if he simply made sure that the blade didn't fall into Chen Chuanan's hands, his victory would be unconditional. At this point the girl started to rise and noticed that her body was not obeying. The ghost said the blade was now his. Master gave her this sword, and he can't just take it away. At that moment, his hair fell down. He came in furious and told her to die. At that moment, someone attacked him from behind, but he basically managed to dodge. The fox is also adept at surprise attacks. He will show them how to do it. He then began to attack the girl. The girl clearly didn't expect such a fast attack and couldn't handle it. He'll just eat them now, and leave Chen Chanan for dessert. Then someone attacked him. Backup's here. The woman told them to take care of the wounded. The father asked his daughter where is the senior master who made the doppelganger share. So his body is still asleep. The green-balled demon's reputation comes before his own, and everything he goes through turns to ash. It was the devil from hell. Let her find a way to wake the master. Otherwise they will only delay him. The cultivators of the 9 Blades clan let them follow him. the pitiful ants, venerable immortal Lan Ming. He sees their transgressions incredibly hard and horrible. But it is all for him. And these sacrifices will not be in vain. He then started scattering everyone and attacking at this point. Previously, the strength of Book Realm cultivators was constantly restricted by the law. Even if they were one step away from reaching immortality, it was useless here. In addition to celestial immortals who can bypass all restrictions, only immortal assassins can enjoy similar privileges of the lower realms. There's no doubt that he's an immortal assassin, which means he's not on the same level as the elders. At that moment he approached the girl. It looks like Chen Chanan is still unwilling to show his face. Then he'll eat them first and then deal with him. It's a little too smooth. Something's obviously wrong. Under normal circumstances, this insect would never dare to oppose him. Could it be that there was some high-ranked demon involved here, or was this just a cheap ploy by Chen Chanan? He wants to use this opportunity to approach him discreetly, or as things will go according to his plan. This whole mess proves once again that Chen Chanan is afraid to face him. There is no point in hiding. Let her tell Chen Chanan to come out of his little hiding place, and he starts eating them in front of the others. Of course, they started asking him not to do it. The Divine Fox clan has already submitted to the elders, and they can't pass it on. It's unreasonable. Demon Lord. She is at the elevated deity stage and has reached such a high level of cultivation that pure spiritual energy flows in her body. He can eat her. There is no need to touch this little vixen who is at the cultivation or golden core stage. It really interested him. He sees through them and understands their designs. The girl began to feel very bad about herself. The system detected a threat to the life of the host's followers and a threat to the host's own life. She'd rather die than let a tourist harm an elder's life. She realized she had to do something. At that moment, she noticed something. Just at that moment, the elder appeared. The last thing she had time to say was for the elder to be careful with this demon. Chen Chanan said not to be afraid and she should have a good rest. They all did a great job. Now he's going to take care of this baby. At this moment, Chen Chanan began to attack him. He said it was time to stretch his bones. He then began beating the monster. After a while, the monster stood up and was ready to attack the guy back. He said he'd eat him to death. Just at that moment, the hero began to attack him. An intense fight ensued between the two. An immortal assassin in the lower realm is equal to an immortal king in the higher realm and should be invincible here. But he can't even touch it. He needed to calm down, find his weak spot and deal with it in one fell swoop. 1,000 years of diligent practice of the red bone had paid off. His body could withstand all of his attacks. Now he needed to kill him. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan was preparing for another attack. Chen Chanan asked her if he was going to run away. This demon seems to be nothing more than a toy for the elder. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan began to gather a concentration of strength. He asked if he liked to eat. Didn't he? At that moment, pills started flying into his mouth. He had been wondering how to get more sphere points, and here it was that he had so successfully hit his hand. There was nothing the monster could do at this point. Yes indeed, if it wasn't for that alert function in the system, who knows what he would have done here. Even though all the processors were forcibly suspended now, but they could still use cultivation pills. He decided to see if the system would allow uncontrolled use of the pills and succeed in doing as he planned. This girl turned out that he was so kind. Trash couldn't tell if he was going to force him to make a breakthrough. Once he did, he would instantly kill him. After all, at this point, a thunderstorm began to appear. That bastard again. Bad business. Very bad business. That's it. I can't figure out what he's going to do. Is he going to force the demon to make a breakthrough or what? How many men have lived for years, never seen such a thing, never thought it was possible to use pills like that? He can't even control it. What kind of monster he is anyway? She had never seen such powerful flashes. So why couldn't he make the breakthrough? He had to do it. If he couldn't make the breakthrough, he would die. Chen Chanan said that it seems that this was everything. Just at that moment, a bolt of lightning headed towards him, but, to his surprise, it hit behind him. Chen Chanan asked why everyone was working after hours. Next time he decided he would do it all himself. Just at that moment, lightning struck the monster. The system alert came that the host had killed a stage 9 immortal. 300,000 sphere points received. He killed an immortal assassin with such ease. Senior is incredible. It's the best she's ever seen. Chen Chanan thanked everyone for their help. May they take these spiritual pills to restore their strength and heal their wounds. All the wounds disappeared literally in an instant. She even feels a surge of strength. Chen Chanan said that fortunately this time everything went smoothly. Being constantly attacked doesn't make an immortal what drives them. On the whole he's already solved the territory pretty well, but you can't stop there. Therefore, even more sphere points are needed. If one considers Faxian Mountain as the land of immortals, practitioners and demons from all over the world will come here to improve cultivation and thus obtain an endless source of sphere points. The mountain is the starting point of the invincible realm. Only demons and people with high moral principles can come here, who can so achieve a harmonious existence and mutually beneficial cooperation. But they are unlikely to decide to come here just for fun, so the Nine Swords clan and the Divine Fox clan should encourage them. The clan of the Nine Swords has no doubts, but about the foxes, Ninsu is driven by fear, so can't be completely sure of her sincerity, but her relationship with him to Shirwan is quite specific. With the support of a woman to wind up the location of demons, the practice will be uncomplicated, but check her loyalty can use the situation in the higher realm. Luckily they didn't disappoint him. He had almost caused an irreparable thing to happen today. Next time he would have to think things through more carefully. He needed to open the chest he had received. Now that special effects, are there really new patterns in the system? 50,000 sphere units were received. The system congratulated the host. What a video. Sky System only hoped in vain. However, it turns out that sphere pieces can be obtained from chests, and using those 373,400 sphere points to expand the territory. Congratulated the host on receiving the title of Lord of the Mountain. Mythical Secret Key received. Mythical Secret Key will be automatically destroyed after use. What a common thing. The available version of System 4. Whether he wishes to upgrade. Chen Chanan said that he wishes to update. The system has been updated to version 4. The top scoring features have been obtained. The remaining number of sphere points is 50. The new top score feature has been successfully unlocked. The host is obliged to try. The protagonist realized what he was doing as always. He'll sort it out later. There's something more important. After what happened, Chen Chanan held a conversation with the Nine Swords and Divine Fox clans regarding the mountain. They will not regret it. The mountain was transformed by him into a divine valley. It will help them all become immortal. They have no doubt about it. However, the sphere points obtained weren't enough. So the rules were that Ningsu and Ling Qinshan would ask in a friendly manner for them to bring more cultivators to the mountain. Just as she would want the elder to bring her to the peak of the sphere. Demon practitioners flooded onto the set, each able to improve. Not a single breakthrough they proclaimed. With that taken care of, it's time to see what's prone. The older one was told he was still here. It went unnoticed last time and they can continue. Doppelganger. Is he awake or what? Well, it's time to bring him in. But she's so reluctant to let him go. What's going on here? There are girls in front of him. He personally, for a second, for that his eyes are already in another place. He'd better worry about himself. He's going to be a good husband soon. He couldn't tell if he had been sold into slavery. He was actually traveling to some place at this point. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what was going on. Welcome to the 3600 Immortal Tournament held under the patronage of the Dai Zone clan. The competition has already begun. The girls in the arena are already fighting for their happiness and life. Of them will win and take the handsome man with them. They will soon find out. They were all confident that this time the victory would be theirs. She's already surrounded by male attention, so let her give this victory to them. After all, her 18 years have been lonely. It's in their best interest to stay here, and if they fall, they're responsible for it. At this point, some guy said that again. Chen Chanan immediately freed himself from the ropes at this moment. Chen Chanan asked what he can do. He apparently doesn't understand anything. He's Zen Hu. His brotherly Chom Moore kidnapped now here in the arena. The Dai Zone clan is world famous, and it's not every year that they kidnap capable young men, putting them up against quality competition in this plan alone. Women or what? There are a lot of pretty girls in it. Well, as they say, it's not without a horny family if some not particularly pretty girl wins. At that moment, he paid attention. At that moment he saw a girl he knew. She was telling her to get her elders back. Yeah, she clobbered them to death. Chen Chanan couldn't understand why she was here. What was going on here? He thought that if Miao was here, he could look at all of this. Getting bored, he decided to go meet a girl. How beautiful, just unbelievable. This was Jiang Xianchu, the fifth step of the nascent soul. The girl said that was it. Chen Chanan realized that he was enjoying it after all. The battle has reached its climax. Victory is about to be certain. The master has prepared the best specimens for them. A little more won't be able to take any of them away. The girl realized it was going to be over. Their fates will be in the hands of this lovely woman. The winner will be able to choose any instructor. The women will also perform with them in the marriage. Pick one of the three. He's the prettiest one here. It's obvious who he's going to pick. Yes, the two are just boys compared to him. A woman like that will definitely choose him. He only needs to deal with two. The system realized as she underestimated the host. Here's the moment. The girl beat everyone in her path. Everyone, of course, chased her down and supported her. Also present at that moment was another girl. They all said she was stopped. They didn't want to marry her. At that moment they noticed some other man. They are so young. They don't understand anything at all yet. They don't know what a true treasure is. If a woman takes one look at them, it will be an incredible blessing. And their wife, so strong and brave, will never compare to these cultivator girls. Enough of this nonsense. Everyone loves beautiful young girls. What does he even know? This maiden is participating for the first time. How can she even be an opponent to their wife? Let her just look at him. Skin and bones. She used 36 tigers at this point. Attacking the girl at this point. The girl was using divine flow at this moment. Then there was an explosion on the battlefield. Everyone was very much surprised by this battle. This time, it was Jiang Xianchu who won. The clan head will give their leader the opportunity to go to all sorts of Chinese tournament. Now let him choose his prize. The girl said she was taking it. Surprisingly it wasn't Chen Chanan. It was completely different. He said all women are attracted to his pretty face. She apologizes, but she doesn't mean him. She wants that man right there. And right at that moment it was Chen Chanan. The girl was surprised that it was the older one. She was congratulated for choosing her companion. Not going to the marriage halls. Chen Chanan asked them to wait, wondering if they thought everything was happening too fast. Chen Chanan was clearly displeased at this moment. He couldn't understand how things could have turned out this way. In court at all was still a virgin, and the clone so skillfully dealt with it. What is that even? His clone was kidnapped by people from the Zui sect. The purpose of this is more than clear. The girl chose him as a prize. Then they were sent here. Sure enough, the clock struck 12 and the carriage turned into a pumpkin. He'd better just run in. The system detected the change. The person in charge could figure out what that meant. Their family comes to fall in order to revive the increase of their family. The girl took part in the competition organized by the clan and won first place. Along with this she got the right to participate in the investigation competition. But she understands very well that only by becoming the winner of the whole Chinese leader tournament, she will be able to help her family. Her escorts had the misfortune of encountering demons on the way to the city. They barely managed to break away and finally reached the tournament site. It turned out that the girl met her free brother at the tournament, and for the good of her family decided to establish friendly relations, but was subsequently fooled by him, advised her to take a pill, which disrupted the flow of spiritual forces in the process of battle, which amounted to a violation of the rules of the tournament. So the girl's reputation was ruined and many people turned their backs on her. She was on the cusp of losing everything she had left. She was given to the head of Yunzhou as an insignificant slave. In the end, the girl could not bear such treatment and committed suicide, after which her body was left in the mountains. Chen Chanan realized what it is. There was no such thing before. Is this a new update 4 function or what? And this image, is this really Jiang Xuanchu's future? It's very much like the notification system he's gotten before. Gaining new abilities. Will he really always have that available to him now? What kind of world is this? The ability of the highest score generated random mission. Then stupid system. It is generally unreasonable. If he fails the mission, and she rushes, and his sphere points he already has only 10,000, and take away, he'll be able to accomplish these missions. You just have to think better about the way he takes everything. Don't miss the chance to earn sphere points. Now we have this girl waiting for us and a proper talk. It's already morning. She still hasn't come. She's apparently his cardinal. It had to be as soon as possible. Otherwise how could he help? Much less become her support. Just like that, Chen Chanan is out. The girls asked if he had any problems. The girl is just poor. She got a man who can't satisfy her. Chen Chanan told them to stop. Who says he has a problem? He's fine. He's the best. If they want to, let them check for themselves. The girl told them that he was only at the golden core stage. The grass is taller than the tree itself. And now the sister mentor went to the city. He was just abandoned. No wonder Sis wants to go to the city for the all-Chinese leaders tournament as soon as possible. She seems to be regretting her choice already. Chen Chanan ran up somewhere. The damn woman was almost left with her pants off. They asked to check on him or if he had everything working there. This girl not only left him alone but also ruined his reputation. But this area is under their clan's control, so here he is as good as dead. That's when the hero stopped and paid attention to something. It really is better to see once than to hear 100 times. This ship is a real treasure. It's about to take off. At that moment, someone asked him why he was here. It was actually the same girl. He heard she was heading to Yunzhou. There was a long road ahead. Someone should take care of her. That's what she would do. Chen Chanan asked if he could go with her if he could complete the first and third months. It would be just fine. The question was whether the girl would allow him to accompany her. This trip has a lot of significance. Very busy with preparations. Let the women take their companions with them, so that they will not be so lonely on the road. If the sisters gather cultivation partners with her, if she went alone, it would be too strange. She did go through them after all, though she agreed. Let him keep up. He better not get too far away from her. He should call her mistress. At this point, the ship set sail. Who would have thought that someone who was constantly focused only on cultivation would be interested in some man and would show herself like this in the tournament? It was the head of the Tianxiang clan, Su Ningxiang. A stormy night, wasn't it? She turned to the honorable head and said that she had never violated the principles of the Taoists. In her opinion, she was not yet ready to know the taste of the joy of life. She thought her husband shared her opinion, still standing her ground. Okay, someday she'll understand the benefits of guys and cultivation. At that moment, she stood up. This time, they were honored to go to the city and participate in the All-China Leader Tournament, which is held every 3 years. Their clan is the most powerful clan in Guizhou. They have been waiting for this opportunity for 100 years. It is an honor for their clan, for the whole as a whole. The 3 most powerful flying families are responsible for organizing this event: the Tang family, the Shi family, and the Zhong family. According to tradition, high-class masters from prominent clans in China are invited to the tournament. So it won't be easy, but it's not a bad experience. She's not going to help them with any problems that may arise along the way, as long as it's not life-threatening. Of course, they have to deal with all the issues on their own. If anything gets in their way, let them get rid of it. This is clear to all people. Chen Chanan thanked and said that everything was clear. Fine, she'll leave them at that. Don't let them kill each other. The ship continued on its way. The girl turned to the sisters and said that the cultivation was invited to massage the nascent soul below. She also brought this golden core sphere boy with her. One should keep a good eye on him, lest he do something stupid and disgrace their sect. Indeed, the city is just crawling with nascent soul realm masters. After all, there are also immortals from powerful Shi families and an immortal assassin. Sis brought him along. I don't even know if it's important or just not. The girl said that she would take care of it. They shouldn't worry about it. Chen Chanan would say, "Madam, they can't behave like this." So the immortal killer is not extinct. They still exist. He had already heard about the situation of the Golden Core Sphere Masters in the city. After they get off the ship, don't let him leave her side. Let her not cause trouble or she won't be able to protect him. Chen Chanan said that he would follow Madam unquestioningly. 3 days later, on the borders of Yunzhou, it became only 10 days before the opening ceremony of the tournament. This time, there are many more people willing to participate. It is almost impossible to deal with everyone. What does the host want to accomplish? The host is unprecedentedly forward-thinking. They need to deal with these kids, thus delaying the time until the opening ceremony. It's just a little prank, that's all. Basically, the host will take care of himself. Let them look at the Tianxiang clan's flying ship. If they finish here, they'll have something more interesting waiting for them. Let them strip them down to nothing. At this point, the girl was practicing. Chen Chanan realized that the girl deserved to be called a master. All those 3 days on the ship, she had literally lived in the gym. Since he knows the history, he can understand her desire to become stronger. Let him see the basic information about Jiang Xianzhu. The 7th level is much higher than Hong Yi's. If he wants to successfully complete the first mission, he needs to level up. But better option. This way he will have enough strength to be the center of attention at the tournament. Fortunately, she had talismans that could activate the path of immortality forever and all living things. He decided to see how the entire living formation of the talisman would manifest itself. The girl flew backwards at that moment. Chen Chanan decided to turn to her. He asked if she was okay and suggested she try something interesting. The girl couldn't understand what he meant. She was even starting to pull away. She's not going to do it with him. Chen Chanan said that that's not what he meant. Well, more precisely, it is, but not what one might think. He said he'd show her something interesting that could raise her level considerably. The girl was already at this point. She immediately attacked him at that moment. Mistake came out. Luckily not a bad reaction or he would have been handicapped for life. Chen Chanan told Madame to be calm, and he only wanted to show her these 2 talismans. These 2 talismans were simply a real treasure, and one would easily be able to level up with them. And she had already thought the exact opposite and had never heard of anything like this. But she only knew of 3 types of talismans: attacking, defense, and auxiliary. A talisman that could raise his level. Only immortal talismans could do that. That's right, these immortal talismans were inherited by him, but they wouldn't help him raise his cultivation level. No one who has used them has complained yet. Talismans of this level can only be obtained from the upper realm or immortal clans. Even if he's 8, he's only at the gold core stage himself. How can he give her such a precious item so easily? Jumping to a new stage of cultivation with only 1 talisman. How was that even possible? The girl said she would continue. At this point, inexplicable things began to happen. She said she was his wife Anna. After all they had become one family, and in the city she could only protect him if she became stronger. Stop wasting life energy. The primordial life energy touched her and her whole body immediately cleared. Her spiritual channels cleared. She feels much better. What's more, it was actively working on all points, restoring energy flows, and the rate of energy absorption continued to increase. It was incredible. Now the girl has become much stronger. She doesn't need the help of Bear and the others. She can absorb life energy by herself. But is the entire living formation of the talisman weaker? Chen Chanan understood her supreme ability. The girl continued to cultivate at this moment. You could tell by the look on her face that she was very tired. He asked if she had a test stone. Let her take it and see how much stronger she became. At that moment, the stone turned red in color. She was surprised he had an 8th rank. Did it really work out? And Chen Chanan said, this is only the 8th rank. Even Bear has the status of an immortal. Is the effect of this talisman 20% in all the power of all living things? If he had used this talisman himself, his abilities would have improved greatly and he would have stopped being bullied. Yet he gave it to her. The girl thanked him for his help. From now on she would do everything in her power to protect him, and apologized for the first night for which she had been laughed at. She'll explain everything to her sisters and mentor. But she can't be with him until she has feelings for him. She said he probably thought they were weird, but he replied that it was no big deal. He didn't mind her strangeness at all, and at this point pushed her inexplicably for what purpose. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what was going on there. What was that noise? The girl said she'd check it out. At this point, she went to check. They're all humbled by the invasion of their ship. Who they are? These monsters are in the realm of the nascent soul. So many women. Just beautiful. He likes to play with them. Nice ones. So that if they don't resist, they will consider not dismembering their corpses. It would be an incredible tragedy if such beauty is spoiled. He wants that woman in black. Let him have the rest. Mommy's gonna play with them now. Let them get some heat. Everyone at this point decided to attack. They were content. Brave. They really think they can overpower them or what? These beings are evil cultivators. Reborn. Come to attack the clan. Some strange, negative and suppressive energy emanates from them. They're just nascent souls. The girls should be able to handle them, especially with them being the head of the clan. They'll be fine. It's not that simple. However, if he follows that murderous aura, he thinks he can find their lair. It will clear up there. At this moment, Chen Chanan descended from the ship. He realized it was here. He needed a big one. How much shit was in him? Let's get organized. No one would give in if it weren't for a couple of beautiful women. He's just a patrolman. He'll come home and go straight to bed. One nascent soul cultivator killed. 1200 sphere points gained. At this point they had some kind of artifact in their possession. He came back and asked how things were going here. The master had already received the donations. They will not. Of course, the master reincarnated Azura from the higher realm. All the support will not be able to win the tournaments and conquer all the lower realms. Chen Chanan said that they were only in the nascent soul realm. How would they be able to defeat the more powerful masters? That was why the master had given them the artifact. As long as it continued to provide them with energy, those killed would be reborn again and again. they can beat absolutely anyone, and also these clan women are quite fit for entertainment, and then they can be sat down. He was very lucky. In time, belly to him straight kicked. Why does he smell like blush? And for that, he should be thankful for who he was. He was ready to introduce himself. He said he was the one who would be their executioner. Kill a nascent soul stage cultivator. 1200 sphere points obtained. Not only did he get sphere points, but he also found out the plans of those demons. He didn't come here for nothing. The host has safely upset the hostile cultivator's plans. The plot has been rewritten, and the intermediate reward is 5,000 sphere points. At this moment, the girl continued to fight the enemies on the ship. Talismans aren't as powerful as the legends describe. They don't use even a quarter of their power. It was indeed true. Even in the tournament it was more difficult. She felt they had some trump card up their sleeve. But now something serious had happened that affected them. They didn't ask if she was okay. Not worried. Just a small scratch. But they would help her once they got back to rest. Not necessarily cure her. At this point, everyone was rejoicing with their husbands. The girl returned to the training hall, unable to figure out where Chen Chanan had gone. At that moment he turned to her. He asked if she was hurt, and she said it was just a scratch. Scratch early too. Have her come here. She'll fix it now. He told her to take it off, because the clothes were in the way. She couldn't figure out if it was necessary, since it was her first time, if he wanted to do it with her or what. She told him to be gentle with her. What Chen Chanan meant was to just take off his outer clothing. It would be easier to treat the wound that way. No need to undress completely. At that moment, the door closed. What's she so mad about? Women don't need a special reason. A week later, finally they arrived at their destination. In Yunzhou's city of prosperity and well-being, everyone was welcomed. The ruler had prepared delicious viands and noble wine for them all to celebrate their presence in his domain. The tournament, which is organized once every 300 years, is held by the master of 9 regions in China to ensure fair conditions and impartial judging for each participant. They have great news. The elder from Feixian Mountain was not invited this time. Father is a cat. The girl is really interesting. Ruler Wuzhou, Nangong Tianwen, the ruler of Guizhou, Ming He. All the rulers had already arrived in the city. Now they were only waiting for the elder from Mount Feixian. By the way, has anyone even seen him or what? I haven't seen him, but I heard that he is incredibly handsome, has the manners of an immortal, the appearance of a god. The elder radiates the energy of a person with great talent and ability. Let them meet the peerless elder Chen Chanan from the Feixian Immortal Mountain. The seniors are really here. Just a treat for the seniors. So beautiful, and the name is just perfect. It was true that he could kill an immortal with one hand with those cannibal demons. They didn't deal with it. He said that everyone lived in the lower realm. How could they allow an above realm to exist? Invade their territories. Those demons will be punished justly for the sins they committed. He investigated the dismissed heavens. This part for cultivators has such a powerful patron in the outer realm. He said that it was not worth the praise. What was required of him? And he thought it would not be so easy. The elder was uncomfortable with words. From what he sees, there is no decision to kill and take away the invitation here. In a few arrived was the right decision. Only in this way can begin to realize his plans. Under the influence of magic, wound sympathy will be replaced by deep affection, respect, blessing. Everyone will honor him as a god with this ability, able to jerk people around and hide the true nature of things. He will never hide again. He will use the fame of the real Chen Chanan, finally be able to get rich. Those who will be cheated or hurt in the process, what does it even matter? It was all done by Chen Chanan from the mountain. An impostor using the host's identity is detected. The host's reputation may be affected, which will affect the third random mission, including damage in the system. 250 sphere points lost. Chen Chanan can realize what it is. With his hands, he prepared gifts for everyone. The same Chen Chanan who killed 12 immortals with one blow. The rumors are indeed true, is so powerful that one would want to surrender to him herself. This elder is also famous as defeated 12 immortal generals. Every battle he fights is peerless. His reputation goes ahead. He even has 3-year-old children know of his merits. All the incredible accomplishments on the continent. Absolutely. Making in hand. Who can love such a man? Himself incredibly lucky. In her opinion, Chen Chanan is much more masculine. This was the moment when Chen Chanan chased Chen Doshu around and said that he wasn't a rascal. Instead of doing business, he ran around flirting with girls. Everyone was very much surprised at this turn of events. The girl could not understand that this boy, the spheres of the golden core, dared to touch the elder. He has no regrets. Lunar Hero said he was embarrassed. He apologizes. Mistook him for his friend. No big deal. It's good that he's okay. He apologizes. Such an uncomfortable situation. He'll be more careful next time. This creep is faking it. Food is so short for him. The guy said they'd go this way. He's not gonna let him get away with it this time. Once he finishes the tournament, he'll be finished immediately. Here he is, where the mystery is, filtered by the hotties behind his back. He had just punched a stranger because of him. If he hadn't been so magnanimous. They explained to him that it was Chen Chanan. He pretended not to recognize. Apologized. He respects them so much. Heard his exploits. Senior. Chen Chanan is incredibly generous. Compassionate. 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 A true hero. A role model. He is such a great person. It is embarrassing that he is asking for forgiveness. He said he'd be a little more careful next time. If the elder were not so honorable, they would have torn his legs off themselves. Let him bend the knee to the elder and thank him for his generosity. This is his generosity. The prestige of Chen Chanan words in his hands is still advantageous to be and the favorite of others. Let him pray that they never meet again or he won't leave alive. Even if the elders forgive and never forget it. The outrage is that these people are more important than their future. If his idol kneels before her, he doesn't understand this simple truth. If she wasn't fooled, her name is Chen Chanan. Does he have a connection to what's going on or is he just the namesake? Checking the host's reputation is important to complete a random mission and get 500 sphere points. He is ready to welcome everyone in every corner of China. He is Yun Changzong and marvels at the organizers of the event. This year's ruler is Yun Zhou and he declares the Chinese tournament open. He also takes part in the game with Jiang Xianchu, but the people are not aware of the originality of the plot. The noble ruler has a dark side, and the siblings have had the opportunity to redeem each other more than once. He wishes to raise a glass in their honor and hopes for momentous events. He was polite and honorable, but he knows that border incidents created a lot of problems. It was the ruler of Fengzhou who spoke of a great event passed down from his ancestors. He hopes that the ruler will dispose of his opportunities properly. Let them not complain if their representative comes to battle the day after tomorrow. They hadn't seen each other for years, and Qi Kun and Feng Qing hadn't changed one bit. The Guizhou ruler heard that this time, they even took a Miao with them. Tomorrow, there will be a battle of 5,000 great fans. Why wouldn't a girl try her hand even though she's small with a low cultivation realm? He noticed that there were some young talents gathered at the tournament. He wondered how it would turn out, what the children of the Tianxiang clan would think. She is quite capable and energetic, but she is afraid that they won't be strong enough to win. This tournament is an opportunity for them to gain experience and see the world. At this point, someone appeared and asked if it wasn't obvious. The man said that of course it would be Li Zhou. They took first place in the last tournament, and nothing will change. This is pure provocation. Let him prove his words with deeds. At that moment, someone called out to the elder. The deceiver strolled down the street and was not worried about anything. Everyone was asking if he was really the elder of the Immortal Mountain. Changzong of the Immortal Mountain was still surprised that the elder had decided to show up with his presence. He is truly majestic and noble as they said about him. This man was able to handle 12 immortal generals with his bare hands. He needed to consider the elder as an ordinary guest. Everyone was asking why this curious fellow was trying to disperse his cultivation realm. People from all over the continent know about Senior. He has a destructive image and should be respected. He had also heard about the Golden Core, but he did not want to offend the elder. He let the poor man go generously, for the elder deserves respect. That boy was unlucky, for someone else could have been in the older man's shoes. That's right, the elder is an outstanding creature, a deity on earth. These words sound like an insult. They're thinking the same thing. Can they recognize his name? He replied that he was Qin Shaodao, the sphere of the Golden Core. The girl asked if that was his name. Someone said they had never seen such a brazen man. So, he's scamming people. The system detected that the event host status had been upgraded to celebrity, which affected the third random mission. That's fine, because the system isn't talking about him. It's talking about who's pretending to be him. Not killing him on the spot was the right thing to do. His popularity can be used to accomplish goals. He likes the personality and doesn't need any help. They'll see how far he can go. The elder was thanked for the honor of being here. He says he couldn't help but come to such a grand event. Without the elder's help, the town would be in ruins, and he is thanked for his support. The cultivators of the city were grateful to the elder, but the immortal power would surely not leave him alone. His power wasn't worth mentioning, for that immortal wasn't too strong. A fabulous treasure, a copper smoker, was found in Chizhou, and for 1,000 years nothing of value came out. If the elder can help, his gratitude will be unbounded. The immortal's treasure was the best acquisition of his life. If he could refine the treasure, he would be unrivaled among the 9 rulers. He needs to calm down. After all, he is the great Chen Chanan. He must not let his identity be revealed. The cure of the immortal phoenix is tantamount to a magical gift. To have it in one's hands is tantamount to life. Immortal phoenix medicine only grows in phoenix habitats, and they cannot be found frequently on the continent. He asked what the older man would say. At this point, he picked it up. To see the treasures of immortals was an incredible fortune, and today they had the honor of seeing 2 of them. This is the religion of Buddha of Sumeru. In the past few years, he hadn't seen more than 5 immortal treasures. One was inherited from his ancestors. He has many immortal treasures, but the immortal phoenix medicine is incredibly valuable to their clan. He can help, but it will take a long time. If he's willing to trust, have him give it to him in a month. Come to the mountain and pick it up when it's ready. Of course, he completely trusts the elder. He asked, let him take the medicine from the immortal phoenix. If anyone here also needs help, he asks, let them feel free to give him their treasures. Everyone was quite surprised. Of course, anyone asking for help, he did not refuse. Just great, managed to obtain so many treasures without any effort. If it wasn't for his abilities, he would never have been able to fool so many people. He said he would be expecting them in a month on the mountain. The day after tomorrow the first battle will take place, and the tournament is asking for him. Let him honor them with his presence. Many outstanding masters from all over the continent are sure to arrive in the city. He would love to introduce them to him. So more of these profiles need to stay. Since the ruler insists, he cannot refuse. At this moment, the real Chen Chanan sat there and realized that this was really interesting. It's at night, but the hero cleaned up to the roof. At this point he noticed how the guy didn't talk about what he thought. These rulers are really powerful people, but they're just a bunch of idiots leading more simpletons around and will get out of here for good. He was literally kissing this moment with his treasures. But before he has to teach that one a lesson on ejection. Just at this point asked, or is he serious? How he's going to do it? I wonder if he'll kill him in a fit of rage. Chen Chanan intends to take the treasure or what? Chen Chanan was in a state of excitement, and his expression changed. Before he has to teach the scum a lesson, asked if he was going to do it. To begin with, he will put him in a sack and make him know to be with those who respect, without a lord, and then he will sell this boy to the Hehuan clan, where they will suck all the juices out of him. Just at the time of the thunderstorms, he did exactly what the guy said he would do. The cheap fake's been getting under his feet. He'll see if he can give him a good thrashing. Is it the real Chen Chanan or some thief? He didn't misjudge again. You have to beg for mercy. It's not like he's going to score and water. There'll be a chance to deal with the bastard. But now it's time to get to the treasure. He's the one who let his breath out. Chen Chanan said it was excellent. He decided to deal with the treasure first. He fooled people, and he did a pretty good job. The girl had heard that a great man lived in the neighborhood. Just at that moment she noticed the guy tied up and his head completely. And it was a great, yeah, it's just some crook. And they're also pussyfooting around as an elder. In a moment he broke free of the whips. Why make so much noise? This is his secret cultivation method. Everyone has their own technique, and she should keep her mouth shut. Secret naked cultivation method. Does it really work? His magical artifacts, his treasures, his moles, he'll tear it to coup. Everything is gone. Can't get away from here now. We'll have to stay longer. Use the reputation of an elder of the immortal mountain. He will definitely be able to fool more people into it. He swears he'll find his damn thief. I guess Bear and the others remember him. Once the tournament is over, he'll be sure to get back to the book. It was different now. He noticed a girl alone with a man and a woman at this late hour. A secret date or what? The guy said that their family had not been friends for quite a long time. Why not for the sake of companionship and well-being? She would become his wife. This was the eldest son of the Feng Outyin family, Feng Zhou. If their families unite, his father can help. But the girl rejected him and told him to only dream. Their family had been repeatedly attacked by demonic cultivators. The family had always come to their aid. The elder had died for them. Now that the family was in better times, he not only allowed himself to be ungenerous, but also dared to mock. And his family was truly just a herd of ungrateful pigs. The son of an old friend of her father's and the source of the original story's problem. He is truly amazed that she still has the strength to stand up to him. He said her family will come to an end sooner or later anyway. She's just a worthless woman. Hand her the power of the head of the family. What nonsense. Does she really think she's worthy? To prevent this from happening, let the family take the opportunity. Their families get along pretty well after all. He is the one offering her salvation. Thanks to his help she won't have to starve in an alley somewhere. Don't worry. Once this is over he will take care of her properly. The girl couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to deal with him. At this moment, Chen Chanan appeared. He was scared and couldn't figure out who the asshole was. At that point, he punched him. The impact was so strong that he flew several meters away from them. The girl was surprised at this. Where did he even come from? Isn't he too weak if a light blow sent him flying so far away? It can't even be called compensation for the damage done to him. The guy went ballistic after that. He starts to approach Chen Chanan and says he's going to kill him. Sanctioned battles are forbidden during the tournament. Let them both be disqualified. Damn woman had relied on this defender from the start. He was going to make her regret it. She would never forget what his family had done. She would surely take revenge on him. At that point, she took the guy with her. Chen Chanan said that loyal people are the favorite snack of the Lord of the Afterlife. He will destroy her as a warrior. Make her crawl at his feet, and when she needs to eat, just hand her over to the others. To this scumbag that hit him, he's going to turn him into a human pig so he can taste the delights of his life. He can't wait for the tournament to start. At this point, he couldn't figure out what it was. And then the guy started burning alive. He started asking for help, for someone to rescue him at least. After a while, there was nothing left of the guy. The host killed Feng Outyan, the instigator of the incident, thus completely changing the essence of the girl who was rewarded with 20,000 sphere points. The entire Chinese tournament space belongs to the Tianxiang clan. 30 really knows how to party. The sounds coming from inside are proof of that. Needs a good night's rest, so he'll sleep in the other room tonight. The girl at this point asked that he wait. Afterward, she hugged his arm tightly. They can also sleep in their clothes. Then she leaned him against the wall. Chen Chanan could understand what Madame was doing. She asked if they could sit like this for a while. Her body is so soft, she can't believe her happiness. Chen Chanan said that they could sit like this for as long as they wanted. He had heard what they were talking about with the guy. After all, Chen Chanan said that he had heard everything. She tearfully asked why their family was being treated this way, as they had done nothing wrong. Chen Chanan said that there are many in this world who care more about profit than the lives of the innocent. The winner takes everything and is not judged. If someone wants to wipe a family off the face of the earth, she should just be one step ahead and repay the same. She should not be so upset. He smells so good, so comfortable, nice and warm. She wants him to always be there for her. The clan head said that even if the newlyweds' family life isn't perfect yet, physical contact can help develop feelings for each other. I mean, it's okay if she takes a little liberty. She said it was getting late and it was time to rest. Chen Chanan said that it was supposed to be like this. It's just awful. What healthy man can endure such torture? But the girl had already fallen asleep at that point. Yunzhou Deaf Mountains. Human cultivators can't even be reborn. Just a bunch of scum. These bits of spiritual energy have been gathering for an eternity. He had already said that the lower realm was just a backwater. They should all be destroyed. Everything was ready for happiness. It was the immortal demon, the reincarnation of Azura, who spoke. The decree of the Azuras will force the 10,000 souls of the demons of the higher realm to obey. Kingdom of the immortals, he commands an army. And all the warriors began to rise up. Let them all follow him to any Chinese tournament. Not take away the tripod of the 9 realms and seize the lower realm. Of course, the master obeyed. The next morning, the first stage of the secret realm, the first round of the competition has already begun. According to the rules, anyone with a jade token who scores 500 points in the allotted time can enter the finals. A jade token equates to 10 tournament points. Competitors whose token is lost are automatically disqualified. The guy was fighting at this point. Man, you can hear the sounds of blades at this point. Let him try her signature move on himself. She has such muscular legs, and she's definitely over. A clan girl in such a sphere, and this guy in the golden core sphere let him deal with them. First the monkey stole the peaches. Chen Chanan said that it was a forbidden technique and it was not allowed to be done like that. The periphery of the secret realm. Great opportunity. Let them kill the creep. Just at that moment, a girl appeared and protected him. Chest said 200 points is in their pocket. They keep it up. Looks like the battle there is really no joke. Another contestant has dropped out. This year the younger generation is doing pretty well for themselves. However, it was still a long way away from the Fengzhou warriors. What about the great cultivators of Yunzhou? It was already the third day of the tournament. They were still not with them. The representatives of the Shi, Tang, and Zhong families have arrived. Neither speaks to them. Then, representatives of the three great immortal families have arrived. The one in the middle is the head of the Shi family, Shi Jian. He's heard that he's an immortal assassin, but he doesn't know if it's true. An immortal killer only becomes an immortal killer when the practitioner in the immortal realm becomes many times stronger. What pressure! It's much stronger than an elder. He is absolutely definitely an immortal killer. They ask to be pardoned for keeping them waiting. Some urgent family business has come up. Don't be. Let them rather sit down. He had heard that he was looking for a body of eternity that had appropriated the longevity sector. There was some progress and location to learn it all. After all, they know that before it was all wiped off the face of the earth. It was one of the mightiest on the continent. Strict rules of behavior and a rather small number of followers. Every other person was close to immortality, and everyone was an indomitable warrior. If it wasn't for such a massive incident like hiding the eternity body, no one would have even dared to say a word for a smoke break. Complete extermination. A sad end. The other day, they had encountered a few followers of the sector who had managed to strengthen themselves. The Jun family and Tang family had managed to attack them. And of course, they had not left the issue of the location of the eternity body unaddressed. What a shame that here old man was so unproud and intent on escaping. Time was up. The first stage of the tournament was over. How could he stay in a secret realm full of cultivators in the nascent soul realm? I must say, the clan performed quite well. Even that kid in the golden core realm did well and qualified here. He even managed to reach the end. It was incredibly fortunate. A man at this point would immediately, apparently, have recognized him. This garment is a follower of the longevity sector. They haven't all been exterminated yet. Does he mean it? Is such a thing possible? Unbelievable. In such a case it would not be possible to know the whereabouts of the body of eternity. Could it be that the guy who was saved by Feng Qian back then is that boy here? But it's too stupid to jump to conclusions based on a scrap of fabric alone. Even if he doesn't have an eternity body, he managed to survive amongst the demons. He should definitely know its whereabouts. The higher realm had fallen into the habit of invading them, rather than not considering them human at all. If they could obtain the body of eternity, they would be able to resist the immortals of the higher realm and protect their people. That's right, the eternity body will help strengthen their strength and provide the people from the lower realm with the opportunity to live in peace and safety. Whether that's the case won't soon become clear. He knows a way to get him to confess. The system detected evil intentions against the host, Chen Chanan. Of course, tensed up at this moment, they congratulate the top 10 top 8 talents, 10 incredible masters, and 2 unheralded talents for successfully reaching the finals. The final competition will take place in half an hour. Let them prepare to behold some truly exciting bouts. The pairings will be randomly drawn, and now he will ask you to come up to him to draw lots, to engage in battle. The Kadata must be rolled to a minimum in the realm of the nascent soul. This guy is only at the peak of the golden core. He can't get out. He suspected from the beginning that something was amiss. Knocked out so many contestants in the nascent soul realm, he had somehow miraculously made it to the finals. There seemed to be some use of illegal substances here. The ruler would indeed judge wisely. They suspect the use of banned substances, which is a gross violation of Chinese tournament rules. It also undermines his reputation as an organizer. They rulers are going to question him. The tournament finals will proceed as normal with all other finalists. She said she would go with her husband. She had always been there for him as her and best to know what he did. Nothing of the sort. She could be a witness. Chen Chanan said that there was no need. Let him better go and win. And he would somehow manage on his own. Who knows? Maybe the ruler just got it wrong. The girl tried to argue with him, but realized that it was better not to. She said that she must try hard and be the winner, so that he would come back and kiss her. She would not let him down. After all, the girl said she would try very hard. Let him come back soon. There would be a surprise waiting for him. there's the culprit. Last time, Snake mentioned that the longevity sect's extermination and the three might lower families were somehow related. The longevity sect was accessible to the immortal family's staff, in that these three could erase the fear here. Pathetic scum that only talk about morality, even though they themselves have overcome their own comrades, still have me now, still have the nerve, to cover himself with honor and justice. What insolence, not even bowing down to the families. He only kneels before corpses, but that's not the case right now. They suspected him of using banned substances below, why don't they check it out now? What a cheeky boy, he doesn't seem to realize the situation he's in. This guy is incredibly arrogant. Doesn't this person have a single drop of shame? How lucky they are to have the immortal family. Thanks to them not a Swiss is subjected to such a top cutter. How dare he show such disrespect? What a disgusting person. No matter how it all implicated the Chen Chanan clan, she had realized what he was even back when he showed incredible disrespect to an elder. No matter how it was, he was not part of their clan, he didn't deserve it. The Guizhou ruler was right in assuming that he was a member of the longevity sector just by a scrap of cloth. Too stupid. They all know that it is impossible to cultivate with an eternity body. However, almost all the longevity followers were close to immortality. To be sure, she just wants to test his abilities. Cultivation realm. First stage nascent souls. Second stage nascent souls. Peak nascent souls. He was pretty good at hiding his abilities. Using forbidden keys to conceal effective management abilities is disrespectful. There is nothing he can do to atone for his sins. Here he is a remnant of longevity. This man is a real intrigue. No different from those longevity sector vacations. He is sure he has some devious plan. Why would he participate in the tournament? Since he's in the realm of nascent souls, then they will interrogate him, Chen Chanan asked. Or now the immortals from the higher realm are increasingly invading the lower realms. How can we resist them? All they are doing is trying to make a profit by speculating and cheating others. They even destroyed all longevity. Right at this moment, the girl said that his strength was a divine realm. Divine realm. In that case he must be one of the best followers of the longevity sector. He must know those eternities. The man came in furious and said he was talking. Where did they, the scum, hide the body and the eternities? The final tournament has already begun. The girl only needs to defeat the others by successfully completing the first random mission. Only an epiphany. As for the third random mission, the risks are too great. It's only worth rushing into it. Should I fight back or should the tripod of China's regions become the ruler of all of China? Should I reveal my guilt to Cash? Now okay, now there is a much more important matter. It's time to end this circus. Gathering in groups to subjugate others and make them confess to something they didn't do is a pretty common scheme. He can't let it continue. And what's going on? His cultivation realm is continuously growing. Just now it's already a refining realm. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Let them look. And they scared him so much he lost even his speech. The boy shouldn't be afraid. They don't hurt. He just needs to tell them what he knows about the body of eternity. Those women from the clan. He has a good relationship with them after all. One of them is even his wife. They wouldn't mind talking to her one-on-one. He hopes he understands and will cooperate. Otherwise, he fears that soon there will be nothing left of him. This immortal assassin's aura is too powerful. Even in friendship throes, he is afraid. No one here. At this moment, Chen Chanan put his hand on his face. He's not afraid that no one here is his rival. Surprisingly, right after that, Chen Chanan kicked him straight to the ground. The man said as he sighed finally. Chen Chanan easily stopped his fist at this moment. And then he knocked out all his teeth. Chen Chanan was still making it at all. Then there was some kind of massive earthquake. Shi Jian can't even block his attacks. He was just a monster. It was at this moment that Chen Chanan began to rise up, and then approached the throne. Then he sat on it, systematically discovered that the host defeated the immortal assassin that struck and defeated the whispering outstanding representatives of all fields. This event was a huge step of successfully completing the third random mission, received on the rewards of 20,000 sphere points. From now on, this square will be named after Chen Chanan. He wants to know the true reason for the destruction of the longevity sect. Whoever still chooses to remain silent, he'll be the one to deal with. Well, isn't his name completely different? He can't even breathe at this point. His name is the same as the older one, and he is incredible. Or is it possible that he is the real Chen Chanan? Chen Chanan asked the first question. who is the main initiator of the destruction of the longevity sect. Everyone immediately fell silent at this moment. They cover for each other. How cute is that? You could argue, they all do things that definitely can't be called ethical. All he has to do is destroy them all, that the souls of the followers of all longevity may finally find peace. The man said he would tell everything. It was the work of the Fudu Devil sect. They didn't make her do it in order to get an eternity body. And Feng Qian, they are the ones who are guilty. It had nothing to do with them. They were asking to sit. After all, it was an immortal killer, and they would never dare to attack them. The brainless tub. He is after all one of the followers of the longevity cult. Thinks he will almost kill them if they duck their heads and ask for it. Of course not. He will kill every last one of them. His revenge will be accomplished. He can't die. We have to think of something. The fighters for justice that a few minutes ago had threatened him and accused him of all mortal sins for the sake of finding out the location of the eternity body were now bowing their heads in fear, still believing that he was easily fooled. Anyway, the interrogations were over and he didn't need them all anymore. Crazy people, don't they realize that their deaths will only lead to chaos on the continent? Someone let them stop it. They are the apex of all China. Now elephants and lambs led to slaughter. All Chinese tournaments are not over yet. The system advises the host not to kill subscribers as it may negatively affect a couple of aggression of the third random mission. He did so while they don't know the true state of affairs. Not everyone can still be useful. Once the missions are accomplished, they will all be finished. He apologizes. He had heard a rumor that that kid from the Golden Core Sphere had used banned substances and thus violated the rules of the tournament, as well as undermined their brilliant reputation. He had come to take a look at this daredevil. Great, now he's gonna get what he deserves. He couldn't understand what was going on here. The other Chen Chanan, his strength should be able to stand up to this crazy shade. They started asking him for help and saying that that guy hid his abilities to suddenly attack them. He wants to kill them all. Let him deal with him. It was his charms that made them kneel before him. Don't worry, he's already here, so he won't have long. He kept thinking about how to get close to this guy, but who would have thought it would work out so well? Just fine. Here's a chance to show your strength and gain even more support from these pompous turkeys. The guy said he was finished. No one can resist his magic. Chen Chanan was very much surprised when the latter called him a demon. Just at that moment, without even moving, he stopped him. At this point, the guy started yelling something to him. How is that possible? Maybe the senior can't destroy this guy. Chen Chanan asked. Or what was his name? Like to use or what? The guy started asking who he was. Killer of immortals. Slayer of demons. Only one person in Neem realm is capable of this. Chen Chanan. They were misled. This person is not Chen Chanan, but an imposter. The target as their rules. Some cheapskate. So that's why they have the same names. Because he was the real senior. The main character from the beginning. He really was curious as to how far he could go using his name. What a pity he had been so unwise to take that chance. Then it was understandable. No wonder he dared to hit him in front of everyone. And the fact that he managed to beat him up in his own chambers. No wonder all his hard-won treasures were stolen. He wanted to enrich himself by using his name and thus trick him. Was it really him who was fooled? He realized he had to get out. At this moment, it was precisely Chen Chanan who prevented him from doing so. And after a while, he started to burn alive. The host had safely dealt with the cultivator in the 8th step of divine transformation. 2,000 sphere points were obtained. The system also discovered that the host had newly struck the ruler and outstanding representatives of all realms. This was a huge step towards successfully completing the 3rd random mission. A reward of 30,000 sphere points was obtained. The boy started begging the older man to spare him. Chen Chanan said not to worry, because he wasn't going to kill him yet. The system has detected that the first random mission is nearing completion. Received 3,000 sphere points. It looks like the final stage is coming to an end. We need to catch the moment when the girl becomes the winner. They all let them go with him, smiling and waving. Let them not forget to explain to everyone that he didn't take anything forbidden. Of course the senior has nothing to worry about. Not everything will be done in the best way. The final one is Abso jousting. Someone used a 3-dimensional dimension. She also used the 9th stream of the divine current. And they didn't congratulate the clan follower for becoming the winner of all the Chinese tournaments. Just at that moment, some sort of portal opened. I think he was in. An immortal demon, a reincarnation of Azura, has been discovered. This was the same guy who raised an army. No one could figure out who it was to invade in the middle of the tournament like this. Unheard of audacity. For the second time in such a short time, not everyone continues to descend to the lower realms. What is their true purpose? I'm here like this, and with such a large scale. My goodness, it must be an invitation, right? No deity would dare to invade any Chinese tournament without an invitation, especially so brazenly. It's a direct challenge. At this point, he looked at everyone. If he doesn't have an invitation, he asks to leave the set or they will be forced to use force. Some strange aura envelopes him. She would even say sinister. She is afraid. It is not for good. Whoa, that's nothing. What a racket. Great. All 9 rulers are gathered. Go ahead and destroy them all. These are diabolical cultivators. One must be careful. Destroying rules. Hell, who the hell are they? Everyone started running and asking for help. They would need to get away faster. And though at this point they began to destroy them, how annoying these squeals are. No elegance. Let them deal with these bedbugs as soon as possible. Of course, at this point they began to fight back. These monsters are incredibly bigger. Most of them have already entered the divine transformation realm. They need to get everyone out of here quickly. You can't let people die. Too bad. There are too many of them, and they literally filled the entire space. It is simply impossible to tear. He hopes for Ah Miao's safety aboard the ship. If nothing changes, that's it. I'll just die. Right now I can't rely solely on my elder's help. At that moment, the guy noticed something. Just a sphere of divine transformation. You just need to deal with him. Then all the demons will be done away with. At that point, he said the guy was just crazy, and just at that moment attacked him. The power is comparable to the purification realm. It's too much. Just at that moment, someone attacked. It was, in fact, a girl. Was it impossible to kill them? Too bad. They are incredibly strong. My husband can't stand up to them. We need to protect him. Just at that moment she noticed something. This woman was in the way, needed to be killed. At that moment, the girl noticed something was starting to happen to her body. Then some man stopped the sword with only one finger. The host killed a demon of the immortal Azura's realm. 5,000 sphere points were obtained. It was Chen Chanan, who reached out his hand to the girl and asked if she was alright. Once the random mission is completed, the host will no longer be able to maintain contact with the girl. Interference may have certain negative consequences. Currently the host is the most powerful creature on the continent. It is recommended not to come into contact with cultivators weaker than the divine transformation realm for a while. Let her leave here. It's not safe here. She shouldn't be here. She will protect him until the end of the ruler of the regions, soon to be completely dealt with. The man started asking the older man to save them. They still have an elder. He can kill them all and save them. His power does not measure up to theirs. Let him save them or they're all dead. The girl couldn't understand what was going on. Why is everyone relying on her husband for help? The system found that the third random mission was 80% complete. The master only needed to become the ruler of the 9 regions. Then the rate would reach 100%. If he didn't have the strength to control what was happening, he would have been a corpse long ago. Being on top of the entire world. No hardship, grief and pressure from the outside. More so, bored by a less worthy opponent. Things have gotten too easy. And what to do about it? Useless cockroaches who can only pack in the help of someone more powerful is ridiculous. Just at that moment, the guy started getting attacked. Chen Chanan used Yang's edict. He beat her all at once in a split second. No matter how hard he tries, he can't even destroy one. And he's the only one you can count on. And this scumbag seems to be on to something. He couldn't figure out where it had gone. How annoying they are. The newcomers from the higher realm. Just at that moment, he attacked the guy. The impact was really all in the mass. Incredibly fast. How is that even possible? He can't even block his punch. Chen Chanan started to say to take a breath here and now, and then basically kicked him straight into the ground. At that moment, the guy pulled out an Asur decree. What insect from the lower kingdom allowed itself to do such a thing? At this moment, he saw Chen Chuanan's foot in front of him. Let him go back where he came from. It looks like it's only a small part. And Vicina was holding her back or no one would be left alive. Everyone couldn't understand if a human being could do such a thing. It's incredibly horrifying. Chen Xiaodao is senior Chen Chanan. He was pretending, but it was the real truth. This is the senior. Then did they really humiliate him all this time? It was horrible. The girl has long noticed that her husband is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Chen Chuanan grabbed him by the throat and asked why they were coming down here. Chen Chuanan continued to look at him with judgment. He called them the scum of the lower realm with contempt. The main player went into a rage at this point. He couldn't be stopped. Then someone shouted for the older man to kill him. Then a powerful explosion shook the atmosphere around them. He was afraid of this immortal from the higher realm. He could change everything. The opponent's aura was more powerful. Chen Chanan had to act. He got weaker, actually used his last trump card in this fight. Chen Chanan immediately recognized the immortal guardian and his threat. He needed help to destroy this stupid bug. At that moment, all he knew was that he had to act. And for the first time in a long time, someone had actually attacked Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan was on the ground at this moment. The girl began to worry about her husband. She was overcome with excitement. Everyone immediately began to worry about the elder and his fate. His time in the lower realm is limited. Let him decide what to do. The system detected the presence of an immortal threatening the clown. Does he wish to replace it with a higher level model? At this moment, the host has 20,000 sphere points. The situation is critical. He is not dead after such a blow. Indeed alive and very weak. It's over. No one can help the older man. They are doomed to defeat. He, a so-called immortal assassin, could defeat even immortals. Were it not for the patronage of their law, they would have been defeated by any opponent. He has the special right of immortality, which gives him freedom from the law. The girl began to worry about her husband at this point, fear gripping her. Even some defiant opponents still dare to resist. What are they all standing around for? Let them all be killed. Don't wait any longer. 300,000 sphere points were withheld. A colossal amount. Even an immortal general would be enough to demonstrate might. What a loud doggy. Looks like a good old-fashioned whip is in order. He still has a trump card up his sleeve. We need to kill him soon. Chen Chanan was smiling at this moment and looked at him with disdain. Hard-won sphere points need to be spent. Don't let him down. He really attacked that monster. Things weren't going according to plan. His cultivation realm had incredibly increased as he managed to become stronger. Chen Chanan said, "What a pity they are not on Faxian. It would have been a victory." After that, Chen Chanan immediately began to attack him. The monster went into a rage. It was not easy to attack. Then he landed on the ground. His luck was running out. He told the guy to prepare to die. It was a threat. Chen Chanan was not afraid of him at all. He waved his hand with disdain, and then began to attack, not giving his opponent a chance to win. Some kind of light covered the entire valley at this moment. Immediately, all the opponents began to literally disappear before their eyes. Without exception, it was a powerful force. What a force it really was. Elder on Immortal General, how such a thing he was defeated by some kid. This is a dream. It must be a dream. There can't be such powerful beings in the lower realm. The guy had ambition and wanted more. Now he could get out of here and lend a stronger immortal to the Immortal City Master about what was going on. If he used the curse he should have enough time to run in, but he wouldn't have time to kill him. Just at that moment, he started to run. Chen Chanan asked, or did he think that they were a little late in coming to their senses? The host killed the immortal general of the first stage. 100,000 sphere points were obtained. Also one subject of salt fish. Just at that moment, the monster fell to his knees and began to burn for his stomach. The guy started begging to be spared. Chen Chanan was now asking why they had come. The elder of the dead, even his army is unable to resist him, so the only way to stay alive is to answer his questions. He said that their goal is to capture the tripod of the 9 realms. Volna asked why people from the higher realm needed him. And the one who owns the tripod of the 9 realms, who controls the fate of his continent, who controls the fate of the continent, here is its undisputed lord. Even a small part of the continent's territory will already be a great help for the further development of the master of the immortal supreme realm. In addition, there are still immortals that have been reborn in the lower realm. As long as the tripod of the 9 realms exists and the floor around it doesn't shrink, each of the rulers of the 9 realms has a tripod and territories. If they are combined, the tripod of the 9 realms will result. According to the 3rd random mission, he must capture the tripod of the 9 realms. Did the system know about the plans of the higher realm from the beginning? So that's why the system warned him that killing them could make it much harder to complete the 3rd random mission. Now that's clear. He said he'd told him everything he wanted to and asked if he'd let him go now. Chen Chanan decided to just kill him and said that he was now free. The highest realm, the territory of the Azuras, revered and immortal. He was informed that Uzayalo and Fa Tianchang had been defeated. Immortal Lord Azura, Shi Tian, said that these pigeons should only be sent to their deaths. Not only did they fail to capture the lower realm, but they also died there at the hands of the good-for-nothing cockroaches. Have him call Hong Lo, he has some business for her. Because of this incident, he would become a laughing stock in the eyes of other powerful immortals. This was no good. It was necessary to rule the lower realm before it was too late. These 9 realms were true treasuries and would not belong to him no matter what it took. Rainbow City. The immortal lord arrived scout, and the realm must next. The warrior and immortal guardian sent to the lower realm were killed without the possibility of reincarnation. Is there really one less competitor? The immortal cannot understand how the immortals of the higher realm can unleash their full power in the lower realm. How then could these 2 die at the hands of some immortal assassin? The 9 realms territory is truly an amazing place. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a hype around the lower realm. Have him immediately contact the Guardian before conquering the 9 realms and avoid confronting the protagonist. Never engage him in battle. The host killed the reincarnation of the demon Azura from the realm of immortals. Additionally obtained 20,000 sphere points and a chest of salt fish. Let him wait. Dear system, that's not all. You shouldn't miss the opportunity to earn more sphere points. Great Dragon, honored by the wisdom of the Buddha, let him cleanse the world of defilements. Great, he killed every last one of them. How beautiful he is, but wants children with him. Older idol really. The host saved the ruler of the 9 regions, gained their favor, sincere recognition. The 3rd random mission is successful, received 3,000. The tally of the sphere points received is complete. The host receives 3 million sphere points for killing 10,000 demons of the immortal realm. It was as if he had gone to heaven. Partly he would finally be rich, independent, no longer need to worry about his financial situation. The days of hardship were behind him. He would live happily ever after. Just at that moment he noticed the girl approaching him. She asked him if everything was okay. He said everything was fine and asked why she was in such a hurry to get here. At that moment, someone started running towards him. The girl finally found him. Chen Chanan asked where she had disappeared to then. Meanwhile, it's nothing like that. She's just not talking some bullshit. Avoiding confusion. She was so scared. His back was fine with him. Let her watch. He's fine. Just bruises all over his body. But that's considered still light. He needs to get back. Chen Chanan noticed something at this moment. What detrimental effect on the girl he mentioned. After the random mission everything will go back to normal. Everyone will go their own way. Destined by fate. Interference will entail negative consequences in the future. The further fate of the girl will change for the worse. The cultivation of the repressed master really tied him to her. Either way they need to go back to the starting point. The rules can't be broken no matter how much of a signal of will. He shouldn't interfere. The system can't allow it. The damn system. Chen Chanan pushed her away at this moment. He asked to monitor his condition. Someone approached him at that moment. Chen Chanan couldn't understand why it wasn't all of a sudden. This time the invasion of the lower realm caused massive losses. There is no forgiveness for him as the ruler of the 9 realms. Did not show weakness. The cowards on one side ask him to protect the lower realms from now on, and all of their tripod regions are the heart of the continent. It was because of it did not exist ruled by the reporting territories, could protect their citizens. The invasion of the higher realm proved their failure, so the elder is their only hope for a bright future. They want to kneel before the elder to become their ruler in hopes that he will protect and bless the 9 realms. Tired agreed, and there would never again need to fear the invasion of the higher realm. She didn't realize if he would actually agree. Ever since he had appeared, their relationship had cooled considerably. If he became ruler of the realms, could she be his consort? Chen Chanan said that he has quite a lot of problems and shortcomings. He is afraid that he is not worthy of this title. Everyone started saying they couldn't do anything without the older man, wouldn't do anything without him. They don't really need him. At present, only he is the only one who can take this position. He understands their concerns from below about the resolved matters and is willing to do whatever is required of her to help the elder in resolving them. Chen Chanan said that he would check the sincerity of their intention with them. The Yunzhou family colluded. The sect mutilated their own relatives without their knowledge. However, nothing was done. Now that the feud between the kingdoms has erupted, the 3 powerful immortal families are a hidden threat. Isn't it time to do something about it? The elder is right. We need to unite the lower realms. It won't lead to anything good. It's too late. They'll let the higher realm fall from within. All the activators' shenanigans. Don't even let them try to vindicate them. They should think carefully. Without the elders' support, they won't be the first victims of the immortals. He thought that serving them as ruler of the authorities would help atone for his family's sins in exchange for a blessed increase in the prestige of the lower realm. He hadn't expected this from him. Here you really can't judge by the cover anymore. Don't forget right now, protecting the continent is paramount. They are willing to follow him if it affects his decision. That goes for the immortal family as well. He will accept. Chen Chanan decided that he would deal with them later. Then they all began to rise into the air. Then a healthy tripod was formed. So long no one has been able to do so. Will the elder be able to withstand the heavenly ordeal? The girl began to worry again. Hundreds of millions of years behind, someone still dared to claim the title of guardian of the heavens. Chen Chanan said to an old friend that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Who he calls an old friend. He is the one who wants to become the guardian of the heavens. That is, he is the guardian of the tripod of the 9 realms. So, will there be trials or not? You there? No need. Great, just great. Now he'll have such a protector. How did he manage to pass the heavenly tests so quickly? Chen Chanan was silent at this moment. He felt unprecedentedly united with the entire continent. And also the heavenly will responded to his call without any hesitation. He couldn't understand if it was the power of the ruler of the 9 realms. They welcomed the ruler of the 9 regions. Chen Chanan said, "It's not worth it all." The host who conquered the tripod of 9 regions also became the ruler of the continent. 30,000 sphere points have been obtained. The system upgrade to version 5 is available. His 4 million is far from the limit. They would like to have a welcoming ceremony for him. What does he think? Chen Chanan said he doesn't mind. The girl was watching him at this point. Everything used to be so perfect. Why did it change? Is she a watermelon to him? Perhaps it was all down to dusting up. But she doesn't understand anything. They fill their glasses. They've been reborn. They need to drink this. They all need to thank the elder. It was he who saved their clans. Thanks to the elder, their clan is now one of the most powerful and influential on the entire continent. That's what it's really called, jumping up and down. But he never looked in their direction. Why is that obvious? Could it be a simple test? Not just pawns for him. She doesn't mind being a pawn in the hands of an older man. She doesn't mind him embracing her with those arms. But she feels sorry for the girl in this situation. She has no experience with men at all. And it was not easy to get that victory. It ended up like this. But now they have a chance to grab the older man. At that moment, the girl noticed and felt something. Spiritual jade is the means of communication of immortals. Spiritual stone gold, the value of which exceeds 100,000 gold pieces. Spiritual jade can only be afforded by wealthy families. The girl said she would probably go and let them rest. News had reached him that those shameless people had invaded the lower one's right during the tournament. Is she all right? Is she hurt? He apologized. She's so young after all, already carrying the burden of responsibility for their entire family. She's fine. They're doing fine there. They always have. Well, there's her mother. It's great that she's okay. Don't let her worry about them. By the way, she's heard she's finally found a partner. She's introducing them to him. Who would have thought that her Zatek would be the ruler of 9 regions? She was so proud. They're a little now. He's not particularly disposed toward her. Nice armor. It'll all work out. All problems solve themselves after they spend the night together. That's how he and her father used to settle quarrels. Let him be persistent. Fear nothing. It will be so sad if some small misunderstanding separates them. It's worth waiting by the sea for the weather. Missing an opportunity and then regretting it is the worst outcome. She likes this guy so much. Mom can feel it. Let her bring him to them. Everything will be fine. They will be patient with her, waiting for her return. Don't let him hang up. He didn't have time to say anything. The girl couldn't understand why things had changed so much. Her pillow still smells of him. At this point, the girl had already fallen asleep. It's not how they love him more than life. Yes, they can't live without him. Let the elders open it. They want to show their respect. Chen Chanan said that he thanked them for that. But unfortunately he couldn't keep them company. He had other things to do. Finally, this is all over. He was used to having a girl always by his side, and being alone was surprisingly uncomfortable. Chen Chanan looked at it and asked the system to provide a report. How many sphere points do you need to pay for the entire territory of 100,000 mountains? The area of the 100,000 mountains is 2,600 square kilometers. It would take more than 10 million sphere points to pay for the entire territory. The area of Guizhou is 240,000 square kilometers. It would take more than 100 million sphere points to cover the entire territory. The territory of the 9 realms is of simply unbelievable scale. When will he ever be able to unlock his fully rewarding random missions for killing immortals? Not enough. At that point, he started getting notifications. Wow, the system is so worried that he still doesn't have that many sphere points. I see now. The higher score is the feature that is responsible for finding new missions. The next task is to kill the reincarnation from the higher realm, find the demonic Fudo sect, and rescue the old man. As for the immortal of the higher realm, it's not a problem as long as he has the tripod of the 9 realms in his hands. It will come to him on its own. As for the sect, the immortal family, they should be aware of it. The only thing he is really concerned about right now is Jiang Xianchu. To solve this problem, the most logical thing to do would be to go back. The system constraints on the attitude are quite strict. After returning to my real body, we'll need to get a better understanding of how the system works. We need to try this appeal. The next day, a ceremony to welcome the new ruler of the 9 regions. The inhabitants of the 9 regions, let the attention to the words of the ruler, came to an end. From today onwards, the elders are the sole rulers of the 9 regions. He expressed his abilities so tightly, truly foreign. Perhaps they would be safe with him. It brings back memories of when the Lord blamed the older man who took advantage of him. Or rather, the former Lord is now one ruler. What about the others? That damn Chen Chanan, he won't leave it like that. We need to find a way to contact the ancestors. Love is something to be fought for, isn't it? Chen Chanan is a hero. Let him cut her out of his life. They can rely on him. Please let them help him. Ruler, there are many beautiful things in this world, but he is without a doubt the best. The first attempt to get closer failed, but the girl didn't want to give up and started approaching as well. Someone told her to get out of the way and run, but the girl wanted to get to the guy and kept moving. At that moment she stepped on a banana peel. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. The second attempt also failed. Late that night, the girl decided to sneak out again, but something happened to her again. Failure again. And again there was failure. After an unknown number of failed attempts, at that moment, someone turned, and they haven't been alone together with the elder until now, and she doesn't dare to approach him. She and he have spent more time together, rather than she is no longer interested in the elder. Even she finds it hard to resist him since she's his eldest, no longer wanting so much, and should she invite him to play with her tonight? The girl came up to her and told her to just try it and she wouldn't look, but that she was her sister. Does he want to die soon or what? They were just trying to make a joke. She would never dare lay eyes on her man. The girl realized that she had missed him very much. Should she go inside and wait for him there? Isn't that woman Chen Chanan? That devil Chen Chanan is the one who started it first. It's her own fault she's his woman. It's nothing personal. The girl at this point says she noticed. Well, when she turned around, she realized no one was there. Was it just her imagination? Then she sighed heavily. As it turned out, it was Chen Chanan who saved his wife. The guy was screaming really loud at one point, and then there was nothing left of him at all. Master killed a divine transformation sphere cultivator. 2000 sphere points obtained. Then started the process of returning to the main body. At that moment, the girl went somewhere. How many times do I have to say it? The governor is resting. Let him get out of here. A woman to be wandering the street at this hour. Doesn't he think it's too much? Let her not dare disturb their ruler. She's up to something. You can't disturb the ruler's peace. They have to protect. But just waiting here until he wakes up and wants to talk to her, she's not going anywhere. At this moment, Chen Chanan was being transported into the main body. After a while, he woke up. At this point, everything hurt and his body wouldn't listen. He was so hungry he'd eat a couple of pork pies right now. He noticed the girl talking in her sleep about the older man hitting her on the knee. Someone dreamed of Master not dying. Juicy chicken leg. Master so love. What the hell is going on here? Master, no need to be shy, let him rather kiss her, they are quite artificial. And he's wearing different clothes. What did they even do to him while he was sleeping? Oh, my god, this is so embarrassing. Chen Chanan thought about making an exception. This is not the time to think about that now, we need to deal with Jiang Xianju. He had over 20 years of having an incredibly hard time finding a girl he really liked. He wasn't going to let this nasty system screw things up. Now the functionality of the system is not limited in any way. He thought for quite a long time about what can be done to prevent the fate of the girl was not changed for the worse and finally found a solution. Chen Chanan decided to start the draft. All living beings' ability to adjust the consciousness of living things also fully control all living things within. The unlocked area highest score ability coercion ability gathering needed information and searching for random missions. One of the functions of all living things allows control within the unlocked territory of what enters the system also in his hands. That is to utilize the control function of all living things and will pick up the tasks for the system with the help of the top score. Chen Chanan started. And its content will be practiced by him. Chen Chanan uses the function of the all-living control of all living function of the system function of the top score. Chen Chanan noticed that nothing had happened, but surprised at this point he had it all worked out and one last spurt. Chen Chanan put his hand on the system again. Master issued a special task to eliminate the teeth and the negative effects that could be caused by further contact between Master his clone and Jiang Xianzhu. The object of the task system reward for the fulfillment of Chen Chanan's appreciation. Penalty for the promissory note to return all of the host spent sphere points for his moral damage time limit of 10 minutes. Mission successfully recorded. Of course discovered a new feature as expected peak host. The system did not understand what the master had done whether she could hear him at all. He was certainly a man of high morals but not that much and she had better get on with the execution quickly. Accordingly with the rules if she doesn't complete the mission the little treasure trove will be his so how much will he earn about 680 billion. Mission successfully completed. Any negative consequences that may be caused by further contact between the host and the girl have been eliminated. Let him choke. It would have been nice if he had discovered this feature early on. Just at that moment there were doors somewhere in the sky. Then they opened and a man's strength was seen. In the lower realm, the spiritual energy is incredibly dense. Maybe there is an immortal tree here. Hopefully, the owner of the magic fruit will be smart enough to give it to her as soon as possible, because she wants to return to the higher realm as soon as possible. After that, the girl began to descend. The girls continued to sleep at this point. Then at this point they woke up and couldn't figure out where he was. Everyone immediately started calling for him. Then they finally saw him. Chen Chanan greeted them and asked how they slept. Everyone immediately started hugging him and he couldn't understand what the mass imp was all about. If she's still asleep, we'll have to see if it's true. He asked or didn't come to his senses. The girl was very glad to see him. Finally he woke up. They didn't think he would never come back to them again. This time he had slept so long they were terribly worried. She too missed him so much, waiting for him so long. The elder finally woke up. It meant what she had been dreaming about all this time could be realized. He wasn't asleep and especially not going to just use the clone's body next time. Can she go in with doppelganger? She is very capable and won't interfere with him. Jiang Xianzhu will just be chopped into small pieces. Chen Chanan said that they would discuss it later. Let them ask him one question about his clothes. Who did it? And what they were even doing while he was sleeping. It's silly. Girls. It's all over their faces. But who is it? The girl started saying she was the one who changed the elder's clothes. The other said she was upside down and talking nonsense. Let her not listen to her. She saw her now. The girl asked if he was hungry. She would make something delicious. Chen Chanan said that they all came back and explained. Now what happened? First he will take a shower. Pretty soon he will be back in the clown body, so it is unknown how long the main body will be idle. But no one cancelled the rules of hygiene. Bai Yu came to him, and he asked her what was wrong. Her body contains a special poison. The elder must use this to neutralize his actions. She asks for help. The main character couldn't understand what the special poison meant. Finally she could feel it again. Let him use these. The first will detoxify. The second will increase stamina. The third will boost immunity. They taste like candy. The poison cheat failed too. Chen Chanan said that he wanted to take a bath. Let this plan did not work, but she will not give up. She will definitely succeed. Chen Chanan was clearly glad that he was taking a bath. It's been a while. It's worth finding out how things are going on the mountain. Sphere points come in regularly, but this mechanism also needs to be checked from time to time. Someone yelled out that the older man was with them again. How great. Senior finally woke up. Rather need to pay him proper respects. Let him help her calculate on her tail. She wants to look stunning in her senior's eyes. She wants to offer herself to her senior as a pet. That way he can ride her whenever he wants. At this point, the girl herself was heading onward. Her time is limited. Where is this person? Okay, she'll just interrogate someone. She entered the territory. Chen Chanan of course immediately sensed this. Which immortal from the higher realm was willing to turn into a sphere points this time? The immortal king. Again those immortals from the higher realm. Its oppressing aura. Incredibly powerful spiritual energy. As an elder, they can't let her do anything in their territory. At that moment, they all ran out to her. Incredibly concentrated spiritual energy. This time will affect. It is probably on the way disposable, because an insect from the lower realm should not kneel before immortals from the higher realm, which is already happening. This is the elder's territory. You can't fly here. She should get out of here as soon as possible. She shouldn't bother the elder. The girls said they were insolent. How dare they open their filthy mouths? It looks like Chen Chanan has a worthy opponent. She is a goddess from the higher realm. She can fly wherever she wants. Let them answer where this Chen Chanan is. At that moment, some force enveloped her. Its power, its terrifying aura. Is there anyone here with family or what? It was the older man. He sensed they were in danger. At that moment, a bright glow covered the house. Chen Chanan sat right on the roof and watched. It was just Chen Chanan. She does not feel the fluctuations. Magic cannot break the sphere like a maiden. However, that look of energy instills fear. These creatures have heavenly blessings, so won't be able to become immortal. It has something to do with the guy or not. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious. But it was all about the ancestors. Jiang Yuchan of the Jiang family of Xianwu Heavenly City asks for an audience. He wasn't wrong. It was a celestial unlocked by chance. The mission goal and objective was set. The system advising the host to read all the information in detail. I'm his palace of celestials. And he decided to see what he was up to. It was forbidden to fly here. Since you showed up here, you have to follow the extra rules. Anyone who comes here and wishes for an elder should show appropriate respect. Step by step rise up to earn the opportunity to mature a senior. It's impossible. She's from the higher realm. No one has ever treated her like this before. But she'll never bow her knees to some bugs from the lower realm. Everyone should respect the master. Also act according to the rules here. Even important ones like her. It's a magical fruit. Incredibly valuable fruit. Such a rarity in the higher realm. This bull, if it was like nothing else, as if it were the most common peach. What a waste. She asked where he got it. He said the master gave it. They all have it. Gives everything. He thinks. It is a common immortal tree. Terraced. 1,000 years fruit 10,000 years. These fruits are incredibly valuable. Why is that? The goddess of the kingdom of Palestine attracts them with her presence for a reason. For they need the magical fruits from the lower realm. Not to mention the other privileges the inhabitants here have. They get these fruits every day. She has a couple more questions, to which she was just a minute ago indignant that she never had knees. He's just a monster wasting such a precious resource on these pathetic demons. Since long ago, the beings from the lower realm had kneeled before an immortal from the higher realm, and now they themselves were descending to pay their respects to the elders. This incredible sight truly deserved the attention of the elders. Chen Chanan said, "What an event this is." She asks for an audience, and Chen Chanan tells her to come in. The girl started to walk inside. Chen Chanan asked what was it for. This immortal treasure is equally valuable as both a springboard for attack and a stronghold for defense. It is the greatest treasure of the lower realm. She wants to exchange it for magic fruits. Chen Chanan said that he was not interested. The girl asked if he thought it was horrible. She really thinks everyone will put up with her unprecedented arrogance. What's the pressure? Who is he after all? He doesn't need the treasures of immortals. All he has to do is answer a few questions and then she'll get what she came for. As fate would have it, it seems these berries are pretty plentiful this time around. She's already handed out to everyone. I don't even know what to do with the rest of the basket. Don't throw it away. She now realized the seriousness of what was happening and was ready to answer any questions the elder might have. There she is. And why you had to show off like that? The first question is why immortals from the higher realm keep invading them. Shouldn't the higher realm be protecting the lower realm, for which they are looking for any loopholes day by day? What they need here is so obvious it's even ridiculous. The more servants of the lower realm have nothing to do with rank immortals. To them they are nothing more than pathetic insects. It wouldn't be any problem for them to crush this ant and appropriate everything it had, simply because they have the strength to do so. That's roughly how the higher realm thinks of the lower realm. They simply don't deserve their attention. The same can be said for the other worlds of the universe. After all are not just tools that will sooner or later end up in their hands and serve the noble purpose of building up their power. There is more besides their continent. Their land is just the tip of a vast ocean. The world of buildings does not know how tiny their world is. In their opinion, They are just a collection of wild animals that could not be domesticated in time, and they are unable to exist on their own, and their destiny is to be under the control of a higher realm. The girl says she has never heard anything more peaceful. Let's say the second question is why, after all these years, he still hasn't been able to get what he wants. A single immortal of her rank and above is quite capable of taking over the entire lower realm, but it's that simple due to the limitations of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, contracts had long been imposed between the immortal families of the higher realm and the lower realm, but she had no idea what for. Now, however, she knows for sure, probably for sure. One man deliberately delays the inevitable takeover of the lower realm. Year after year, he single-handedly broke through the border of kingdoms, parts kneeling before the immortal realm monument. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation the same. It was all he had left in his prayers to convey it. 9 realms had been invaded. The immortal lords were confused. They thought that the continent had already been invaded by other immortals. However, all things secret come to light. The overlords will send fury upon realizing that this is the work of the man from the lower realm who took over the lands of the regions, the one who thwarted their plans. Hysterical by the competition between immortals is in full swing. The one who had so hoped to delay the inevitable for the lower realm would eventually be found and killed. Feng Qiyun raised a following and created who called the longevity sector. Chen Chanan asks if this is reliable information or not. Of course, she despises lying more than anything else. Chen Chanan said that everything was fine if one believed the words of the territory of the regions, and had long regarded the supreme realm as a colony. The reason why it took so long for no one to attempt to conquer them was because there was one person who was making incredible efforts to delay this moment. Now the 9 regions have lost their patron and are left completely defenseless, which means only one thing. They will soon be under even more pressure. He would ask him some more questions. Why immortals of the higher realm could use their powers to the fullest. How much they could unleash. What a nuisance. All she asked for was a couple of fruits and I gave her a real interrogation. She said she would only respond when he gave her fruit. To get free information from an immortal from the higher realm is not a bad dream. Everything has its price. After midnight, never shout to your reflection. Do not go out to play with it. Otherwise mom will wake up and scold you. She got her fruit. There are many passages between the realms. With the help of a jade token you can open the gate to the lower realm, but it's quite a long process. About 15 to 30 days. Those asked by this immortal from the higher realm who were reborn here, they have certain privileges and can appear below for at least a short period of time, and their power is not limited to the heavenly Tao, so they can use it to its fullest extent. Needless to say, her family has also sent a few. She thinks it's best not to wake the beast. As for the rest, for example, she could only use 10% of her power. That would be more than enough to deal with various insects, except for him. Of course, she responded so he would give her the rest of the fruits. After all, he had already given her. They didn't agree on their numbers. She's not that nourishing. Just one fruit was too little. No one had ever dared to behave like that to her before. There is no way a pill created because of a single fruit can continue the life of its ancestor. Chen Chanan asked if she needed the fruit and asked her to return it. He is a terrible person. He broke her plans. What a pity. So beautiful but no brains. Anyway, she can go. Let the girl call everyone. Let it not be arbitrary. It should not be forgotten that here all the time under the control of immortals. Very soon there will not be a soul left here. She admits. He has strength. However, it is not enough to resist them. Chen Chanan said that he couldn't wait to meet. With little strength and without sufficient means and ability to try to do great things. Those who have no strength can only go with the flow. They want to die soon. No one is going to discourage them. In fact, this is the pressure she felt. She got too nervous and that's why she made such a mistake. Does an ordinary person from the lower realm really want to challenge the top and the immortal world? At that moment, someone called out to the elder. They started asking if he had any assignment for them. They are just in time. The immortal of the higher realm is about to invade their territory, so he decided to make an imp out of them. To create immortals whose powers would not be limited by rules. The 9 continents willing to trust them. To become immortals under their protection. They were all ready. To create immortals is unheard of foolishness. The path to immortality is thorny. He thinks that with these furnishings any scum can become immortal. He doesn't think that they will actually make immortals out of them now. After all, they don't even have the heavenly blessing. Chen Chanan remained silent and just looked at him at that moment. Chen Chanan said for them to eat. The flying pill surpasses all previously created medicines. With it, they would be able to make a breakthrough in the blink of an eye. The girl at this point began to cultivate. There are many conditions that must be met to become immortal, but as long as they are in his territory, anything is possible. He said to Xiao Lei to help. That's when the lightning bolts started to appear. Then they began to raise their level. The girl thought it was a heavenly blessing. Could he really do this? After all, he was just a man from the lower realm, some kind of deity. Impossible. It was simply impossible. At this point, inexplicable things began to happen. This is heavenly blessing energy. Someone has become an immortal. It's from the palace of a non-resident. It must be the work of an elder. Most likely they need to go take a look. When they looked, they realized that those were becoming immortal. They were cultivating together. The girl said her body was about to collapse. Chen Chanan called out for her to hold on, and so did everyone else. Ning Su has made a breakthrough. The process is set in motion. Is it a dream? Is it really possible to improve at such a high level? Is it something ordinary? She watched this moment carefully. At that moment, some kind of gate opened. The gate of immortality. She became immortal. That's crazy. She actually did it. She told them that here he was, an immortal from the lower realm, not the highest. The elder destroyed the gate with such ease. As far as she knows, no one from the lower kingdom has been able to erect them in 1,000 years. The conditions are too harsh. Cultivation should peak in the immortal assassin realm. The second condition is the cultivation of heavenly blessing. Without it, one will not be able to make a breakthrough. Heavenly blessing can only be cultivated when one has fully attained all the laws. Unless she is mistaken, there are no strong people left in the lower realm that are simply unable to comprehend these laws, and thus cultivate heavenly blessing. Once both conditions are met, you'll have to pass the 99 Earth-Eye Strike trials, as well as come face to face with the internal models. Only then can one ascend to the higher realm. But now the forces of the lower realm are gradually declining. Reaching the immortal killer realm is incredibly difficult. The remaining spiritual energy is simply not enough to become immortal. What kind of cultivation realm he has? What he has in his power contradicts all the laws of the world. This time they have a worthy opponent. He had finally been reborn in the 9 realms continent. Feeling this energy coming from the 9 realms tripod, the girl might have realized, or she was reborn, an insect from a higher realm. How could they even be his parents? Let them obey his order. Do their best to capture the ruler of the 9 regions. Chen Chanan will take his tripod. Next, it's worth upgrading the system, expanding the territory under your control, and saving the old man, all at someone else's expense. Bao Air and the others' cultivation realm is still insufficient. Next time, other ways to create immortals are coming with me. At this point the girl turned to him. She could make a breakthrough without thanking his senior, an incredibly kind man. They would never forget it. Chen Chanan started to ask for them to stop. Let them just watch. He became an immortal. Before all his ancestors must have turned over in their coffins. Let the ancestors in vain. He was able to reach the demigod realm. The immortal realm had their own immortals. Now they might not be afraid of those brats of the higher realm. Really created 2 immortals. The numbers are not limited by the laws of the lesser realm. It is unbelievable that such a person will further lead the continent of 9 realms. Afraid of all the sailors' text ideas into oblivion. This territory will further become completely automaton. The sphere points value has reached 7,685,000. Ferb blows the host. As soon as possible to upgrade the system. Continue to expand the controlled territory. The system has discovered 2 immortals in the controlled territory. The host's reward is a fish chest of 2. This time the reward is really worthwhile. At this point he was approached. Yeah, still wants to tell him something or that she doesn't have any more useful information. As for those fruits, she'll save a couple for him and just see fit to say something interesting. She's always welcome here. The girl said she understood, and see you later. The systems found that the immortal from the higher realm had changed her attitude towards the host, signifying a move to fulfill a random mission received a reward of 10,000 points. All that was left was to complete the second random mission. It was designed to take quite a long time to complete. First, to update the system, you had to upgrade to version 5. All conditions have been met. The systems will initiate an update. After successfully upgrading the system to 5 will become unavailable. News. The ability to control life and death. This ability allows you to resurrect the dead in a controlled area using sphere points. Great ability. Even better than the previous ones. They'll keep 1 million in case someone from the higher realm isn't strong enough that they have to trade them for a more capable clone. Used sphere points to expand the invincible territory by 56,850 meters. The remaining sphere points are 1 million. The size of the controlled territory is 62,607 meters. Not a bad acquisition. That's barely half the entire 100,000 mountain area. When compared to the size of the 9 areas, it is very small. Now he'll take care of the chest. Last time he got some pretty useful abilities. He decided to see what would happen this time. The host opened a chest of salted fish, received for 15,000 sphere points, as well as a reading card. A mind-reading map will help you learn the innermost thoughts of subordinates, comrades, and companions. Chen Chanan was a little upset. He asked the system what else is it? Does he even have a conscience or not? The contents of the chests are uncontrolled by the system. Everything just depends on the luck of the owner. Chen Chanan now understood everything. It's quite an interesting piece. He decided to see whose thoughts. It was like a distant voice sounded in his head at night. This is a strange feeling. How can he experience this word? If it presses on him, the elder will surely get angry. How about a kiss? No, she will not succeed. Only the elder's body to give her that bliss again. The elder let them hit him. Chen Chanan realized that his subordinates were abnormal. For chests down the drain because they were so hard to collect. Okay, we need to talk about what happened first. Late at night, a couple hours later, the protagonist would return. Everyone had begun preparations against the invasion of immortals from the higher realm. But no matter how hard you look at it, the combat power and battle experience of the lower realm is still lacking. We need to rectify this omission quickly. Man, if it wasn't for him, he'd have been eaten by then. All these years he has done his best to protect his niche kingdom. But is it worth it? He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He'll take care of everything for him. The girl woke him up and told him to hurry up, for tomorrow was ready. He's gone again. Where was he in such a hurry? He didn't even say a word goodbye. Did he really have another woman? She decided she was off to find his clone, but she can't go alone. She goes with her. Great, won't give the older one a surprise. The man in charge was sweetly asleep at this point. He moved from the main body into the clone. It was raining at this point. What a pushy woman. He already told her the government is too busy. He can't deal with every fangirl personally. He's working for the good of the whole continent. They women only think of themselves. She won't bother him. Let her not worry. They can't go. Yeah, who will, and don't bother. There are too many women divorced. Ordained. What to do if their dear ruler gets hurt and the elephant won't go away and they can't pass the post. And just at that moment, Chen Chanan came out to them. It was over. The lights disturbed the ruler's sleep. At that moment he noticed the girl. He asked if he had been waiting here all night. The girl said she had just gotten here. Could they talk? Yongzhou, Hualong City. His sister was telling his brother that he had succeeded in obtaining it. Once this foundation was laid, he could become a great cultivator when he grew up. She believes in him. With his talent, everything will work out. Their family will never have to go hungry again, and others will look up to them. They had to be pretty tight to save up enough money to buy this potion. Let him not worry. Once he became a cultivator, he would ensure a trouble-free life for everyone. This body is unable to accept, apparently, his abilities, but is about to collapse. We need to find a new one. All because he killed the parents of the original owner of the body. Now it was rejecting him. It was the reincarnation of Immortal Tian. This boy has already managed to reach the realm more often. He has an incredible talent. Spiritual energy literally bursting through his body. Looking at his clothes, one can assume that he can afford a mortgage. He asked if he had any bottle to get some sleep. He's a regular victim of goodwill. He only needs half of that bottle anyway. Some obscure entities there are after heavenly entities. Looks like he found a great vessel. After a while, he took over. What remains is to make a breakthrough using the secret methods of the realm and defeat Chen Chanan. Kill him, take the tripod of the realms, take over the continent. Hualong City. Had the continent ruler heard that he had visited their city a few days ago? He stayed in the residence next door to Yuncheng. He thinks he's the most. Yes, in his hands. He can't wait to be so strong, so virile. He wants him. In that case, the extermination plan can be postponed. A gift for the honorable ruler. Moreover, if this Chen Chanan is really that good, it can become a great vessel. It was even more fun. Some guy approached the girl. He traded it at this point. Yuncheng, the ruler's residence. The girl was dripping at this point. She's soaking wet. She could get sick at this rate. But Cooper was here, so she could get cleaned up and warmed up. The girl was standing in the pool at that moment. Don't let her worry. It's just her and him here. The water's not too hot. She said the water is great. When she's done, have her tell him. He'll bring a change of clothes. She asked if he would be taking a bath. He was told he couldn't protect him. Let him wash first. The reincarnation of an immortal has been discovered, but he is only in the realm of purification. He needs to grow up. Have the system give him detailed information about the natural borns. Spent 250 sphere points. Ask for information. He asked. It's ridiculous. Most such creatures are reincarnations of immortals and the higher realm. Rather than being ordered to be reborn in different worlds to eventually take over, they do not lose the memory of their past lives and also remember the cultivation techniques of the higher realm. This is enough to not be restricted by the heavenly laws for some time and strength. It's also needed to make a breakthrough and become the strongest in the lower realm to kill them later in the form of a pink wolf on the continent. Some come here to dispel boredom, to kill a couple days of unworthy people. But it is already time. Some of them are the chosen ones, those who may become immortal and honorable in the future. There are also those who simply wish to improve their cultivation. Of course, there are also those who are forced to be reborn in the lower realm and perform various tasks. Even though they are all different nationally, they have the same goal of conquering the lower realm. And this time, it was the container of the 9 realms that they all targeted. Due to various circumstances, this place has become a battleground for immortals. Its final conquest is only a matter of time. If the host wants to save the continent of the 9 regions, he must respond with these buzzsaw legcough absorbent cotton. Without the old man also coins, and be prepared for their antics. So he thinks it's better to cross the line. Let him not be in a clown's body, he'll be fine. He has enough orb points. As for the savior mission, he's not really interested in that. At that moment, someone told him that she had had such a strange dream. In her dream, her companion was not some other person she didn't even know. On their way to the tournament, they were attacked by evil cultivators, and he offered her in exchange for keeping him alive. Then she had nothing left and died somewhere in the middle of nowhere. It was so believable that sometimes she can't even tell the difference between reality and a dream. Fortunately, that's not how it works in reality. It really should have happened. Chen Chanan asked if there was anything else. She said something was important to her. It's very difficult for her without his support. She feels it now more than ever. She has very warm feelings for him. She asked as he handed her the clothes. At that moment, she slipped. Of course, she started to fall over from that. Chen Chanan immediately started running so that she wouldn't fall. Then the two of them fell into the water. They looked at each other at that moment, and then laughed joyously. Chen Chanan asked if they could be considered to have made up. After that, they were ready to kiss. At this point, a random mission appeared from the system. Chen Chanan called it a dumbed-down system and said it really has no boundaries. There's not even anything to say. The system detected that the reincarnated immortal was in Hualong City, and suggested that he get rid of him as soon as possible. He wanted to go looking for him, but the one himself appeared under his nose. He didn't even know what reward would be given for killing him, but he wasn't interested anymore. The girl asked if he had to go, as she had heard that he was going to visit Hualong. After that, they did kiss passionately after all. She said they have some catching up to do. Chen Chanan said that of course, since he had unfinished business, she would wait for him in the city. As soon as he's done here, he'll come straight to her. The girl was pleased and said they had a deal. Whose blood is this? It's God's sacrifice. Lord. He started counting down from 1 to 9. Everything was ready according to his words, according to the formation of killing gods. It's all set. All we have to do is wait. At that moment, someone spotted the ship. The system alerted the host that a natural was lurking nearby. He could always sense the aura of death permeating this city. No wonder he'd shown up here. This guy showed up. He immediately began attacking the ship. Chen Chanan immediately noticed that this was an immortal soldier-level attack. What the hell is that? It was neither Buddha nor a demon. This creature truly possessed strength comparable to that of an immortal. However, the cultivation realm of a born-again is still quite weak. The guy greeted him and told him he was now his new vessel. Chen Chanan greeted him and said that he was his little roast lamb. A reborn general has been discovered. This general's workshop is at the peak of energy refinement. He naturally has the body of a demon and can summon ancient demons in the immortal warrior's realm. The system asks the master to kill him as soon as possible to save the nations. he can produce a couple assistants much stronger than himself. It seems that this moment was an extra training for him. But it's even better, the stronger they are, the more sphere points he gets. Chen Chanan is in no hurry to act. Did the blood Buddha he summoned scare him so much? He wouldn't even have to find out its true strength. Just kill it with one blow and complete the soul transmigration. Then he began to fade away. The beginning of the origin of my stuff. How simple it was. This weakling decided to prevent them from taking over the lower realm. At that moment, he saw something. The ninth son of the emperor. He will show him that such a blow by reducing the dimensionality of space can defeat him in a few blows. He gorged himself, knowing that he was arrogant and would have mercy on them, would not disfigure his corpse, and would take care of his kin, because that's not how he's going to survive at all. He uses the power of a human, unable to kill, but don't let him tell anyone he's immortal. They'll laugh. What powerful energy fluctuations. Master is fighting someone again. As he senses the flow of immortal energy, it's someone from the higher realm again, must not help Master. A little late, Shi Tian had beaten her to it. As lived, it was the reborn general of the immortal Nikhang territory, Nan Rong. She's afraid they won't be able to compete with him. After all, in the territory, he has the power of an immortal emperor's sphere. His bloody everyday life has collected pros. The strength in the lower realm is limited, but it will be enough for some bug for her. She thinks their new ruler will go today. It was the reborn general of Xinjiang territory, Kong Yuch. He looks like a typical villain that breaks into someone else's domain and destroys. This new ruler, Chen Chanan, defends his abode with all his might. Unfortunately, the hero's strength is not enough. His end is predetermined. Too bad. If these people got to him, they would still have a chance to survive. But to him, they would just be food to increase his strength. This is the reborn general of Xinjiang territory, Wu Zhini. Tout would sooner or later stand up against such a barbaric way of cultivation. Chen Chanan continued to fight at this moment. Then someone swatted him. Who cares how it ends? It's all going to the next world later anyway. The girl at this point stopped them and said they were watching. Chen Chanan was alive at this moment. And then he literally with his middle finger tried to pierce it. Then, Chen Chanan began to attack the creature. The blood Buddha was destroyed. This Chen Chanan is strong, only he made a big mistake. He shouldn't have pissed off Shi Tian. He is a leader among the generals, and his methods are completely greedy. Plus he relies on the help of demons. A huge amount of power is spent on summoning each of the demons. If Chen Chanan resists, he will die a horrible death. He sacrificed himself to save the people but still ended up being a toy for someone else. Stories like this never get boring. If she were in Shi Tian's shoes, she would have made this handsome man her slave first. The system congratulated the host for destroying the blood Buddha by giving 500,000 sphere points. With killing a summoned demon you can also earn points. Then why not? Don't be. If he's so weak, pretty soon he'll die. Because he hasn't even warmed up. He doesn't have a single demon in reserve yet. He summons the demon of hate. That demon immediately flew into a rage. He will make any sacrifice and everywhere. Too slow. Let him die. He killed him. Even the spirit of people from the lower realm were so easy to kill. At that moment, he told the demon that he was upstairs. Just at this moment, he wasn't ready to attack him from above. Chen Chanan said that a single leg kick would be enough for him. Just at that moment, the enemy attacked. The system congratulated the host for destroying the immortal warrior level demon, rewarding 500,000 sphere points. The boy laughed and decided to summon the demon once more. He summoned the demon again. He ordered him to have him kill Chen Chanan, King Ji, the son of the emperor, and his skills are worthless. Mighty heavenly dragon, let him summon someone else. The guy was a little anxious. Now that Chen Chanan, the protagonist, was powerful at this point, the system congratulated the host for destroying the immortal warrior level demon, rewarding 500,000 sphere points. Chen Chanan threw him away. That he is standing right in front of him. He can't even kill him. He is disgracing the immortals. He is so weak. It's really sad. He doesn't deserve the status of a general. After all, he was the son of an emperor in the high realm and now he's more like a stray dog. Natural-born generals look down on everyone and consider themselves the strongest. Life has no value to them and they destroy all living things. Let him feel for himself what it's like to be treated like a dog. Just at that moment he cast it far away from him. And how did a piece of shit like that put up with fighting him alone? At that moment, he attacked again. He grabbed him right by the neck. Chen Chanan said that no one even tries to help him. What a pity. This kid will not earn many sphere points. He is inferior to immortal guardians in many ways. He had not underestimated him, yet his goal had been accomplished. They will definitely meet again. Don't let him relax. Next time he won't get his head knocked off. After his self-destruction, the keeper appeared. It's really interesting to wreak havoc in the lower realm using a small part of his soul. What was? Let him appear here in his local guise. What a pity. Killing a natural. The system gives me such a big reward for killing his subordinates. It seems to express the names, personality, abilities of the naturals, they themselves, but they are scattered all over the continent, so searching for them is quite troublesome. Just use the tripod as bait and deal with them all in one fell swoop. However, he had just made quite a lot of noise. He's afraid that the others might have already sensed his presence. Chen Chanan, what was that nasty thing? Just now, his crushing aura had been brewed up by all the spawn that walked beside him. 3 were forced to retreat as they were inferior in strength. What about the others? They usually hid their presence well enough, but now it would be almost impossible to detect them. At this moment, someone was running to the ruler. He realized he had to fake it. He started saying, "I am immortal to you," and really hard. He had exhausted almost all of his powers, barely able to distance him. If he didn't take part and wasn't willing to part with his life for a good cause, he'd be dead by now. Good luck on his side. Just hope he doesn't meet anyone like that again. He doesn't think he'll be able to fight for at least a couple months. The guy started running up and asking if he was okay. The protagonist said that he had already seen in himself. Of course. What order is there? Rather let him take it to the shelter. The boy said he would protect the Lord even at the cost of his life. He began to say that the ruler was seriously injured, but he was on the verge of life and death. Let them help soon. Shi Tian was forced to fry himself because of some person from a lower realm. Seeing for the first time like this, if that person happened to be from a higher realm, the outcome would have been different. Even though he was defeated, he managed to seriously injure his opponent. In a one-on-one battle with him, they have virtually no chance. However, the 3 can join forces and try their luck. It's a great opportunity they just can't pass up. Heard it already, don't let it draw attention. At that moment, someone was sitting in the alley. Right now he is seriously injured and unable to unleash his power, so combining their powers will complement each other, and holding victory over him will be easy. They already have him in their hands. You can't miss such an opportunity. She thinks, no need to be careful. Chen Chanan is an incredibly deceitful person. Perhaps right now he is purposely acting out this scene to fool them. The previous generations of births that had already been aroused by him were incredibly stupid and acted rashly. Now they were once again trying to find a way to be reborn on this continent. She thinks that one must rely on strength against such an opponent if she is to have a plan. A man that will convey his soul. A beautiful woman. Upper Kingdom. Jiang family. Eldest mistress had returned and she must have managed to get the fruit of the immortal tree. The elder saved. They greeted the lady. She said she wanted to see the head of the family. There isn't much energy in the lower realm that could be used in the cultivation process. I don't know if the natural family can succeed in the continent of the 9 realms this time, but if there's enough strength to be reborn on another world, then there should be enough to capture it, right? After all these measures aren't trophies. She told the head that she had brought forth the fruit of the immortal tree. She asked, or was it just one? But there's a whole tree growing in the lower realm, and she only managed to get her hands on one. It was the head of the family. She knows that alone is not enough to heal the ancestor. She disappointed him. She had her hopes set on him after all. The girl asked for the head to listen to her. She was surprised that he created immortals. He did. Chen Chanan had made 2 people become immortals right before her eyes, for more to accomplish the process. At this moment, she met him and tried to use her position to make him kneel. But not only was he not afraid, he even allowed his subordinates to behave ignorantly towards her, imperfectly disrespecting their immortals. If only she didn't show cowardice. She's afraid she won't be able to return from there. She has done so much for them all. She is willing to work hard for her family. That's a huge part of it for her. But what this person did was incredible, creating an immortal in such a short time, and such troubles. Even high-ranked immortals from the higher realm are not capable of such a thing. She has a bad feeling that this could be a threat to the higher realm. Moreover, the location of the Heaven Demon's burial place was not known. Who knows if they would be able to search for it within the realms. Immortal society is turbulent right now. Their family should be an easy target. She has one for her. Firstly, he gave her this fruit. It proves he made a good impression on her, so she should go back to the lower realm and find a way to get more. Secondly, they lost contact, and to him, the best born in the lower realm, most likely she should be there somewhere, and need to find her. It will give her the seal of her keeper. She listened to her intently at this point. She could go to the keeper's abode and question them. If she still has any doubts, she will definitely complete this task. The ninth prince's estate. A sad man from the lower realm. He dared to mock him. Majesty asked what was the matter. His reincarnation in the lower realm had died. This brute, he dared to humiliate him. He would definitely come back. This was the fifth boundary of the immortal realm. Emperor Shi Tian. It's impossible. His equal, especially in her realm, did it too. He said that the ruler of the 9 realms, the protagonist, his 3 deities were destroyed. If he had not taken the first 9 cycles in time, his soul would have been severely damaged. He wants to be reborn there, in his real body, to kill that man. Excluded, for it is dangerous. The incarnation of the true body is different from the reincarnation of the split soul part. If you, the carrier of the split soul in the realm, perishes, the true body remains alive. However, if the incarnation of the true body dies, the same thing happens to the true body in the higher realm. It will no longer be able to, and all candidates most worthy of us to follow the throne. Moreover, the reincarnation of his split soul would be more than enough to destroy the niche. There's no need to jeopardize his own life. His immortal cultivation realm, seconded, invincible in our realm. They only need to be reborn in their mental body, so with the law of restriction of the lower realm, they would be able to retain most of their strength. Then, they would only have to wait for the right moment to deliver a devastating blow. They need not worry, none of the naturals will be able to compete with him. He will do it quickly. In a year, there will be a ceremony to select immortal honored ones. No need to conquer the continent of the 9 realms. Labor. They will prove themselves worthy of participating. He's too limited in his judgment. He's 100% sure he can win, so why should he give it up? Let him remember. As long as he has an advantage, a unique chance, a desire to get stronger, we need to deal with him as soon as possible, not wait for the weather. Talik doubts, and he is defeated. Only when he becomes an immortal candidate will the old men recognize that he is worthy of the throne. Everything has to go right. This time, he will make sure that the protagonist doesn't get his head blown off. In the realm, the news that Chen Chanan had been injured was spreading at the speed of light. More and more details coming out. It is said the ruler, the main character, fought an immortal from a higher realm in an attempt to protect the city. The victory did not come easily and his life literally hangs in the balance. Is this true? He tells her that the ruler can no longer protect them, and in order to keep peace on the continent, he wants to marry an immortal. What's the ruler's haircut with some immortal or? But of course, those immortal women with hornet waists and huge hips are much better than a couple of swallows. No more to be expected. They've been waiting for him for a long time without even taking him with them. They can only wait for him to return, only to see their new goddess. At this time, he was ready to fly away, even though he didn't look at the condition and go to the scrapyard. Chen Chanan was meditating at this moment. He couldn't trace the rebirth, even with the power of a ruler, but they need to when they appear to him on their own. It's already over 60,000 meters, but it's still not enough to cover the area of 100,000 mountains. What to speak of a city? Sphere points are not enough. These naturals are already on our tail. At that moment, someone started knocking on his door. He couldn't tell if anyone was there. Where? In what smart room? Out the door is a great opportunity. The man began to search for the whereabouts of the Lord. I'm going to climb through the window. Hurry up. Finally managed to hook a big fish. At this point, the man began to climb into the room. He then stood right in front of the main character. The protagonist realized he was touching it. At that moment he grabbed his arm. Didn't he say the rebirth thinks too highly of itself and wants to kill him? Let him dream. That's all he knows. At that moment he stopped and noticed something. As it turned out, it was Xian Chu. She had heard he was seriously injured, but there were so many guards outside, so she decided to get in this way. She started asking where it hurt. Let her show me. Chen Chanan said that her husband is not such a weakling. Some kind of natural will not be able to hurt him. Let her not worry. She can't just grope him, just not there. She doesn't believe it. Let her take off her clothes and she'll check it out for herself. She's only got one eye. At that moment, she saw what she wanted to see. It was just too sudden. Believe it or not, he was fine. Chen Chanan was very happy that she came to him whether he wanted privacy in the bridal room or not. Chen Chanan said that this is not a good time. If she was one of the naturals, she'd deal with him now. If she was one of them, he would know about it. They could at least talk a little. She was really worried. He always takes such risks, like he doesn't think about the future at all. At this point, the ruler was asked if he was asleep, and the girl remarked that it was a rebirth. The girl said he was hiding. If he needed help, let him call. In fact, he knows that a certain number of naturals are watching him. He has already prepared a plan to destroy them. Let it come out 7 times. Measure once, cut once. Will be able to attack suddenly. He will get the advantage. To his surprise, Min Hai came to him and asked him how he was doing. She started asking to look at his wounds and said she would be fine. He said no need, let it not hurt. He would relax. She would make it quick. She was too pushy. Let her stop. What are they up to? Meanwhile Nan Rong is outside. He even made his wife hide under the bed and watch his mistresses do all sorts of inappropriate things. Strange. Why should that be called out? And what does this woman under the bed feel? Anger and helplessness. If she joins in, what can she do? At this point, the girl finally stopped. Chen Chanan is also hard. Chen Chanan said that he definitely had a talent for embarrassing people. After all, she could be misunderstood and not care about some gossip. But he cared. He was too harsh towards him. What was happening in the continent right now didn't really bother her. She was only interested in his condition. Everything would be fine. Tonight she will stay by his side and guard his peace. He really appreciates her care, but he can take it easy and come back. Chen Chanan wondered at her while doing so. One of the 9 region rulers was the first to support her to unite all the rulers and nominate him as the ruler of the 9 regions. It was her idea. He knows next to nothing. He can't say that he and she are on close terms, but she has helped him a lot since he took the position. It was just a ploy to tease the naturals, but she was worried beyond belief. She cared for him so much, but he hadn't yet realized whether it was good or bad. The host was asked to be vigilant. A natural-born purification sphere is lurking nearby. At that moment, someone stepped on a stick and created a sound. She realized she had to get out of here as soon as possible. Just like Kong Yu said, this man pretended to be injured to mislead her. What a cunning man. She is afraid that their plan will be ineffective. Chen Chanan jumped out and greeted her. She at this moment finished the thought that Chen Chanan wanted them. What? She said only the brainless would fall for his trick. That was the key point. They won't take him. Chen Chanan said that it was very brave of them. And that opportunity will no longer exist. Let them use their own. He's really just a Lada for the eyes. Unfortunately she has to kill him. This strike would decide everything. Even an immortal couldn't escape death when touching the divine blazing chain. Chen Chanan sarcastically said sarcastically. At this point, he used his powers as well. Then someone tied him up. They admitted their defeat and asked for mercy. While they're answering questions, he'll hurt such a pretty girl. He's not a fool after all. These naturals have abilities that the system can't recognize. We need to figure it out and then just convert the poor things into sphere points. At that moment his wife ran out to him. She asked who these people were. He replied that the reincarnation of immortals from the higher realm, wielding techniques forbidden by the lower realm heavenly Tao. Let them not come close. The girl at this point was looking at them with a not entirely kind gaze. So cautious that they have no chance to change the situation in their favor. Don't care. It's only parts of his soul. Can afford to have a little fun. The girl at this point noticed. She missed him so much. She can't sleep properly. Her bed is so cold without him. She's not aware of who she is at all. It's his wife. Turns out he never said he was married. In the pursuit of thrills, he didn't care for that. Knows what he's missing right now exactly. The girl said that Chen Chanan is his and she won't let him be taken away. She could still be useful. And why is his so? But it's men who can have multiple concubines, isn't it? Who would have thought she would get to face the punishment of the natural-born immortals that had troubled them for so many years? This man is full of surprises. The city on the border of Yunzhou had to cut some trees to collect enough blood, and he finally has that immortal blade. To him natural, except for the imperial immortal whip. Then here below the realm to oppose him. The continent was now theirs. It was a rebirth from the higher realm of Zhang Guan and Li Dai. Looks like they missed one mouse. The guy realized he had been met. The man immediately grabbed the guy. At this moment these stinkers would also sacrifice to the blade. At that point someone told them to let the guy go. These were actually Chen Chuanan's subordinates. They are beasts killing innocent people. What right do they even have to call any insect from the lower realm? He has slaughtered quite a few people, but this is the first time he sees such a beautiful, tainted. He will sacrifice her to the sword. After that he will be much stronger. Cut people out. I mean what the girlfriends didn't see. Here, it's all they're doing. They didn't leave anyone here. He said she would join them too. At this point, the girl gathered herself to him with ease. That blade, immediately he spotted it. The man asked, where did she get this sword? Do I have to have it from Chen Chanan? The world of the dead know it themselves. No need for it. That idiot, the main character, how could he give away such a treasure? Someone, to a diary. How else is she going to insult your kingdom? The girl said it was too late to run away. After that, the suits got sorted out. This is the 5th such city that we haven't encountered on our way. Who in their right mind would create such a thing? The 5th one they'd seen. She's afraid there are many more places like this. She thinks the Lord should probably go back to the real body, because this time the continent is in great danger. The system found that the Master's ward Bauer had killed 2 born sphere deities. A reward of 20,000 points was received. Just what he had been waiting for. Everything is done for profit. At this point in the city, Chen Chanan summoned the system. It's a map. It's what he's thinking about. He can move between numbers. For example, he can visit Earth. What the hell is Earth? This map allows him to travel to any place he wants, and which one he gets to depends on his luck. Randomness is last century. He'll pick a specific destination. This time a random mission was triggered by a natural born. Simply put, destroy them all and the mission would be accomplished. Killing a couple is no problem, but killing them all. However, the naturals are part of an immortal's soul. If they were to be reborn again and again after he dealt with them, it would never end. One thing to clarify, this special mission has no time limit. He can, after all, get sphere points from kills committed by everyone and his subordinates, not just girls. The special mission must be accomplished within 24 hours. The continent's preservation of the 9 life and death realms, let it be taken seriously. No more nonsense. Let whoever works for him go to hell. Request, so where are his sphere points? Time is too short. Can't guarantee he'll make the best of it. Let him look up to the sky. Rather, the immortal gates are open. The immortals descend to them. A natural born has been discovered. Shi Tian has returned to the present, and his cultivation realm is rated as an immortal of noble blood. His master's clone is unable to compete with him. Whether he wishes to change his clone into a noble blood immortal this time, he is in his present body. Chen Chanan said that it was not worth it for him to like the difficulties for now. A forest in the vicinity of Yunzhou. The 9th prince descended to return to the mountain to gather divine fruits for the elder. She apologizes. She will not interfere with him. They're both from Xianwu, aren't they? Why not stay and help him take over the continent of the 9 regions? The family is really just a bunch of brainless people. He actually came down here in his mental body. She can feel the incredible determination emanating from him. It seems destined to take over the continent of realms. However, the power of immortals is limited by the heavenly laws, not the realm. Could it be that she didn't notice that his strength is limited? Maybe he's faking it. It was the cunning dishonorable Chen Chanan who pretended to be seriously injured. The subordinates bought into this trick, and then they all. It's true, they can't let some bastard from the lower realm lead them around. They need to take him by surprise. Some insect only dares to bully them, and it's also preventing them from taking over the continent of the 9 realms. They must fight back, or else what will happen to them? He said that at 0500, 5 hours from now, he would beg for death, but they must help him. If he's not mistaken, Chen Chanan lives in Feixian. He must have quite a few friends and relatives. Their plan will have 2 parts. The first is to gather the reborn who are near the city and destroy the city. They began to embark on this plan. Let it be more desperate. The second part, when they are quite desperate, let it give them hope. If he gives in, he'll gladly let go. The hope that Chen Chanan is able to give if their ruler gives them the tripod areas, will not cease Tarasu forever. They will all live. Live. By then, they don't need anything. Look like these insects, will do anything for their miserable lives. They won't ask the ruler to hand over the tripod, and then they'll all be saved. Then he will be forced to hand over the tripod to them. The plan really worked. Now that the entire continent is in panic, Chief Veroni will be able to sit back quietly. He was right, and they didn't even have to do anything. His men had done all the work for them. Then he would have to make a choice, become a hero to the end, protecting the continent, or give them the tripod and become the greatest villain of all time. Let Chen Chanan go and give up the tripod. Now we just have to wait for him to bring them the tripod on a silver platter. Hualuan. The girl said she couldn't take it anymore. Here's how. This method of concealment was invented in the higher realm, a dissertation specializing in motivating spiritual energy. This technique avoids the heaven-poor lower realm and also allows naturals to sense each other. This is an incredibly powerful technique. However, there is something more to it. If performed too long, it will come back strongly against him. At best you become like a child, at worst you lose your memory. Too bad. If it wasn't for that, then the technique could have been used to further cultivate the girls and the others. He had also managed to find out that the guardians were bound to each other by a certain immortal seal. So the keepers are a kind of contactors of nature. There are different ways of summoning guardians. Stronger immortals can summon a guardian by splitting their own soul. Weaker ones can use certain artifacts, such as jade. He remembers Azura's keeper saying something about it. That is, there is a divine seal, and the keeper's power is unlimited, subject to the heavenly laws of the lower realm. This seal was not so easy. One must carefully plan a strategy. It wasn't enough to capture an immortal. The keeper might not be able to get more information. He has already sent a messenger to the ruler. He would speed up his arrival as the situation in the city. 9 of the 10 powerful sectors of his realm have been destroyed. Those madmen with the earth, the 8 chambers of commerce, the living ones are all 2 people, but they are not even able to speak. The people killed and their methods are incredibly cruel. Chen Chanan should deal with this soon. What's going on out there? He senses a terrifying energy nearby, as if there's a stirring through the lands. It's the tripod of the 9 realms. Someone's moving it. They must see this. Did Chen Chanan decide to give in and give them the tripod? At that moment, something was really happening outside. What does the ruler do? Does he want to destroy the tripod or what? Everyone couldn't understand what Chen Chanan was up to. At this moment, he was standing near the tripod. He told the girl that it was dangerous here and it was better to hide somewhere in the city. He would find her after he was done. The girl said she didn't want to hide, she wanted to fight. Chen Chanan told her not to worry, he would protect her. The ruler has gone mad. He wants to destroy the entire continent and everyone. The boy yelled for him to stop them as soon as possible. Look at that. The tripod will be destroyed, and both the earth and the sky within the continent will shatter, and everything will be destroyed. Chen Chanan said that the heavenly law has calmed down. Crazy, he's going to kill them all. There's no other way out. The tripod will be destroyed. They need to escape quickly. Somebody get someone to stop Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan continued to do what he had started to do. He told someone he was waiting for her. People started coming down to him. He told everyone to watch who came to them. It's a gathering of naturals from all over the continent. Or what? Who would have thought that Chen Chanan was so brave? How dare he try to fool them with such nefarious methods? This was just disgusting. All their plans had failed because of him. They're just a bunch of noxious whelps with nothing to do. They have the final say in the lower realm. If he wanted to destroy the tripod of the 9 realms, no one would be able to stop him. So the immortal should shut up and bow at his feet. Chen Chanan killed 2 subordinates. Of course, he went into a rage after that. He was ready for revenge. If he is so impatient to die, he will fulfill his wish. Let the naturals summon immortal guardians. At that moment, some sort of funnel began to open, and then started to recover a lot more. Accordingly, people started coming out of them. Immortals were very numerous at this moment. Grandma ran into Grandpa and told him that the immortals were there. Tell them to pack up and run immediately. After all these years, he can finally get his revenge. But before even running out of the house, he stumbled. He said he would kill them and wouldn't let them. But his grandmother reminded him that he was too old. They are people from a lower realm. They are not equal. He didn't realize if they were going to lose their home again. Chen Chanan stood watching them at this moment. Chen Chanan said, getting more and more interesting with a smile on his face. There had never been so many immortals in our realm. Such a battle too. Would the continent of the 9 realms really be destroyed today? The ground shakes. The ruler should have done things differently. He should have dealt with them one by one. He is too selfish. If he does nothing, everyone will die. Trying to escort them out threatened to destroy the tripod areas. Was his worst decision and his last. It's just a stupid bug from the lower realm. What's the point of making all this spectacle? He will destroy it now. Let him watch carefully. He will crush this insect now. Just immortal guardians of the immortal general sphere. Chen Chanan said that this is even boring. He needs stronger toys. After that, he started attacking them. The host killed an immortal first stage sphere immortal general and gained 1 million sphere points. The host killed an immortal first stage sphere immortal general and gained 1 million sphere points. Chen Chanan was truly superior to all of them. How weak are these true powers of immortals or what? They ruthlessly killed so many people. Let them look at people from the lower realm as unworthy of attention as bugs. The noble make arrogant mistakes without noticing the log in their own eye. The system let them use all available sphere points to expand the territories under their control. A second wave of attack began to take place. At that moment, someone landed. He had met many arrogant people like him. Let his cultivation realm allow him to pull it off. However, for how long he can resist, this tactic will be the most effective. The first wave, the second continuously will not be able to defeat everyone. In the end he will die by his hand. At this point, the attacks began. Chen Chanan, of course, didn't want to give up either and began to fear and attack. That's how really powerful and strong they were. That they reached hell and space. Reports started coming in that the host had killed an immortal first stage sphere immortal general and received 1 million sphere points, as well as a salt and fish chest. Everyone was very surprised at just how strong Chen Chanan was, and then they began to rejoice that Chen Chanan had helped them as always. The crowd shouted, with Chen Chanan immortals posing no threat to them. The question arose as to what the husband was up to in the end. The Tao seal allows one to successfully overcome the heavenly trial, after which one becomes its owner. It's unclear why he decided to give her such a thing. After that, the explosions started happening. In this battle, they are unable to help in any way. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young man they had almost accused just a short while ago was fighting single-handedly for their shared future. The future of the 9 regions continent. This whole future depended on him, and he was bound to win. At this point, the man began coughing up blood. His resilience was impressive, but one wondered how much longer he could last. He decided it was time to end the battle. He summoned someone at this point and showed him an offensive gesture. They realized that they couldn't let the man from the lower realm continue to do whatever he wanted. They were sure that the kingdom would deal with him on its own. Instead, they offered to turn him into a beast for entertainment and get the matter over with as soon as possible already. Since one of them was going to go back to his new concubine, they believed that the lowlifes of the lower kingdoms deserved to go to hell. He didn't even have time to lift a finger. The question arose as to what they were even capable of, other than idle chatter. If he felt invincible in this world, they only wished that this insane enemy would finally die. It was unbelievable that he was able to stop his attack with just one hand. He then redirected it back at the enemy. The host killed an immortal sphere guardian, for which he received 5 million sphere points and a chest of salt fish. Chen Chanan was completely furious at this moment. Even the immortal commander couldn't resist him, and they were grateful that he was on their side. Chen Chanan was preparing for another attack. He used the 1,000 thunderclaps technique. They were sure that sooner or later he would tire. They just had to keep resisting until he gave up. 5 million points are given for killing an immortal sphere guardian and an immortal commander. The question arose as to how many points would be given for noble blood immortals, which are worth an order of magnitude higher. They were outraged that he was allowing himself to be distracted in the heat of battle, as if he was underestimating them. At that moment, some strange creature appeared. The system detected the immortal guardian of the peak sphere. It was indicated that the clone currently in use was inferior in strength, so the system recommended changing the clone as soon as possible. The creature showed its strength and character in this moment. The question arose as to how much longer he would be able to withstand such a difficult situation. It was at that moment that something happened. He was literally slapped on the cheek. Chen Chanan called him a lowlife and said he would kill him. The young man couldn't understand how he was allowing himself to behave this way. They still procrastinated, though they could have led him straight to the enemy to tear him to shreds. Chen Chanan, meanwhile, began to approach them. At this moment, 2 people attacked him at the same time. It's best to avoid these copies, or the clones may not have the most pleasant experience. It was at that moment that someone started attacking him. When his attack reached its target, Chen Chanan realized that the pain was very real. It was at this point that he was kicked. Everyone began to worry about their ruler. At this moment, Chen Chuanan's hand became visible. Although the ambush attacks were unexpected, it was expected amidst the deadly battle. He lacked quite a few sphere points to complete mastering Dao Yunzhou's possession, but he had to hold out. He laughed at his enemy, confident that he didn't have the strength to resist. Though the threat of the immortal kings was still ahead, he realized that it was time to finally defeat the enemy. Chen Chanan once again began to approach his opponents. Chen Chanan then began killing immortal sphere guardians as well as commanders, while receiving a reward of 5 million points and a saltfish chest. Everyone watching this was extremely surprised at what was happening. Chen Chanan began to breathe heavily, clearly showing signs of fatigue. Those who were watching him noticed that he was already at his limit and made the decision that he needed to be finished off. Everyone around him began to feel strongly for their ruler as they watched this battle. He was experiencing intense emotions and physical tension, on the verge of losing everything. Chen Chanan said that the ninth prince should be familiar with this feeling, implying defeat. His arrogance knew no bounds as he intended to kill the enemy right in front of all his men so they could see their last hopes crumble. This spectacle, he thought, was going to be incredible, leaving everyone in shock and despair. He mentioned that there are many of his friends and family in Feixian and assured that he would take care of them after his death. Despite the tragic situation, the girl next to her decided at that moment that she should help Chen Shengganyu. At that moment he was right in front of her as she resolutely sprang into action. The girl looked at him carefully, realizing the seriousness of the moment. The people who were watching this watched with bated breath as events unfolded. Chen Chanan made it clear that he would definitely find her no matter what happened. It was at this point that he was killed. The system detected the destruction of the host clone and started the process of returning to the main body. The system also discovered that the accumulated sphere points were enough to expand the immortal domain into Yunzhou territory, and started the process accordingly. The process of expanding absolute possessions was successfully started, and the system thanked the host for waiting, reporting that everything was almost ready. All the people watched intently as their ruler was killed and could not believe what was happening. Even after the death of the ruler of the regions, no one could accept it. The situation seemed dire because without Chen Chanan, the future of the continent was in great doubt. Everyone wondered if there was anything they could do to change the situation. At this moment, the tripod was lying on the floor, which raised many questions from those watching. Some began to scoff, saying that Chen Chanan, who had spoken so much, was now silent, being powerless. Someone present brought a pair of scissors, clearly intending to do something to the tripod. The people expressed their willingness to give the tripod of the 9 realms to the immortals from the higher realm in exchange for liberation, claiming that Chen Chanan had only acted on his own behalf and did not express the will of the entire people of the 9 realms continent. The continent of the 9 realms was now at the complete mercy of the immortals. The immortals declared that the insects from the lower realm should rejoice as they were honored to be a part of the great cause of improving their cultivation. They announced that their goal was to absorb the energy of the entire continent, turning its inhabitants into sacrificial lambs. The people realized that they could do nothing without Chen Chanan and were in utter despair. At this moment, the tripod suddenly erupted and turned into fire, causing everyone present to be shocked. The guy standing next to him instantly realized that the tripod appeared to be a fake, which made him furious. He started demanding explanations, accusing people of deception as he couldn't believe it had really happened. Some suggested that the truth about the tripod might be known by Chen Chanan's wife, and suggested asking her. At this point, the guy focused his gaze on the girl who had become the object of attention. The girl was furious and clearly wasn't going to stay away. She activated her powers to counter what was happening. She then started attacking the guy, stating that she intended to kill him. The boy, dodging her attacks, tried to understand her motives. Some suggested undressing the girl to find the hidden tripod, suggesting she might have it. One of the immortals said that she could scream as it made the situation even more interesting. At this moment, someone suddenly attacked another, causing chaos. The men decided that action had to be taken and declared that no one could be allowed to take the tripod. The immortals' powers had no effect on them, which added to their confidence. One of the immortal guardians of the peak of the spheres decided to intervene. He continued to taunt the girl despite her defenselessness and also expressed his desire to take advantage of the situation. He was doing his best to drive her to despair, savoring her emotions. The girl, despite the pressure, started calling for her husband's help. Everyone reminded him that Chen Chanan was dead, and suggested that he just give the tripod to the immortals to avoid further calamities. They feared that if the immortals started acting without restraint, they would destroy anyone who tried to oppose them. Jiang Xianchu was willing to do anything for Chen Chanan, even such sacrifices, and this caused the observers to doubt. The old man resented that if he had known that her freedom would be threatened, he would have changed his behavior, but he considered her attempts to protect the tripod areas foolish, believing that she wouldn't be able to endure for long since even Chen Chanan couldn't. It all seemed extremely unreasonable to him, though he couldn't understand why. They concluded that their enemies would eat everyone and ravage the place to the ground until they found the tripod. The girl, however, was willing to give her life just to protect the tripod from the invaders. At this point, someone tried to stop them and launched an attack. One of those present, unable to watch any longer, remarked that she, a woman, had shown more courage than all of them put together, and suggested that they stop bullying her. The girl watched the people around her carefully, trying to figure out what was going on. A disdainful voice in the crowd declared that the insects still had the strength to rebel, and that if they were so eager to follow Chen Chanan, their deaths would not be a problem. Despite everything, people continued to resist, even though they realized how weak their position was. They believed that everything that was happening made sense and their struggle was not random. Realizing that they were facing death, they accepted it and decided to fight to the end, wishing that the immortals would get out of their realm. The people of the continent of the 9 realms swore that they would never become slaves and continued to fight. They were still attacking the enemy, not surrendering in the face of threat. The immortal laughed scornfully at their resilience, claiming that he would show them their place. Their battle continued, though many were already at their limit. Some wondered why this fight was even going on, since they wouldn't be able to survive, and decided to wait for the immortals to leave, or else the end would come for everyone. They saw the immortals acting like demons and begged for someone to save them. Realizing their helplessness, they knew they could neither kill their enemies nor escape. Desperate and devastated, the bodies of the fallen were seen everywhere, and someone bitterly remarked that almost all the inhabitants were dead, as if justifying their sacrifices. Those around them felt sadness and pain as they saw their world destroyed. The immortals were consumed by the lust for destruction, not considering it necessary to observe any rules and restrictions. People realized that once they started this fight, they had to go to the end. At that moment, the girl was surprised to realize that nothing was happening. She was puzzled by what was going on around her. Suddenly the other girls appeared, adding even more anxiety. She wondered why the master hadn't come yet, for if he didn't show up now, it might be too late. She couldn't figure out who exactly she was supposed to call. At that moment, one of those present sensed that something unusual was going on around them. He felt a powerful murderous aura and realized that no one was able to stop what had begun, as everything was heading towards the defeat of the lower realm. Just then, Chen Chanan suddenly appeared and questioned whether the enemies had really already fallen. Everyone was shocked by his appearance and couldn't believe their eyes. They could not realize how such a thing was even possible. For, in their opinion, he had been murdered. The system warned the host that the expansion of the area was not yet complete and asked to wait to complete the process properly. They tried to figure out if it was a clone, but they couldn't believe it was possible. At this point, the system informed the host that the process of expanding possessions was complete and offered to enjoy the result. The boy was surprised to notice what had happened. He saw Chen Chanan start to approach him, preparing to attack. At this moment, Chen Chanan landed a powerful blow on his opponent. The enemy, waking up, began to breathe heavily and coughed. He couldn't understand how it had happened, or why he hadn't reacted in time to the blow. Then he noticed something else that caught his attention. In a rage, he called Chen Chanan a harsh word, accusing him of being reckless. He found it outrageous that someone dared to tell him what to do. At this moment, Chen Chanan attacked him again, landing one blow after another. He then literally drove his opponent's head into the ground. After that, he continued to strike, leaving the enemy no chance. After only a few seconds, he reached his goal. The opponent couldn't believe that Chen Chanan had actually killed him, seeing his strength in front of him. After that, Chen Chanan stepped on his head, confirming his victory. The guy, of course, tried again to come to his senses, but to no avail. He exclaimed for Chen Chanan, "That damn bastard, to finally die and for the heavenly devil to come after him." He desperately wished that the devil would finally do away with Chen Chanan. Meanwhile, he emphasized his superiority by calling the creatures from the lower realm helpless and unable to resist him. At this moment, Chen Chanan calmly stated that his enemy was already dead. Then he went on the offensive again, showing his strength. The girl realized she hadn't had time to do anything yet, and began to hope for the prince's help. At this time, the system informed the host of his achievement. He had killed the foray demon and received 9 million sphere points, a sphere fragment, and additional rewards. He did it with incredible ease, feeling no resistance, even though the demon had a power many times greater than the immortal king's sphere. One of the people present began to wonder why Chen Chanan wasn't finishing off the enemy right now, since he had already killed him once and could do it again. However, even if the enemy dies, life will never be the same for the girl. Someone suggested to destroy Chen Chanan by any means necessary, even if it required the participation of 1,000 demons, because his strength was a huge threat. If they failed to deal with him now, they would definitely end up as enemies in the higher realm. Everyone decided to join forces and strike back. One of them raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. At this time, the opposing group continued to approach Chen Chanan. He calmly snapped his fingers and ordered them destroyed. At the same moment, they began to die as if by magic. The girl narrowly escaped this mass destruction by leaving at the last moment. Her thoughts darted around the fact that the 9th prince had probably made a lot of noise. She realized that she didn't have time to gather the immortal fruits, and she wanted to go back to warn the others not to touch Faxian. Clearly, this was the true strength of the ruler of the 9 realms, and those around him were giving thanks for having him on their side. The girl landed, realizing the gravity of what had happened. It was clear to her that the 9th prince's actions had caused chaos, and the situation was not working out in their favor. It was obvious that he was using the clones to weaken his opponents and gain a tactical advantage. He deliberately let them feel his power so that he could then take them apart one by one. However, his hesitation at the beginning of the battle was due to fear that his enemies might summon more powerful guardians. This insecurity was his mistake, and he shouldn't have given his enemies even the slightest chance. He realized that without heavenly blessings, no one could reach the cultivation limits that were available to immortals. But he, using the spatial laws, relied on his noble blood to win. He was the first person from the lower realm to force the use of the Yungue talisman. He began to summon a flaming demon. A demon that had reached the peak of the sphere of an immortal of noble blood. Immortal appeared and declared that he obeyed his master. The opponents were terrified as they realized that if Chen Chanan died, they wouldn't be able to harvest the immortal fruit. However, the guy ordered the demon to advance and destroy Chen Chanan. Despite this, Chen Chanan calmly stood still. Then he just smiled. He stated that he could handle the demon with one finger. Indeed, Chen Chanan had killed the immortal demon, obtaining 30 million sphere points. The people present couldn't believe that he had handled such an opponent and wondered what kind of cultivation realm he possessed. One of the opponents realized that he had to run to survive. However, it was already too late. Chen Chanan was approaching him. Then he struck again, and was ready to finish the battle. He wanted to show everyone how their esteemed 9th prince was squirming under his feet, unable to resist. Everyone wondered why no one was coming to his aid. At this time, someone was pondering on how to capitalize on this situation by keeping Chen Chanan alive for their plans. This man decided he would enjoy it. To begin with, he was going to hang Chen Chanan and torture him. Every 10 seconds he intended to treat him to fried nails, oblivious to his pain. Of course, at this point the guy started screaming in unbearable agony. He didn't care how long it took. He decided to wait until a worthy opponent came to his aid. The countdown started ticking. Every 10 seconds another nail was driven in. The nails continued to dig into his body, causing unbearable pain. The boy cried out desperately in pain, unable to endure the suffering. Time had lost its meaning. He didn't know how long it had been going on, but the pain, especially in his head, had become almost unbearable. It had been an hour and still no one came from upstairs. He began to think that no one needed him, since no one was trying to save him. Maybe this isn't enough, the torturer pondered. He added several thousand more needles, intensifying the torture. Suddenly someone came running up from behind. It was his wife. She could not believe her eyes and exclaimed that it was not a hallucination. The girl cried with joy at seeing him alive. Chen Chanan apologized to her, promising to never do that again. She agreed, but her eyes were still full of tears. At this time they were joined by other girls who marveled at his strength and praised his skill. His wife, however, was not happy with this attention. Chen Chanan, as usual, forgot to introduce them, which made them even more annoyed. She looked judgmentally at one of the girls, calling her a shameless seductress. She demanded that her husband immediately explain what was happening. However, Chen Chanan tried to assure her that everything was under control and they could settle this peacefully. His wife, observing his calmness, could not believe that after all that had happened he was able to smile like that. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed that someone had finally decided to appear. It was the devouring realm's 8th heavenly finger, which possessed a power comparable to the strike of an immortal from the higher realm. He declared that the opponents from the lower realm were doomed. The surrounding people watched it with awe. Chen Chanan remained unperturbed and said that he would now test whose finger was stronger. He faced the attack with incredible composure. His strength was superior, the enemy couldn't even resist his middle finger. What a pathetic piece of trash, Chen Chanan calmly remarked. Those around him continued to admire his skill and urged him to destroy all enemies. They wondered why immortals from the higher realm who were so cowardly would not attack him personally. The girl tried to talk him into stopping, warning him that there were more powerful beings in the higher realm. She recalled that the law of the 9 realms' continent boundaries protected them from direct interference from stronger immortals. Chen Chanan thanked her for her caution, but noted that the law only limits what they can do. He appealed to the heavenly Tao, requesting a change in the law of the continent. He wanted to remove all restrictions so that immortals could freely enter the lower realm. However, it caused shock and outrage. The consequences of such a decision could have been catastrophic. The new rules allowed immortals to cross the border unhindered and their power would not be suppressed. The opening of the border caused a storm of emotion. People could not believe that he had dared to do it. Some were already tired of the tension and hoped for a quick end to the conflict. Chen Chanan realized that his plan must culminate in the annihilation of all immortals. His enemies realized that his madness made him even more dangerous than they could have imagined. Even the strongest keepers couldn't handle his strategy and power. One of the observers, who belonged to the Jiang family, decided to seize the moment. She hoped to transfer the powerful artifact, the 9 realms tripod, to the main body. Even if her soul was damaged, she considered it a sacrifice for the greatness of the family. She was sure she could set up the moment to attack. At this time, the portals merged into one, and something grandiose began to emerge from them. Everyone held their breath, realizing that this time the immortals were going to show their full power. The system alerted Chen Chanan to the appearance of a 5th-stage immortal, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingzhan. Chen Chanan wasn't surprised, but remarked that he had expected to see more spectators. Jiang Mingzhan expressed her respect for his cunning, recalling that he was the second after Feng Qian who could fool them like this. She admitted that her original plan was to destroy Chen Chanan and destroy the border, but now her mind has changed. She offered Chen Chanan a unique opportunity to join their ranks and become a disciple of her family. In addition, to appease him, she promised not to attack his realm anymore, recognizing his right to possess the continent. She also offered to renew cultivation opportunities for the people of the lower realm so that they could refine themselves. All he had to do was agree to her terms. But Chen Chanan couldn't believe her words. He realized that she was a skillful manipulator trying to trick him. If she wants war, let her go ahead, he thought. There was no question of justice or a peaceful solution to the conflict. The girl looked at him with an expression of disappointment and annoyance. She quietly remarked that he would have to pay dearly for his arrogance. Knowing the difference in power between the lower and higher worlds, she felt confident. To her, it was like one grain of sand against an entire galaxy. Chen Chanan grinned as he noticed her efforts, but he had already made up his mind. If he can't get anything from her, he'll destroy her. The immortals, gripped by the lust for power, were ready to destroy the continent along with its inhabitants, leaving behind only ruins. But Chen Chanan was not going to give up despite all the threats. He declared that no one would be able to conquer his world. There was still one entire building on the border of the Yunzhou continent. Perhaps it was the closest to its ruler. This place was their last hope for survival. At this moment, an urgent message came in. The continent of the 9 regions was under attack. The system demanded that Chen Chanan deal with the situation immediately. If he doesn't find the source of the attack, the consequences could be catastrophic for all other areas. Chen Chanan assumed that the opponents were using the artifacts to attack from afar. His task now is to rescue people and develop a plan of action. His enemies had given him the right to choose, but he already realized that all these events were the result of his own decisions. It was now a question of survival not only for him, but for the entire continent. He realized that he was going against the very heavens. Despite all his experience, he felt he lacked training. Suddenly, he approached the girl with incredible speed and grabbed her head. His movements were so fast that she didn't even notice the moment of the attack. Chen Chanan activated the immortal artifact and declared that the fall of the 9 regions continent was inevitable if she didn't tell the truth. He asked her who was behind all these events and what artifacts the immortals from the higher realm were using. She grinned, calling him naive, and stated that he was making the same mistake as others before him. If he kills her, she has a surprise for him. At that moment, there was a massive explosion. The girl took the tripod of the 9 realms, thanking him for this artifact. Chen Chanan noticed her strange demeanor, as if she was remembering something important. She suddenly began to fade away, enveloped in memories of some faraway place. Her thoughts said she was not of this world, but she didn't want to go back there. With tears in her eyes, she called out to her husband, but her voice grew quieter and quieter. Chen Chanan lowered himself to the ground, silently observing what was happening. He picked up what had fallen and realized the girl was gone. The continent of 9 realms was on the verge of annihilation, and the tripod was carried away. But Chen Chanan firmly stated that this was not the end. The higher realm continued to watch his actions. This Chen Chanan is incredibly strong, the immortals admitted as they discussed the losses. No one could believe that such a creature had appeared in the lower realm. The celestial throne room shuddered at the reports of the destruction it had caused. The head of the Jiang family returned, reporting failures. Immortal Venerable Sheng Wu said that the inferior ones were unworthy of cooperation and should have been killed at once. The high-ranked immortals continued to use their artifacts to destroy the weak lower realm, fearing the power of Chen Chanan. The passage between the worlds has long been closed, they said. He can't get to us. However, his actions, including rewriting the laws, gave the immortals the right to show up at any time and demand an explanation. The issue of the tripod of the 9 regions and the disgrace of the Jiang family was particularly acute. The secret of one of their family marrying an enemy from a lower realm became a scandal. The head of the family had to decide how to remedy this situation. The reincarnation from the lower realm was unable to accomplish the task at hand, causing huge repercussions. Her punishment was 1,000 thunderclaps. Whether she survived or not depended only on her luck. Before that, let them use the Jiang family's secret method and retrieve the tripod. They will take care of it beforehand, according to their instructions. When the split part of the soul comes back completely, Trainwreck is already awake, or she was forcibly recalled, so the soul was significantly damaged, and she's afraid. It will take time for that to happen. She can't stand it anymore. Let him destroy him as soon as possible. Let him destroy himself. He's finally in her hands, and she has every right to absorb all the energy of the 9 realms continent, and that way the entire family won't need anything. It is, after all, also a kind of torture for people of the lower realm and huge heroes in particular. If anything is in there. At that moment, something happened. Then there was an explosion. The guy couldn't understand what was starting to happen. Then someone grabbed his head, and then literally ripped his head off. They couldn't understand who dared to do it. The guy started using a fusion of yin and yang. Detain him, whoever he is. He kills him, at which point he is also punished. Then they took all the attacks and others. Xuanguang Precious Mirror. Who is it? Where did he come from? He dares to do whatever he wants here. His beloved immortal. What do they do wrong? Let them all take him. The girl recognized him at the moment. It was Chen Chanan. She noticed his annihilating pressure from the immortal emperor. How did he manage to get here? No discount this time. 100 million immortal emperor sphere tilt exchange points were written off. Let him enjoy it. The pressurizing aura of an immortal emperor. Even in a city of cultivators. Cultivators in this realm could be counted on one's fingers. How could another one appear here? Impossible. Immortals can't overcome this in their entire lives. How could a person from the lower realm be able to do this? So that is its true power. Just an immortal emperor. They're already cracking up. If he wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become the ruler of the immortal world. The man started yelling that he was just a bug from the lower realm. He wasn't even worthy of saying such a thing. Everyone stay calm, and even though they are incredibly strong, they are still afraid of him. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan began to attack. Since that is the case, he will ask him again what the lower kingdom is to them. Let him think well and only then say one word, and he will destroy the higher realm. The continent of the 9 realms is no different from the rest of the lower realms, just sources of energy, like house cats destined to be food. Any expression of protest will be punished, then excised. They don't even consider them human, he thought. What a wonderful answer. Now it's time to say goodbye. The master had killed a third-stage immortal of the immortal noble blood immortal sphere and obtained 10 million sphere points. He was indeed incredibly curious as to where this feeling of superiority came from. The palace concedes its immortal fruits are useless. Otherwise people would not come to him for them. And this they call the higher realm, the abode of immortals ready to ascend to heaven. Immortal institutions who thought they were gods. However, they are actually nothing. Even now, they stand and wish to claw at their throats. But none of them dare to do so because his cultivation realm is much higher and they are afraid of death. Bunch of garbage. Let us destroy the higher realm together. He can't take it anymore. That was just unforgivable of him. Chen Chanan continued to stand at this moment. Then, Chen Chanan grabbed his arm, and he took me somewhere. After that, he easily killed the man. Let them avenge him for everything. Let them kill this asshole who can't even keep his mouth shut. He's definitely finished. At that moment, he grabbed the man's staff. He was ready to attack him. After that, he attacked one of the guys. Of course, he got punched in the face right at that moment. Chen Chanan then began to attack him and the other man. This technique is called punishing the naughty. Schlock was killed by the master, an immortal of the third stage of the immortal noble blood immortal realm, and received 50 million points. Go ahead, have the elders voice their elders here. If this continues, the city will end. She won't grab his weakness, and they'll have him in their hands. He will, he warns her. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan began to stir. He thought they would lash out at him in an attempt to take out their rage. But trash is trash, nothing was presented here, so they chose to play dirty. Idiots. If they try to directly harm the girl, of course he would immediately kill them. Fortunately, the family has a secret method, and then her soul is in her hands. This can make all the difference at a critical moment. The head of the family, this time her body is real or not. He knows the girl is a natural to their family, so she must have a way to control him from now on. If a hair falls from her, he'll rip her to shreds. The head of the family, and they would keep her safe. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed that something had started to happen to the sky as well. Someone showed up and said that Chen Chanan had been playing around. He would be held accountable for everything. Immortal Dosto Sheng wants to make a breakthrough into the immortal emperor realm. This is their chance to kill Chen Chanan. He has a trump card, and his crowning touch. When he was at the dawn of his powers, he used it on his notion of the immortal emperor sphere. Something he had to mow down to. He used the heavenly Sheng Wu, their anger and hatred all descending on him. He'll make him regret coming here. Let him finally die. Chen Chanan stood there without any emotion, just looking at him. Then some light beam pierced one of the islands. It was simply impossible. It is an unimaginable power, something only a lord can do. Is it possible that their naturals are fighting the naturals of other worlds? Everything was about to collapse. They had to leave. Let them stop him. Shinji Palace. The gentleman delivered the bad news. The people of the continent of 9 regions. The 9 areas. The one that's on the rumor mill right now. We must destroy the source of the problem as soon as possible. How did people from the lower realm get to the higher realm in the first place? It wouldn't be the first time. That man holds a deep grudge and needs to be eliminated. There is no need to hurry. Chen Chanan said that the naturals have many capable immortals. Very soon they will pay for everything. The second elder of the Bagua art, the 4th realm boundary of the immortal emperor realm, said that they were mistaken, for they had already fallen by his hand. The one who came is called Chen Chang. Chen Chang is from their realm. It is the continent of the 9 guests. Somehow he managed to find a loophole and penetrate into the higher realm. They can no longer stay on the sidelines. If all the naturals were to be destroyed, they would have no chance to take over the niche realm. If they haven't already, the consequences could be unimaginable. They need to take action. From the moment he showed up here, they knew everything. This is the beginning of the war. If anyone could be a match for him, Chen Chanan was confident that he wouldn't lose this time. The second elder orders all immortals who have reached the high realms of cultivation to report to the Hall of the Naturals to jointly hunt down and defeat Chen Chanan, disgusting as a worm from the lower realm, and still dares to interfere. No matter who, let him. It is a treacherous reckless man who has slaughtered 1,000 of their naturals, eager to destroy the higher realm. For the good of their common home they urge all immortals to join them in the fight. A sporting man, and whoever manages to decapitate him, he will take him as his disciple. He will also be rewarded with immortal herbs and will be able to make a breakthrough into the immortal emperor realm. Keep the kids out of the way. Just wait. It's only a matter of time before they win. It was the head of the venerable Immortal squad, Ma Dinghua. After all, he is the commander of the first guard. They say he hasn't lost a single battle. He will definitely be able to kill that low realm scum. He is in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. He will definitely get some perks for killing such an important person. He's ironclad. Let Sister Een look up. Even the Mo family sent their ships to this Chen Chanan. Definitely not living in this family. There is no equal in using immortals. Everyone who had ever come face to face with them always lost. If they stayed at all, let them watch the demon clan. The same one has arrived. It can't be. The nine-tailed killer hasn't been seen for a long time. Even those who had been in the association for so many years showed up. That is the entire strength of the city. Immortal Honorable Yunming has arrived. Immortal Venerable Yunming chronicled the city. It wasn't every day that one could see this battle. After all, he would be sure to write everything down and pass it on to the immortal rulers. Of course, as history was being made right in front of their eyes. This man from the lower realm should be incredibly grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the city's history. The man was jumping off at this point. In the moment, he was writing something. In January 2010 city calendar, the honest people of the continent of the 9 realms penetrated into the higher realms. The elders divorced and gathered mighty braves from all over the continent. The Jiang family had retreated, missing such a great opportunity to be part of history. He was afraid that this might be the end for them. All his life, he had been writing about the glorious deeds of the immortal realm, and he had never been left out. This time was no exception. Family in action. Criticism was sure to follow. They're definitely going to come out victorious. The warriors are definitely an opportunity to be a part of their history, and the effort will not go unnoticed. Indeed, an entire army had gathered against Chen Chanan. They expected to kill him and win. After all, they just had to stay here and witness the great triumph. Even Yunming had arrived. It had been a long battle. The high realm was constantly fighting someone, so this kind of atmosphere was quite familiar. However, just one person had forced all the immortals to unite. No matter what his goals were, he didn't have to win the game and bring back the former glory of the big one. And what did it get them? They wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. The immortals and the immortal emperor couldn't resist them. All the immortals above the sphere were here. It was beautiful. Chen Chanan wished him a pleasant appetite. The master killed a 4th stage immortal in the immortal noble sphere, in whose blood he obtained 10 million points and a fragment of the sphere. He was strong. Chen Chanan showed them his middle finger and told them not to suck it. How dare he act like that? The guy came in furious and told him to finally die. At this point, they all headed out to attack. Rather, let them keep him from escaping. Noroi kept moving somewhere. The invader was defeated, tried to escape, but was captured anyway. That's hilarious. She's closed the passage between worlds. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't escape. It was only an attempt to escape his fate. There was no point. The vault, the library of the immortals that housed the artifacts, was destroyed. It was white magic, their precious cultivation resources. That bastard. He took advantage of the fact that all the strongest immortals were gathered here and no one was left to guard the library. He feared that this man wished to destroy everything of value to them. Let them split up and go after him. Let them kill him as soon as possible. How dare he do that? They'll tear him apart with their bare hands. Explosions started happening all over the city. This man turned out to be incredibly cunning, seized the opportunity and destroyed the library of the immortals, thereby wiping out much of their history and writings. They followed orders and were ready for a change of strategy. Let them fight with full force. The immortals led by Inghua surrounded him. The total troops of the Imperial Guard were incredibly strong. Their combined power exceeded that of the immortal emperor himself. He's definitely not going to escape. Chen Chanan was ready to launch an attack. He then killed a 4th stage immortal in the noble blood immortal realm in an instant and obtained 10 million points. And he loved it all. The guy at this point noticed the one who died had fallen from him. How is that even possible? The Imperial Guard was completely wiped out. Should they be recording this? Let him remember. Whatever happened, only the truth should be recorded. It was his duty. The Imperial Guard fought valiantly, but were annihilated. However, they still had many powerful families and demons. He didn't believe it was impossible to kill him. The Mo family had sent their strongest ship in the entire higher realm. Now the spy from the lower realm would be destroyed. Just then, there was a massive explosion. In the year 250 of the city's calendar, he was defeated through the combined efforts of the Mo family and the demon clan. This battle Immortals won a brilliant victory. The man at this point was watching for some reason. He then proceeded to fight everyone in his path, and then split the island in two. The host got too many sphere points. There's a tally going on. It can't be. At that moment, he landed on the ground. Invader and murderer, why were there children here? Can immortals reproduce? Or what? Then the attack came again. Here come the old people. The guy apparently realized right away what it was. Then the explosions started happening again. He broke into the territory of the immortals, injured and killed 1,000 books of companions. His sins are unforgivable. Even if he died 100 times, he won't be able to understand their prince into 5 immortal emperors is a bit of a problem. These are the 5 elders. It seems like the situation will change drastically. What reckless bravery has shaken the heavens. But so has this wonderful moment. The elders have arrived. Let them not kill the protagonist. There are 9 continental exits. He is the first to force action in the last tens of thousands of years. He calls for it to be considered. To consider how he wants to die. What a lot of emptiness there was there. No way, and wouldn't move to active duty, or he'd still have plenty of other things to do. He can't wait to die. She will grant him his wish. It's a resounding law, isn't it? What incredible power. Even from here you can feel these energy vibrations. Chen Chanan was ready to defend against this attack. And this is the moment. Then he began to approach directly towards the girl. The girl noticed that her opponent was fast. Chen Chanan kept getting closer and closer. The man decided to use an immortal's technique, a mirage, a specialized technique that is different from those wielded by prey immortals. Several of them have similar ones. The lousy guy, no matter how he attacks, he can't get him. He wants to destroy the immortal realm, but that's not going to happen, not just make it die. At that moment, they both started attacking him. Chen Chanan took the defense at this moment. He then continued on the defensive side of the ball. A girl appeared right in front of him and said she would finish him off. He said he didn't think she could do it. After that, he attacked her himself. Everyone began to worry about the elders. Chen Chanan turned his attention to something at this moment. There are 1,000 immortal families behind them. He is no match for them. In terms of strength, these 5 immortal emperors had already fought together, knocking out powerful beings. Winter's rage and hatred could continue indefinitely. Revenge and grudges piling up. Let him die already. The man said the battle was over and they had not won. He turned to the 3rd elder and said that he intended to destroy the continent of the 9 realms. Let him follow him to end it once and for all. Without this, Chen Chanan could destroy the continent of the 9 realms with a snap of his fingers. That boy didn't die. Not only didn't he not die, he wasn't even hurt. He would even say, he wouldn't even hurt, and he wouldn't have any remorse. The man was surprised that he wasn't dead. They continue to doubt the protagonist, as the likelihood of him being able to stand up to the elders for so long seems unbelievable. Yu Chan, who has spent a lot of time in the lower realm, can she explain what he ultimately wants to do? His strength is beyond comprehension. He is incredibly vengeful. This time, the realm has really hit a nerve with him. What do you mean? For the living? If you take Xuanxue away and live peacefully, no one would stop him. But if what she said is true, then it means he's aiming to become immortal. However, the essence of the upper realm is far more complex and richer than that of the lower realm. He has absolutely no idea what will come of it. But it is possible anyway. This is only his clone. His main body is still in the continent of the 9 realms. This wasn't the first time he was reborn as if he was a golden immortal. He has other clones. He'll have to pay for his arrogance before she showed up here. The plan was to destroy him, but he was supposed to destroy the boundary of the 9 realms continent. But he changed his mind and his clone became an immortal emperor, the incredible avenger. No matter how strong they are, they depend on their boundaries. Once their strongholds disappear they will be finished. His original target is not a girl. In the immortal realm as a whole, the host killed the immortal emperor and gained 15 million sphere points. He'll die with him. We need to concentrate and get out. At this moment, a sphere of some sort began to form. Then an inexplicable situation began to happen. If it remains intact even after that, it will be extremely difficult. That's the moment someone started to fall. The girl was surprised that it was her brother. She felt a terrible emptiness in her soul. The 4th elder had decided to sacrifice himself to take Chen Chanan with him. What a fierce battle, but he must die. Let him die. They have to finish him off. Let him kill him as expected of the elders. It's over. The elders joined forces. Together they put an end to it without capture. they will record that it was a great victory, even though he was an immortal emperor. However, he lacked any real combat experience. The fourth one did a great job. He still had some reincarnation techniques left, so he would be able to resurrect him, dismember him and hang what's left of him in the most prominent place in the nether realm. Let everyone know what happens when someone dares to speak against them. What's that ripple? They couldn't understand what was beginning to happen. At that moment, a bright light appeared. Everyone immediately felt this energy. We need to destroy that talisman. Fortunately, he captured it. Let them crackle, you miserable insects. Didn't they kill him? They didn't kill the clone. They spent so much effort just to finish off his clone. The man at this point wanted to say something. Chen Chanan still messed up at this point. The information in the book is irrelevant. He's stronger than ever. It's impossible to understand how they can destroy this monster. He has reached the realm of the Lord of the Borders. Chen Chanan realized that he had some things to finish and then he would take care of them. At that point, he went somewhere. The direction he's headed is the immortal abode. We have to stop him. Chen Chanan touched the ground at this moment. He destroyed everything around him, but he couldn't find the core anywhere. It turned out that it was hidden by the power of the immortals contained within these pillars. The repeated movements during the battles and the wariness of these elders made him realize that this was the root of the immortal realm's life, the thing they were so fiercely protecting. Only one thought came to mind. It was the foundation that supported the higher and lower worlds. Let it become. If it is destroyed, the higher and lower kingdoms will be destroyed. At this point, the attack began. Chen Chanan acted decisively to get them to stop bothering him. This is the power of the Lord of Borders. It was over. The higher realm has always neglected to be particularly cruel when treating people from the lower realm. Well, it's time to change that. He will avenge the entire lower realm. If the lower realm is gone, why would he sit in the higher realm? And the abode of the immortals is near the capital of the higher realm. Who dares trespass on the Lord's territory? It seems that not only Xian Wu, but they are forced to endure the antics of some little man from the lower realm. The guards are completely defeated. Is this puppy really Chen Chanan? An act like this, he will only die. The capital has indeed fallen. Was it really that boy's handiwork? He managed to attain immortal power. If the immortals from other abodes found out what was happening, they would definitely use Neon's magic field to attack. We need to seal it as soon as possible. These powers would then be sealed for thousands of years. It was about time to put them to use. Chen Chuanan's mentor Feng Kun had already flown towards the building, and pointing his hand at the building, blasted the front door open. The guards didn't understand. Who was he anyway? How could an ordinary man have the power of a border lord? He looked at them at this point, and ordered them to shut up. At the same time in the capital, the island shattered into a pile of rocks, and people tried to escape and gather in large chunks. He doesn't want to return to this miserable and inferior realm. He is immortal, the strongest immortal to whom all these mortal insects obey, the highest realm, but it had practically collapsed. It was impossible, simply impossible. It's an event. He has to write it all down. Just at that moment he was crushed by rocks. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one had dared to go against the immortals. But today, at least he realizes what a heinous crime he's committed. Chen Chanan asked what the offense meant. They've been poisoning the lives of ordinary people for years without glorifying them. He still dares to say something like that. Impossible. How is it given to him to release such power once contagion? Had the world tree always been his goal? He had deliberately provoked them so that they would bring him here on their own. Looks like the great invincible immortals are afraid of something too. Let him feel it, because they're finally coming to an end. What's going on? They don't understand. It's just one punch. At that moment, Chen Chuanan said, "That's how I am." The girl was telling her brother to save her. The man asked, or did Chen Chanan really think he could get away with it all? Still trying to preach. What's it all for? He really thinks they can still be saved. Once the lord of these lands stays, he will realize how piercing this kind of behavior was. The lord killed 2 immortal spheres and received 300 million sphere points. Then, Chen Chanan began to form some sort of sphere. The guy asked, are they still trying to escape? But it was too late, and nothing could help them. That kind of speed was just unbelievable. The man was greatly surprised at this point. Then he stopped abruptly, and after that, the sphere exploded. But the hero could understand that. The overlord finally showed up. He had been in seclusion for 3,000 years. The higher realm was completely in their hands. However, they allowed it to be completely destroyed. He was disappointed. Everyone began to call for the Lord. A high-level opponent has been detected. The system cannot provide any data on the opponent at this time. This lord of this territory is afraid. He's much stronger than those 5. Their skin will be quite toughened. A battle, but as long as his body is still there, he can use clones. He really thinks that if he doesn't know the location of his body, he can use clones indefinitely. The one grabbed him by the hair and said, "Who does he think he is? He is a god. Let him have his." And he fails. At the same time, the neon immortal abode transported the centerpiece to. That aura looks like. It's a sphere lord. We must hurry, though it's quite. No one is chasing him. Plus there's no trace of any other immortal abodes. But he's already made quite a bit of noise. It's quite dangerous. But the sphere lord hasn't been seen for a long time. In a moment, someone appeared. Asked who the man was. Then he threw his opponent off of him. But at that moment, he realized something. Lord of Neon Territory. He wasn't breathing at this point. He was murdered. Capable of doing such a thing. So quietly that no one even knows about it. He decided to look at the body to see what had happened. Who could have done all this? This kind of death happened instantly. But if the Overlord is dead, then, damn. The man at that moment approached some sort of portal. Immortal Abode Green Dragon. Another one. Immortal Abode Red Bird. They were all killed by one person. The Immortal Abode of the White Tiger. Lords of all territories. Killers if they are all killed. But it's an aura. Who did all this? Just at this moment, the silhouette of Chen Chanan could be seen. At this point he noticed the man and asked if he wanted to play with him too. The strongest came out of the kingdom against the strongest of the lower kingdom before the tribe. Chen Chanan laughed from him at this moment. He kneels only before the dead. He's already seen it. Let him show something new. Strange. He's a sphere lord. His powers are many times greater than this clone's. If he wants to win, I'm afraid he'll have to use his advantage on his territory. System. How long before the invincible orb is destroyed by the fall of the city? Judging by the speed of movement, it'll take about 10 minutes. We need to play with him for 10 minutes and then show him who Chen Chanan is. I can't wait to get a big bounty on his head. There's a lot more to be paid for him than for the clumsy cockroaches. When did he? At this point he took up it's the bottom. But the heroes. He can feel its breath. It's still alive. The Dark Lotus is about to attack. It must be his push. So he will definitely attack from here. If he shows his face, he'll kill him. He's much stronger. So it's under control. How did he attack him? Straight downward attacks. This was the moment that Chen Chanan managed to inflict an attack on him. Then he started hitting straight up. Such falling rocks. He asked. Or does he like surprise attacks? He's good enough to teach him. So let them enjoy their game. At that moment, he stopped his fist. He said it was useless. The difference in their strength was too great. His resistance was just an attempt to delay the inevitable. But physical fitness, I have to say, he's pleasantly surprised. Trying to be cool or what? Let him try this. The lower realm. At this point everyone was helping each other. There were many wounded and frightened. The man told them to just look up into the heavens. Something was falling out of them. This one the girl actually noticed that something was falling from the sky. They couldn't even realize what it was. Perhaps he has gone mad. But isn't that the ruler of the 9 realms? He sees it too. He's fighting immortals. It's clear. All territories starting with the 10,000 mountains, ending with Yunzhou, destroyed. They don't know what's up with the clone. Lord, we need to prepare for the worst. They need to hide the Lord's body in twilight space. Once those things collide with the earth, the continent will be finished. 1 minute to collision with the invincible sphere. After all this time, this guy doesn't have a scratch on him. This is the first time he's met such a strong opponent. Even he was more interested that way. A great opportunity to practice. The man said that his clone was quite, but as long as the air is saturated with the power of the immortals, he can't win. Mere man cannot overcome God. That is the end of him. He was ready to attack him again and again. The man then proceeded to use force and attack the guy. Chen Chanan tried his best to fight. The collision was only moments away. The pre-collision report began. The man said the game was over. Then he was ready to attack him and did so. Chen Chanan asked, or did the man really feel that way? He may be a great god in heaven, but here the god is him. The clone has entered the territory. The system is not happy, whether in the side or the link. The man couldn't understand why he couldn't break free. How was that even possible? Chen Chanan said the man was a lowlife, and the system reported that he shouldn't have died. This will now bring it to an end. A tally of the sphere points received is made. Cyclone can only use the power of the sphere once. At this point, the man survived. As if, could he really be resurrected after all this? Here some girl appeared in front of him. The game clearly didn't expect such an abrupt appearance. The demoness said that all his attempts were in vain. Chen Chanan asked if he had changed his size. For a moment, the girl looked up at him. Such an aura was not associated with this sphere. What kind of attack is that? He can't feel anything. We need to get out of here. At this moment, the attack had already reached Chen Chanan, the dark energy penetrating his ears, eyes, and mouth. He knew at once what it was. The clone was defeated. At this moment, Chen Chanan woke up. What was that? Is that the natural body of this fucking deity? It doesn't look immortal. What is it? After all, it was impossible to approach. Once the debris reached the ground, his clone became incredibly saturated. It seemed to be the power of the law of territory. If he hadn't gotten out of that mortal body in time, who knows how this conflict would have ended. The end was near, the fall of the immortals and the coming of the heavenly demons. The girl was glad that the master was awake and asked what was going on outside. He answered that they should not panic. The demoness rejoiced. It was over. Let these mortals enjoy their last moments. When his siblings come, they will have a choice, obey or die. At that moment she turned her attention to something. She told the guy they would meet again. Chen Chanan was watching her at this moment. Then the cities began to crumble. In 15 minutes, they were surprised that they had been saved. If it hadn't been for this spatial ring, they would have perished long ago. It was the ruler who protected them. At this moment, Chen Chanan turned his attention to something. The students immediately ran up to him and started asking if he was alright. Did that immortal who caused a commotion just let him escape or, as the saying goes, don't pursue an enemy in a desperate situation. Just one strike was enough for this woman to destroy his clone. Even though even then he wasn't invulnerable, he was absolutely not to be underestimated. He thought that to defeat her, he would only need to use his newly gained sphere points to expand his territory. But now he had a feeling that there was someone more powerful than this woman out there. Instead of attacking mindlessly, he should have waited until things were clearer and accumulated enough orb points. Then he'll deal with them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, Chen Chanan decided to use his strength. He turned his attention to something. Someone approached him and said it was him. This time he made a considerable fuss. Chen Chanan was happy to see his master. Where has he been all this time? He was looking for him. He held out his hand to say hello. Then they spectacularly began to say hello. When the man picked it out in a game of rock paper scissors, he said it was the easiest thing to do. He knew he had a lot of questions, but offered to save them for later. The opponents he faced were not easy, and he would even say that they were far more terrifying creatures than immortals. If his guesses were correct, they must have come from an ancient continent. What other ancient continents were there? In the beginning there was chaos. That was when the ancient continent existed. Many times, civilizations were born, evolving on this land, including heavenly demons. For years, the creatures living side by side fought for resources. It was impossible to win. During this long struggle, those who were tired of the constant confrontation broke the seal between dimensions and entered the territory of the first master. But over time, they lost their raison d'etre and began hunting for the resources of the lower realm. Rage, murder, blood, the incessant desire to conquer and possess. Other than that, nothing was felt. But one day, during a battle, a drop of his blood got on some ruler's ritual vessel. What he saw in the vessel stunned him. It was the image of an invasion of the ancient continent, the numerical numbers of demons and other supernatural beings, the destruction of everything existing in the lower realms. He learned that this vessel came to this dimension from the ancient continent. He further found out that the more people from the higher realm fought, the more the blood connected to the ancient continent would awaken, allowing the creatures from the continent to hunt them down. If this continued, they would simply be exterminated. With fear in his heart, he managed to find another ancient artifact with which he wanted to warn everyone in the higher realms. But not only did they not listen to him, they wanted to seize his artifacts. His abode of the immortals fell, and he was forced to descend to the lower realms in search of another way. He had spent his whole life trying to buy time for the humans, but all his efforts had gone to waste. He now realized that the heavenly demon clans had already taken over those rulers of the kingdom several thousand years ago. It was too late, but if they are so powerful, why didn't they attack? He can't understand it, so it was the right decision. Hiding for 1,000 years. Beings like these are impossible to predict. Their actions cannot be predicted. There's no point in guessing. First he needs to resurrect the people, awaken the girl and later discuss everything with the system master. Let her calculate the number of points needed to resurrect everyone within his territory and to awaken the girl. The tally is complete. The host destroyed the celestial city, killing many immortals, and received 950 million sphere points, 400 million points. The owner worked so hard to get them, and in the blink of an eye, he wrote it all off. Where did you see that? Is that even legal? Sphere points exist to be used. Have the system resurrect everyone within his territory. Everything will be charged and totaled. It is desirable to use the life and death control feature. Chen Chanan replied confidently that he wanted to use this function. Transaction is approved and the function is activated. At that moment, power began to flow through people. When they woke up, they were surprised they weren't dead. She remembered exactly that she had been killed, but now she was alive. How is that possible? The dead come back to life. That was impossible for her. She already thought she had lost him forever. How was that even possible? The guy was surprised that he was alive and his body was fine. At that moment, his sister approached him. She was glad to be alive. Where was he? He, with tears in his eyes, looked at her. Then they hugged each other joyfully. Everything was ready. The space above Yunzhou. The girl was surprised by something, but she had held up her end of the bargain. Now it was his turn. Chen Chanan asked the system why Xianchu had woken up so suddenly. The girl's soul was damaged and it was impossible to awaken it. New mission, let a girl awaken. Her soul is damaged, impossible to fix with the usual methods. To make her awaken, you must heal her soul using the powers of the heaven and earth source. The reward is a doubling of the current number of sphere points. The source powers of heaven and earth just told the old man that the continent artifact also has a similar power. New requirements for system upgrades have been formed. Click to view the upgrade conditions. The first condition is that the lower realms according to Riva, the entire continent of the 9 realms, are part of the absolute territory. Time will run out and the territory will become Bethel Immortal associations with 1,000 other abodes. The second condition is that you must have 20 million sphere points. After the system upgrade, a new feature will be available, the absolute territory of the Immortal Vault. What the heck? And it would cost him to cover the entire continent of 9 areas. According to his calculations, it would take about 1.92 trillion sphere points, and even if he sold his soul, it still wouldn't be enough. In either case, the reward for the new quest will be doubled sphere points. If he can get artifacts in the process, he can earn more sphere points. Who knows how things will turn out? The assignment seems complicated, but it's really not as difficult as it may seem at first glance. Xian Wu Immortal Abode had fallen. How could this be possible? After all, it happened within the 9 realms continent, one of the weakest lower realms, the big 3, Xiaohua realms. Mun and their spies found out that unknown forces took this opportunity to invade the lower realm. The most authoritative representatives of all the regions of the lower realm are discussing what happened. They are pathetic insects. Let them listen to this warning on behalf of the heavenly demons. What was that powerful aura that appeared so suddenly? Let them listen carefully. They have time to decide what to do. They have 10 days to elect a representative of the lower realm to appear before them and admit defeat. Otherwise, they're all going to die. What kind of clan is this? Some newcomers who just decided to take advantage of the internal turmoil on the continent. If they are as strong as they claim, let them go down to Lin Wu's abode. He will show them who Chanan is. Well said he. Zhang Cheng of the Wanxian abode also refuses to kneel, so that means Changsha is also with them. She hadn't expected such a thing from these insects, and they do rate themselves highly. She didn't underestimate them. However, the insects, unable to recognize their own weakness. That's when the explosion started happening. In just an instant, the aura of the 5 immortals disappeared, and almost the entire abode seemed to vaporize. How many deaths could it absorb? The inferior realm doesn't even make an effort. But what a terrifying power. They better understand something. She's not going to discuss anything with them. She doesn't care if they surrender or not. She gives them a choice, just to save time. Are they clear? The tower seems to have stopped. It's a breakthrough to other dimensions, a destructive force. It's worthy of the heavenly demon clan, but he just said he could deal with them once he found the missing ancient artifact. Is that even possible? He did not stop following the features of the immortal body. The master was informed that he had found this mathematical sphere. It would expand as his spiritual energy increased. And it was the only chance to defeat the heaven demon clone. This will extend the range of this magical sphere. That's what he needs ancient artifacts for, to absorb spiritual power and expand the magic realm. It's too early to talk about him having a system and all that. If he's not mistaken, there are a total of 4 ancient artifacts that were lost in different eras. One of them had been lost in the days when there was a constant battle of hatred. Then 2 more. And the last one should still be somewhere in the ruins of his former immortal abode. Then 2 more. And the last one was still somewhere in the ruins of his former immortal abode. Although he could go back and forcefully take the artifact, it wasn't enough. The Heavenly Demon Clan had announced that it would begin to take action in 10 days. If one went to search for the artifact now, precious time could be lost. What features does the artifact have? Perhaps having specific features would help you find it faster. It is most likely located in the territory of mountains saturated with powerful spiritual energy, even stronger than in places of blessings. Such power is attributed to the incredible power of the artifact, which can change the environment and even spawn unseen creatures. These changes and creature spawns can be related to the power of the artifact. If so, she knows where this place is. In fact, her clan, which is a branch of the fox-turned-fox family, resides in a territory called Qingfeng. According to the elder, the area has a unique spiritual energy, and the creatures living there are far superior in strength. Even the water from the local lakes can heal from poisons and revitalize. This is all happening because of the artifact's effects. Is he sure about that? There can be no mistake. They must split up. One group will search for the immortal abode, and he and the others will search for the artifact. Let the master be careful. The system needs to use fragments and spheres to create a map of the lower realm. He also needs to trade an immortal clone. At that moment, the portal opened. Even the clone possessed such an incredible aura. Just how much power was hidden in his real body. She noted that she wished she could be just like the master. The continent remained her responsibility. If anything happened, the master need not worry, she would take care of him and the continent. Chen Chanan said that it is wonderful. At that moment, the portal shone even brighter. The 2 of them then entered the portal. The host had arrived at the lower realm of Qingfeng abode. They would soon find out that someone was already waiting for them. Is she sure this is the territory of the Fox Werewolf clan? Of course she is. How could this happen? Could it be the work of the Heavenly Demon Clan? It's quite possible. We need to get the artifact as soon as possible. To enter the secret realm, one must enter from the back of the territory and have the seal of the Fox clan. However, she doesn't know how to do that. They'll die quicker if they try to get in. If they want to enter the secret realm, they must listen to her. Maybe it's true. But could he be lying? Their leader had not only destroyed the entire fox-turned-fox clan, but had also taken possession of their great seal. They had also learned that there was a promised edge in the secret realm. This place had become their only hope. That's why they should listen to them. These scumbags just signed their own death warrant. It's hard for her to contain her emotions. How can she sit idly by, knowing her clan has been destroyed? But now is not the time for impulsive action. First, the Heavenly Demon Clan controls every move, and it's not worth standing out if they want to avoid repercussions. Second, there is definitely something wrong with these people. They are weak, but they have decided to enter the dangerous territory called Paradise. Everything looks suspicious here. Third, their goals are the same, but their lack of knowledge of the terrain may reduce the effectiveness of the search. Master promised that once everything was completed, he would personally destroy them. The girl wondered if they would follow these people. It might be safer, but it was not fully known what they were trying to accomplish. It might have something to do with the artifact. Chen Chanan suggested that this was the way to proceed. Of course, he dared to make that claim. Having found a place to live in safety and prosperity, he was still dissatisfied. Fox shifters were too peaceful, and to kill them for no reason, he thought, was cruel. They really know how to get to heaven. Losing hope, they heard that someone knew a place of refuge from the war. They asked to take them with them. Since they were here, why not join them? The woman behind him looked quite attractive, and he hadn't felt joy in a long time. As for the young man, by entering the secret realm, he risked disappearing forever. Chen Chanan thanked them for their help. This neighborhood has been in decline for years. He thinks that this place has suffered because of the influence of the overrated ones from the High Kingdom. Everywhere one goes, one can see devastation, human misery, and rampant bandits. He hasn't even had a chance to look around yet. What's he talking about? If he's behind, no one's gonna wait for him. They don't even mind taking care of his little sister, do they? At this point, they had already arrived. The man said this place was here. Obeying the seal, let her open up. The earth trembled at that moment. Even the waves of spiritual energy became tangible. Chen Chanan realized that something was happening here. This is it. The secret kingdom must be hidden in this forest. What did he just say? This mountain. Teleportation leading to the secret realm. The seal should work as a key that will open the way for them. No wonder the master only managed to find one artifact. They are well hidden, and to get them all, you'll have to make a lot of effort. At this point, they were all terrified. What is this? Let them see. It was some kind of huge rat. What's he looking at? Hurry up and hide. They had to run. Chen Chanan thought that there was definitely something wrong with these people. This rat might be larger than an ordinary rat, but its strength is roughly at the divinity rank level. Even it could destroy a clan of fox werewolves if it used a power at least at the level of the immortal city sphere. He thinks someone is helping them. Now that he was able to find out some things, if they continue to follow them, don't let them worry. It would be much easier to bring them out into the open now. Even though these talismans may not be too powerful, but they will be more than enough for such a rat. At this moment, Chen Chanan sent the talisman straight towards the rat. Then the rat felt something. She became frantic and started running in their direction. She was getting closer. What should they do now? Chen Chanan began to play up the panic, saying that someone would save them. He added that he didn't want to be in paradise anymore. They were very grateful, but they wanted to leave as soon as possible. If they were to die at the hands of the heavenly demons, they would at least live for a while, but they didn't want to die now. Enough of these tears. It's just a rat. There's nothing to be afraid of. They'll kill her. Have everyone go after him. The newcomers, a group of dreamers in which even the leader doesn't even reach the level of the sphere of divinity. Their lies have already begun to reveal themselves, and a little more, their secret will be revealed. Chen Chanan began to cheer them up, calling them great lords who had destroyed entire clans with their own hands. He added that he didn't believe their words. If they can't escape, none of this matters. If they use them, he's the one who dies. At that point, he grabbed the two men, and instantly absorbed their energy. After absorbing the power of those two, his might instantly increased to the level of the purification sphere. Apparently, it's not enough to get them to come clean. Well, don't blame him for that. Chen Chanan ordered the use of talismans. Then one of them headed towards some kind of animal. It was a rhinoceros. After that, another talisman hit another animal. After a while, they tackled this rat. And then they noticed something else. Things were getting more and more dangerous. Let the boss think of something sooner rather than later. If this continues, not only will they fail the mission, but they will die. He's sick of everything. Even if they don't fail the mission, he doesn't want to die here. The immortal essence he had worked so hard to obtain should not be lost. He doesn't want to become their food. At that moment, something began to happen to the statue. Then someone showed up. Some entity appeared, ready to attack the man. After a while, it consumed him. A high-class entity has been detected. We need to kill it as soon as possible. There it is. Everyone started to panic, because their boss was dead. Then they all started running away. The girl couldn't understand what was going on. The creature was ready to attack the girl. Chen Chanan saved her and told her to be careful. What happened? Is this really who was behind all of this? The girl turned out to be pretty smart and was able to figure out his plans. However, this guy is clearly not that simple and won't let you play with his servants. He was the one who destroyed the Fox clan. What should he do with them now? It was the Eye of Sauron, an immortal being of noble blood. The energy of the heavenly demon clan was emanating from him. There could be no mistake. It was an artifact. What should he do with them now? They dared to disturb him. He tried to destroy the Fox clan in a way that made it look like it was the work of his subordinates. A little more, and he would have absorbed their life energy. But then they showed up and ruined everything. He's going to kill them. He's the one who destroyed the neighboring Luanyang abode. What's that guy doing? They're all going to die. No one can help them. Too bad about the beach. Chen Chanan used the instant death ability. He killed a noble blood immortal sphere creature and obtained 10 million sphere points. Han Shi's heavenly demon clan. The girl was astonished. The concentration of spiritual energy was incredibly high. Could it really be that guy again? If it was him, the pressure of the aura would be even stronger. But she didn't have time to think about that now. When the Lord comes down from above, this youngster will definitely be finished. She's looking forward to it. What should she do with him until then? She thought it would be a long fight, but she couldn't even imagine. A noble blood immortal sphere creature was destroyed in a single move. It was unbelievable. Not only had he killed the creature, but he had also opened a passageway between reality and the secret realm. Moreover, it was only his clone. The older one was incredibly strong. One couldn't even imagine how powerful. She thought back to the times he'd taught her, but she didn't think she'd be able to fully comprehend his instructions. Chen Chanan said that things are not good. He tried to restrain his strength and attract as little attention as possible. But now he is afraid that the heavenly demon clan will not let this go unaffected. However, changing the clone to a weaker one and then again to a stronger one was troublesome. It could not be helped. If everything went smoothly, there was no problem. It was time to retrieve the artifact. He focused all his attention on the artifact. Chen Chanan carefully looked at the creature at this moment. He was an assassin. This person attacked directly even though he wasn't weak at all. It seems he wants to get his hands on the artifact that keeps him alive and energized. This artifact was a gift from his father. Chen Chanan noticed a crack on it. Silly little man, he thought. As soon as he recovered and regained his former strength, he would surely come after them. Chen Chanan asked, did he let him leave? What's wrong with him? He's supposed to be dead, but somehow he's still alive. Maybe it has something to do with the artifact's function. The artifact began to glow at this moment. The first ability of the artifact activated was to provide life energy. They feel like it's too much. He was going to give him time and not kill him right now, recognizing his strength. But don't let him think he can't be defeated. His race is the strongest in this world, and he can't be killed. They wondered, what do you mean? Impossible? The pitiful little man was already trembling with fear. He needs the artifact, doesn't he? But it's no use, because the artifact has long been a part of him. He's fighting a kid who hasn't even seen the resurrection of the dead. Maybe we should use this chance to scare him, and then we'll have to wait for the elders to finish him off together. If they can't kill him and they can't get the artifact, what can they do? It's a hopeless situation. Chen Chanan asked, who said that? He replied that he was invincible and nothing could be done to him. Chen Chanan gave him a middle finger. The host killed a noble blood's immortal sphere creature and gained another 10 million sphere points. The artifact began to glow even stronger at this moment. He's already said he can't be killed, Chen Chanan said, making him feel it well. Then he killed him again. After that, Chen Chanan took out a huge hammer as if it was from the games. The system notified him that he had killed a noble blood immortal sphere creature and received 10 million sphere points. That was a lot of points. This man was like a devil, the essence of evil. She had a feeling that he was more dangerous than the entire heavenly demon clan. Just like that, when his account overflowed with sphere points, just unbelievable, he felt better than ever. After 2 o'clock, the total number of sphere points gained reached 500 million. The recovery speed had decreased significantly. It seemed that this ability had a certain limit. He had already thought that he would have a hard time, but it turned out to be easier. But this artifact really doesn't work as well as we'd like it to. If it doesn't work, we'll have to think of other methods. These things that fell out of the demon's eyes need to be checked by the system. 50 cloud pills have been discovered. Their properties correspond to the fire pill. One can be exchanged for 10,000 sphere points. Is he willing to make the exchange? Who would have thought that these things would be so valuable? But 50 is not enough. We need to reanimate this demon and extract another 100 from it. Chen Chanan suggested that the girl eat 1 pill to evaluate the effect. Chen Chanan said for someone to come out. As it turned out, he said this to all the people left behind. He can protect them and give them strength to resist the heavenly demon clan. They must obey him. They started asking if it was true. They were willing to agree to anything if he could help. If not, they were willing to do anything. Chen Chanan said that was a great idea. Let them each take 1 pill. This is the first step toward strength. Subordinate just made a breakthrough into the hardening sphere. He received 5 sphere points. A subordinate just made a breakthrough to the 5th step of the golden core sphere and received 200 sphere points. After 3 o'clock, the system detected that the girl was about to make a breakthrough into the immortal soldier sphere. The sphere's scoring process has been started. Now the information is updated at once. There is no need to check it several times. The heavenly laws of the abode prevented her from making a breakthrough. But the flow of spiritual power did not stop. If it continues, her body won't be able to withstand it, unless the elder agrees to help. But how can she ask for help? The girl's surprise stopped abruptly. The streams of power became weaker. She no longer felt like she was about to make a breakthrough. What's going on? At that moment, the girl began to feel a pleasant sensation. Chen Chanan asked the system what the heck. Why did the sphere point value keep decreasing? In the name of the Great Seal of the Secret Realm, let it be opened. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed some people on the other side. He continued to stare at them intently. Why are they in the secret kingdom? What the hell's in here? He too would like to know the answer to that question. At this moment, Chen Chanan noticed something. Maybe the artifact can move on its own, or how does it work? The sphere points are getting smaller and smaller, and the girl can't make a breakthrough. Perhaps it has something to do with the disappearance of. This artifact should be the strongest in the secret realm. Perhaps his ability to resurrect hides something more mysterious. What could it be? At this time, Feng Qian went to the high realm to find an ancient artifact, and the aura of heavenly demons was nearby. That's where it was. The man landed on the ground at that moment. He watched the situation from behind a rock. Was that right in front of the front lines, or what? There were an incredible number of immortal venerable sphere and emperor sphere people guarding the area. If a disciple came here, there would be a fierce battle. Who was it that he caught? Heavenly Demon Region 3, Deputy Commander, Colonel Di Jiang, a third-stage sphere lord. The little mouse that didn't have time to hide was from Farmer Immortal Venerable's fifth step. She begged for mercy, promising to give whatever he wanted. She even agreed to help him with his pear cultivation. It's too loud. Let them kill her. No one was listening to her anyway. All of these self-proclaimed immortals had been killed. It was the third legion of heavenly demons under the command of Kunming, Lord of the Sphere of Spades. The man realized that the situation was calm. They had 8 days left. Chen Chanan had to find the artifact. One had to memorize where the place was so that they could return and fight the creatures after completing the search. As for these people, they couldn't rely on anyone but themselves. 15 minutes later. This was where they finished their business. Fei Lian and Region 5 had to stop the last stronghold. Then everyone would be ready for Mr. Han Shi's arrival. It was all too tricky. As soon as they occupied the first stronghold, it was immediately clear that Mr. Han Shi would not be able to leave it. At this point he was reported. Word had just reached them that Sauron and his demon disc would be destroyed. He was in danger. The demon disc, a mechanism that showed the status of members of the heavenly demon clan, could be used to transmit a demon's vitals or send a signal. But he had an artifact that was a gift from the commander. He stole it from the Sky Spirit clan back during the continent. So what does that mean? He's in danger. Is it really all about the remnants of divine knowledge in the artifact itself? If one person, his strength is close to that of an immortal emperor, there was only one, and it was the brave commander who asked to be allowed to lead the squad and go to the rescue. It just so happened that he only lacked one immortal emperor soul to improve his demonic soul transformation technique, so they decided to combine the pleasant with the useful. Let them depart, but bring him back alive. He wants to see the face of the bastard who dared to touch his son. Meanwhile, on the other side, he's going to kill him. Who was he anyway? What kind of demon had taken his form? What's going on here? Why are they all being set up? It's part of Mr. Sauron's plan. He's invincible here. He just decided to play with their minds and then eat them all in peace. Let them shut up and listen carefully. It doesn't matter which one is real, which one is fake. They're all going to die today. The men feed them and the women bear them children, especially the blonde one. She wants a dozen blondes from him. He was wrong. Let them save him. He'd scatter everyone and they'd fall right off. He's willing to help him with anything. Chen Chanan said fine, just wanted something. During this time, he managed to figure out that the artifact's first ability was resurrection. In the host's body, the moment of death triggers the regeneration process, allowing you to return to life in better condition. But there are certain limitations. The regeneration time will gradually increase, for a minimum of 5 seconds. The second ability is the return to the past. This ability allows you to turn back time and return to a specific moment and place in the past. It's inexplicable how Baiyu would have achieved perfection if it wasn't for time rollback and space distortion. That's exactly the problem. In the past, he was only supposed to enter Winfeng. Now, aside from the 500 billion sphere points lost, everything is back to normal. Space is not distorted. And there he is. Isn't he ashamed to impersonate him, standing right in front of him? Who else is a fake? There's only one way to find out. It's too weak to even try. Then they both started fighting each other. One of them started attacking the other. and the other was ready on defense. It's a crazy situation. They're fighting themselves. No wonder it was so easy to recruit him. He was hiding such terrifying strength. His cultivation realm is about the same as Di Zhang's. Without the artifact, he wouldn't stand a chance. We need to find him as soon as possible. The movements and the power invested are exactly the same. But there is something else. He suggests others check it out. It's simple. He asks questions. They answer. To avoid unfair assessments. Can Baiyu ask questions? The girl, of course, agrees. The first question is, does the older one like Baiyu? The two of them started to get nervous, silence being a sign of agreement. If they answered incorrectly, it would mean that both of them were fake. What was the most shameful thing the older man did? He once followed the example of LZ Minfei of Intrasrelor. That year he put his hands in his pockets. He just didn't know what penetration was. He didn't know. Senior, he's just out of the loop. He wants to erase it from his memory. Now she will ask for answers very quickly. Can the senior tell about the best moments of this year? How many women does the senior like? Has he engaged in steamy cultivation? How is he described in books? Can't answer these questions. No more questions. It's already clear. How can you admit to still being a virgin at 20? Then they both started talking to each other. Finally beyond the secret realm. He can't wait to see the bastard on his knees after he breaks the barrier. This is the time in the secret realm. Yeah, they took advantage. He thanked him for his invaluable help. Otherwise he would have had to work hard to find the artifact himself. Hidden from them, but much easier for him, as the owner, to track down. He's done a good job and deserves to be rewarded accordingly. Were the two of them really just faking it when they picked a fight with each other? That's when the guy noticed something. An incredibly powerful aura could be felt outside. At that moment, someone began to make their way through the rift. Finally, he was in place. Is he the bastard who's trying to kill Sauron? Turns out the third stage Sphere Lord led a squad to rescue him. He'll live. Why are there two of them? Okay, it doesn't matter. A team of saviors where each member is stronger than the beings of Immortal Venerable Sphere. Nice catch. This guy seems to have a high status among the heavenly demons. The deputy of these two Immortal Emperor Sphere bugs isn't even worth their attention. That's right, he only takes his hands. Dismantling these good-for-nothing people. They will get their souls for them, and their flesh will go to feed the dogs. Let them tear them apart. Then the guys both started laughing in sync. They used a huge dragon in this. The host killed the sphere demon Immortal Venerable and got 50 million sphere points. Also got a sphere fragment and a salt chest. To kill several sphere demons of an Immortal Venerable. Even an Immortal Emperor. With just one monster move. These were true monsters. Damn artifacts with their second function. We have to get out of here quickly while they're busy with Di Jiang. Otherwise, once they're done, it was absurd. He had lived for so many years and had never met such people before. Are these the cultivators? A niche realm? Where did they even get elite soldiers who, despite their skill, die like flies? This is unbearable. A creature that could effortlessly take over any abode. This is not a kingdom. He can't stand up to two orb lords on his own. We need to report this to the team. Does he want to escape or what? Finally met someone who looks like a demon. He's got a couple. Well, stopping these he's leaving on him. At that moment, he grabbed him right by the shoulder. Chen Chanan asked where he was going, and he didn't think it was somewhat amateurish. Why shouldn't he continue? Looks like he can't avoid a battle with him. His demonic soul transformation technique might not be fully ready yet, but it should be enough to deal with him. The demon was ready to show its power. At this moment, Chen Chanan extended his hand. Then he stopped him in one motion. He realized that he needed to intervene right now. Just at that moment, he was kicked in the face with his foot. Chen Chanan stopped him and asked him where on earth he was going, and then used Yang's finger. He easily chopped it into two pieces. The heavenly demon Sphere Lord is so weak that his finger technique became even more devastating, altering his strength. His strength remained the same, but against heavenly demons, his movements became more precise and his techniques more effective. The chance of a critical hit had doubled. When he fought the white female demon, the blows seemed to bounce off, but now everything had changed. It was hot. It was an artifact. Turns into something. At this moment, an artifact spirit appeared in front of him. An artifact spirit. A guardian spirit of hidden magic items that possessed consciousness. According to legend, only ancient deities could create it, and even the chance was incredibly low. Artifacts with a guardian spirit are extremely rare. She hugged him and told him to save her master. At that moment, a girl approached them. Let her come any closer. She would take her with her. That's when they started to disappear. The girl couldn't understand where the older man had disappeared to, and the rest of the clones are gone. Apparently, too, everyone disappeared at this moment. The long-time dream of a divine rank artifact spirit. At this point he began to be awakened. Chen Chanan could understand where he was and assumed that he was an immortal. I mean, he said himself he wanted to spend his wedding night with her. So why did he fall asleep as soon as they were in the bedroom? Holy moly, who is this guy? This isn't a dream. What is the spirit of the artifact doing? She was really looking forward to it. Come on, let's enjoy each other. What a sly kitten decided to play with her in winter. He can't run away. What's he going to do now? Chen Chanan did not know that the system had come. It was here. The master could be calm. They had not crossed the boundary of worlds. Very soon, master would get rid of the stigma of being a virgin. He congratulates. That's all fine and dandy, but what's going on? He's in this strange place with this strange woman. She kept calling him sir and asking why he wouldn't answer. Maybe he wants to try something new. Don't worry, she doesn't mind. She suggested picking up where they left off. He thought she was in too much of a hurry. Why don't they make an appointment for another time? He didn't seem to get it at all. At that moment, she grabbed him right by the throat. An hours above. Is that the third time it's come from him? Is he kidding or something? What 3 times is she talking about? He didn't remember anything at all, and the expression on his face had changed so quickly. Okay, I need to think about how I can control her. He told her to stop. Time slowed down dramatically. At that moment a spirit appeared and addressed them. As expected, her powers worked on. Even some lowly spirit dares to make fools of them. There is nothing to discuss. Let the stupid system settle down. The spirit apologized and said he didn't have much time. Let her explain. They returned to the ancient continent tens of millions of years ago when the pact between demons and gods was still in effect. This country in the southeast of the ancient continent of Suimin is the homeland of their master. It is also the first country that was destroyed 3 days ago when the war broke out. What happens now will have a huge impact on the future. This is his last ability, traveling through space and time. It's not his world, but it helped him move into the body of a person connected to his master so that he could exist in this dimension. Here's something from his recollection. The original owner's name was also Chen Chanan. He was immortal, unable to cultivate in the mortal world, but possessed incredible beauty. He was incredibly promiscuous by nature. When he met the owner of the artifact, he fell in love with her, and she was enchanted by him as well. They couldn't wait to become one, but every time it came to that, former favorites intervened. Initially, the owner would find an excuse to escape. This was their 3rd date, and no wonder the woman was so angry. She'd already intervened twice. But that wasn't the point. The system finally remembered that she had told the truth. It must be said that the traditional negative effects of moving into someone else's body did not affect the master. He could still enjoy the power of a sphere lord. Chen Chanan remarked that it was magnificent. The system noted that the host was relieved for the first time. He sighed heavily because she had interrupted them. He could continue later. Let her not take him for a libertine, for he desires nothing of the sort. He's not like other handsome men who will seize the moment to have fun with her. He's an honest man. He has a wife, and that's good enough for him. He remembered that there were already 232 favorites in the palace, and he was the 233rd. But Madame had a special liking for him. She had brought him here to talk about it. 3 days later, her master. She was created to keep her master safe. All of her abilities were meant to do so, but she couldn't save him. Everything she did was in vain, and she was forced to watch him die. She asks him to save her, and after that she will serve him. 1. She won't be just a thing if he saves her owner. 2. She can manipulate space and time and exists only to keep her owner safe. In other words, she can use it to accomplish her goals of sending him back. She would never do that. This is the only chance. Nevertheless, her request. He will do it. The top point system discovered a new special mission. Let him help the goddess Changshi change her fate, for which he would receive an artifact. A random mission with a good reward is not common. The girl thanked him. They only have 3 days. Now she would return time to its normal mode. It's all up to him. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed her hands. He doesn't want to make fun of her. He doesn't want her to regret it. He just thinks rushing into it is disrespectful. He wants the best for her. She thought he was just toying with her, but she wants the best for him too. Chen Chanan offered to go home. He will take care of her. It's not his fault. Only he will get the artifact and save the girl. Moreover, after he accomplishes this mission, he will gain a lot of sphere points and can expand his domain. At that moment, someone approached them. It was the girl who said she would kill Changxi. Why sis like that? How dare she claim his service? Who is she from the heavenly demon clan? Or how would anyone have thought she was? Changxi. He just confessed his love to her and now he's jumping into bed with her. What the hell is going on? For starters, she figured it out. Sis was always interested in her stuff. Such a stupid habit. Demon territory. Chen Chanan looked at her. Let her give him a chance to explain himself. It's a love triangle. That guy made a mess of things. You don't have to pretend anymore. It's the sky demon theory. She can't get in here. Better have her explain to him why the mission wasn't completed. You don't have to pretend anymore. It's the sky demon theory. She can't get in here. Better have her explain why the mission wasn't completed. He'd already thought the previous owner was just a carefree hottie. But it turns out he already had everything. The original owner was Han Shi's servant. She had planned it all out a long time ago. This time, the owner was tasked with stealing the artifact. He had planned to do it when she was disconnected, but because of his appearance, the original plan fell through. Not only had he failed his assignment today, but if she hadn't intervened, he would have to go with her. Of course not. This was all part of his plans. He didn't understand anything, needing to follow her to get some information. He's acting kind of weird today. Not only did he stay over at her place, but she suspects something. He has to hold out as long as possible until he gets enough information with this woman. At that moment, he literally grabbed her breasts. It should behave as the original owner would have behaved. The girl was surprised by his action. What a womanizer. He's finished. It's their usual way of communicating. The goddess was very wary, and perhaps the familiar surroundings had made her let her guard down a bit. He's willing to go into the tiger's den for her, and she just wants him to let her go. She has more important things to do. He won't let her go. And now who would dare say he's not a lecher? He's just trying to do what the original owner would have done. Don't let him worry. The system will do the right thing. The border of Sui Min State, the Horned Clan, and this girl still dared to appear here every day, hanging out in the spirit realm, even consorting with ordinary people. It was disgusting. She was disgusting. Why is he provoking her? The white-haired demon broke the dog's leg and angered Bo. I don't seem to be particularly excited about the demon realm. They're on. Just let her stand here and don't make trouble. Otherwise she won't be able to protect him. Chen Chanan understood everything. Let him come back soon. He will miss him very much. Not entirely satisfied, the girl answered him. Aha. So how can he stay here when everything interesting is happening out there? The artifact spirit provided too little information. This is an ancient continent, many years ago, and in 3 days, a war of ancient immortals will break out. This is all he knows so far. And he must protect Changxi in this battle to obtain the artifact and become its master. At this moment, Chen Chanan watched as the weapons were created. It seems that the demons have already mobilized all the forces and fully prepared for. Anyway, we need to protect the goddess of spring. And with that task he will go. No problem at all. The only thing is, he doesn't really understand how things work on this continent. How strong the demon generals are, and how far he can go here. Let him see what he found. Isn't that Han Shi's pet? He doesn't understand why she rejected Mr. Heishu. She ignores him completely, dragging him around all the time. Let him shut up. How can you compare him to any human being? Just have him kill that boy, and he won't say a word to the girl. Chen Chanan looked at them at this moment. The girl at this moment stood. How dare she come back empty-handed? This was an elder of the Aluka clan. Doesn't she know how important he is to their clan? Success is not enough. Failure is abundant. Elder, she should have reported it. If she dies, she hopes the clan will put a ritual tableau on her. She is the child of a fallen hero. Their clan is somewhat prejudiced against her. Everyone expects great things from her. Good news. Immortals are constantly harassed by their demons. Many plans have been ruined. Even more are under constant magnetism. If they hadn't lost to the Heavenly Spirit clan hundreds, thousands of years ago, would they be in this position now? He had long ago said that this person she was keeping around would not help them at all. Weak, stupid, it should have been destroyed long ago. It's her incompetence. He had nothing to do with it. He managed to get close to the goddess. If she'd given him more time, he'd have the artifact by now. Stubborn child. The winner gets everything, while the loser gets nothing. Similar and still need to teach the elder a lesson. Don't let him get angry. Speaking of which, the strongest in their clan had just recently made a breakthrough into the Demon King realm. He could use a companion with good physical strength, someone who can help them not become. Let him handle this one. Alright, have him do it. Have them call him. At that moment, someone ran in and told them that Mr. Haisha had been killed. His body was found outside the arena, and the two who followed him also died a horrible death. There are no witnesses. He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out right away. Have them reinforce the guards so that not even a fly can get through. Are the immortals attacking? Everyone, be on the lookout. Let them find the killer. Her favor may not be smart. I should have known better than to interfere. Chen Chanan at the moment sat and waited for her. Said she came back. The girl at this point even exhaled. She said they wouldn't go, and Chen Chanan asked where. Their task is not yet complete. The host killed the demon of the Demon King's sphere and received 9 million points. Sui Min State. Their state borders demon territory. If it weren't for a goddess who senses demonic energy, he can't imagine how they'd. It's time. She will purify the earth with her divine power and destroy all evil. The state is actually a valley that delineates the territory of the immortal demons with the last war between immortals and demons. When the latter were about to break into the realm of the former, ancient beings stronger than the gods themselves crossed this. Ancient demon lords, tens of thousands of demon generals, were for the surviving humans, immortals who had lost their homes, founded this state. However, the demonic energy seeping in from the abyss was slowly breaking the seal. The demon lord did not give up trying to break it. The purification ceremony performed by the goddess of spring used to be once a month, but now it must be performed every day. Their state borders demon territory. If it weren't for a goddess who senses demonic energy, he can't imagine how they'd. She will purify the earth with her divine power and destroy all evil. The goddess of spring loves them. They will cast out evil and enjoy the spring sunshine. Everything is reborn. Advise them to come down. They look forward to the future. The goddess with, how very frustrating for her. Let them evacuate the people. How much can we say that during the ceremony the feeling of the square? No one should be there. People are not allowed to gather. Today, demonic energy feels a little different. She hopes that nothing bad will happen. The goddess is incredibly sensitive, getting more irritated by the day. After all, it's just a ceremony, a feeling. What's the big deal? People like to watch, so let them enjoy it. Big deal to him, too. The man couldn't understand what was happening. How is this possible? The demon lord is trying to get out. The seal is breaking now. Let them run quickly. At that moment, rifts in the ground began to form, and some girl began to fall. Let the earth disperse. Let them help her save her child. The goddess said don't panic. Immortal Sui Min. She needs their help and she needs 15 minutes so she can seal it. They could still make it. May she forgive them. They are too weak, drawing all their strength to contain the demonic energy. Not begging the goddess to restore the seal, but their divine energy had run out. Let them protect the people and prevent more victims. The goddess is incredibly brave. She had gone there alone, as always, and why bother them? Anyway, it would soon be settled. Would they like to go to the house for some fun, to unwind properly? As long as they goddess, everything will be fine, and in the end only she has the power to seal the demon lord. They met again, the little girl from the heavenly spirit clan. It had been a long time since she had last been here. Their next meeting would be on the day of his rebirth. She won't let him get out and hurt the others. She's just Monet, sent here by her clan. In 3 days, he'll be out of here and circling the heavens. No one in this world will be able to stop him. By then she realizes that she can only save those he mercifully spares. There's no one she can save. At this point, he was actually forging it himself. How many times had she died for these pathetic lowlifes? But it seems she's almost reached her goal. As long as she's alive, he hasn't killed anyone. Don't even think about getting out. Her eternal life does not belong to him. Exorcise the demon and seal the place. No one can stop him. The war is about to start again. The whole world is in danger. The demonic energy is dissipating. Now this he realizes, the power of the goddess has saved again. She just fell. The girl said the goddess was dead. A goddess cannot die. Don't let them talk nonsense. Activating the first method. How lucky they are to have a goddess. No demon lord could get through. The goddess struck again. The demon lord is incredibly powerful, so it's worth being careful. This time, it was only due to the coordinated actions of everyone. In 3 days, he'll try again. It will be a disaster for the whole world. Let them not joke around like that. With the forces of immortals and them still need to fear this half-dead creature, they ask her to underestimate the enemy. Better to be prepared for anything. His state is not that big, but it is between two worlds. The soldiers of the entire state guard the seal. First the demons constantly oppressed them, now the immortals are trying to help them. They work day in and day out for the well-being of the immortal realm, but they get nothing in return. He has an idea, a replacement state for the immortal kingdom, and finally destroy the demon kingdom spies around their territory. And then, even if this beast makes it out, it will be weak and without the support of the goddess powers. Asking him nicely, they can't take it so lightly. Furthermore, he can't be involved in this. If that's all it is, she should deflect. That was the moment he looked at her. She was as short-sighted as ever. The goddess of spring is partially demonic energy. The head of state granted the spoilage of cloth, one spiritual pill. This was the estate of the goddess of spring. It's just unbelievably beautiful. As usual, to that room, the goddess room, so patiently. She is said to love handsome men, and his beauty is simply unique. No wonder the goddess immediately took notice of him. If he manages to conquer her, he will get an incredibly high status and will be close to the head of state. Should he take a bath or should he go straight to his quarters? He's number 234. He's gonna live here from now on. Let him try to get along. And here's another unfortunate. They greeted him. He's here to serve the goddess. What is the meaning of all this? Bunch of idiots. What do they expect? Let the goddess take a look at him. No one in this world can resist his manhood. They're guys and pinkies. Chen Chanan. He shouldn't be down on his luck. Who is Chen Chanan? Who is this guy? He's no match for him. He's the lover of a goddess. Can this teleport take him straight to the heart of the little girl? And the pervert will be out of place. Here's the moment. They came out of the portal, opened a portal directly into the goddess chambers. They're either incredibly brave or stupid. The portal should have appeared outside her residence. It's all because of that idiot who talks too much. He spreads his arms every now and then, but she never got the artifact. We can't let him ruin it. Let him go. He was a traitor. He still loves that goddess, but she no longer believes him. For his servant to experience and feel each other. Women do not accept such things. She's got him back, but he's doing well. Soon his luck will be on his side. Who would have thought she would acquire such a loyal servant? She leaves, and let him keep his mind on the task at hand. Chen Chanan said he remembered. Those two were flirting right under her nose. Don't they think she's that stupid? All for an artifact. He really can't be a real actor. No better than when he was a kid. Who would fall for that? Chen Chanan said that he had named her. It's really like that. If he wants to explain himself, they will do so. That's for sure whether it was or not. She would advise him to be more modest. The goddess didn't go into the compartment alone. Looks like someone's going to be hot today. She saw him. He looks very manly. The goddess' actions are impossible to predict. But now Chen Chanan. The question is whether he needs to rub only his back or... The girl asked the guy if he was okay. She was too sexy. Doubts him? Then he will show her what the hands of God can do. What's that white stuff? Thanks to the vitamins and the necessary amount of acids in the composition of milk, white bath actively moisturizes the skin, so that the skin becomes even more. Where and how did he learn that? It's a start. What sounds? His techniques are honed to perfection. He's practiced a lot. She's his first. He's an honest man, just like, he had only taken a bath with one person in his entire life, the most beautiful girl. What a shame they were wearing clothes at the time. He was a little busy. Is he referring to the last time they took a bath? So why beat around the bush? How sweet. It's true. When he's done with it, he'll take the artifacts and be sure to marry her. They'll enjoy marital bliss. Marry? But she hasn't given her consent yet. He sounds very sincere, like he's serious. It's a shame he's only immortal, but can she even live happily ever after with an ordinary man? And lastly, a relaxing foot massage that engages all the punctuation points. The girl at this moment felt a pleasant sensation. Does he really have her on? If that was too much, he'd be gentler next time. How does he know these techniques? She doesn't quite understand him. It's too early to get married, and we have more important things to do. Pharmacy's falling apart. The demon lord's asleep. He'll try to break through in 3 days, so he needs to leave as soon as possible while she can still do something. She needs to send him to the realm of the immortals. It doesn't matter. He's staying. He has no idea what he's about to face, but he'll never leave her. No one can hurt her as long as he's around. A silence arose between them. He has never encountered a demon lord, but he says such things. But on the other hand, someone else in his position would be afraid to even utter such words. They will return to her chambers. They both lay down. He only helped her relax a little and she fell asleep immediately. And then, an ancient demon lord. I wonder what he is. At this moment, Chen Chanan was heading somewhere. Only a goddess has that kind of healing power. He, Chen Chanan, is trying to figure out who it is. Don't just stand there. What if the seal breaks? What difference does it make? The goddess is with them. Let her handle it. And if she can't seal it, where in God's name will she find another goddess? What would she even do in that case? He says she's a goddess, but really she's no more useful than some cow. She doesn't know anything. These typos shouldn't waste their time on this. Chen Chanan looked at the heroes and observed them at this moment. No matter how many times she tries to seal him in, it takes less and less time to get out each time. Her divine energy doesn't even have time to regenerate, and he fears it will be gone soon enough. What's the basis for everything? There shouldn't be torture and death. Mortal, how would he change direction? Entering the hall. Insects don't need to know that. Let them die. The host killed an immortal. The immortal commander's sphere spade was given to Mironov. Sphere points and one chest with salted fish. At this moment, Chen Chanan walked over and took them in his hands. This weapon seems to be transmitting divine power. Who knows how much of it has been absorbed in all this time? At that moment, the girl sensed something. I guess the demon got out after all. The demonic energy returned. After all these years, how can that be? They had two more. He was reborn, and the goddess with the help of her artifact. How is that possible? Did he really manage to use the harp? That was impossible. Let them escort him. He would go to the immortal realm for help. Demon Kingdom. Have him report to the commander and gather everyone. A big battle awaits us very soon. Deputy Commander of the 3rd Legion, Kung Min. I thought he said no one could seal it. He's coming back. Let the world fall into chaos. We got it first. He will destroy her. Her heart-piercing copies of her body will be the flag at the top of this hall, giving back to the people. And then, returning to the ancient continent, we'll say that the Lord has returned. That's when someone put their hand on him. Of course, it was Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan told him to head back. He then attacked him and drove him into the ground. After that, the demon rose to its feet. Who else is he? This girl should be an important person in this city, but how was he able to dismiss him with just one hand? Chen Chanan said he was just passing by. The artifact didn't say anything about what caused the war. Turns out his appearance triggered it all. Definitely, but it's gonna make a lot of noise if it gets out. And there's going to be a lot of deaths. It'll even endanger the life of the goddess. He won't be able to get Artie. That's when it came up. He said he didn't care who he was or how strong he was. He has to do this right now. He has to kill everyone. Chen Chanan couldn't understand why no one was bothering him. The demonic energy that broke free from the seal spread throughout the mortal world and reached the immortal demon territory. It was an energy whose power shook all 3 worlds. The time when the ancient demon lord broke through all the barriers set up by Sui Min Valley, the realm of the immortals. That energy, the demon has returned to their world. The entire entity will once again take over the chaos. All immortals listen and obey. Troops from all regions must arrive in the valley. They must be suppressed. This battle affects everyone. They must not act rashly. It was the commander-in-chief, the treasure king of the heavens, Lin Yao, the lord of the immortal world. These demons just won't let up. Would they be afraid of some weakened creatures from the past era? This was the patron spirit of the 4 deities' abode, not Lin Guangtian, the immortal world. If they underestimate him, they won't blink an eye from his hand. They can only defeat him by working together, being the 4 Xian Wu, the lord of the immortal world, King Ji Ming. Only immortals can handle it and protect it. Sui Min State. There was chaos fighting outside. At this moment, demonic energy is everywhere. If there is still any safe place near the goddess, this festering Chen Chanan must be crying right now. The goddess is doting on him, protecting the bastard. Why, even now, when they're all suffering so much, and the only one she really cares about is his appearance sits, but never the second. He owes it to her to find him and look at his face. It's best not to stay in one place. Danger is at every turn. They'll just hide if the favor of the goddess's favor is at stake. So why should he be afraid of a drop of demonic energy? As long as the goddess is with him, everything will be fine. She hopes the goddess will descend into the abyss and restore the seal as soon as possible. At that moment, she noticed something. The seal is completely broken. She can't do it alone. Why can't she handle it? So they're just gonna let the demon walk out. If she has enough helpers, it might be possible to delay it for a while. What do you mean, for a little while? It wasn't enough. She's a goddess, protecting the seal, that's her job. Now she just wants to destroy everyone. She will allow all the people of the valley to perish from the deleterious effects of demonic energy. Yeah, what kind of goddess is she? We need to run away. Even though the head of the valley has already left the state, the goddess then told them all to shut up, for it annoyed her greatly. They were bastards. Then something started to happen. She can't control it anymore. She will handle the sensing of the demonic energy before the demon lord breaks out. Let her ensure the safety of ordinary people on the way to the immortal realm. There's no need. He had already contacted the immortal realm. The head returned. They just need to wait a bit. The immortals will help them suppress. Suppress? Does he mean it? He says what he knows how to say. They just appropriated her divine power from him all this time. If it hadn't been for the broken seal, she would never have known about it. Does he even know how many immortals had to sacrifice their lives to set that seal? With her support, it was supposed to last for 1,000 years, but it broke and didn't last half of it. Once the demon casts off the last of its shackles, everyone here will die. There's no need to besmirch his good name. The immortals are already on their way here, all according to his plan. The goddess isn't strong enough to contain her anger. Yeah, she couldn't even protect the temple. This just proves once again that she can't do anything without him. The girl, after these words, became furious. At this point the guy told them to watch. Demonic energy no longer rushed out. Indeed, even breathing became easier. The seal has not been restored. So why? As he thought, the seal still hadn't lost its power, but its noise. The goddess here is spot on. Quickly let him stop the 1,000-year prism. He would see what was going on there. The 1,000-year prism consumes a huge amount of divine energy, but it allows you to look at any angle in the world. The girl was surprised at what was beginning to happen. Everyone didn't understand what was going on there either. They all began to watch intently. Behind the seal, in the abyss, is a demon lord. He broke the seal. The demon lord's army, known as the enemy of the celestials, had also awakened. Somebody managed to get in after all. A long way. No one's ever seen a dead body since the encounter. I don't know how strong he is, but he performs masterfully. They can only hope he can hold out until the immortals arrive. Why is he in the demonic abyss? Chen Chanan continued to fight no matter what. He has the power to defeat demons. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed onto some chain. The demon was furious at this point. Chen Chanan continued to fight. Magnificent. He must be one of the immortals. Who would have thought that there were still those in this world who could handle a lord alone? Who is this guy? How does she have the strength to fight a demon of that level? So strong. No salvation. When did such a beautiful, incredibly strong creature appear in the valley? If he obtained his blessing, the goddess would immediately forget about this Chang. The girl said it was impossible. At this moment, Chen Chanan continued to fight. This guy, she recognized him immediately. He's not kidding. No one in this world can compete with Chen Chanan. The girl recognized that it was Chief Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan asked if he wanted to come out. The host killed a demon from the demon general sphere and gained 5,000 points. I think he's the only one left. A bug with a drop of power thinks he's invincible. But is he? Not to leave him unpunished. He came to fury at this point. Even the lord of the immortal realm wouldn't be able to oppose him if he used his full strength. Anyone who gets in his way will die, including him. The system has detected energy outside the sphere. The demon domain lord is requesting special activity. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is the wreath after the transformation. Warning detected. New target. Where was this moment standing? But the opponent's sphere was the god sphere. He's strong, but not strong enough to stand up to him. Here's the moment when Chen Chanan came back after his attack. Warning. The enemy's strength is many times greater than the clone used by the host. Does he wish to obtain a higher level clone? A single blow is enough to shatter space. Is this a joke or what? The system, let you ask. If this clone is killed, time will go back to normal. If he manages to create a clone, then he will continue to exist in this space. What's he babbling about? He hasn't even started yet. Let him not disappoint him. He will slowly torture him until he dies. This is the moment that happened. What started to happen? Wasn't the demonic energy apparently weakened by the seal? Why? What is it? That seems to be his true strength. The demon lord was the spawn desire of all things. As long as the abominable desires of immortals existed, no one would be able to surpass him. Even the gods didn't know if he could be seen, so he had been sealed all these years. In so many years, the seal had to draw out its energy. But why exactly did this happen? The girl was terrified at this point. He was feeding the demon army with his energy to make it appear that he was weakening, and she hadn't noticed it before. It had regained its former power. There's no way he can stand a chance. Warning, the enemy's strength is much greater than the clone used by the host. This time he caught a large ripple. Unfortunately, it's time to end optimization. The mirror flower and water moon ability creates identical clones. Every time he fights, the strongest clone appears with a more powerful opponent. System doesn't want to try to create something interesting this time. After saying that, Chen Chanan began to attack. It was all useless. His body was a blob of nay, running out of demonic energy. No immortal's techniques would be able to take him. Let him know fear. This emotion gives him even more power. He feels a tremendous amount of realization that trembles with terror up there. He can't wait for them to meet. The immortal could no longer contain it. If the way to seal it again, as long as there are no obstacles, he will see the demonic energy. She should seal it as soon as possible to protect everyone. But Chen Chanan is still holding on. How can she leave him? If she restores the seal, he's doomed. Chen Chanan has decided to change his clone. Request received. The clone is in development. At this point, something inexplicable began again. The goddesses asked if she wanted him to come out. The demon lord is in much better shape than they expected. We need to relay this information as soon as possible. However, Changshi didn't know right now if Chen Shengganyu would have the strength to hide somewhere until the demonic energy became less concentrated. She might still be able to take him away. Don't let them panic. He would soon take control of this place. This was the commander-in-chief of the Four Realms abode, Lin Yao. At last they have arrived. Help from the realm of the immortals will save them. Let the immortals follow him. They must set the seal. There's a guy still fighting a demon lord. He's still alive. He's the one who's been holding him back all this time. The demon lord. We have to save him first. No one in the immortal world can stand up to a demon lord alone. Nothing like this has ever happened before, especially since one victim at stake is 1,000 others. Let him back off. They're on the clock. Every second. She'll be punished for dereliction of duty, yet she has the nerve to interfere with them. Does she want more favors or what? She's still the goddess of spring. How dare she act childish in a situation like this? He's wasted too much time. Does he want to delay it so the immortals can repair the seal or what? None of this makes any sense. It's been a long time since I've seen the tears of the immortals. A clone has been created. At that moment, the demon noticed something. Did Chen Chanan rape him? Or since he allowed him to leave, he's asleep. He can't get out either if the information is sealed. But if it's sealed here, one girl will be useless. He's not interested in his hunches. Seal restored. The demon lord is sealed. No one can get out. It all went rather quickly and without incident. It was all thanks to the efforts of all the immortals. It was all thanks to him. The girl at this moment was sad about Chen Chanan. If the demon lord is truly sealed, then the demon army that is already heading here will come face to face with the immortal army. Now that that's over with, it's time to deal with the culprit. Some rat got into their territory. What kind of punishment should I give them? Why was she immortal here? They won't let her go. The gods entrusted her with all this, to guard the seal of the valley. However, the seal was broken, and now they see it. She sees it. What punishment should she face for conspiring with a demon? At this point, everyone was watching. Printing. It was broken again. But how did it happen? You can't destroy it that fast. How did it happen? Insect. Gonna judge others. She had never felt such a powerful energy. Who is this guy? Demon Lord or something? He was dead. It's been a long time since I've seen immortals so scared of demons. This is the demon who became Demon Lord today. He can't wait to eat those fish. What a terrifying and overwhelming aura he had. It's far worse than demonic energy. Do they have to stop this monster or what? This energy is so concentrated that he can't even stand up. Where did he come from? They can't hesitate. Let them stop him. Whatever it takes. If they let him get away, they won't get there in the future. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan attacked him. Everything changes with ease. He beat him. Then there was a release of some kind of energy. Just one blow from an immortal. The seal must have absorbed a lot of his strength. They still had a chance to win. Yes, justice would prevail. The immortal honorable emperors are all behind him. The seal must be set. At this moment, Chen Chanan began to concentrate some sort of sphere. You should have killed him. The host killed an immortal, the sphere of the immortal emperor, and received 150 million sphere points. Everyone was very much surprised by what started to happen. Chen Chanan didn't move at this moment. Somebody started attacking him with words about how he was semi-dash. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed him literally by the cheeks. He's caught. No one can save him now. He was wrong. Let him spare him, for he realizes it is a human language. Is it a mentor or an infant? They said his name is Feng Qingyang, right? Let him go. If he sees him again, he'll kill him where he stands. His dear mentor had better stay away. That's done. Now they're moving on to the main thing. Chen Chanan said to let the spirit of the artifact come out. Time stops. Anapa welcomed Mr. She had given him too little information, but in a day he had been able to understand the reason for what was happening, to figure out what posed the greatest threat. The demon lord had been destroyed, and the goddess's life was no longer threatened. Is that true? The future has not been altered. Unfortunately, she still feels that something terrible is about to happen. The destined will inevitably come true. A group of monsters are coming, and what they will have to experience will be worse than death. What kind of visions does she have? Does she remember who killed her? She just remembers trying to survive among different creatures in the past, but always dying in the end. That's something she has no way of changing. When people ask for help, they should tell you everything from start to finish. She gave me absolutely no information. Not playing some kind of detective game. What is he, a kid or something? She apologized. She really can't remember. She suffered a lot. You can't let her die like that. There are still 2 days left. She asks him to change his fate. That's easy to say, yeah. What else can he do in 2 days? Just like the reader. He has no idea at all what's in store for him next or what he's even supposed to do. He assumed that if the key person was safe, the battle between the demon and the immortals would not take place. Then everything should be fine. But that didn't seem to be the case. They were able to do it. So what do the reborn do with them? Of course, he could kill those who wronged her. But who knows what effect that would have on the distant future? Who knows what might happen to her fate if what the spirit said was true? Then the demon lord was just a pawn, and something more powerful is behind it all. And to have magic involved in all of this is beyond belief. The job was over. Should they just let them go or what? If in doubt, why don't they try to stop him? I need her to be there for him. He has a few guesses about what might happen in the future. We need to try something. If anyone decides to follow them, he'll kill them. He's finally gone. His feet are already stuck to the ground. What do we do now? They're asking for help. Why didn't Changshi fight back? Did she just submit to this demon? She's not their thing. A girl can choose for herself which side she wants to be on. Report what happened in the realm of the gods. The goddess betrayed them by inviting prophecy. In the end, it's all just. Next, they need to team up. Leading Feng Qinyan. They will set out on his trail, and must find out what he is up to. He's not strong enough. He's afraid he can't even get close to him. He is one of the heavenly monarchs in charge of the immortal realm. He will do whatever he has to do for him. Once he finds traces of him, let him head back. This talisman will help keep an eye on the picture within reach for a certain amount of time. They must wait for the right moment. The sort of immortals never out of winter are not for. Things like this have to be discussed somehow. Everyone is very tired. What's more, that demon, he doesn't ask his advice. He suspects the demon lord has taken on a new form. He has to find out if that's true. It's all for the realm of the immortals. He may not come back if he can't figure it out. He obeys him, of course. He heard that that girl, a demon, was sent to the valley after reconciling with the demon clan. She's the sister of the goddess. That portal is her ability. She is able to pass through the world and go straight to the demon realm. It's incredibly dangerous. What's even more dangerous is tracking down the new demon lord. He's afraid. They are increasingly doomed as long as they are safe. But judging by the condition of these two, it will take them some time to recover. Most likely, they saw something that made their view of the world crumble. The system. They're coming home. Let him start it. Ancient continent. 1,000 years ago. He has no home here. He means let him bring it back all this time. It's his clown. Not his main case, so he can come back here anytime he wants to look for answers. Let him switch to the main body. At this moment, Chen Chanan switched to the main body. He's back. Baiyu said he just disappeared. She's so. Chen Chanan thanked them for their concern. The teacher had already returned, and he needed to talk to him. He should be back soon. Who would have thought? And now he can find out how it was. The ruined territory of the continent of 9 regions. He's still alive. Reincarnation really is possible. They're immortal, but here they're like wireless rats snooping around corners. Can't obey what's in charge. Blood is needed to give them a foothold, not to return to a world without. When the heavenly demons appear, there will be a great battle on the ancient continent. That's a great idea. However, if they want to return, they need a tripod. He has one. Jiang Xianchu. If they have her, they won't be able to keep Chen Chanan on the hook. They're close. They'll use it to get the 3 back. Release the monster that has been 1,000 years in the hidden depths of the continent of 9. Destroyed and confused by them. He has nothing left to lose. Then you can unload. According to their observations, Chen Chanan put a tripod at the head of the family to keep the girl's spirit. The family members guarded her day and night, never leaving her side. He tried to talk to them, but it was pointless because they wouldn't let anyone near her. So how do they get close to her? First, the family is in the space above Yunzhou. Chen Chanan isn't around right now. And then this is a great opportunity for them. Secondly, he has been practicing reincarnation techniques for over 1,000 years, so he is able to interfere with the soul's rebirth process and move it. Can captivate a soul and hide it from the world. There's never been a problem with that. Third, to take revenge on the family for all the wrongs done to them. They can't trust other immortal families. They must do everything in their power for the sake of the immortals. Don't let them forget. The only person they should be afraid of is Chen Chanan. Citizens must meet the 30-second deadline, after which time, otherwise, Chen Chanan would discover them and they would all already be dead. At this point, the girl began to feel something. Then they all took to the air. Everyone has noticed it. They were the surviving immortals from the capital. Why are they here? Already they had forgotten their purpose is more than clear. Tell them to leave quickly. We need to protect the girl, and a member of her family. No one must hurt her. Let them kill anyone who tries to. At that moment, the battle began. That's when he found the girl. He thought he had it all worked out. But at that moment, someone stopped him. Jiang Ningzhang. Why she was. Let him get out. Such power. He understands. Could have thought that she would fall so low as to bend under Chen Chanan and protect her. She even bound her soul to her soul. At first I thought she still hadn't gotten over it. She was just biding her time, waiting to fight back with the pride of an immortal. But is she really that afraid of him? He knows that he is an order of magnitude weaker than him. He has no chance to win in a real battle. So he is willing to forget about 1,000 years of cultivation just to concentrate a powerful soul and protect the remnants of Jiang Xuanchu's soul. She's an idiot. She's more forward-thinking than he is. Only with a girl can their family continue to live. So let him not even think of harming her, burning her soul or anything like that. He started to do something. The girl will be fine by the time something starts happening. The man flew backwards at that point. The girl began to ask mistress how she was feeling. Just at that moment, someone landed. Do they really intend to destroy their family? Hatch. There's still time to kill them and take the girl. Destroy them all today. The man at that moment noticed something. At that moment, the demon appeared and told them not to dare approach her. He asked where the bugs came from. This is the immortal emperor. They are no match for him. Dominus has fought enemies so powerful. This is the end. May the master in his next life want to serve him again. He was surprised that nothing happened. Waiting for death is worse than death itself. There would be a moment. He turned his attention to the man. Immortal. An immortal soldier. Just a few days in the same place. In the insects he can destroy. A village of fingers. How to bake. Standing before the emperor himself. Threatening him. Things have changed so much. What's wrong with them? Or is there something wrong with him? He's a respected immortal emperor. The one who ruled the abode of the saints. 1,000 years of cultivation. And yet some insects consider him an equal. It's all their fault. At this moment, Chen Chanan appeared. He was here, but they still have 10 seconds left. It's too busy in the city today. The man was greatly surprised. The master had killed a 3rd-stage immortal. The sphere immortal of the honored one received 50 million points. Chen Chanan walked over and asked how he wanted to die. The man noticed what a terrifying overwhelming aura he had, far more horrifying than he had felt then when confronting the demons years ago. He would do anything to be allowed to live. The Lord is so strong. Even the immortal emperor is on his knees. What power! If he can ever reach the same level, that would be great. He doesn't seem to be afraid of him at all. If he dares to do something like this here, let him give me a reason why he should call it off. He'll tell you a secret. For starters, they won't talk about the ancient continent. 10 seconds later, Chen Chanan was defused. That's not all. There's also Chen Chuanan's most important secret. He knows where immortals and immortal demons come from. He also knows this demon woman who appeared a couple days ago. Her name is Han Shi. She was looking for heavenly demons. Hearing that she's been leading an army for 1,000 years, all to find one person. They don't know exactly who. The demon army has taken over all the realms, but even so, this is only a small part of it. Let him continue. He first met her 10 million years ago. An immortal sent him and a few other immortals to find her. When he saw her, it only took half a day to find her. Have him follow them. He'll look for a place and send a message. Dima seemed to have fallen asleep, but even so he looked terrifying. At that time, he was incredibly scared and didn't dare to do anything. His comrade Feng Qingyang stayed behind to observe what was happening. Everyone else went with him, but when they came back, there was no one there anymore. He applied his reincarnation techniques to show him how things were tens of millions of years ago. On the ancient continent, the man asked, "Where is the demon?" He'd missed him. She dared to get even closer, just for a moment, and recoiled. That demon girl took advantage of the moment and activated the teleportation technique. What did he just say? Judging by the trajectory of her movement, we can assume she's somewhere in the dark woods right now. Why did he stop? Isn't he even capable of doing that? Doesn't he realize how dangerous he is to his superiors? The messenger of the gods even dared to go to the demon realm. That's when someone stopped them. It was Mr. Messenger. If this demon really was as powerful as they describe it, there's nothing left of it now. But right thinking, now all they need to know is its location. Thanks for his help. Exodus honestly had never seen such a strong demon. As soon as it got close to him, the aura was so pressurizing that he couldn't move a finger. He couldn't imagine how many casualties there would be if this demon really wanted to start a war. They must find him and seal him at all costs. They, the messengers of heaven, have been ordered to humble the foot of the demon lord. The goddess mentor himself will assist them. Even someone like that was shocked by what happened. Shad, however, looking for the man is not that difficult, but they will encounter a lot of monsters that reside in the dark forest. This will only make the search a little more difficult. It doesn't mean that they should put all their strength into fighting him. All these monsters, regardless of their level, respect the strong. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest. If the cultivation realm is lower than an immortal and venerable, his wind will tear him to shreds as soon as he enters the forest. And with the strength of these girls, going out there is tantamount to voluntary death. There's no word from this demon, but he must be up to something. This lord is far more powerful than all the other demons. Even so, it must be destroyed. At that moment, someone was approaching. The girl felt that everything was strange. These guys have never been known for hospitality, so why are they so docile now? Monsters are the blunt desires and evil words of their creator. By nature they are not aggressive, but there is a certain rule here. They will instinctively listen to the strongest and worship their lord, who will become a teacher for them. At this moment, the monsters were afraid of something, and now it's just about who they're dragging. The girl now realized it all and noticed it too. The girl couldn't realize what she was doing. I mean, they like to chase anything that moves. Let him bite her. They think she's easy to scare. She can take offense, too. At this moment, the monster became angry. The girl said he would kill them all. And just at that moment, they scattered. Enough of these silly games. She was in so much pain. She was not taken to the river at this point. Low-level monsters are stinky mushrooms. They quickly become irritated if you step on them. They make a nasty sound and start to emit a disgusting odor. They'll leave them here. You have to be on your guard at all times. And now what? Celestial demons, unbeknownst to her, see her immortal haunt her. It seems those around her are not so fond of the all-powerful goddess. They could find her right now. Why lie to themselves? It'll only make them angrier. The thrashing idiot immortal is afraid of him, but only with him by their side do they have a chance to take a break. By the way, she seriously doesn't know who he is. But if she doesn't think he's a pervert, that's a good thing. She thinks it's him. 2 days ago he started acting strange, and she managed to find out something about him. Something special. He's just like that, yes, but she can't say for sure if he's immortal or a demon. But what she is 100% sure of is that the energy contained in his body walks to destroy all living things. No one in this world can stand up to him. There's too much they don't know. When he starts, he can kill them. Let him kill her then. Why just her? And how was she even treating him back then? It didn't look like child's play at all. She also ordered him to get lost, steal an artifact. Too cruel. Her heart ached with pain. She knew it was all to get to the artifact. Why had she played along all this time? Well, why not? It's been a long time since they've had a heart-to-heart with her. She's always busy. Or rather, she pretends to be busy all the time, that's right. But the girl stood her ground and said that she really had a lot of things to do. And the old men were always demanding something from her. Keep her quiet. She knows her. She's lazy, can't concentrate on one thing for long. Therefore, she can't go any further without talking to the immortals about the ceiling. Chen Chanan is a special case. He doesn't emanate the aura of a demon, nor the aura of an immortal, and his appearance defies all normal definition. Beating them then not only wouldn't do anything to him, it would also save him, and managed to figure out that he can communicate with her artifact. The girl was amazed at this. Maybe he was from the future. She doesn't know what his purpose is, but she can say for sure that he is not their enemy. Even then, he was so strong, he was just pretending. She even flirted with him. The conflict between immortals and demons is deepening. Once Chen Chanan joins one side of the war, there will be no turning back. She took him to be an example of peaceful coexistence between the two realms. However, this peace has proven to be too fragile. She cannot allow it to be consumed by the flames of war. That's why they can't give it to Chen Chanan. She's crazy if she thinks they can do anything to him. First she has to stop the messenger. What about her? She'll take Chen Chanan, find a huge sheltered corner for them, and she'll contact them when things calm down. She'll go to the master, explain everything to him. She'll definitely be able to help, protect the common people. It's really that important. It's a teleportation array. There's been movement in that direction. Don't forget to let me know how it works out. At that moment, the girl began to pass through the portal. Just at that moment they found her. The man asked who and wouldn't let him escape. She turned to the artifact and said she needed help. A message of some kind. At that moment I noticed something and realized it. She stopped abruptly. She asked that the goddess of spring be forgiven for whatever she wished, and that she be allowed to meet the master messenger of purity and morality. At that moment, the girl noticed something. She had someone tell her that she had disappointed her. It was her master. At that moment, she wasn't alone. She had given her the artifact to restrain the demon lord. But in the end, the seal was broken. She had allowed a demon to harm ordinary people, and she felt no remorse that it was all her fault. Have him return it to the array, personally type it up. She's willing to dish out any punishment. But before she does, she asks to be allowed to explain. To explain. If he has something to say, let him say it. The goddess will go with her, but does not continue to track the movement of the new demon lord. He must be sealed before he falls into the hands of the heavenly demon clan. He's still in these woods. We need to split up to pinpoint his exact location, then all of us together to seal him up. At this point they set off. I think they can really seal it that easily. Don't let him worry. There are many messengers from the immortal realm here, all lords over. If even winter seems to pull this way, no one but the gods themselves and the spiritual realm can handle it. At that moment, a portal began to form, and a girl started falling out of it. She couldn't figure out where they were. At that moment, someone was startled to see who had fallen. The man noticed it immediately. He said that's where they needed to go. Almost crashed. How long is he even going to sleep? It's not a quick fix. They move, but the distance is getting shorter and shorter, with more and more deviation from their previous position. If this continues, she's afraid. Or else, he'll take it. It's so much easier. Let it ring, but that's their goal. She was just passing through, wouldn't want to get hurt, so it's vital to deflect. She said goodbye and said it was a lot of effort and not much use. Just at this moment, people were approaching. They were able to observe Chen Chanan. The man abruptly stopped everyone. They found him. That's where he was sitting. A monster, too. Not only suppressed him, but made him his slave. Or what? They can't know for sure. Maybe it's some kind of ambush and they're just waiting for them to take the bait. Or maybe they're waiting for the others. The man didn't know what to do. At that moment, he noticed his terrifying aura. He knew about them. He was just pretending all along. Don't let them come any closer. With their current forces, if they don't try to attack, they'll probably fall victim themselves. Location established. Have everyone arrive at the location. At this point they started to leave. The monsters at this moment began to admire Chen Chanan. He was paying attention to something. The girl came back to them and said he would show mercy and find a safer place. The man did not understand why he had come back. It's not like she left him on purpose. Does he understand or not? It's just that she's almost out of energy. They found the demon lord. Though he didn't move, he's sure he knew about them and was just biding his time. He saw what he was capable of. These are the victims now. They need to wait everyone out or they'll never be able to fight back against him. Presently, the girl stepped out of the portal. This place will do. No one can find him here. Sister said that he is very important, but right now she doesn't have the strength to carry him any further. She alone cannot allow herself to be caught by these perverted messengers, or they will torture her to death. They can't just wait for the weather to clear. What will they do if the demon escapes? He may have seen what he let him see. He's too young, doesn't know demons as well as they do. They're evil, sneaky, cunning. Ambush him. As soon as the opportunity arises, they will be at his throat like poisonous snakes. It turns out, plaster. They entered this territory and immediately fell into the demon's trap. There's no way they're gonna miss an opportunity like this. There must be a reason why he hasn't attacked them yet. Maybe he wants to find out their numbers on the merits. They fight back, and when the three messengers arrive, the group formation kills him. At that moment, the man noticed something. How did he get there? He's been there since the beginning and he's been following them all along. He knows what they're up to. The man told them to run. How can he be in more than one place at the same time? Are they surrounded or something? They thought he had them wrapped around his finger. At this point, the man yelled that they were being chased. It was indeed a trap. Fortunately, he managed to realize it before it was too late. This demon had decided to use the monsters to exhaust them. He won't let them do that. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Who would have thought that these great messengers would turn into bugs in front of Chen Chanan? They took the sleeping Chen Chanan as some kind of trap. At this moment, someone touched Chen Chanan. She doesn't know if it will work, but she has to try. At that moment, something began to happen. Where am I going? Chen Chanan returned at this moment. He said it worked. What's next? 2 behind. The safety of the messengers is paramount. They cannot lose them. This time, the enemy was leading them around by the nose. Once they rally from the sidelines, it will be the other way around. At that moment, the man noticed someone in front of him. It was Chen Chanan proper. He's not going to fight them. He's just playing like a cat and mouse. Something has to be done, and if they don't want to die, they have to get out of here soon. They were careless. They shouldn't have been focused. Now he would go after them wherever they were. They were surrounded. They need to get out of here now. They all started running away from him. There was an exit. Finally they came out. At this moment, Chen Chanan stood still. The girl in Chen Chanan's body laughed and said that they weren't the most genuine idiots. Who would have thought that everything would go so smoothly? Chen Chanan can scare the hell out of anyone without even waking up. It's amazing. She took a chance and cornered his body, scared them and saved them both. She feels incredibly powerful energy flows in this body. The only downside is that it's a nasty thing, constantly rubbing. The demon is about to meet its death. It's the second group. She's completely forgotten about them already. What aren't they waiting for? They have to deal with him soon. And the 3 of them will do it to him. At that moment, the girl noticed something. She noticed the mark she'd left. With just one strike, Mr. Li and Mr. Chen were killed. He has never met a monster so powerful. He fears only the messengers above him who can match him. He apologized and said he could no longer travel with them. He must sacrifice himself to learn the truth of his opponent's strength, contribute to a great cause. Anyway, he won't leave without a scratch. His shoelaces are untied. Won't he even look down or what? The bastard let him hit himself. There's no way he'll forgive that. At this point in time, elsewhere, someone in a cabin in the distance coughed. It was the actual girl who was coughing up blood. She didn't think there would be such side effects. At that moment, she began to fall. And then everything fell right in front of Chen Chanan. The girl I have, Chen Chanan, is the hero's at this point. Then she found herself without clothes. She was holding her head at this point. And at this point sat on the main character. What a shame. She's with him, probably because of the overkill effects of the move. It happened by accident while she was out of it. What's she gonna do now? His sister asked to watch him. Nevertheless, after their bonding, her strength increased significantly. You just have to treat it as your own kind of treatment. if they don't do it again, nothing will happen, right? Anyway, as long as she feels bad, she can't protect him. To Sui Min State, the goddess left accompanied by a message. The head of state said that this goddess had been having fun with men time and time again, resulting in a lack of strength to maintain the seal. That was how this demon came to be, which should not have been punished properly. Her fate would be decided by a messenger of pure virtue. He strictly and justly never let down a deadline for anyone. Nothing like this had ever happened. She would simply wait for him. Her orders would be obeyed. At the moment, their main problem is an escaped demon. Once he returns, the demon world will be at war again, with renewed vigor. Mortals need to be prepared as well. First, they need to gather all the immortal families, to prepare for a battle that will last 1,000 years. All this time they have been waiting for someone to lead their army, not a bunch of useless trash. He let them draw divine power without breaking the seal, and he was saying he wasn't willing to die for his own misdeeds. Let them hurry up and think of something. If these immortals decide to dig deeper, they'll all be in trouble here. Had he forgotten how many sounds they didn't send, all for which they indulged her unchanging desire, which led them to live in this world and keep everything within ceiling bounds. That was why a new lord had emerged. What's more, once the war breaks out, she would immediately become a war criminal and the object of universal criticism, and the decision to execute her would be made. But no one will ever know her fate. She's got it all figured out. The goddess deserves to be punished. Imprison her in a cargo prison for 1,000 years. For the plan to torture her, to burn her bones. That would even be too humane. She had told her many times that sealing a demon was an incredibly responsible endeavor. One that lives in 3 worlds depended on. In this situation, she fears that there is little that can help her. She should have approached her sooner. She travels all the time. How could she be carrying her? Doesn't she have a token to contact her? She sees her once every 100 years, talks about it every time, but she keeps forgetting. She was even beginning to wonder if she had a man on the side, since everyone had forgotten about them. Men aren't worthy of such beauty around her. Besides, falling in love would only spoil everything. Her beautiful teacher will never look at those stupid men. She's still a child. Where did she learn those phrases? The girl wasn't happy about something. And we haven't seen each other recently. She really missed me. Don't. She's a tough nut to crack. When asked if she was sure about boys, the girl said she was a silly girl. It was a demon lord. It was still possible to kill him, but who did? The demon lord was born of fear, and the immortal lobbies couldn't find him definitively. Even some of the major celestial spirits couldn't. This was done by the envoy of the main Chen Chanan, the first, the strongest life of the heavenly demons. He is now with Hanshi. They'll know about it very soon, but not yet. None of the sky demons know. They won't start a war. She knows him personally. Chen Chanan, absolutely from London, even protected them. He's not of this world or time at all. Somehow he's involved in all of this. If it is possible, he has the power to stop a war from breaking out. She can't even defend herself, but she thinks of such global things. Anyway, it's also an opportunity to buy up her guilt. As long as the heavenly demon army doesn't recognize him, she and Hanshi will bring him back and she'll take care of everything. Her act wouldn't be that serious. Either he will become one of them or he won't be sealed forever. Chen Chanan was lying down at this moment. The girl thanked him for the treat, asked him not to run away, and said she'd be back soon. The body felt different. Perhaps if they continued, they might actually be able to make a breakthrough in the Demon King realm. Does he really have such a special ability? Heavenly demons of the Horned Clan. The arena is quite lively today. Today, all demons whose cultivation realm will allow them to become a demon of noble blood will participate in the competition. It is said that there will even be 4 heavenly kings. This massive event is dedicated to the return of the demon lord. The elder of the Horned Clan, Aluka, said she had 2 pieces of good news. The first, they would no longer be under oppression. Now their lord has been born, and that means they will no longer have to bow their heads and kneel. Very soon their time will begin. They captured the immortal while on patrol. He was abandoned by his comrades, and now he will be killed. Kill him, skin him and put him on display. And the second good news is that the winner of today's competition will get the right to be next to her niece Hanshi, the most beautiful woman among the heavenly demons. Such an opportunity is a dream come true. He's related to her. Of course he'll arrange it. Okay, the top 5 will get that opportunity. The girl, of course, was surprised, and she immediately jumped out and said she didn't agree. What silly competition. What has she got to do with this farce? How could he do that to her? As his last will, her father wanted him to raise her as he saw fit and give her full authority over her. Moreover, once upon a time, they had already assigned her the task of capturing the artifact, in which she had not succeeded. She had only wasted their precious time. It's all about a demon that is constantly defeated has no value. Part of her pretty face, and it was decided to execute her. He decided to help and satisfy everyone. This is necessary to save her. Now everyone has an incentive to fight their celestial demon. It's to their advantage. They needed to grow it strong, and that's what she'll be useful for. Having a few children with special abilities is a great opportunity to serve your clan, isn't it? What else? Why doesn't he give them to his old carcass? He went into a rage after that. Someone said it's okay. Her opinion doesn't count. Just have them do whatever is necessary when the battle begins. Bloody Emperor. Emperor of War. It's fun. Sure. Let him start. The girl said he wouldn't decide for her. She would stop all this. She actually said it. It's a demon. The sphere of the Demon King. What can she even do? She'll only take offense to moisturize the man. She must have been so tired that her mind was lost. If she was capable of it, she wouldn't be standing here. I guess all she can do is talk. Poor thing, she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's so scary and embarrassing. The girl turned around at that moment. Is she leaving, or what? A little girl who can only tell tall tales. Everyone is looking forward to the end of today's competition. The man said they started. At this point the man began to be tormented as best he could. The demon drew his weapon. The man realized that this was the end. Let him kill an immortal. At that moment, someone appeared right in front of him. They couldn't figure out what the lightning was. What had happened? At this moment, the man felt someone piercing his heart. Let the side effects be pretty serious. She'll have to spend a few days recovering. But she can't just let it go. She shouted out that Hanshi was her woman, to whom life let them go forward. She had never seen this demon before. So where did this newcomer come from? They then immediately made the decision to attack him. Chen Chanan watched them, and then solved them in an instant. 3 demon emperor spheres in just a second. Chen Chanan then pointed his finger at those who were sitting on top of him. One of them looked at him. Let him go. He's going to end it. After that, they started saying he's an idiot. He's a corpse. After destroying 3 demons, he thinks he can defeat the Heavenly King. That's ridiculous. He may not beg his forgiveness. Yi Feng can finally play. He knows this suicidal woman, some commuter. He wouldn't behave like that. He's never seen him before, but he'll show him what real power is. Immediately after these words, the swarm grabbed his face. The man was very much surprised at this. Chen Chanan then kicked him into the ground. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Heavenly King with a single blow. The man still couldn't believe it. The others didn't believe it either. This guy, now that's not funny. He took down the King of Heaven. That hasn't happened in 1,000 years. He signed his own death warrant. He's got it. He was humiliated. The King of Heaven himself. How do we measure him? Ask me something. Is his mind clear enough now, or what? After that, the others decided to join the fight as well. The girl noticed they were here. It's going to be quite a challenge. At this point, the man said not to be touched. He seized the opportunity and attacked before he could even speak. Otherwise, did he, the disgusting insect, really think he could succeed? They listened to his complaints. Later, the status of the 4 heavenly kings is unshakable. From now on, it doesn't only apply to him alone. The girl looked at him at that moment. Bug, she's lost her last chance to escape unnoticed. When all 4 heavenly kings join forces, even a messenger of exceptional virtue would be thrown into a fever. Let alone a small day. They decided to act together. This guy is finished. Whoever he is, he's definitely finished. Enough talk. They won't crush him. At that moment, he noticed that he was under attack. Don't lie. Change of heart in a second. That was pretty fun. There. Now he could use the full power of this body. Plus, the side effects of transmigration were already starting to show. The more power it unleashes, the greater the power consumption of the spatial law. Among the families of celestial laws, the law of space is the most complex. It has a strong connection to the laws of space from birth. In addition, she is skilled in the art of spiritualization. It could even be said that in a real gene, if combined with spatial techniques, she could inhabit the body of another being and become entrenched in it. But it was best not to tell anyone about it. After all, this technique was created by her personally. you can use it to distinguish, but if you overdo it, you can seriously harm yourself and your body. In the worst case scenario, you could die. At this point, of course, she continued to be attacked. The more he runs, the more it gives him away. The side effects are getting worse. You have to ration the power you use. She doesn't have much experience. Of course, she's no match for the heavenly kings. But since she's already interfered, we need to find a way to leave safely. At this point, another attack was being prepared. Now let him try to feel real lightning. The girl at this point was in anticipation of an attack. Then the attack happened after all. The girl laughed afterward. When they worked together, even the tower demons would have a hard time. Not to mention that she couldn't use all of Chen Chanan's power. That was too much. If it continues like this, she'll be discovered, and Chen Chanan will get hurt. He brought this on himself. Let him only think how dare he treat the kings of heaven like that. Let him count his death. The corpse of the heavenly kings counts. What good is he if he multiplies respect but knows nothing? He was just waiting. Either way, the final blow is his. The girl realized it was over. After that, she tried to stop him. He was very much surprised that he was able to do it. The girl realized she didn't do it. The body was moving on its own. Is Chen Chanan really back? At this point, the man screamed very hard. Then they were all scared to death. Everyone couldn't understand what had happened there. The enemy curled up and shouted. He was on the verge of death. Tore off the hand of the heavenly king. It was definitely not a dream. It's definitely him. That aura. There can be no mistake. This is bad. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. What's the matter? Was he delayed or something? His aura has changed dramatically. Tell him to be careful. They need to run. Too much energy has been expended. Can't let the situation get any worse. At this moment, Chen Chanan didn't move. Did he really? Chen Chanan began to attack them. Now they will strike the death blow. He can't get away this time. Some of them told him to die. They began to attack. They couldn't understand how he was starting to get good at killing them. How was that even possible? The man didn't realize what was beginning to happen either. Everyone was very much surprised. Her soul, he's consuming her energy. She can't take it anymore. Chen Chanan continued his attack. These moves. Does he want to destroy the entire slope of heavenly demons or what? After that, the most powerful explosions began to occur. The girl was crying at this point. It was still a nice feeling. That doesn't even sound realistic. Who would have thought that a demon lord would be killed by some obscure demon? Right now, their clan had no leader. They needed to inform the heavenly kings as soon as possible. Does he really want this demon to be the new lord? They couldn't understand what had happened. There was supposed to be a celebration here. How come? At that moment, he noticed something. The man at this point was talking about how there was a demon so powerful in the world that even his fingers would be enough to wipe this place off the face of the planet. More than 80% of the demons of his clans, including the strongest ones, were wiped out. The heavenly demon clan was practically exterminated. Someone stepped on the ground. Often at Mo managed to escape in time. We need to tell the immortals about what happened here as soon as possible. At this point in the hut, the girl was breathing heavily at this point. She was undressing at this point. Empty, her body on edge. She needed to recover. It was a friend lying motionless. She was crying at this point. I cried really hard. Then during the night, something started happening. The girl kissed the guy at this point. A little more is nothing to him. Who gave him permission to be so naughty? At this point, the birds complained about the noise. The next day, a day after Chen Chanan appeared on the ancient continent. Immortal creator. Impossible. It was simply impossible. How could something like this happen? This must be the work of a demon. Love is the goal. That even sounds ridiculous. Around the heavenly demons, they'll just have to wait until the details come out. Reporting new information. As for today's anomaly, the heavenly demon clan had indeed been almost completely wiped out. Is he saying that the heavenly demon clan was destroyed by the creature above him? How is that possible? To destroy the clan, almost the entire top, the very foundation of the heavenly demon clan, single-handedly. Who in this world is capable of such a thing? It's the entire ancient continent. We need to find out as much information as possible. He doesn't know if this newborn demon lord has been hit. However, after what happened, the probability of that is practically zero. Whoever did this didn't appreciate the favor. This creature should be on the side just like that, and they can be at peace. All living things kneel before the divine realm. The divine realm is open, and the goddesses descend to them. This was the divine palace. They greet the heavenly spirits. He is the second son of the Luan family, one of the three greatest celestial spirit families. If you gain his favor, the tongue of divinity will not be long in coming. Lunman divine race, Luan Lu. They are insignificant fish, and how dare they upset his majesty. He instantly killed them at that moment. As a messenger of heaven, he is a role model for them. The girl was in agreement with that. They humbly await his command. He's only here to find a fighter to take part in the Star Sphere tournament. This person should have the title of the strongest fighter of the continent. He should have a lot of experience in wars and major battles, as well as many other merits. The same resolving aura is the ruler's strength. One can feel his cultivation sphere killing. She hopes that one day he will find it. Han Shi is still a child. She doesn't even realize what responsibility is. We hope that she will take care of Chen Chanan in the current situation. All she has to do is bring him back. She'll report back to the foreman and everything will be fine. The girl, when she woke up, noticed that it was already dawn. What a wonderful feeling. She assumed that she would feel great after embodying life energy, that even her cultivation realm would rise. He turned out to be incredibly good. She was elected for the whole night. However, what to do next? He had practically destroyed the Christmas tree, so where would she go now? Though none of them loved her, she was just a pawn in their hands. She hadn't been thrown out as a child. The world hadn't even considered if she could survive, so to speak. When she was 9, they made her drag a secret divine law, slandering the master. Then she almost died. At 10, they made her quarrel with the Mangji and Kaiji clan. If it wasn't for her nimble legs, death might have caught up with her back then. The more she remembers, the angrier she gets. Nothing worse can come out of this. Now they're gone. She can at least relax a little. She had nothing to worry about right now. She hadn't run away, just her and him. At that moment, the girl heard someone knocking on the door. It was the goddess. She was telling her sister they needed to talk. Tell them to open up. The girl at this point was slightly worried. Divine Palace. Since the artifact of space and time had chosen Changxi as its vessel, it was predestined that she would become a toy of the gods, a puppet, leading to war. He remembers that there are only 3 resurrection phrases, which has a 5-second limit. The second phrase gradually builds up, hating, and must be counted anyway. It must be found, killed and killed again and again, tens, thousands of times. This should trigger the third phase, the reversal of time and space. The master at this point was terrified, but if they wish to resurrect everything where demons are, he fears that by the power of the image he will not be able to create something like that. Revere interference of the skein body may be damaging. She thinks he cares about the life of a Starsphere refugee. If this case fails, he's already got plenty of slaves. She will never feel sorry for him. If she wants to live, let her follow orders. Otherwise, his favorite pet won't get something tasty. Apparently, that horrible creature was here too. They are no match for this monster. If he gets orders to attack the ancient continent, they're all going to end. The girl was very much frightened at this point. In addition, after he finds the fighter, have him placed in this coffin. It will consume everything human and take his soul. From behind this coffin shall come forth a faithful dog who will obey the deprivation of him. Every dog needs a master. Let him think how to make it so that he will be satisfied, for he will only stay here for 24 hours. The girl said she understood. He had been minding his own business and had forgotten all about it. Now he can put him in charge of it, absolving himself of all responsibility. A bunch of dumbass Arabs. They watch and find a couple slaves who can temper his anger. Changxi will get Chen Chanan back. He knows what he's doing. The nurse added for her to open it. What on earth is she doing in there? What are these strange things? She's probably here to take the heroes' heads. If she doesn't answer, she'll have to leave. This guy, only a woman thinks. Goddess. I remember liking him too. The girl noticed she was leaving, walking away. At that moment, the girl turned around. She found a woman who was having an affair with Chen Chanan. What should she do with her now? At this point, she herself came out and said she would bite her head off. How dare she? She's so kind, always interested in other people's personal lives. There's no hiding from her. The girl realized at that moment that it was a trap. He's here, too. What's he doing here? It's been so long. She's already taken care of the mastermind problem and can. Hell, virgin. She wants to take him. Don't make her laugh. She just got such a wonderful companion. She wants to take it away. He can't help her. Let him go and accept his punishment humbly. He has the artifact. There is nothing to be afraid of. While she will visit with her belly, And on this day everyone has such thick legs as ordered. She pulls on her pants. The girl was surprised by something. The main body has been successfully replaced by a clone body. Chen Chanan was rudely frightened of her. The girl told the guy to be quiet. He didn't say anything. She's sitting a little too boldly. Chen Chanan said she sat like this one more time. He was a pervert. Let her get up. They're leaving. After they move to the new place, he still has to obey her. When and how many times she does it is up to her. Knows the alarm. Pretended to be the key all this time. Doesn't anything hurt? She doesn't even care who he is. He's just going to take her with him. She doesn't care about anything. He's her servant. Period. Tell Han Shi to open the door. It was the first time the system tried to automatically track the clones' actions and transform them in real time. Where did he get that idea in his head? What was wrong with his head? They're omnipotent. He should just imagine it. It doesn't seem unreal anymore. That's when the goddess walked in on them. Clones are a product of the system, and then these two are connected. They can exchange information. Using this trick, he can get the system to observe what's going on instead of him. First, it will avoid a lot of interference with the story. Second, waiting for the right moment makes a lot more sense than running back and forth with no result. He wants to run away. Why doesn't he go to heaven? She can't control him. You just have to wait for the moment when everything seems to be over. Nothing can help, and then appear out of nowhere and save everything. That's the right moment, the perfect moment, but he's been undefeated more than once, so we can't let it happen again. Enough talk. There must be some errands to run. Mission details: help Gina of Spring, change her destiny and get an artifact. System feature top score has revealed 2 new special missions. Mission details: become the master of the ancient continent. Basically, in order to save Xuanxu, he needs the power of the artifact. To gain the artifact's recognition, he needs to prevent the death of the goddess. And the last to become master of the ancient continent. Considering everything that has happened in these 2 days and the future event, what's the matter? The last day of the day will suffice. What did he just say? He wants to return immortal. Will they take him with them? Happening in the realm of. The master killed the heavenly demons of the purification sphere and received 5 million points. That's for everyone the girl killed while controlling his body. The system counts even. Sometimes a break from the son-in-law wouldn't hurt. When the goddess controlled his body, the system provided him with all the information about what was happening in real time, including the information that the heavenly demon clan had been almost completely wiped out. Logically, there would be no heavenly demons in the future. However, there were more and more of them on their side. Considering this information, it could be concluded that someone had resurrected them. The only thing capable of doing so is a space and time artifact. Goddess. This will trigger phase 3. We need to send a message to the master. So the goddess problem has to be fixed. Destroying the celestial demons means someone more powerful is behind it. He gave the order to kill the goddess in order to later revive the heavenly demons. That's all the conclusions that can be drawn from the information available. Except if he can't quickly figure out who's behind this. He's afraid things will get so dire that by then he won't be able to do anything at all. At that moment, some sort of weapon appeared. Chen Chanan noticed this. Rather, let her dodge. Chen Chanan at this moment decided to intervene. He saved the girl at that moment. Who did this? Let him out. You cowardly coward. At that moment, some demons appeared. Chen Chanan turned around pathosally. Then more people showed up. Chen Chanan looked at them and didn't look so confident anymore. Celestial spirits, depart. The order is to unite all the forces of the ancient continent and punish the traitors. It's a matter of survival for the entire continent. The goddess must die. Those who don't want to get caught in the hot hand, leave now. The creature was ready to attack. How beautiful. This is the moment that did it. Some man said he killed her first. She ducked, but he sure hit her. They're idiots. It's her fault. Heartless. Why didn't he save her? She could have ducked, which she actually did. He definitely did it. He violated it. Who would have thought that Chen Chanan would flirt with someone else right in front of him? That's what's called tooting his own horn. Heavenly demon. Weren't they destroyed? It seems to have managed to survive, but even if they are few in number, they are unable to compete with the immortals. The girl was looking at the master at this moment. Happiness. Her nefarious plans were exposed. Their other celestial spirits were not harmed. However, this act made the god so angry that he decided to punish her as a warning to the others. He also wanted to prevent the goddess from being killed, prevent them from starting a war. She deserved to die, wanted to kill the god. Luckily, She's dead now. If that monster found out, he would immediately destroy the ancient continent. Anyone who dares to offend a god deserves to die, and there can be no exceptions to this rule. By the way, before she died, she confessed to her wife and even tried to ask for forgiveness. She hoped the gods would forgive her. Incredibly stupid woman, to hope for something like that. What was she thinking? That's what happens to the infidels. There's no place for them here. Let her be. At that moment, some sort of portal began to break off. The man noticed it immediately. Let them shy away from it. At this moment, Chen Chanan said that there is. As it turned out, he was holding the girl's head at that moment. The goddess, of course, immediately began to cry. Long ago in the East there was a country that was finished by the roles of its inhabitants. For many years they were under the threat of annihilation. However, they never disappeared. Such a phenomenon led to many desperate attempts by their masters to save ordinary people, and they are all true heroes. Even if they are no more, they will be respected and their deeds will not be forgotten. They will not allow small-minded creatures to be treated that way. The ancient continent is now in chaos. The law of heaven and earth cannot be obeyed now. Submissiveness will definitely become a sacrifice for the sake of the so-called peace. She must make a choice, or escape. None of this is true. Even if this planet were on the verge of destruction, it would not allow the plans of the gods to be realized. Chen Chanan said that it was a war. Let the girl open the portal. He needs its exact location. It's going to take a lot of time to prepare the portal, and if given the opportunity, they're going to avoid it. They won't let him do it. Chen Chanan has already killed him. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what run-in meant. He said he was going to kill that god. They were all very surprised. Some of them started laughing very loudly. He asked, or did he think the three of them would be enough? He's the first person to dare say something like that. Even the former demon lord who led all the heavenly demons didn't laugh at this. After that, there were still some controversial statements left, but it looked like they would buy some time. As a message from the gods, they will never allow their safety to be threatened by anything. Even if it's some little bugs like them, let them kill them. She needs a little more time. The group realized, hand in hand at this point. He used a technique. How was that even possible? Chen Chanan said that not a single living soul would leave this place. He then began to form some sort of sphere to attack. This sphere then grew larger and larger. That's power. It's impossible. When they first met, he didn't have this kind of power. The goddess was also surprised at this moment. They wanted a war. So let's go. He'll kill them all. We can't let this sphere fall or everyone will be finished. Let him use all his powers and stop him. Everyone started fighting him. The girl was watching it all at this moment. And then still Chen Chanan managed to attack. One of the men said he was a freaking demon. Chen Chanan didn't have any emotions at this moment. Was it just his imagination? Or was there a mosquito squeaking somewhere? The man was scared to death. It shouldn't have happened. It wasn't supposed to be introduced. But it's not going to be a mindless exhaustion either. You have to think it through and make a plan. They don't stand a chance. This orb denies them any chance of escape. Chen Chanan asked, who will be next? Then one of them literally took an eyeful of mosquitoes. Chen Chanan was surprised. Abruptly he saw a very healthy mosquito. These were cave mage techniques. How could they even create something like this? At that moment, they noticed one of them had eaten Chen Chanan. Let the heavenly demon feel what it was like to have an insect suck out his cultivation. This technique would stop even a demon lord, let alone someone like him. At that moment I felt something. After that, Chen Chanan felt it from within. He handled it so easily. It all happened in a second. Chen Chanan searched his chest for something he hated. They were surprised that he called it that. But it's a unique technique he'll probably borrow. After that, he directed his attack at the insect. After that, he directed his attack at this insect. Chen Chanan said that this was fine. The sphere points were almost enough to expand the territory. After that, he approached the man. The man began to say that they were giving up, that they just wanted to live. The gods are incredibly powerful. No one in this world can defeat them, and they submit to their will every day, following orders. He asked for forgiveness. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what it meant to surrender. This was the continent of realms that Jing Da's envoy had found. He managed to hide it before she was executed. They can cooperate. The goddess also wants to fulfill her master's will. That's what they got. After that, the man started to open something. It must have been a trap. They have sealed the continent of areas and will present it to God on a platter with a blue platter. Only they can't prove their loyalty by betting on this killer information. They're using all their powers. Chen Chanan began to observe all of this. He said they are even more disgusting in practice. They really think these childish antics are going to stop him. Chen Chanan easily dealt with them, and then he killed them all in 1 second. It was an impossible formation that couldn't resist the sphere gods. Everything was destroyed in an instant. It was the continent of the 9 realms, a device that would point the way there. Their so-called gods know about this continent or not. He asked them to forgive them. It was all Jingda's messenger. Her words. Chen Chanan asked what the difference between the two was. They don't need this measure, so they go to hell first. Then he will break the bones of their god and send them to him. The orb is coming down. They need to run fast. Please let them go too. That's the power of just one touch. Chen Chanan said that there was no need to go. It was impressive, but now only 2 people can go through. She needs 5 more minutes, or at least 1 more. Just like she gave that old lady a good smack. That's great, he's got a great shot. Chen Chanan said that they don't have time, and the 2 they already have. They're doing now. That's when the portal closed, and she can't enter it. The damn husband is only thinking about Jiang Shi at a time like this. At this moment, the sphere was approaching her, and they've already realized it was worth it. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan came back to her. She couldn't understand why he had come back. Then she was surprised by something. He pushed her right into the portal and she told him to wait. Let him not finish the job and wait for her. That's when the sphere almost approached the ground, and the girls were on the other side of the portal at that moment. Then one of them looked at the sphere, and at that moment, the sphere began to explode, and yet it collided with the ground and there was a massive explosion. That's his real power. Maybe he really can change things. The girl asked what they should do now. The gods won't interfere unless there's a war. All the people consider them enemies, and they don't know where to go. And if they keep fighting, who knows what might happen to Chen Chanan. There is only one way out of this situation. They need to find a way to reach the continent of the 9 realms. Chen Chanan said that it was time to go after them. Their aura, and the portal is really nice. You'll have to spend some time to get to them. This was the moment when Chen Chanan moved from his seat. He set off at a high rate of speed. At this moment, some forces began to pursue him. He couldn't figure out what else it was. Someone said it was an injustice that he shouldn't die. Chen Chanan said that he would not forgive him, but he was in a hurry. The mighty demon god let him save them. They had lived on the ancient continent for generations. Because of their battle, they couldn't get out, and now a part of them is missing. While they were alive, followed the docks of the box, fighting constantly, but their deeds became ash, and their souls were hidden deep underground. This Bach will not wait for a drop of mercy, continuing to squeeze their souls out of them to rule the world. Their people were almost completely wiped out. Let him save them. Master Chang Shi had done everything right. The couples ended the era of blind obedience. If it wasn't for her, no one would have dared to go against it. He said he now understood, and he was going to kill the god. His friends were now waiting for him, and talking about the death of God had become easy and relaxed for them. However, there was one, but. His friend on the other side said that he will go to the wrong place. Han Shi is acting on purpose. That's when the god began to lift something up. They found his heavenly water. The man was surprised at this point. He wants to see a war where the goddess just fools him. One by one, Thoth went after the goddess, but she was protected by an incredibly powerful demon. The last thing he wanted to say was that he was going to kill him. The man looked at him carefully. He started laughing very loudly and asked if he really wanted to kill him. He was ready to destroy him, saying that he was just an insect that he had allowed to settle on this planet. They are not even comparable to pets. Spitting on him, he would already have something of Jing Jie. Master incredibly didn't use the open sphere to create murderous information, sealing it to present to him, but the border between the spheres was unpopulated, devoid of any spiritual power. It was not enough for his pets. However, he was reminded that there would always be nasty flies like Jingda who would constantly give him trouble. Today, he decides to destroy their intentions at the root. That's when the creature got angry. Earth was in some kind of club at this point. God said he sealed the world. The entire ancient continent has become his plaything, and no one can get out. If anyone tries, it will leave no survivors. It was the sphere blocking formation. Now the ancient continent is completely blocked. This is a complete defeat for Jingda. It was predictable. He had hoped for some kind of miracle right up to the end. She was the most outstanding divine messenger, but who would have thought this planet was destined for such an end? Like her friends, they got to see her off on her final journey. Chen Chanan was surprised by something at this moment. It was a God-given oath established by the Protectorate. Now no one will dare interfere with what happens here. Now no one will be able to leave this planet. Even the immortals will be trapped here forever. You can leave. But Old Feng got to the continent of realms. He said that there were more sealed formations at that time. Perhaps this is because the goddess's fate has been changed and the future has also changed. Somewhere in the palace they were discussing. Above the heavens on the highest point of the went there right away. If we get rid of what's wholesale already sealed, the seal itself shouldn't be a problem. If no one can enter the continent of the 9 realms, the future will be completely changed. Han Shi's intention would also change significantly. Right now, it was important to take care of himself and follow him. It would be too dangerous. He was gone. How could they hope the demon would save them? What else would he have left to do? Had a bunch of people, his children and grandchildren, been waiting, even if it was a day that wouldn't come. He finally said he was going to kill him. If he did, he'd do it with his head held high. If it would help save people, even to a demon, he would bow his head. He's blocked their planet. How will they get to the continent? None of that matters. What they need to do now is find a good hiding place. The main thing is his intention. He's going to kill the god. And those 6s would be sure to report everything. At first she wanted to take him away with her, but they'd gotten away with even that. He had to go to considerable effort to send them here. So they'd better get out soon and not push their luck. The man was watching at this point. For some reason, everyone was busy doing something. Now was the time. He was resurrected. Rather, let them protect God. It's a terrifying force. A demon lord at his best. His humble servant salutes. Not bad. He'll be his servant from now on. It is an honor to serve him. He already knows what the Lord wants. Even knows how to accomplish it. So he has a plan. Then let him do whatever he needs to do. And that degenerate who managed to offend the master with his words is Chen Chanan. He will be hated all over the world. He will be reviled by the world. And then he will be cut to pieces. Nothing will be left of him. He said he had to activate something. What is it? Something appeared there to make everyone shiver with fear. And also packed. The man was scared to death at this point. Awakened the fear of being destroyed by a demon. As it was 1,000 years ago. Endless killing all over the world. The Bioha clan. Let him follow her. We can't let the demons break through the mountain gate. Today they will avenge their fallen comrades. Just at that moment, he began to be attacked. At this point they were afraid for their chapter. All over the world a massacre unfolded. The forces of the parties were completely unequal. The monsters' heads were falling at this moment. But the celestial demons were almost completely wiped out. Hudai doesn't want to admit it. But they were never able to start anything so grandiose. What about the immortals and those who are supposed to protect humans? Why have demons entered the human world unhindered? Why doesn't she see any immortals? People all over the world continuously appeal to the gods with prayers for protection, but receive no response. Hate. It overwhelms all living things. Not bad, not bad. That's exactly what he needs. Since they don't want to create heroes, they need to make them suffer even more, so they despair and want salvation even more. Let them obey and wait for orders. The immortals stand almost breathless, even if some of them have relatives in the lower realm. This was the moment the man watched the battle. He was killed at that moment. Let them scream and beg, praising the demon lord. They obeyed Mr. Chen Chanan's order and had great fun. In the lower realm, they enjoyed every moment. Let them watch. They were capable of being its lords and would do whatever was required of them. The man watched the whole thing. Have a massacre in the lower realm and blame it on another celestial demon. And then rectify the situation in the eyes of the heroes of the others. Let them await his orders. The divine palace. Could they come down? The immortals. They were so annoying. Those insects down there are so poor and miserable. But only when they are overwhelmed with grief and despair will they come down and help. They will become the very heroes in their eyes. Moreover, Chief Chen Chanan had yet to appear in the lower realm. And therefore, they should not stop this bloodbath he had organized. All the clans that tried to fight them were completely wiped out. They need to escape soon. And they just said they're doing it on the orders of Chen Chanan. But that's complete nonsense. This is so stupid. People don't even realize that these demons are part of the heavenly demon armies. They failed to get the artifact, so they decided to use such nefarious methods to start a war. They're all just pawns. The main goal is to give Chen Shengganyu a heroic triumph. they want to slander him, an unthinkable impertinence. This is a great opportunity to show Changshi who Chen Chanan really belongs to. The master was right, they need to get out of here. This thing will lead them to the continent of the 9 realms. He had purposely handed her, when they moved, this thing that could save people. Chen Chanan from the future guessed that something like this would happen. Not only did she say it on purpose, but she said the word with a certain intonation. At that moment they saw a bright light above their heads. The monsters noticed him too. They were immortals. They came to save them. They came down for all of them. They believe in. They asked to kill those demons. The ones behind all of this, Chen Chanan. Let them save them from them. At this point, one of the men became enraged. Then he began to approach. And after that, a very different battle began. It's ironic. Very soon he will change his form and join this chaos. Who would have thought that all this will turn into a massacre? And the noble savior will become one of the enemies, a complete contradiction. However, he likes to be in control. It's the best feeling, and it's all because of his skill. Let him not forget. Even though the goddess is useless, the artifact cannot be left unchecked. He's already sent people to find out her whereabouts. He will personally deal with her. He will make Changshi and Chen Shengganyu suffer the worst agony. At this point, the god began to recoil. The man thought the palace staggered, but realized it was the planet that was shaking. Just at that moment, something happened. Someone broke through the seal into the higher realm. They all took notice. It was some kind of creature. At this moment, right above them was Chen Chanan. There were a few of them, and even a couple familiar ones. He couldn't see the squatter's face. At this moment, the demon began to attack Chen Chanan, but Chen Chanan didn't let him do that so easily. The combination of demonic and divine powers proved to be a bit problematic. At this point, they began to fight. The demon walked past him. Let him get a good feel for the difference in their powers. What he's been through will be returned to him 1,000-fold. At this moment, Chen Chuanan's hand appeared, and right after that, he launched an attack on him. The attack was so strong that the demon's skull crunched. Then, Chen Chuanan was ready to strike once more. He began to launch multiple attacks, and then grabbed him right by the throat. Why he, after all, was created by divine power. But still, how great is the difference in their powers. After that, Chen Chanan kicked him into the ground. Then, Chen Chuanan stood right in front of him. It's that heavenly demon. His body involuntarily shuddered. At this point, the man clapped and said it was pretty good. If they forget that he tried to insult him, he's fit to be his servant. He's almost ready to obey. Then he will keep him alive. Chen Chanan asked with a smile on his face, or was he the one who was a god? Does this title include free food? Internet, girls, what's he trying to say? He doesn't understand anything. He's just like him, except he wouldn't even want him as his yard dog. After this, the man, of course, became furious. On the other side, don't make him laugh. They want him to let people go. The demons were holding people who were crying out for help, and the monsters were laughing at them. They hadn't even played yet. Flesh spiritual roots of women. Obedience is the best tonic, which stimulates their development. How can they let them go? Only idiots like them could ask for something like that. The girl knew it was a sphere demon. Demons of noble bloodlines. Are the demon lord's subordinates really that strong? The guy said again, I repeat, let them go. The demon began to laugh. Where are they rushing off to? Those expressions on their faces. People call it hypocrisy. The immortals could have appeared earlier to stop them, but they kept watching and decided to show themselves only now. All this time, they had just been observing what was happening. What was it like to be patronized by a god? They dutifully waited until they had torn this place apart and now they were pretending to be righteous. Let them not forget that the gods rule in this world, and they are just pawns. Let them play their part. If they want to stop them, let them go and ask God for help. If they have the opportunity to kill him, let them do so. Kill a god? How is this creature even capable of such a thing? Every word and every thought does not count with anyone or anything. What then is the difference between men and insects? Indulging the vile bastard, thereby graciously granting him the right to harm all living things, is the god they deserve. Then it turns out they were slaves too. Insects have no dignity. The woman with the boy in her arms was shaking with fear. Heaven, if it was not just a silent observer, would send someone to put an end to all this. He doesn't have the strength to take it, but the man kept fighting anyway. An immortal, the spheres of an immortal king. If they all died because of him, she wouldn't forgive him. and ordered the others to cover him. They have a sphere demon on their side. Demons of noble bloods. They simply have no choice. They had already gotten close enough to the enemy. Then the demon noticed something. The man was furious and said they would pay for everything they had done. What could he possibly do? The demon's already got his fist ready. He'll regret it. The girls shook with fear and thanked the man. As it turned out, the man was almost dead at this point. Who would have thought they would meet again? Could Jingda's plan still be realized? Or could it not? Could she help them move? The girl looked around and saw a bunch of defeated demons. They had outnumbered them all. She has the map, but the ancient continent is now sealed by a god. She has yet to find a way to break that seal. It was their last chance. If they'd listened to her earlier. Just at that moment, something began to happen. A rift appeared in the sky and a bright glow came from it. Everyone watched it in surprise. The girl wondered, Divine Palace. Is this really it? At this moment, the energy beam approached the ground. God was furious. God came down on the throne and said that he who showed disrespect to God deserved only death. This planet is alive and belongs to him. One thought from him and everything here will be destroyed. He has no equal in his territory. That is the talent of a god. They are born the strongest and do not need to practice. They are destined to be above all lower beings. Let them fall on their knees and apologize for their words. It has the power to completely destroy all living things. This sphere is about to collapse. The system has detected a deity. Spiritual suppression of the deity can suppress all living things within the controlled area. But since this is not an exit from the ancient continent, this skill has no effect. And the skill analysis began. 60%, 90%. Chen Chanan at this moment started laughing very loudly. God was trying to get him under control. How can that even be? He's not affected by the power of the deities. The system reported that the analysis was complete. And Chen Chanan smiled evilly. He waved his finger down and ordered God, kneel down. At that moment he was no longer on the throne. God was on the ground, on his knees, right in front of our hero. After that he became furious and enraged. How is this even possible? He treats the deity as if all the powers of reason have left him. It was very painful. Qian cheered, the deity crawling around, swearing like some mutt. And deity was still trying to get up. Damn it, he doesn't understand why this isn't working for him. The hero began to run, his fist filled with energy. For a long time, God sat in heaven and thought he was the best. The guy at this point was pretty surprised at what was happening. Right at that moment, Chen Chanan struck him in the head, right in the jaw. His teeth fell out too. Then this whole island broke into pieces, and the whole sphere began to crumble. The monsters didn't expect this turn of events. How is that possible? I have never seen destruction sealing formations. God is no longer able to maintain the seal. Could it be that someone has defied God? Someone other than Jingda? At that moment, something began to fall from the sky. It was God himself. The girl told everyone to look up at the sky. The goddess and everyone else was surprised. They were very much surprised that it was a god. Afterward, it tumbled down, creating a crater beneath it. The goddess called out to Chen Chanan at this moment. Let everyone look at the seal. It's breaking down. Everyone was quite surprised at what was happening. The man said they needed to hurry. The man with fear in his eyes wanted to say what that strong demon had told him. The monster was furious at this point. He opened his huge mouth. He was already drooling at the sight of this planet. Apparently, he was going to devour her. Let them do what they have to do, and he'll take care of God himself. At this moment, Chen Chanan approached the monster. The system wrote off 10 million sphere points. The body of the sphere god clone increased 10,000 times. A huge bug. The aura emanating from it was as big as his in this body. The guy asked the system to do an origin analysis. Order accepted. Processing sent. The system made it clear that he wouldn't be on the ancient continent for more than an hour at most. Let him rely on his clone to figure things out. Chen Chanan at this moment began to attack. He aimed his fist at the monster's eye. After that, he started throwing punches very quickly and accurately. Just at that moment, he noticed that the creature had already taken over. Of course, he shied away from it at this point. And then Chen Chanan was very much surprised by something, and the creature instantly reacted by hitting the guy. Chen Chanan slammed into a rock. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Charged 5 million sphere points to restore the clone's body. 100% of the clone's strength has been restored. Lowly human. Wondering if he'll see how he can protect this planet. Since when do bugs know how to talk? He has absorbed countless others like him. he will be no exception. Just at that moment, there was some kind of explosion. Who is this man? Did he dare to defy the moon god? Is he not afraid of death at all? Or is he just an ordinary demon who thinks he can defeat the gods? He's overconfident. He wants to protect the ancient continent from that monster. That is simply impossible. The fate of this planet is sealed. If the deity has activated the suppression, this planet can't be saved. If they continue like this, his planet will suffer as well. Why not help them? After all this, God will definitely reward them for it. Maybe he'll realize what they're fighting for. So he can't agree with what he said. But bending her won't work either. Immortal Holy Path's skill. Just at that moment, Chen Chanan noticed a person approaching, and the creature at that moment took over another planet. Just at that moment, he launched that planet at the guy. At the same time, Changshi successfully opened a passage to the continent of 9 regions. She's really got it going on. Just like the master said, it'll all come together. But this is just the beginning. Master said that this planet is quite far from here, and the 2 planets are so far apart that it's impossible to create a direct portion array. However, the ancient magic circle of the Loyant star array will help connect several galaxies. Several similar designs have been located on sheltered planets for millennia. The master was hiding his plan. It was impossible to imagine the hardships she had gone through to find a future for the ancient continent. Creating formations, infusing her divine power into them. Thanks to her, the people of the ancient continent have a future. Everything was ready. Let them go. It's really safe. They had never traveled to the other realms. They're all idiots. Everything is ready for them, and they don't even have the courage to take a tiny step. She despises them. They are not immortals. Cowards. Growth would do them good not to set such examples. The girl gave out the information, glaring at him, and then she sent him into the portal. Everyone noticed it at once. She said go ahead and people will go first. Things are going smoothly so far. She hopes that things will continue to go smoothly. At that moment, the goddess noticed something. Now that the moon deity has been defeated, the other gods will come to rage. Jingda's similar legacy is their only way out. Worthy to go with them, you bunch of ungrateful bastards. Her master trusted them. They supported her. But this god, that's right, they're just like their hated god. If they approach the portal, she will destroy them. At that moment, something from above began to happen. The girl couldn't figure out what was on top of it. Then some sort of atmosphere began to form. After that, there was an explosion. What's going on? The portal exploded. The girl didn't understand how this had even happened. Then a god appeared right in front of her. He said he'd tear them to pieces. Looks like she has a revival technique. We need to activate the second stage of the artifact. At that moment, she noticed something. Who's she hoping for? This ungenerous boy or what? Everyone began to worry about their goddess. They saluted God. This woman showed him the utmost disrespect. Tricked her into coming here and planned to hand her over to them. They believed it was the end. That bastard. I don't know how he managed to escape. Even if his life is taken, he'll torture him slowly. It's his only hope, and he'll do it in front of her. In the meantime, they'll wait for the moment when he loses them to the beasties. Also, they should all die. The man was indeed furious at this moment. Then lightning appeared in the night. The girl was on the verge of despair. She began to apologize to Master, her sister, and Chen Chanan. The artifact has just been activated. Then she saw the silhouette of someone in the fog. After 3 days they finally let him out. Wanted to torture him to be safe. They are the same person. They will kill him. Also a fat pig. He can't be here. How did this happen? He said he hit harder than that. It's time to call it a night. The system reported that 300 million sphere points have been deducted. The clone has reached peak power. How can such a thing even exist? Chen Chanan began to attack. Lastly, he said he was a mere mortal. How is that even possible? Just recently, he had received several heavy wounds from Shen Chong and was on the brink of death. His actions were limited. He was under the attack of the Death Star. He's been subjected to many fatal blows. If it were him, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But he could regenerate his body time after time, increasing his cultivation level. He had never seen such amazing skill before. And now, he was able to suppress even Shen Chong. Shen Chong comes from heavenly demons. There is no other like him in the world. Such power is not even to be found not even in this small star system, but in all of stellar space. And this guy was really strong. If it had been him, he wouldn't have lasted a few minutes. Jiangde, on the other hand, might as well win. He'd better get out of here to save the girl. He's even willing to die. Did he give him permission to leave? Does he take pleasure in harming others? Or is he very powerful? Who is he? Anyway, he's just doing his duty. If Chen Chanan is killed, Heavenly God, it will affect the star space. And then not only their mainland, but everything else will be destroyed. So the lives of people from their star space are important. And the fact that Chen Chanan will soon consume millions of lives is nothing. The man said that he was a friend of Jingda. He understands the values of this mainland very well, but it is a heavenly god after all. He's also a friend of the guys. He met on their first voyage across the Sea of Stars. The name helped him a lot. He seems to be familiar with it, too. Jingda had also once asked for help from them, but no one would oppose a heavenly god. He doesn't know if he can understand his friends, who come from faraway lands, need Kara. If they dare to do it again, they won't let me live alone. Well, all the scoundrels are over. Now it's his turn. Wasn't he just being stubborn? So what's he gonna say now? What the hell is going on? Why is there another Chen Chanan in there? His goodness won't make him forget how he ruined his life. It's strange, to me, a heavenly demon. Why does he have such a pure aura? His boundary, was this guy a doppelganger or, that person he fought is at least on the realm god sphere. This lowlife is only on the realm master's sphere. It's definitely not going to be able to handle this one. The moment he said that, he asked, or did he want to fool him with a doppelganger? He's definitely not going to live now. The goddess began to worry about Chen Chanan, but after that, Chen Chanan easily recovered it. The explosion was very strong. He doesn't even have the strength to beat him. He calls himself a heavenly god, but in reality, he's only on the sphere of the master realm. Chen Chanan walked away as if he was afraid. The man was indeed frightened. But this one, he asked, is this his real body? Isn't it obvious? He'll break him with the next blow. But if he opens trumps, let him be careful. If he kills him now, he'll stay dead forever. After that, he went on the attack. At this moment, Chen Chanan was already above him in the air. He asked, is that all your power? It was very boring. Let her finally die already. He then proceeded to kill the man. Then the man fell off his feet completely. Is that a sky god? Man, this guy handled him like a baby. Did Chen Chanan ask us, or should he finish him off? At that moment, the god began to recover. The girl was quite surprised at all that was happening. The man at this point had already started to get up. Him again. Let Chen Chanan take a look. Chen Chanan said he knows everything. At that moment, the man began to seemingly transform. He asked the guy, or did the guy think he could get away with it? His mouth, the dragon gods would not let go. Let him drop to his knees and apologize. He had heard that there was a considerable price to pay for resurrection, and one of the components was the energy of a virgin's soul. The more often he was resurrected, the more energy was needed. After that, Chen Chanan began to attack him. His pet hasn't come to save him yet. Why is there a man with the aura of a demon and an immortal at the same time? His head will be a sign honoring the memory of the innocents who died. He had never seen anyone humiliate a deity like that. He actually did it. Chen Chanan could understand what it meant to be a deity. He wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. After that, the man began to recover again. He can still be revived. Just let him see what a tenacious cockroach he's got. The man said he was a freak himself. He'll just destroy it. It's like being able to a peerless deity. Or what? Spiritual suppression doesn't work. Now revival. Will there be anything else of interest? Rejection is only part of his power. Let him put out everything he has. Chen Chanan began to move closer to him. Let him go. He doesn't have to do that. There is no point in fighting. She in front of him will give him everything she regrets. And then he could divine another decision. He wants to save these weaklings. Well, he won't hurt them anymore. He'll protect them. He can't die. He can't. Something terrible is about to happen. The Divine Dragon clan won't let him get away with it. He started a war. An endeavor. It's taking a hero to go to the Starsphere contest. At what point did everything go wrong? Why was he the one destined to meet this creature? After that, Chen Chanan finally killed him. The system has congratulated. The second host has killed a deity. The status of this deity is different from the others because the system will take some time to calculate the deserved reward and update the reward system. It seems to have fried him, but he definitely won't be able to revive. However, the second, she is a one lover, belongs only to the first master. For the second stage of the artifact, he suddenly had additional mind control. Don't let him worry. It's all about him. Once it's over, he'll disappear. Just let it be at the core of how heartless she is. Isn't that nice? Like his demonic version, she never once appeared. By the time he would have given in the spatial time corridor, it was all over. They weren't saved. The goddess was crying at this point. It's a little disconcerting. Next, there should be an artifact or celestial path. Now they must leave the ancient continent. That was beautiful. They were better off staying here. If the old man doesn't go to the continent of the 9 realms, what will happen to him? What the hell is he talking about? It's over. They can stay here. Why not? The continent is a long way from the ancient continent. There's nothing else at risk. We haven't solved the problem at the moment, but we have to think ahead. It's certainly not worth the risk. Especially him. He's not going. This world is over. Chen Chanan said that everything was correct. He's an immortal from the future. He came here to prevent a disaster in the ancient continent. Now that everything is wet here, they must go to the continent of the 9 realms and protect the common people. If they don't go, everything will end. By then, the ancient continent will have been destroyed. The goddess asked, is it that serious? Is it really serious? Really about destroying the ancient continent? He doesn't fully understand it himself. It seems like they are obligated to go to the continent of the 9 realms. It sounds extremely serious. So I don't think he will not only become the protector of the ancient continent, but also the guarantor of the security of the continent of the 9 realms. He is such an important figure. The deity of an ancient continent. Looks like it's time to choose a new master. It was a heavenly path, but the master of the ancient continent is Chen Chanan. Now they will have a new divine master. This man's divine power is truly immense, but the master of the ancient continent was him. The task of mastering the ancient continent had been accomplished. At that moment, something strange began to happen to the goddess. How is that possible? Not Chen Chanan, Chang Shi's characters. What's going on? Could it be some kind of mistake? The girl said she couldn't stand it. Chen Chanan passed by. What's the matter? Her body. She can't control it anymore. The decision has been made, and there is no appeal. As the new master of the ancient continent, they must report to the temple within 1 day to register their acceptance of the territory. Chen Chanan looked at her. Then the goddess grabbed his arm. She gave him a very strange look and turned to him. It's no use. It's all been decided. But she was the master of the continent. Everyone was very much surprised. 10 million years. It was a test of worlds. She hadn't really expected it, but it surprised her. Well done, but don't let him worry. He'll just wait until she's the ruler of the continent. Then she'll repay him handsomely. Chen Chanan must have taken his strength from her. So there was no artifact test from the beginning, and it was all just for him to kill the deity. This would allow it to take over the girl's body and gain the approval of the heavenly path, to become the master of this planet. Young Chen Chanan, only salty-minded. She thought he'd be confused. At what point did he start proving himself? That story she came up with is just awful. It doesn't make any logical sense. I must have believed in her all along. Just let her look at that stern face. That's right. From the beginning, she created many artifacts, each containing a clone of her. That's Artie's spirit. Artifacts were scattered across the rooms to await those with potential. They then traveled the rooms with the spirit of death and fought the gods of the continents for their own goals. If luck is on their side, an analysis of the continent will appear. Because of this, the dark energy on the continent would become her source of power. They would sacrifice the most important things, including time and cultivation. This was their life. In other words, there is no one else to protect the continent after the deity dies, and it will be taken over by others, and still have to go to the temple. After that, it will be over. Let him take advantage of the remaining time by connecting them to their favorite continent. At this moment, Chen Chanan turned to her. Then the feeling came to the girl herself. May he let me do it for the ancient continent. Chen Chanan said that this continent would be his. The system found that the ancient continent would be occupied by the deity of time and space. In 10 minutes, after that time expires, everything will be moved. If that happens, the master will be able to complete the third task. At this moment, Chen Chanan was somewhere. The deity was already dead. He knew that Luan Lu had been discarded, but he couldn't think that he would so quickly get to the next continent that was about to be enveloped by the aura of death. He was enjoying it. That sound, he didn't know, as if it came from far away and had been sent long ago. Was it really a god? The system found that the sun deity Di Jun used the technique of detecting spirits on the ancient continent. The deity of Olympus, Hera, was discovered. She used the technique of detecting spirits on the ancient continent. The death deity Anubis used the technique of detecting spirits on the ancient continent. There were many more gods. At the same time, the artifact spirit body, the goddess of space and time, was rushing towards the ancient continent, the temple of the ancient continent, space and time deity Chen Chanan. She found something. It was here a few minutes ago, on the spot. Now back in this time, she found that 10 billion years had passed. Back then she was so young and beautiful. And where is the spirit of the Dragon King's temple, the deity of space and time? So why is she here? A dragon-like creature came out from the rocks. It asked Chen Chanan, why is she here? The temple spirit exists in the temples of all continents, and the continent master must obtain its approval. She said it was all because Luan Lu was dead. Of course, it was a miserable death. He had been humiliated by an immortal. If the Dragon God clan found out about it, the disgrace would not be avoided, wouldn't it? The master of this continent was angry. It couldn't be. How could an immortal harm a deity? It was more likely that the Lord would kill him rather than the other way around. Believe it or not, it was up to him. And the girl directed an energy beam from her index finger at the monster's head. His mind cleared. There was no mistake here. It was all true. The young master is indeed dead. This immortal appeared as if out of nowhere, and somehow he had the answer to any of Luan Lu's cruel and deadly tricks. The girl thought, where did Chen Chanan come from? Of course, she wouldn't say anything about it. The dragon began to scream, this immortal must die. The followers of the Dragon God clan will chase him everywhere until they kill him and slaughter his entire clan. The girl smiled and said, unfortunately, she wasn't able to save his life. She used all her strength to create that scene. There is a reasonable explanation for everything. Fortunately, she had informed him in time. He will report it as soon as possible. That's what cooperation is all about. It's a shame that the continent will soon be overrun by other gods. The master of the continent didn't understand how. What gods? He created a hole in his stomach and started pulling out some sort of cube-shaped artifact from it. Just because the gods have blessed this territory, there are many foes who greedily peek at it. No one else's good will be given away. This continent will be under his control. Of course she would help and do him a favor. She surrounded the cube with her magic. And then the girl smiled. And after a second, she said that it was already done. The territory that is under the control of the Dragon God clan is blessed. Once it absorbs them, its cultivation base will increase several times. It's nice to have all the dirty work done for her. It may have been hard on Chen Chanan and the heroes, but it was better than having the majority make her uncomfortable. The process of recognizing the Lord was a bit lengthy, but so far, she was happy with the results. It's the immediate relevance that mattered. She waited 10 million years to be recognized. She didn't realize what was going on. He's never seen anything like it. Why wouldn't it want to acknowledge her? Chen Chanan had made sure to obtain the blessing of the heavenly path beforehand, and would not allow others to take this opportunity to return at this time and take over the continent. It didn't work the second time either. And there are only two possibilities. 1. Someone is controlling the will of the continent by ignoring the heavenly path. But don't worry, it won't take a new time. But here if it is the second option, someone got the right of management without the knowledge of the temple. In other words, the right to rule was stolen. The girl couldn't understand what he was talking about. It means that in this couple of minutes, someone had taken over the ancient continent, ignoring the will of the gods and the heavenly path. There's no way someone could have gotten here any faster. Moment. Something started to happen. Let him look. This glow indicates that the host has been recognized. As lord of the continent her name should appear. Actually, that's where the name Chen Chanan appeared. Why it? She had waited so many years for this. Why him? This man, who is he? What has he done in the meantime? Chen Chanan sighed at this moment. 5 minutes ago. No, this god Luan Lu had just fallen, and the heavenly path had already chosen a new owner. The ancient continent's heavenly path. What's going on? They can't see anyone, but they can clearly hear the pressure in the voice of this someone who is able to travel even such a long heavenly path. This being cannot be compared to that fat man. It is of a completely different level. So many gods, but what do they have to do to claim these lands for themselves? They greet them. This place had already been taken over by the deity of space and time, which again determined their fate. Yan Tianzuan doesn't know what the space and time deity will do to this continent. If they want to change their mind, he can protect this continent. But after all, he had only recognized the new master's right. If any space-time deity recognized the transfer of authority, it would be complete. She fought well, but what good was it if it was just a wandering god with nothing? If they recognized her, she would help this continent become stronger, even in the 100 lands of abundance. To turn the land of barbarians into a land of plenty is the Empress. But she likes to throw money around. This is a trifle in the current situation. It is the fact itself that is important. It is always good to strengthen the territory by acquiring additional forces. The ancient continent is indeed the land of the barbarians. It is home to the lowest level creatures in the entire stellar sphere. If this place could be turned into a land of abundance, it would be incredibly useful. But if one were to make a confession again, most of the accumulated blessings on the continent would be lost. In time, this place would become a desolate and barren place that would be no match for even the most horrible land of barbarians if she began to shake on her words and the goddess of space and time decided to oppose her. The great gods also like to throw around promises. He thinks that they should consider cooperating with him after he becomes the master of this continent. Heaven's path will listen to the redundant ones. Cooperate with him? That would be ridiculous. An immortal talking about cooperating with the gods is the most ridiculous thing he's heard in his entire life. What nonsense is this? The heavenly way of ancient times recognizes only the gods as masters. He gave him an opportunity. Well, let them not blame him for letting it go. Pretty soon the heavenly path would hand the continent over to another deity. We need to hurry up and figure out what to do about it. He doesn't have that much time. Let him leave it to someone else. His memory. Let him guess what he's been able to find. His huge beast is finished, and they can't mess around that easily. He had just found the stellar scattering of information left behind by Jingda. Even though that huge bug had tried to destroy them, he still managed to find something in the ruins. And now he had an idea. Method. That's how he found this moment in his memory. That's a great idea. Great, then he'll help him. It's been a while since I've used the system features. First, you need to make sure that the girl escapes the wrong circumstances. We need to do it right now, restore the connection between the portals and expand it on the territory of the ancient continent. It seems pretty simple, but he still needs someone to provide support from the continent of the 9 realms. That someone should be good at teleportation. It will be over very soon. Let her remember to let her sister know. She can contact her. Need to pass something on, or just have her say it. She's stuck on the continent of the 9 realms. The teleportation array is broken. How can she get back? And she heard Chen Chanan's voice. Is everything okay? He offered to break up. He already has a sweetheart. She did a great job. It's not about her. They just aren't right for each other and it's better to stay there than go back. But she was the only woman by his side. Was he so embarrassed to talk about it? Did he like her too? Well, sister. She's crazy, isn't she? At this point the girl's hands trembled. She said the one was from cheating. At this point, something strange began to happen. This master formation is excellent. Someone is trying to fix it. She's using all her powers to connect. Let Chen Chanan not even try to get rid of her. Only she can leave him. Chen Chanan was smiling at this moment. All living things are expanding. Let them watch. The destroyed information has been restored. What is it? A huge force has suddenly revealed itself. What is happening to this array? He fears there are other gods who operate in secret. And though they occupy the ancient continent, what's next? Then they began, as if to connect, occupy, but too many think it's just to save a bunch of ants. Is that really the case? The safest way to gain rights to a continent is to receive blessings. If he decides to occupy these forces, his status in the starry realm will rise. But this barbaric land is not worth a single god fighting for. Chen Chanan watched carefully. If they want to know the truth, let them see it with their own eyes. It's only a heavenly path, but where did it get such terrifying power? Looks like that little bastard has a lot of secrets. There was no way to avenge the murder of his messenger earlier. Let this part of his soul bypass only the powers of the main body, but even that would be enough to destroy him. Chen Chanan's strength wasn't there, or was that all there was? How dare he look down on him? He looks just like that immortal clone. The Luan O he killed was the weakest, but he only relied on his father's prestige for his actions. He hadn't survived countless eras without escaping rebirth and bruising, finally gaining control of the heavenly powers. He was just a little demon, weak like an insect. It would only need a little bit to finally crush him. The Emperor used 1/100th of his power, but he wouldn't be upset that it didn't work. This is interesting. It's time to show this man what real power is. The information on the gods that melted him has been recorded. His clone is in danger. Tell him to stay away from them. Keep his distance. If he decides to run away, the formation will come to an end. At that moment, something strange began to happen. The moment caught the attention of Chen Chanan. His clone was destroyed by the gods. Consciousness and memories synchronized. He can already feel it. The system said it was ready. Great. A continent of 9 areas to start with, and the calculation of the required number of sphere points was successfully completed. Then you need to combine all the available sphere elements in the sphere cards and target his domain. Expanding to the ancient continent. Why go to all this trouble? What is it? Is it something she can't do for him? There is nothing impossible. The expansion was successful. And lastly, let him distribute the available sphere points to cover the entire ancient continent. He needs this land. Something new was starting to happen. The territory of the ancient continent has been covered. Let him enjoy it. Now is the time to get rid of all that divine garbage. What did he just say? That disgusting. Chen Chanan started killing them. He cannot resist divine power. Where did he get the symbol of recognition from? This can't be. Who is he? Anyway, the host destroyed part of the god's soul, gaining honor and points. Chen Chanan stood proudly with his head held high. Master had occupied the ancient continent, successfully completing the 3rd mission. Congratulations to him. Can he take it back? The creature began to call him master and apologized for its hold on him. He was now the sole rightful owner of the ancient continent. Did he really claim he would never recognize him? It was all said in a moment of confusion. He apologizes. Instantly kill the clones of all the gods. He was sure he was still holding back since they hadn't reached the level of gods. Moreover, he had illegally occupied this territory. He shouldn't have fought him. And now he realizes what he could have done to this creature. That's a shame. He liked him much better when he was. He asked to be heard. Everything he had said earlier was only to protect the ordinary people who lived in the area. They share a common goal with him. What kind of defense is that? A creature would do such a thing. He knows how to surprise. Is that what the heavenly way said? Is it true? Does he think that maturing beings like him are worth eliminating when the problem in the future is gone? Successfully completed. Remaining sphere points, 1314 for killing a god. The host may choose one of the following. A little reminder. The hatred towards the Moon Clan has reached 20%. Once this value peaks, the hunt will begin. He can only choose one thing. Of course, it's not bad, but among the gods, there are more than just members of the Moon Clan, and only he will encounter other gods. This won't help him in any way. Chen Chanan said that he chooses the first option. After completing the 3rd task, the reward would be worthy. And now that the territory of the 9 regions continent and the ancient continent were completely under his control, the sphere points would be enough for him for now. It's not necessary. He chooses the first option. Let the clone analysis be completed. Current progress, 5%. Since the rewards will be transferred to other systems this time, the system congratulates the host for attracting clone opportunities and utilizing absolute territory rights for 1 minute. The system reports that he is fine, but the reward for killing a god was only 10%, while all other gods were only 0.5%, because they were only clones of the gods. If Master killed their real bodies, the reward would be more generous. It seems that if he wants to finish analyzing the divine clones faster, he needs to finally finish off a couple of gods. But that's later. Right now, the mission is almost complete. The girl won't die again. Now we just have to deal with the harp. It's the deity of space and time. It was all her idea in the first place, and all that's left is for him to take what he wants from her. The ancient continent is his now, and this thief will be back as soon as he finds out. Let the system, as soon as it senses the aura of a space and time deity within its territory, alert it. At this moment, the girl was furious. She originally wanted to spare him, but he dared to go against her. He killed Luan Lu. She'll kill him. Let him stay here. He'll be back soon. She'll be back soon. With her power, she can change space and time at the snap of her fingers. Immediately. What he's done, breaking the laws, will be his undoing. But the death of a god does raise suspicions. She may have offered a hand in it as well. Best to warn the clan before it's too late. At that moment, the girl stepped out of the portal. It was right on the planet. He looked different. It's as if the continent is filled with spiritual energy, though it was virtually non-existent before. This place is capable of ruling with only 10% effort. What happened here? The system has detected the appearance of the goddess of space and time in the territory. She must explain how the ancient continent came to him and allow him to kneel. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed her by the throat. Chen Chanan asked about the artifact. At that moment he pushed her away. she couldn't understand what was happening. She didn't feel his presence at all. At this point, she was scared to death. Chen Chanan stood behind him and said that he was a thief. The girl asked him how he dared, calling him a bastard. Chen Chanan told her to get away. Chen Chanan then asked if that was all there was to it. The girl had not expected this turn of events. After that, Chen Chanan began to form a force. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible. She was a deity. How could some immortal contain her power? Chen Chanan said that wasn't all. He will take away her divine skills. Unique time and space control techniques have been analyzed. What does it carry? It controls time and space. If he's not a deity, those skills will only hurt him. Successfully copied. The areas of application are limited to the limits of the absolute territory. Chen Chanan asked what she was saying there. The girl was terrified. At this point her fear was obvious. Chen Chanan said that it was a wonderful ability. Now the future of the ancient continent would be changed. Time and space would completely change. He hopes she's already feeling incredibly bitter. It's all because she brought him here. She's no use to him now. Will she look at her behavior? Maybe she'll stay alive. It shouldn't be like this. He wondered, what had she chosen to do? Plotting against him? Chen Chanan asked with a look on his face as if. At this point the girl turned to him. She had something to say about the ancient continent. He was surrounded by a huge number of divine clones. They say there's a special aura here. What should they do? What will he do? He'll decide today. We have to pretend to be God. Like her, he has no one to rely on. You can't defeat a cohesive group with some powerful creature. Sooner or later, the gods will tear this continent apart, and he won't be able to hold them back. Let him take this advice. He should be afraid. She still won't close her mouth. If given a little more time, he'll see what she can do. He thinks he can defeat the gods just because he defeated her. He was overconfident. It's so fresh. Perfect killing weather. This was the first time Continent Master Chen Chanan had heard this name. Don't underestimate him. This man was able to take over an entire continent after defeating dozens of god clones. His strength is at least at the level of a demigod. This was the assassination of a goddess. In such distant lands, some amateur who couldn't even harm her with a fingernail appeared. She has her suspicions that this is his true body. Otherwise, how else would he be able to bypass the rules and forcefully take over this place? Does it make sense that the 8 great divine clans and the god states should intervene? Could it be that he's thinking of some kind of wandering divinity? A little wandering divinity that dared to absorb the luck of this place all by herself. It was a daring thing to do. If they got even a drop, all their worries would disappear. A new wandering deity with no past or status can be destroyed like a normal mortal. They will unite to kill this deity, to take away the good fortune of this place. Everyone, of course, was supporting him at this point. Then the gods began to descend. And that's when something incredible began to happen. Chen Chanan appeared and complained about their actions. If he keeps this up, his body won't be able to take it. He was such an arrogant bastard. He deserved it. Now he's gonna pay, even if he surpassed the sphere of the gods. With so many opponents, sooner or later the girl began to beg the deity for her help. Let her help save the ancient continent. It gave her opportunities to harness the power of the artifact. And she wasn't ashamed to ask her to do so. Why should she sacrifice a good relationship with multiple gods for some mortal? They don't have to fight each other. Making friends is more useful than making enemies. At least once she asks for help as a friend. The goddess noticed that it made sense. But she refuses. She asked, what is the use of friends? Would they help her in critical moments? For her heart is so kind, but her end will be sad. Besides, the gods have already destroyed their favorite continents. Now, for the sake of accumulating luck on this land, I will not destroy the ancient continent. It will be destroyed. She doesn't need to beg her. If I hadn't allowed the ancient continent to be occupied, none of this would have happened. It's all because of that bastard Chen Chanan. The deity of the main characters had been here for a long time and had gone through many battles. He never once mentioned it, but he must be incredibly tired. He had literally pulled them all out of hell, even though it wasn't that important. He doesn't deserve to die like that. To them, he's a true hero, Chen Chanan, and she asks it on behalf of all the people of the continent. The woman remarked that it was quite amusing. What about this? She'll go to him to convince him to give her the rights to the ancient continent. She'll help him through the hardship. Who is she to dictate terms? He asked if she wanted to die. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to beg her for help too. He did so because if he fell, many would pledge their eternal loyalty, and she might be able to help him. Chen Chanan wanted to show her what it was like to fall to her knees. Is she out of her mind, or is it the effects of his power? Let her see it, and then I'll figure out what to tell her. The girl was greatly surprised. There wasn't a single god. The goddess was also greatly surprised. All the gods were happy, and all were killed by Chen Chanan. It was a miracle. They were saved. But what happened in the first place? If they are so confident, let them try to surround him with gods. It would be a beautiful sight. But it seems that their power is not that great, and how they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a shame. He destroyed them all. How the hell did he get such terrifying power? Everyone was dumbfounded by its power. He had only used a little bit of his main body's power, and now he would show them all he could do. In just 1 second, they were gone. They were all killed. He heard her babbling in here. What kind of monster is that? Who did she bring into this world in the first place? If he needed anything, she would be happy to help. He really wanted to ask her something. Could she bring more gods here, preferably someone stronger? The goddess couldn't understand what he meant by more gods. The girl said there was one option. The second young gentleman noticed something strange. Master Luan Lu was killed. The deity of space and time attempted to capture him, but was stopped by a man named Chen Chanan. In the Dragon Clan, second Master Luan Hua hesitated for a moment. He began to suspect that the girl and this man had conspired to kill his 12th brother. Whoever dared to contact their clan would regret it greatly. What does he plan to do? He is going to use the new divine dragon, a skill that can destroy all information on the continent. This orb, once he activates it, will destroy not only the planet, but also the ancient continent. Many territories controlled by other gods will also be destroyed. If they decide to do this, many enemies will want revenge. He asks him to think about the consequences. Big Brother isn't here, so it's up to them to make the decision. He has nothing to fear, a whole bunch of ants. When he has enough power, can afford to ignore something so insignificant. This man clearly doesn't realize he's standing on the edge. He threatened her, saying that if she didn't come, he would kill her. If her clone were here at this moment, she would feel no fear of him. But her real body is involved in using divine power, and now she has no choice but to obey. She replied that she would give him the ancient continent if it was true. He was the emperor of mountains and rivers. Emperors are the gatekeepers of the gods at the middle level. Every traveling deity had to obtain one in time to gain status in this realm of time and space. It took her a long time to gather enough water and fertilizer for 100 mid-level deities. All she needed was to gift them a few planets. She has a knack for pleasing those in need. She was like a potato, made in this time and space, and always ready to be useful. At that moment, they noticed something. Someone was very angry. The girl set her up. Now she's being followed by duty. It's already a lot more satisfying than killing weaklings. The rewards were tallied. The overall divine bias analysis was estimated at 12%. Really, a weak system full of stupidity. The whole thing could be converted into percentages. At least let some sphere points remain to him. Chen Chanan told her to keep going. But if this continues, she's afraid she'll be finished. And so she began to go around to the deities, saying that she had something of value that she wanted to offer them. She doesn't have many friends, and they are one of the few. She asked them to at least go with her. Chen Chanan snapped his fingers and killed them in 1 second. They were deceived. Their friendship was cut short. The girl was pretty upset about it. Chen Chanan told her to act immediately. Now all the gods in this kingdom hate her. She didn't enjoy much popularity before. Moreover, she can't even bring normal gods to him. She's a useless wench. What do you mean, normal? She has no human qualities, only divine essence. Who would have thought that one day the gods would be slaughtered like pigs? It had been a long time since he had seen anything so impressive. Chen Chanan was much stronger than he could have imagined. His strength was simply impossible to estimate. When he thinks of a future where he becomes her master, things seem even more unbelievable. Luan family temple. Guards guarded the temple. They had information about the divine power recorded in the ancient continent. Among all the deities, there had to be Chen Chanan. He had descended in his true body. His true body interested him, a great opportunity for further action. Have everyone head over there. At that moment, something unexpected happened on the planet, and so it exploded at that moment. When the girl felt that aura, a smile appeared on her face. It was the Luan clan's divine ability, annihilating formation 10. This is something powerful. Even those who have never had contact with the higher gods have heard of this formation. He had to realize that this was one of the 3 greatest skills of the clan. Just by relying on this skill alone, they had conquered a huge number of star spheres. A lot of gods had turned to flee, throwing away their pride. Even the deities could hardly dare to try to destroy something so powerful. Why? Because under the cover of this information, all things lose their ability to function. Gods can't rely on their powers, let alone fight. Escape becomes a luxury. Summoning others was already difficult, and now it's more difficult. So what can they do to keep all their powers from mixing? She incredibly wanted to look at Chen Chanan's confused and frightened face. But right now, it was more important to wait for the opportunity. She would no longer obey him. The divine powers had disappeared. The information had not been fully formed yet. Had someone else sealed her powers? She was really stupid. Didn't see the boundary. He doesn't think he doesn't know who exactly sent the clan his location. He pretends to cooperate with him, but in reality he's stalling by leaking information. She planned to escape until the clan made a mess of things. Let him take his hands off her. He wanted her to bring him the gods. Now he's displeased and afraid. She hopes he will be. No traveling deity would want to deal with such a powerful being. If she can't win, the clan will. What do you mean, afraid? She's waiting. Can't wait to kill him. Frankly, he was beginning to doubt he was capable of attracting anyone worthwhile here. Turns out his fears were spot on. He will let her see what he will do. He will make sure that no one will ever want what is his again. At that moment, something amazing happened. It's hard to believe, but he can't even estimate the strength of this barrier. Is Chen Chanan wrong? Then a barrier really formed. The team had to destroy it. And that's what happened. Chen Chanan said to someone eating. The planet went on the defensive. The divine power was absorbed and sent to another dimension, converting into sphere points. It cost his opponent quite a bit. How is this possible? Barriers have been created that absorb divine power, and information about a great, incredibly powerful force that actually stops the life of all things. But it has no effect on him. He has to admit, this bug already knows how to do something. But that's it. They will hit full force and let them feel all the hot pain. After that, a new attack was being prepared. And so the attack began. Chen Chanan said that their opponents seemed to be in a great hurry. This time, the shockwave was much stronger. Let him try it. The call was beginning to absorb power again. What's going on here? Are the lower deities capable of such a thing? The magic formation was set up and run at full power on the ancient continent, but it didn't leave a scratch. Moreover, it uses the power of information against their own. Does the system see that you can use that kind of power? Converting the enhanced power into sphere points allows you to extend the range of barrier coverage. And so, the barrier began to widen. It has increased several thousand times. We should have expanded it twice as much. After that, the formation collapsed. All their efforts were in vain. Of course, no one expected this turn of events. Who would have thought such a powerful being would be in such a place? The man still couldn't believe it. He realized that Chen Chanan was not who they thought he was. Now their clan completes all activity in this dimension. Let them destroy all territories except the fertile ones, so as not to leave alive those who obey them. After all, they were saying to destroy them, but he didn't say anything. It was only concerning the extra gods, as there was a top-level deity hiding in this place. He himself is a mid-level deity, and if he messes with someone so powerful, the consequences will be dire. Luan dared to show justice to such a being, an idiot. This battle greatly affected his followers. They would not be able to recover for another few hundred years and must leave this dimension. He realizes that they will meet again in the future, perhaps in a battle of the gods. It's done. Now it's time to go back. Let them wait to see what they're going to do next. They began to thank Chen Chanan for saving them. Even they don't know what they would do without him. Altogether they are very grateful. In 10 million years from now, he would be the guardian of the 9 realms continent. But for now, he had taken that responsibility. He has done his part to keep the world safe. And now he must protect it in the future. Who would have thought that Chen Chanan, who had such great abilities, could be such a partner? Working with him would be fine if she had a patron like him. Then she wouldn't have to humiliate herself and could easily become a mid-level deity. Tell them to let him go now. Do they even have a conscience? Are they bullying? I'm sorry, but that's a bit much. The girl immediately started asking if he was hurt. These idiots just don't know how to behave normally. Let her wait. She'll teach them a lesson. That's for sure. She hadn't thought of anything. Was she really that terrible in his eyes? Despite everything, she would never dare to go against him. Considering his power and merit, everything is fine. But she just wanted to. She wants a ride. The line is cool, but it has to be earned. The gods are something to behold. Wish she could finish her off. She has something to say. Let her ignore it. It's between her and Chen Chanan. Chen Chanan grabbed the goddess's hand. She couldn't understand why he took her with him. It's not like he's going to discuss personal matters, so why can't she attend? And she won't submit to him in the face of some inferior beings. But Chen Chanan continued to stare at her. Tense situation. Old scores. Best not to get involved. It's a risk to assume that the goddess of space is acting this way because she wants to stay. She has deceived a lot of gods, causing her to ruin her reputation and make a lot of enemies. Despite her abilities, if she were to fall into the hands of a serious opponent, she would die instantly before she could even say anything. Moreover, the Moon Clan would never forgive her. Right now, she would not ask for Chen Chuanan's patronage, nor would she ask for his help. None of these things would concern her. She's not going to do anything to hurt him. She doesn't have to be here. Better get back before it's too late. Let her listen carefully. Chang Shi is her confidant and she must listen to her. Not long ago she was begging her for mercy, and now it's the other way around. That bastard did it. She's not going to talk to him, even realizing how much courage it took to show her favor in any way. Is he going to kill Chen Chuanan? If she knows what that means, then let her get out of the way. That's exactly what she thinks. She wants to start a war. That's idiotic. She's not going to fight him. At this point, the girl spoke up. The girl asked if they would work together. She looked at her, and the moment seemed important. This situation reminded her that she needed to make a decision and solve the problem. Few people know what is really going on. She took her hand tighter at that moment. She then looked at Chen Chuanan. Her gaze was uncertain. She's using it to teach her. Good, keep it up. She'll remember it all. Then they all came back. The sister still hasn't returned. Should they wait? Having wasted so much time, his friends are already anxious to return, so it's time to say goodbye. But he said there was something else. At this point, strange things began to happen. It had to do with the power of space and time. They are both immortal, but he took away the ability she had developed her whole life. What's the point of having a god of space and time if you lose your power? They didn't have anyone who could help. So he decided to put his power of time and space into this artifact to make it much stronger. He's eliminated all side effects. Of course, it wouldn't affect her, only the ancient continent, but there could be effects on other planets and dimensions, so she'd have to be careful. The girl took what Chen Chuanan gave, but there was something else. The girl hugged him tightly and thanked him. She said she would see him in 10 billion years. Chen Chuanan looked at her with a smile on his face, and then, his gaze turned serious. Why couldn't she meet someone who would love her? This world is so unfair. Chang Shi agreed with what he said, so he can't refuse. The past is in the past, but things are more complicated now. Why is she so pleased? Doesn't he think it's too much responsibility and that they won't be able to survive in the realm of the gods? He has to take this responsibility. It's too much responsibility. He has to fight a bunch of gods to protect her. What can he do against such strong opponents? He feels like a scoundrel. Does she know something else? If she calls him daddy, who knows? Maybe he'll change his mind. Since they can't agree to cooperate, it's going to be much harder. But she'll still become invincible sooner or later if she keeps striving for it. Who knows? Maybe he'll change his mind. The girl turned to him at that moment. Chen Chanan said, changing his mind. Isn't it at all interesting to find out if he's cheating? He's just an idiot. And she's going to remind him of that. They're coming. They still have time to play. It's actually a miracle he made it to this point. Why doesn't Master want to cooperate with the deity of time and space? Relying on the memories of the future, she will become an outstanding deity. It wouldn't be a bad idea to establish a good relationship. Now is not the best time for that. That woman is stroppy and devious, but she shouldn't deceive him. Honey, there's a price to pay. What you didn't do will come back to haunt you. A grudge is more memorable than a favor. They will meet again in the future. Honestly, she even wonders why he doesn't want to live a peaceful life. After all, he could take a woman like that and be happy. Maybe if he has time for that kind of talk, it will occupy all his attention until he is strong and independent. Have her come back and help him with a case on the ancient continent. At that moment, a girl appeared. She was clearly furious. The goddess met her. After that, she approached her. After they talked, the girl went somewhere. At this time, on some planet, Heaven's Way was startled. Then something started happening to the dead. They all came back to life and were surprised. The man ran up to the boy and hugged him in joy. Then the goddess went somewhere further away. She turned around to look. There were tears in her eyes. She saw her future. The one who had resurrected them all surfaced in her mind. It was Chen Chanan. After that, the girl hugged him. She cried hard with happiness. You don't have to meet in 10 million years. Everything can be overcome by repaying what he has done for them. The girl believed it. And now, 10 million years later, the 9 regions continent was a place full of spirit plants and hidden traps. Only by showing courage and overcoming all the obstacles could one enter the land of abundance. Chen Chanan will reward those who show fortitude and reach the goal. This boy has exceeded their expectations. He doesn't think that one herb will be enough to save mistress. Even if they gather all the herbs, there may not be enough time. However, within 2 days, the news spread across the continent, and pharmacists from all over the world headed to the residence in Yunzhou. The great battle of the immortal men has broken out, and Chen has sacrificed his beloved for the common good. Now the peaceful skies above their heads are his due, and they must do what they can to help. Don't let them push you around. Everyone remembers how she treated and helped. No one knows what Madam is sick with, but she may be able to help. Cultivators of different specializations besieged the residence, all calling Jiang Xianzhu as Madam. Someone dares to spread gossip. It's all because of the Tiansan sect whose members want to take advantage of the situation. They even put on display the things the Lord used and are now trying to redeem themselves in the rays of glory. The sect has already ranked second in the number of neophytes. Chen Chanan and his lover haven't decided yet, and they've already made everything public. It's best not to bother her until it's officially confirmed. They don't want the master to put them out. The girl smiled. Don't let them waste any time. We need to meet the master as soon as possible. At this moment, the girl sat waiting. Chen Chanan came and transformed her item into a magic artifact that enhanced her abilities. Thanks to divine blessing, the soul resurrection technique was successful. Why doesn't she wake up yet? Let her believe that things will get better in 2 days. He knows that after resurrection, people can lose their memory, but they'll be fine. The resolution process is quick. Don't let him worry. She continued to stare at him, thinking. He reminded her of someone she'd known a long time ago. Her memory didn't include this man from the beginning, but what he had done had changed her mind. Let her take care of her. Perhaps she was mistaken. He was from the continent of the 9 regions, which wasn't part of her era, but it was him. A man who demonstrated his power and destroyed the gods. No one dared to challenge him. During this entire period, she had been blinded by the lust for profit and had forgotten that the 9 realms continent was home to great deities. Looks like it's time for the meeting promised 10 million years ago. It's tomorrow. He doesn't know what it's like. A continent of savages. Something was going on at that time. A great contest of the star spheres is coming. Many are already at war. They are fortunate to be able to fight shoulder to shoulder in the ancient continent's alliance. Its people are fortunate indeed, and her, too. Immortal Jingda from the ancient continent offered the only condition for cooperation that would decide the possibilities of their alliance. The envoy oversees the distribution of resources on the continent. If they can help, they will. She has been following events closely. Everyone is trying to gain a place under the sun by building up resources. They are targeting the continent of the 9 regions. He was surprised. The immortals from the fertile lands had decided to cooperate with them, and it was now clear that they wanted to take over the continent of the 9 realms. She was still waiting for their answer. They have been watching the lands for many years. Their goal is to devour this continent and cease to be barbarians in the eyes of others. The girl continued to stare at him. She said the conversation was over. He was really scared. How dare they attack? It's the end of them. The girl continued to fight. The descendants of the Divine Assurance clan are brave and practically invincible. How come they were defeated like kittens? The rumors were true. The immortals from the ancient continent didn't do anything great. They only guarded the lands of the 9 regions continent. Now they won't sit idle any longer. They need to retreat to get a chance to reclaim the continent. When the continent becomes fertile, they will pay for all the humiliation they have suffered. The girl watched him, waiting for further action. He wasn't overly talented, but he believed they had a chance. After that, he was killed. Creatures with low levels of martial arts are too vulnerable. These lands can be easily invaded, and they are unable to defend themselves, only using them for their own benefit. What's all this for? But there are also those who are important to them, for whose sake they are willing to become friends even with deities, let alone divine beasts. Not only she, but her students, children, grandchildren, and all the inhabitants of the ancient continent are ready to fight for him to the last. And there was something important. Her student was to go to a meeting with an important person. If anyone dared to interfere, the consequences would be dire for them. After that, she disappeared. Wasn't her student that girl named Chang-Shi who had conquered large planets in the star realms? Apparently, this was the important person she was supposed to meet. Yunzhou Mansion on the continent of the 9 regions. Lantern Festival. They are going to participate in this event, haven't spent time together in a while. Let him keep them company. The Lantern Festival was special. The system is still counting and handing out rewards. The girl is about to wake up, and perhaps now it is possible to relax a little. The consent reception was a success. The master so wonderful that he couldn't refuse to spend the day with them. It wasn't easy to talk him into it, but now he agreed. Tomorrow they were going to have a real party. There would be no shortage of them. It's been a long time since they've seen each other, and now they have a chance to spend time together. A fresh collection of 5 exciting love stories. The girls are all prepared, and in the background, the continent of the 9 realms has successfully dealt with the threat of celestial demons. Calm days are rare. An hour ago the celebration started, everyone was hanging lanterns and garlands. The girls are still just getting ready, but it's not too late. Let it wait, they will soon get everything ready and come back. And so he came, watching, and thinking that it might not be possible to see him alive. Heard that he was already seriously bothered by his illness and that this ancestral elixir could help. He said let her ask for an autograph because she adores him. Regardless, everything is already fine and he thanked her for her concern. At that moment, someone grabbed his arm. She apologized for being tired, ready to be punished for what she had done. Chen Chanan turned his attention to what she had in her hands. She replied that it was nothing special, just a couple of artifacts for practice. She's so diligent, that's commendable. At this moment, Chen Chanan realized something important. He realized that this was actually absolute vision territory. And this thing seemed to be about what they were going to do. The girl was breathing heavily at this point. They were in the 2 worlds territory and were heading to Hanlin Palace. They landed on the pavilion grounds. He scrutinized the walls, which appeared to have a rich history. There was a clearly perceptible external spiritual force in the air, and they scrutinized anything that could help them. All of the immortals knew that this pavilion didn't originally exist, and perhaps it had appeared as a result of significant historical changes. But who was the owner of this place? It wasn't the first time they'd been here, and she was glad. Who would have thought this place would turn out to be so mysterious and amazing? It is said that this pavilion was founded on the continent of 9 regions 1 million years ago. Absolutely anything could be found here. That was why the pavilion attracted the attention of people from all over the world, and its status alone made the entire continent famous. In addition to the retail areas, the pavilion also had a training area divided into 5 floors. The first floor was dedicated to the continental realm, the second to human immortals, the third to earth immortals, the fourth to celestial immortals, and the fifth to the imperial realm. Each level provided generous payouts and opportunities for power development, but the main mystery remained the mistress of this pavilion. Some claimed that she was a legendary warrior from ancient times, while others believed that she had appeared here after the Mist Era. Over 1 million years, many rumors had accumulated here. Bao Er suggested that she might be a deity with a rich history. Cultivators from other regions dreamed of meeting her, but from what she said, they didn't stand the slightest chance. She seemed to be really strong. Some were shocked by the prices in the pavilion, which, if translated into modern currency, were around 9,000 yuan. However, despite the high price tags, one penniless man insisted that the goods on offer were not good enough. He seemed shameless, and it was obvious that the pavilion did not avoid such situations with troublesome customers. Miss First Floor Receptionist, please come forward. Those bastards allowed themselves to say such words. Her master definitely wouldn't just leave it at that. She decides to buy all those clothes and artifacts, not wanting good things to fall into the hands of such idiots. Everyone was stunned by her decision. No one had expected this turn of events. She's taken everything she's wanted for so long, and now she proudly proclaims to her mentor that she has it all. Those upstarts from the continent of the 9 realms ruined everything, and now will have to pay the price. They were ready to fight, disregarding all threats, but as soon as they found out that there were immortals against them, they were immediately frightened. In panic, they started to run away, and the girl only grinned, calling them shameful cowards. She told her master that now they would try on clothes. In this world, women are willing to spend a lot of money on a man who has no spiritual development and still be proud of it. The two of them went to the fitting room. The atmosphere was heating up. She seemed to realize who the man was. He was featured in the portrait she'd painted so many years ago. This was the man she had been looking for all these years. She said she had an important discovery, but he looked a little different from the picture. First, we have to report upstairs. At that moment, someone walked in. They informed them that Uncle Nico on the first floor was only a half immortal, and as soon as they left the pavilion, he would kill them and take everything they owned. They informed the lady that the man in the painting was here. The wait seemed to come to an end and she asked what the instructions would be. From now on, they don't accept guests. We need to turn the mirrors in the pavilion so she can see absolutely everything. The order was immediately carried out. She couldn't find him for a long time, but there he was, just as she set out to get him. Now it's time to go back. What kind of relationship they would have when they met was still a question, but the tension was palpable in the air. Chen Chanan told the group that he could undress himself, but the girl stopped him and told him not to move. She was taking measurements. The girl noticed that she was very skillful at it. Chen Chanan's instant consciousness immediately realized that things were not that simple here. When a group of people prepare to commit a crime, there is always one who will miss the smallest detail. Someone will make a mistake. Someone will be confused by threats. They will try to avoid problems so that those inside will complete their business and successfully implement their plan, which is only possible after long preparation. They were quite brave, being alone with him, but what were they up to? The whole thing seemed strange. The girl explained that if he wanted to punish someone, let him punish by you. Bao Air had nothing to do with it. The girl really regretted what had happened. She said she was willing to take the punishment and asked not to be deterred. Using something like this will probably bring joy this time. Finally, the girl agreed to take the punishment she deserved, asking to be punished to the fullest extent. Chen Chanan pondered over this behavior. God knows he didn't mean it, but he shows respect for his elder. She deserves to be punished, because on Feishian, she had waited so long, expected this. The man in charge hit her like she asked. She has to realize her mistakes. The girl realizes everything, and the others apologize to her for getting her into this. She is tormented because no one can replace her. Chen Chanan continued to punish him at this moment. However, the girl at that point stated that she wanted that punishment. The girls at this moment could not watch without emotion what was happening. The girl called him a companion, but was she any better? If she doesn't tell the truth, he'll have to beat it out of the girl. He is, as always, selective in his entertainment. The girl said she was in pain. Chen Chanan asked if that was true, because he thought it was wonderful. Let there be marks on her body as evidence of what had happened. The girl was furious, for now she would also leave marks on him. It was exactly the right punishment. The administrator of the 5th floor, Indo, said that the pavilion mistress had been waiting to meet this person for a very long time and now couldn't miss this opportunity. Everyone was ordered to go to the areas under their jurisdiction and clear them, while being reminded that if an issue can be resolved peacefully, it is better to avoid conflict. The man in the painting of Madame, who is he to her? Mistress has never been interested in anyone who doesn't deserve her attention. Could he be her ex? Let them be silent. How dare they discuss the mistress's affairs, said the girls. Everyone who comes might have a hidden threat, and if they don't fight back in time, what good reputation of Hanlon could Hanlon even talk about? At that moment the mistress stopped them. Although the two of them were talking mindlessly, she was still bothered by Hanlon Pavilion's special status. Hanlon Pavilion had always remained an autonomous unit, existing within the territory of the 9 powers. Even in the case of war, it remained neutral, allowing it to exist for centuries. However, the pavilion is now closing for the first time since its inception, all because of an unknown person. When they're done on their floors, Mistress wants to know who he is. The girl eavesdropped on the sounds of punishment, clearly finding them interesting. So why did they decide to close the pavilion at such a crucial time? The man was about to complete his technique, but he was interrupted. The closing of the pavilion was a setback for him. Whatever that means, he can't leave until the master has finished what he started. At that moment, someone approached him as Hong Yi. Someone wanted to meet with Chen Chanan in person. It was the Immortal Emperor's immortal spheres. They asked the girl to step back. The feeling of terror vanished instantly, giving way to warmth. The master must have done it. She needs to see this man to see if he's worth it. There was a knock at the door. She apologized for the sudden intrusion and explained that the Hanlon Pavilion was closing. He had no spiritual power. Was this the man the lady was looking for? They asked if they were alone. The man offered a deal that couldn't be refused. Even the immortal emperor's immortal realms couldn't resist this person. Chen Chanan said that he would wait for Madam here. They said goodbye, not wanting to bother him any further. Even such powerful immortals bow to him. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what this meant. It was very loud at that point. They apologized for the inconvenience and promised to come back another time. She apologized and offered compensation for the inconvenience. The man couldn't tell if the pavilion was really closing. What are they going to do now? Everyone was just escorted to the exit. People were not happy with what was happening. There were those who hadn't come out yet. He wondered why she had stayed, and shouldn't the others have come out? Shouldn't he admit he was wrong? He remembered him. She shouldn't have stayed there, for she was with the authorities and the people. They wanted to make them leave, but let them treat all visitors equally. It was the continent of Yaori with many faces in their pavilion. They didn't want their relationship to be ruined because of some homeless goon, but she asked them to leave amicably, stating that this was the last time. Those girls stole something that belonged to him. He just wanted to get his jewelry and deal with the kidnapper. She needed to get them out of there, and if she took care of it, they would remain good old-fashioned partners. At this point she hit him and said he sighed. A cultivator in the immortal king's realm. Did she dare to think and speak of such a thing? Their majesty was disturbed. They were not escorted out, and the pavilion was closed to now entertain some special guests. What is the meaning of this? They are all immortals, and if their guests betrayed them, it would lead to an incident that wouldn't end so easily. They were all from the continent of the 9 realms, and they must have had some kind of patron. Which of them didn't have such a patron? Everyone here came from the more developed nations. If it wasn't for the pavilion, the existence of this continent would have been unnoticed. She was too impulsive, which only caused more problems. They decided to find out who was really hiding there. Anyone who dares to do so will be held accountable for their actions. Everyone get out. Let them listen carefully. The man their mistress has been searching for centuries is still there. Not to mention their continent of Yaori. All their starry spheres combined are not as important as he is. That ragamuffin or that young master and madam. If they quarrel with the receptionists, it's no big deal. But with the pavilion mistress, at this point, some kind of document could be observed. From now on, the cooperation agreement with the continent of Yaori has been terminated. No one from there will be allowed to enter the pavilion. Let them return home quickly. If anyone else dared to even think of holding a grudge against the young master, they would have to take action. They didn't know their master was so important. They didn't provoke it. Bullshit. They wanted them to try to get in, too. They just wanted to make a mess at the pavilion. So don't blame it on them. Let them shut their mouths. How dare they accuse them of insulting the lady of the pavilion? He will kill her. The instigators had already been punished. The rest was up to them. They did not expect that today's incident would be discussed again. They were wrong. They'll never dare to do it again. What a drama. I have to tell the master right away. At the same time, but the Jade Palace condescended. Don't dare to use force. The aura contained within Jiang Xuanchu's body was spurred on by an incredible strength. The girl was surprised that it was a teleportation array, but who had created it? At this point, the girl informed the hostess that the girl had moved. At this moment, the girl noticed Xuanchu's hand was shaking. They realized she was about to wake up. A portal also appeared on the other side. Chen Chanan told Bai Yu that it was not a punishment, but a stern warning. If something like this happened again in the future, she would face a much worse fate. She had figured it all out. The elder was much weaker this time. Her body clamps had prepared her for further development. She already felt that she would soon be able to make a breakthrough. One must try to find a way to convince the elder to keep stimulating her. He noticed the woman. They wondered if Xianchu would like it. It looked and fit him quite well. How clothes change a man after all. The master was so handsome. Bai Yu realized that more of her was needed. No wonder the lady of the pavilion couldn't forget him. It's every woman's dream. The girls looked at her curiously. Let him not even think about it. The master. The elder is their little maniac. Chen Chanan sensed something at this moment. He felt strong fluctuations. An old strangeness. There were so many of them, and they were always in the direction where Jiang Xianchu was now. He speculated that it could have been the enemy. The last thing Chen Chanan expected was to feel energy fluctuations in the outside world in such an isolated pavilion. Already very soon, Madam would be here. Chen Chanan said that he would be back soon and walked into the portal. They didn't know how they would explain it to Mistress. At that moment, someone came out to them. It was the lady, the owner of the pavilion. She was so beautiful. What was her relationship with the master? The girl asked where he was. They said he was expecting here. The girl came out to her and asked the mistress why she wanted her mother. The student thought she had a sweetheart. She could call her mother, her mentor, and he was her husband, but he didn't know that yet. Everyone was very much surprised when they heard that. And her subordinates, moreover, did not expect it. Not only did she come back here, but this woman did too. This time, don't even let them think about sleeping off her. If they don't believe, they can follow her. She'll prove it. Why was he here? Had she changed at all? Did she miss him? She had even postponed the invitation letter and preparations for the great battle of the starry spheres, all to come here as soon as possible. She figured she couldn't let her sister or mentor get ahead of her. All these years she hadn't even dared to seek him out, thinking she still didn't deserve to meet him. She thought she couldn't impress him, couldn't do it on her own. Chen Chanan was watching them. Why her? Why now, at such a critical moment? Is she hoping for something that won't come true? But things were a little different now. Now she can take that responsibility. The goddess still remembered about Chen Chanan. If she found out about Xianchu, something terrible might happen. How could you stare at her? Who is she? She reported that it was a natural from her clan. This is a different time, and in this state she is changed. She was a very beautiful girl, indeed the most attractive in the family. She had an incredible number of admirers. There's a slight problem. Her mastery of technique and soul hasn't peaked yet. Even the divine blessing of her magical power won't be enough for her to resonate. Her soul will awaken, but she will lose her memory. Participation in these events was necessary. She had traveled the star spheres for many years and possessed a secret technique that would cause her to awaken. Let her remember. If she wanted to save a man's soul, she must plumb its depths and find the lost fragments of memory. Even if she discovers the deepest secret of the person she's trying to save, it's all small stuff. She's saving that person. She's already said that her clan should improve their soul control skills. If the firstborn awakened but lost some of their memories, it would be incredibly hard for their loved ones to get over it. Everything was ready. She would wake up soon. The girl's condition is stable. If it wasn't for Chen Chanan's help, she'd be dead. At this point, something really started to happen to the girl. The girl noticed that Xianchu had actually woken up. When she woke up, she asked where Chen Chanan was. He was still on the battlefield. She needed to help him, but the girl abruptly told her that the war was over. He was fine. She needed to think of herself now. She thanked the goddess for saving the girl. The family was incredibly grateful to her. The hero would also be just as grateful. The girl couldn't understand what Chen Chanan had to do with this. She realized long ago that she had blundered. She is his wife. Of course he will be happy and incredibly grateful to her. At that moment a realization came to her. The girl started to open her mouth. Yui Cheng. And the girl at this moment couldn't tell if she had said something wrong. At this moment, the hero appeared in front of them. He had the whole bridge. Already at this point, as soon as his wife saw him, she immediately ran to him. Let her be careful. She hasn't recovered yet. But the girl wasn't listening. She was still approaching her husband. They embraced. He was here. He was here. The goddess at this point noticed the whole scene. At this point, someone started showing up and saying that she would prove herself to them as well. They still didn't believe her. She was the one who had started dating him before anyone else. Nothing wrong with calling herself his wife. And then she noticed this picture. A random mission is discovered. Go to a festival with 3 women, and their relationship should develop into friendship and affection. The reward for completing it is a Minutes of Fame card. Bait system. This is on purpose. The Lantern Festival on the continent of 9 guests symbolizes the beginning of a new year. On this day, regardless of what is happening, one should focus on the celebration and put aside all misunderstandings and hostility. All people launch lanterns for blessings for the next year. Lanterns fly high, warding off evil luck and bad luck, wishing everyone good luck and prosperity in the new year. Speaking of a person by their last name, he has a girlfriend, but despite this, he keeps flirting with everyone around him. He's even started looking at his girlfriend's best friend, and how can her girlfriend reconcile that? She would just kill him, and that best friend, she does know, the thing killed her sister, sent her to her homeland with this man. It was all so sad and unfortunate. It seems that only immortals can enjoy such close attention from women. Men are so proficient with their tongues that all women fall for it, and there are enough women for everyone. And if a man is faced with such a situation, what should he do if he has both a wife, a mistress, and a female companion, and they all ask who he loves more? If all these women get together, no amount of sweet talk will help. There will be conflict, and it's not a bad thing if the women fight a little. Worst case scenario, this man could get himself killed. Maybe he's a genius who can find a way out of a situation like this. The man was sure that there was no way out of such a situation. Discovered random mission, had to go to a festival with women. We can only wish him luck. How difficult this assignment is going to be. When Chen Chanan held out a cup, everyone immediately reached out. They started arguing about whose it was. Everyone was looking at each other at this point. The joining of their families was so beautiful, but they didn't do as they wished. Bao Er said that this was probably the most complex problem Master had ever faced. She hopes that she never finds out what happened between them. And Bai Yu was saying at this moment that if they found out, they would definitely be punished. These three women just hate each other. The atmosphere was tense. Who comes face to face with death almost every day, and then it's hard to scare her. But this aura was truly terrifying. She felt such pressure. They had been sitting like this for a long time, not even bothering each other. How could it be that they had never once talked about either of them? It was a trap. Whatever his answer was, it would confirm her status as head wife. He knows it himself. But is that really necessary? She remembers everything he did when he was young. Should she? Not too long ago, when they weren't together, he was caught up in a world full of passion and desire. She could understand him, but now she was caught up and would never leave him. Apparently, all this time she's never gotten any better. Why did she even come? They never had anything. Let her be calm and not worry about it. His wife asked if it wasn't all true, and talked about their relationship. Chen Chanan grabbed his heart and said that she got it all wrong. He was inattentive. This is incredibly cowardly. Let her say what's going on here, and remember he can only choose one thing. Yeah, they're not only going to kill each other, they're going to kill him. How should he befriend them? The system was telling the master to act calmly, for they all want him, and that's how to stir the blood. Chen Chanan realized that she had an option. Listening carefully to all of this, one could conclude that they didn't really care about each other's existence, but rather her attitude towards him. If she started to explain, it would only confuse things. This is different. She had used it before, thinking now was the right time. The system reported that he had blocked Han Shi's magic. The others wouldn't notice a thing. It worked so fast. Chen Chanan said that he is so tired of this squabble. It should end. Let them listen. He will only say it once to someone he cares about. Everyone was expecting his answer and thought it would be her. Now he's going to say, he's crazy. If he does, the other two aren't you, are they? I'm starting to do a little grown-up stuff. Do I have to tell you that, too, or not? What other grown-up things? Who was it with? When was it? It's too much. Let him make his own choices. She is asked who this woman is. He replies that she is someone they met by chance and fell in love with at first sight. She knew that she wasn't his equal in terms of the cultivation realm because she had worked on herself. She hoped that one day she could make a difference in this world and travel with him. The girl had been working on herself, all summer long. Turns out he knew it all along, and didn't do to him what he mentioned. In other words, he cares about her. Because of the war, they had to part ways. He was extremely concerned that she didn't have the strength then. Because of these circumstances, he couldn't go back to her all this time. He was probably pining. She had waited so long for him, and the thought of it hurt him. She was sure he was definitely talking about her. So many years, but the truth has almost given up. Plus, they had such an intimate relationship. She's the closest thing to him. If he was stronger, the weekdays would have to break up. Let the heavenly path be witness. Chanan will never be after others again. He would not let her down in this life. The girl at this point was greatly surprised. No wonder he had so many women around him. But he was so good. Let her stop worrying. She needs to show him what she can do. She would never let Chen Chanan down. Chen Chanan was ready to say who the woman was, but he didn't speak. Not everyone understood. The system said they all think it fits that description. Let each of them think it applies to her. They will not say it out loud as long as each of them is sure it is true. There will be no conflict. This was the first step in getting rid of a bad attitude. Let everyone feel its power. Outside the temple grounds of the 9 regions, someone has landed. Remembering the continent of the 9 realms was perfect. But this aura. She could clearly sense its presence. It was Heavenly Envoy Cha-Chi. Heavenly Envoy Tu said that it seems like this person from the Nan. Here's the Tsar. Have everyone listen to his orders and come out. He was furious at this point. How dare he raise his voice in the temple? The man at this point began to resist. He blocked the shot with such ease. He can't even lift the blade. They're going to take a look now. He is the Heavenly Way continent of the 9 regions. Laughing, mocking the heavenly nobodies. At that moment, he realized that it was a heavenly messenger. Heaven's path said that heavenly messengers had never come to the temple of the 9 realms. Today, there are 2. He is the Heavenly Way, the guardian spirit of this place. It's good that he admitted his mistake. Let him go and inform his master. And she shouldn't. Gentlemen, the heavenly message doesn't want to cross them. He's incredibly powerful. If he doesn't obey him, he will be in trouble. Would there be anything to fear? The man from the kingdom orders him to get rid of this man, to get rid of the deity as master, or else he will be punished. If he initiates a change of host, the continent will become a barbarian land. If their luck runs out, it will be the end of them all. He's asking me to do him a favor. It's a joke. If he betrays Chen Chanan, he'll just crush him. He's incredibly strong. He treats him well. There's no need to change him for someone else. In the land of barbarians, even a guardian spirit without a mind fears a man from the lower realm. The man said it was all taken. It was his choice. Let her regret it. This is a card from a member of the Battle of the Star Spheres. Did he misunderstand? Or is this a battle in the starry realms? According to legends, such a battle is characterized by incredible cruelty. All who take part, or converge mobs, die right in the arena. If you are lucky enough to win, you become the mug of the gods. Previously they were not invited because the lands were not completed. But now, since he has already recognized them, let him be ready to participate in the shadas. He knows what punishment will follow for refusing the invitation. He knows everything. It feels like being cornered. If even the strongest celestial path of this planet is so nasty, what to speak of its master? To me, this land of decorum. It was still to be expected, and I'll never be able to compare to the fertile lands of the true gods. Heaven's path received a token, and then the master of this abyss planet will appear. The host's residence in Yunzhou. Who thought that a festival in the lower realm could be so exciting? She wished that this money would never run out. They had already had enough. There was no need to disturb the common people. It's already so late. You're worthy of the time. It was a good time to rest. It was so exciting. Now he wouldn't be able to fool them like last time. He would make his choice. Chen Chanan realized that he had to find a way out. He had only been calmed down a little, leveling the contradictions to finally believe what they themselves believed. Tonight, he must prove himself. My shoulders are so sore. It would be nice if someone could massage them. The owner of the pavilion, the first witch of the heavenly demons, and there is still so much to say to him. The leader of the ancient continent, Changxi, the goddess of spring. Or the most beautiful immortal young immortal wife Xian Chu. So why choose? Chen Chanan said he'll be here soon. The system wants to force him to choose, but he wants everything. At that moment, they all disappeared. The system told the host that he probably didn't get it. You shouldn't draw conclusions based on who he's going to go to. This is the final test. But he understood. Chen Chanan smiled and said that she had a plan. The system will summon clones. Previously it had summoned many clones with multiple skills, but now he could safely control several at once. Chen Chanan told the clones that they were coming. Let the great action begin. At that moment he went. The mistress led him. So sensual and gentle she was. He really treated her well. How could he think? Only a battle back then on the ancient continent. She suggested we go to bed. Usually so bossy and arrogant. She would think, what could be so shy and timid? The girl was in anticipation. Chen Chanan grabbed her by the horn. He said it smells really good. The goddess was telling him to stop. The cloak he had given her. Now their scents mingled and they complemented each other perfectly. She could hardly stand it all this time, for it was a true treasure given to her by him. So many people watch her. So many people admire her. Don't let her say that. She only wants him. Then let him make sure of it. His body didn't seem to have fully recovered yet. And as he touched the pillow, a feeling of fatigue came over him. He was with her, able to let go of all his worries and rest. Here was a girl asking for his hand. She grabbed it and Chen Chanan asked what she was going to do. Then she put his hand under her head. She said it was nothing like that. She just wanted to touch him. The system congratulated the host. He had successfully completed this difficult mission and received the word map. At that moment the Heavenly Way came to Lore and told him that something terrible had happened. What do we do now? The divine message has been recognized. It has recognized its master. Now they make him compete in the contests of the starry spheres. And now they await him in the temple. He asked for Chen Chanan to go with him. But at that moment, he told him to be quieter. He said she had just fallen asleep. Let her be quiet. And now he's on it. A little more, and it will be too late. Their opponents will embarrass them and cause more problems. He knows that in the incredibly populated battle of the star spheres, the person who can concentrate in collective battles wins. If he finds himself at a disadvantage, the consequences will be extremely unpleasant. In addition, the worshippers of the gods can become the judges of the competition. They cannot judge the output of the fertility lands, but the Voronezh lands are in full control, and now they are making them wait. Only he is capable of something like this, so it's not that simple in the temple. He ignores their presence after being ordered to do so, refusing to obey, disobeying the gods. We'll personally go to the continent of the 9 realms and hold him accountable for it. Then we'll see if he'll accept it. What should we do? If this continues, the messengers will report them to the gods, and the continent of the 9 realms will definitely come to an end. It will disappear. Chen Chanan said that he had been worried the whole first day. Why was he so worried? There must be something he doesn't understand. After all, this is a heavenly message that has the support of the gods of old and the powerful gods. He wasn't just fearless, he was terrified. Chen Chanan told him to be a little quieter, or else it would lead to unpleasant consequences. The system has discovered that the celestial path of the continent of the 9 regions is unstable. This may affect the luck of these lands in the future. If this happens, the wheel of samsara of the continent of the 9 realms will be damaged. Misfortunes will accompany people, and the energy of death will fill the entire continent. Master must restore the martial spirit of the heavenly path as soon as possible. The time limit is 10 minutes. The reward is the ability to use divine level skills with clones. It turns out that the state of the heavenly path has such a tangible effect on the land of the continent. He noticed that after descending into the territory, the continent's aura had shrunk compared to the confident and commanding heavenly path he had been when he first discovered it. Right now, he had become too timid. Even though he may be able to cultivate, he couldn't understand the mindset of cultivators. If the heart of Tao loses touch with reality, the body begins to deteriorate, and almost all the skills that have been acquired cease to work. The heart of the law for the heavenly path is the same as the heart of the Tao for practitioners. It should not be ignored. He said they were going to meet those two. He will send him to them. Chen Chanan said there was no need. All territories associated with the continents to which they belong, including the continent of the 9 regions, are exceptions. In other words, absolute territory may be extended beyond its territory. Ignoring God's punishment is the ultimate crime. He's heading there right now. Then they'll see if he dares to stand up to him. That's when the two grabbed him. The man couldn't figure out what it was. At that moment, the portal was drawn in, and then there was Chen Chanan. He dealt with those messengers in a split second. The man realized it was an ambush. Chen Chanan asked the heavenly way, or are these two giving him a hard time? At this moment, he did not realize how he did it. So he is the master of the continent. He's so strong. No wonder the heavenly path recognized him. But despite all that, he must die. This man forcibly moved them from the temple right here. And he has no intention of getting rid of him so quickly. I noticed something. How is this possible? It's like his power has left his body and he can't do anything at all. Chen Chanan asked. Is he the tail who decided to show off his strength to intimidate him? Heaven's way, what does he think? Maybe he should apologize. The man called him a pig and asked him how dare he act like that to him. But Chen Chanan didn't care, and he literally drove his head into the ground. Chen Chanan told him to apologize. After the man tried to say something, Chen Chanan said that it was the wrong answer and gives him another chance. Let him apologize. He and Tu Li have known each other since they were kids and have always been together, but this is the first time she sees him so pathetic. The man started to apologize and said that he didn't mean to scare him. Chen Chanan asked, or the heavenly path is no longer afraid. If it is still scary, they will continue. But the esteemed heavenly messenger was beaten in such a way that he was unable to counterattack. As if he had become a punching bag. The system reports to the host, the fighting spirit of the heavenly path has increased by 50%. The man was wrong. He asks not to hit him, because he didn't want to. But Christmas made him. Now they will report to God what has happened, and something will happen. The morale of the heavenly way has dropped by 50%. Chen Chanan asked if the man would report this to the gods. He said he would never do so and promised. It wasn't that Tuli didn't want to help him, just the difference in their powers. He was a simple man, strengthened by bugs, and now she had no desire to fight. She just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Chen Chanan asked what about her. She swears she won't say anything to anyone. It would be glorious if they were that malleable from the start. He was so powerful, had already lived so long, but had never seen anything so impressive. He was his god. Nothing out of the ordinary. Sounds like he should watch them. Heaven's Path's martial spirit was restored, gaining the ability to use divine-level skills with the clones at any time. The Heaven's Path at this moment mocked them and told them to try to humiliate him now. It was quite simple. It looked like they should find an opportunity to temper the Heavenly Path. He asked, by the way, what they were going to do with the Star Sphere contestants map. The protagonist said he wasn't interested. Let the awards for the first 3 places are pretty interesting, but he doesn't need any of that. Chen Chanan mentally asked. Afterward, what were the rewards? All 3 first-place awards are kept secret. No one had ever won them, so there was no way of knowing. The second prize was the ability to cultivate to the divine realm. The third was that the land belonging to the third-place winner could be advanced 1 level. By the way, leaving continents of a level higher than the monk level was impossible to participate. The earth could reach the immortal emperor level, and the fertile lands could reach the divine level, and even more. This was really interesting. Let him continue. The higher the level of a continent, the more it gives to its inhabitants, and the stronger the continent's heavenly path becomes. The stronger the continent's heavenly path, the more stable and aura-rich the continent becomes. He realized that, in other words, the stronger the continent, the stronger the heavenly path, and the stronger the heavenly path, the more prosperous the continent would be. Everything in this world is subject to certain laws, and everyone has his own property. After many years of lawlessness, rules have been evolved which have been transformed into laws. Among 1,000 laws, only 1 or 2 can be honored with the grace of earth and heaven. The development of consciousness and the concentration of wisdom, this is the heavenly path. It is as if he had opened an encyclopedia. There is nothing on earth or in heaven that can limit the will of the heavenly way. If the heavenly way wants to, there will be incredible changes. Let them not look at it that way. All these millions of years have not been in vain. So many seniors are still so weak. Even these 2 scared him. Heavenly paths also had levels, and his law heart was still not fully developed. He had great potential. Chanan asked what level he was on. There are 4 levels: the path of wisdom, the path of spirit, the path of law, and the path of awakening. Order: 1 who has learned wisdom, 1 who has learned to change laws, 1 who can make laws on his own. He is the law, but he is still very young. It took him many years to realize. Chen Chanan said that he believes he has the path of wisdom. He had already realized that the 3rd prize was extremely important to the heavenly path. But here was the 2nd prize, his clone, that had been in place for a long time. Apparently, he would be able to reach the sphere, and most might be able to improve them and get a heavenly clone. Then, take care of this little one. Can the heavenly path remain at the level of the path of wisdom? The little one who is waiting to be exorcised, but he doesn't know it yet. This is an invitation to God. The competition promises to be interesting. The exterior divine sphere. The elder was informed that they were in place. This is the spatial time gate set up by the gods. Have him exit through it and enter the main battle hall of the star spheres. The official battle will begin in 2 hours, accompanied by divine messengers. This is a major event, the likes of which they have not seen for the first time in a million years. The competition has been suspended, but now the decision has been made to continue the tradition. All the gods attach great importance to it. The awards offered are truly unique. The name is driven by the desire to circle the name. The best fighters from the 4 star spheres will take part in the competition. Clashes and casualties are inevitable, so due caution is requested. It seems worth it to use a clone closer to the original. The aura of this gate attracts the ability to distort time and space. Could it be that Chen Wanchen is also there? If they are no longer needed, they will go. Chen Chanan reminded them not to forget their promise. They told him in utter awe that of course they would not forget. An hour and a half ago, not 2 people are already judging the competition, are they? Chen Chanan told Miss to help him a little, and then she said it was totally unacceptable. What would her husband think of her if she agreed to it? Chen Chanan grabbed her husband at that moment. Was it unacceptable? He asked. She didn't seem to fully realize the situation she was in. Only gods make the rules and try to suppress them, to control them. Are they born only to obey? She doesn't want her husband to get hurt. Through fear at this point, the woman said she was promising. Because of him, she was forced to resign herself to hoping the gods wouldn't find out. She didn't realize what kind of monster she was dealing with. To bet the sum of your thoughts in this contest, that will further stir the wrath of the gods. Chen Chanan was on the other side of the portal at that moment. Spirit realm, Eastern Star spheres meeting before the competition. At this point it was very loud and everyone was going to say hello. Some man said he'd never seen him before. Never heard anything about him in his long life. He thinks he's not even worth mentioning. Some scum. But it's not just the scum that's here. Let him look at them. This is the first illuminated Xianming, relying on demonic power to destroy all the naturals of this generation. Lin Qi, the sacred emperor of the 10,000 Dao, 10,000 years ago led an army that exterminated the three beasts. Subsequently, he became an immortal emperor, the youngest owner of the starry spheres of the East. Mo Huashi, the lord of the Latian continent, is talented and ambitious, studied ancient mysterious techniques and was able to reach the immortal emperor realm. In 100,000 years, he could suppress foreign demons, and this is the mistress of the white spirit continent. BJ Lan, for 10 generations, fought on planets against creatures that forbid lands, brought back all manner of men from there and renamed their land the female imported elephant. Cain, goddess of the surrounding continents, did not recognize the newly formed state, a continent of beautiful women. I'd like to see it not accepted. That's when something started to happen. Everyone present couldn't understand what it was. Someone started to appear at this point. Sun Being greeted all the participants of the legendary long-awaited event in the entire universe at the previous competition. Meet the guardian of the Order of the Eastern Sphere, the treasure spirit Jean Xian. They've come here to make a breakthrough, get a reward, and pine for fame on the ancient continent. This competition is a chance for them. Everything will only depend on how they prove themselves. Of course, everyone was listening intently to him at this point. They will now test and evaluate the combat power of the participants. The rules have changed a bit. Each of them will strike to demonstrate their science. The brighter the punch, the greater the value. Exhale monument. 50 to 70 is improbable, but if 70 to 80, not the strongest. If it's 80 to 90, he's a real warrior who's never seen the light of day. If it's 90 to 100, invincible in the ages. Anyone who shows themselves can hope for the support of the gods during the competition. He didn't know about it at all. If you get divine support, then look at an opponent who is much stronger than you. Once the gods intervene, the balance of power is upset. Decided to wipe that filthy chest before the competition even starts. Afraid that someone will decide to run away beforehand, or there will be something in the future that they are so worried about. The guy said he'd go first. All of them. Once the gods intervene, it's no longer a simple contest. Training can't be fought against the system, who is at the same cultivation realm, but it's all decided by combat power. Whoever wins will get everything. The living strongest gods are watching them. It's a true battle of opportunity and resources. The guy said he wouldn't look at who gets them first. After that, he threw a punch. Everyone was very much surprised by such power. Not sure if it would be at least 95. Potential combat power is 84. His real score. Judging from his facial expression, he is not satisfied. After all, he is the youngest among the masters of the eastern lands, and his strength should at least 90. He used the strongest attack with the intention of destroying the monument to the highest level, but still only 84. He'll try again, but he wasn't hitting at full strength. After him, everyone will ask for a second chance. It won't work that way. He is concerned, for it shows that his power does reflect an inability to destroy or leave any trace on the monument. Now they wait their turn. Xiao Jintai is the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor Continent Sphere. Battle, potential 81. Lu Yi is the peak of the Immortal Venerable Lingyu Continent Sphere. Potential 56. Jia Mena is the middle stage of the Xiaogu Continent's Immortal Emperor Continent Sphere. Potential 82. Quite a few people have already tried their hand at it, but no one has ever gotten close to 90. There's only hope for 3. I wonder who will be the strongest. What's brother waiting for? Why isn't he coming? What's the rush? He's just looking at the results of the others. He thinks he's just afraid of embarrassing himself in front of the strongest. In which case he will be without divine support. We're gonna have to fight these monsters. It would be nice to find someone to support her. After all, she can't stay on the sidelines like this fool. At this point, the next one was called in. They told him to go this way. It's embarrassing. Not everyone is looking at him. Who the hell is he? He can't even navigate in space. It was funny, some no name. Like the guy who was late. Both of whom were nothing. How uncomfortable he felt at that moment. He'd said he wouldn't be able to come here at all. It's just the law. It'll get her home sooner. When he struck, everyone was very much surprised. Yi Xiaolin, Qi Tempering Realm, Wu Ji Continent, Potential Combat Power 91. With such a cultivation realm, this kind of result is some kind of mistake. Have them look at the order. He had heard before that there were true geniuses who were blessed by the heavens. Even if their cultivation realms were so low, their strength was not inferior to the strongest. But this was something he refused to believe in the barbarian lands. Why, with such strength, had they still not built a cultivation foundation? He was unsure of this boy's strength and his heavenly path. He had been perfecting Qi for 100,000 years, but he had never been able to build his foundation. It couldn't be helped. He continued practicing in the abode of the celestials anyway, even though he himself didn't know what to expect. And the challenger this time is really worthy. He thinks she could last quite a while. He's seen her somewhere before. The girl who founded the women's continent. She wanted to prove herself, but last time she got an embarrassing 56 points. Same grip on the blade. Wasn't the bitterness of defeat enough last time? The woman threw a punch. The spiritual steel cracked at this point. It got a score of 100. It was unrivaled combat power. No one had ever achieved such results before. This strike left no chance of survival for those who would go to test the strength next. She was determined to win. Heaven's path said that this woman reeked of the aura and the law of the heavenly path. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what it meant. The law of the heavenly way. The only person who was able to get the maximum score. She is worthy of being called Empress Yulan. All who wish to come out of the spheres must endure the test of heaven. Those who cannot, will not survive its test. They will have a chance to learn the laws of the heavenly path. Some laws may be changeable, such as the law of thunder or flame, while others may not have luck at all. Knowledge depends on the person himself. Can he know what law emanates from her aura? He cannot, for the aura is dual, it is still cognizing and knowing. And when he's about to try again, he can't figure out what law he'll be able to recognize. They continue. After all, not everyone is here for the evaluation. The girl got a 100. They can't beat her anyway. It's a competition of the fittest. If they can't beat her, what's the point of participating? Those who don't pass the tests will be expelled, according to the rules. Let them not see it, but later it will just remind them that if they leave now, their continent level will drop by 1. Totally forgot, everyone here is from random star spheres. This area only has thief lands, which have the lowest level of any land in existence. Well, since no one has made up their mind, I'll go with Chen Chanan, a continent of 9 regions. Chen Chanan is the boy who literally jumped into the last carriage. Even these evil geniuses don't do anything, and he's out. He'll have to do it anyway. If they go to the continent, get hurt, and he knows when to act. He just said himself that he's not going to rush. Now that everyone is annoyed that they didn't manage to surpass the 100-point bar, no one is going to judge him much for the low numbers. So, really, the fate is sealed. Everyone has formed teams. In this test, everyone has already made a decision on who they would like to be on a team with. After all, singles have the right to choose for themselves. It was just lucky that he was able to get in touch with the girl. She might be useful. He, on the other hand, was doomed to everything. So, they'll start now. This is, of course, just a formality. Chen Chanan began to strike. After that, he struck, and it began to crumble. Even the creature hadn't expected this turn of events. Everyone was surprised that it had been destroyed. Turns out you can destroy a monument. He didn't even know about it. His name is Chen Chanan, right? At that point, there was nothing left of the monument. The creature was very much surprised. She didn't understand how this was possible, or how the monument could have been destroyed. He broke it. This sacred monument imbued with thousands of years of heavenly Tao, which was nourished by the spiritual power of heaven and earth, forged by the gods. No human being is capable of breaking it. The Empress received a supreme wave. She managed to endure for a bit, but the monument just discharged into pieces. He said it was from the continent of the 9 realms. But there's no immortal energy there after all. Where could such a creature come from? He smashed the monument. His strength not inferior to his. How can it be that these people haven't heard anything about it? The continent of the regions. Chen Chanan will one day fight. How could it be so? The monument didn't counterattack him, acting according to the law of revitalization of the heavenly path. Even if the monument took damage, it would restore itself by sending out the life force of the fallen one. According to the rules, the next attacker had to bid farewell to all life forces, only so the monument could make up for what it had lost. But now that moment had turned into a pile of useless stones. It was a serious loss for him. The gods had seen him. Chen Chanan passively looked at what to do now. No need to kneel. Let him stand up and publicize. Let everyone hear what his potential power is. The divine sphere, the immovable divine domain, the meditation place of the gods. At that moment, a pebble of some sort appeared. The divine monument of the eastern stellar sphere had been destroyed. The rules of this tablet had long since been impeccable. It was no wonder that it had managed to be destroyed. However, the aura was rather strange and uncharacteristic of the eastern realm. I hadn't been this excited in a long time. Now that the monument has been destroyed, they cannot continue testing their combat abilities. They will move on to the next stage, the return of the immortals. What's that supposed to mean? Should he go up to the abode of the immortals or something? Well, there's a whole bunch more explanations. Behind it is the mountain of immortals, a total of 188 abodes, all of them expensive, dedicated territory for them. It was originally planned that they would all undergo a test of their abilities, then simply find the appropriate place in the abode standings. But the monument is destroyed. Many people never came. That is to say, they have no idea what place they should occupy. If they believe that their strength matches a particular abode, simply occupy it. Despite the limitations on the number of immortals, the possibilities are different for everyone. Some strong representatives who didn't manage to pass the test will be able to go to a low-ranked cave, thus openly demonstrating their real strength, while the weaker ones will get a chance to survive thanks to these opportunities. This is the balance of combat power. The question is, the higher the rank, the more advantages or risks. The guy had a question about what would happen if he chose the first position over the last. At that moment some bright ray of light comprehended him. How could he forget such an important thing? None of this is his fault. He didn't break that monument and then disrupt the order of the competition. The gods had to choose favorites before the challengers took their seats. These pillars of light represent divine grace. If a pillar of light descends on them, it means they have been chosen. The deity chose him. That's how this deity turns out. Then other rays of light began to appear as well. Let them see. Those who didn't pass the test were chosen. Yi Xiaolin, who had gotten a score of 91, was also chosen by the Qi refining realm. This was outrageous. At that moment, the guy noticed something. Let him look at Empress Yulan. She was chosen by 2 gods at once. If they could have passed the tests and come out ranked, maybe they would have been elected too. It's all because of that daredevil who destroyed the monument. He destroyed a thing that belonged to the gods. Of course no one would elect him, but it was after those words that he was elected. Someone really chose him. He's only one deity. He's no match for the Empress. But here at once 4 deities began to choose him. Everyone was very surprised. These gods had chosen him. It was impossible. It looked like they were fighting over him. But she saw. To be chosen by 5 gods at once is a great honor. He can only accept a blessing from one, so he had better think carefully about whom he will refuse. And she'll have to give up one too. The deity will get rejected. Whoever is chosen, the others are bound to take offense. Once before a competition, one contestant caused the displeasure of the gods. During the competition the deities showed him special care, but the poor man did not live to see the end. Especially he, in choosing one god, has caused displeasure to the other 4. He'll look at them. The others are the same. You've destroyed a handed-down monument. That's what he wants. Chen Chanan replied that he didn't need help from either of them. He couldn't understand what he had just said. Everyone was surprised that he had rejected everyone. But it's a chance to get parts of the divine powers. Many dream of such a thing, and he refuses. He won't say it twice. At this point, the gods began to leave him. You can clearly sense evil intentions from these posts. Looks like the gods have changed their minds. Now it's too late to regret what he's done. If he'd refused 4, one would still support him, but now he could only wish him luck. The woman at this point said she was also refusing. She had to come here to show everyone her power. Outside help would only get in the way. Once accepted it relatively calmly. Sure, no good intentions, but she didn't feel the murderous aura either. But the second time, it was as if a huge poisonous snake was looking at her, ready to attack at any moment. He thought it wasn't enough to act like this. Do they even understand what divine blessing means? He had lived for over 100 years and this was the first time he had met such cultivators. The guy said he wanted to opt out too. Being chosen is like being under someone's scrutiny all the time. No step left, no step right. It's better to give up that prospect. The guy said he wanted to opt out too. Being chosen is like being under someone's scrutiny all the time. No step left, no step right. It's better to give up that prospect. They refuse too, claiming that any fool can become the strongest by relying on divine power. They hate it when outside forces influence their own, and the current generation of territory owners are just fools. In that case, he also refuses. Why did even Lin Chi, who craved for strength more than anything else in the world, refuse? What are they doing? He has no choice but to tell them something that they should have learned already after the competition started. The next contest will use a point system, and the contestants chosen by the gods will have a natural advantage. This is a true blessing from God and they should be thankful that they were chosen. Let it not be said by these underdogs with limited vision who think they are close to gods. Cultivation is not everything, they are just fools. He was the one talking about him. He could have at least listened a little. At that moment, the pillars reappeared. Let them look. The divine pillars have reappeared. But the selection is over. Why did they appear? At this point, they began to approach the ground. Let them remember that if they refuse to accept divine grace, they will not be able to receive it in future competitions. This was the last chance. By taking this chance, they can win. He was chosen by the deity, but his strength was only rated at 63 points. He was chosen. The deities will not waste their precious time on those who will not support their efforts. Do any of them wish to refuse or not? They couldn't understand what it meant to say no. Are they joking? This is the power of the gods. Are they stupid enough to create something like this? At that moment, he noticed something. Something started to happen. These powers were simply marvelous. Before, he had no way to interact with the laws of reincarnation, but with the guidance of divine powers, he was able to realize his original strength. With this divine gift, he would be able to win even if his opponent was Chen Chanan. They will see who comes out the winner of this contest. Warming up. Now they thought it was mandatory. I wonder if love really gets in the way. Need to find a way to contact those two. He thinks they won't have information on the matter. The selection has been successfully completed. He now asks to choose a suitable abode. The competition will begin in 10 minutes. Let them remember, the strongest fight will not always carry the title of strongest. A set is not always a guarantee of victory. Luck and bad luck are two sides of the same coin. Everything depends only on them. What a racket. His refusal was a surprise to everyone, but we need to act more thoughtfully in the future. Not everyone headed somewhere. Lin Chi occupied one seat, and his name was Lin Chi, the seventh son. This seat must be his. At that moment, he noticed something. The usual number 6 never failed him. So what's the best choice? To think about it further. Not to mention the former. This woman's aura is so obvious that she is unwilling to share the top spot with anyone. Chen Chanan, the hero, asked. Or had he already chosen where she was going? From the beginning, he wanted to go to the first one. He was brave. He apologizes. He has no idea if Yi Xiaolin remembers him. He had a great name. Once again he was thankful he hadn't smashed the monument to pieces. Chen Chanan said that they would see more. At that moment, Chen Chanan walked away from him. And he was trying so hard, but someone still realized, Chen Chanan would be able to withstand his attack at full strength. Either way, it's better to lurk, observe, make a move later. It is indeed an abode created by the gods, full of divine spiritual energy. This is the kind of abode inside. The outside is kept small. Who would have thought that one abode wouldn't be chosen? He even wanted to find the most unremarkable place. Didn't he? He followed her all the way. Her name is Mo Chin. Why don't they work as a team? He just wanted to say it quietly. He doesn't really feel like socializing with anyone. At this moment in one of the cloisters, Chen Chanan approached her and told the woman to put it down. This place is too cramped. Let him fuck off. If you listen to common sense logic, it is obvious that this place must be his. There is a second and third abode. Why not? Judging by the figures on the monument, take its place. Now that she has re-entered the competition, she is sure to take her rightful first place. She will not relent, but asks to consider going down to the second abode, where he belongs. God, it's so hard to talk to her. Chen Chanan walked closer to her and asked if Uliana wanted to fight. The woman said as he wished and began to draw her sword. Chen Chanan raised his hand at this moment. Then he grabbed her wrists. But surprisingly, the battle never happened. If she can get the blade, or at least move it, then let it be her first place. Yeah, he's actually laughing looking at her. The competition hasn't even begun and they're already intent on killing each other. They can bat all they want. Just let him be reminded that contestants who choose the same abode are considered allies. The girl said she didn't need allies. She just wanted. It wasn't her wish. It was the rules. Looks like they've already made their choice. Now let them listen to him. Before competing, the 4 regions will be resurrected in 3 rounds, after which the losers are eliminated. The survivors will then compete for the title of winner. In the first round, they will be randomly teleported to areas of a flaming mountain, poisonous swamp, deep waterfall, underground labyrinth or windless plains. Battles will take place there, for which no points can be gained. The first competitions will be held for 5 days. At the end of the terms, all those who have accumulated more than 200 points and are in the territory of the windless plains will be able to pass to the next stages. As for how to get points, they'll find out all about that a little later. So, may luck be with them. The girl said to Chen Chanan to pray that they wouldn't be teleported to the same location. Chen Chanan asked, otherwise what? He could think of something more original. That's when they started teleporting. But finally, this time around, here are some very interesting contenders. At that moment, he noticed something. It was a divine decree. He had no idea. This was information from the future so he could make the gods pay such a price to change the flow of time. It was a message sent after the reversal of time. It was impossible, but it was indeed sent after the reversal of time. Very soon, a killer of the gods will appear at the Starsphere competition. Activity is unknown. After the assassination of Emperor Jia Yang, he kept his aura hidden. Have them report back as soon as any information comes to light. Don't act rashly. They are in this space-time dimension. They don't want to use the 3 divine jewels to get the killer out. Tell them to report as soon as they have any information. Don't act rashly. He realized what he had to do. A killer of gods exists. Killing gods by happy coincidence. A creature like this comes along once every million years. Could it really be him? Looks like he was teleported into an underground maze. To go further, you need to earn 200 points and get to the windless plains. While it is not clear how to earn points, it is not clear how to get out of here and get to the windless plains. At that moment, some creature began to attack Chen Chanan. It's almost reached its goal. At this moment, Chen Chanan slipped away from him. The creature couldn't figure out where he had gone. Immortal Emperor Surfer Monster, the aura of this world is truly unique. A creature of this level would be everywhere here. Had he met someone else, he would have had a wonderful lunch. However, he was out of luck. At this moment, Chen Chanan saw the number 1 light up above him. Chen Chanan realized that they were glasses, but he didn't realize what the 4 on his hand were. A moment later he had an A. After that, he realized that points can be earned by killing monsters. Points are given for each monster. Just now he earned 1104. He should have gotten from the Empress. The game has just started, but she's already scored 4 points. That's Zeal. Just killing a creature like this earned points. Sphere didn't react in any way right now, but he can sense other monsters nearby. He assumes there aren't that many of them. What's left but to go into those silly mazes and explore everything there. These were windless plains. There was no better option of all possible. He was lucky, not even needing landmarks to find his way out of here. He already had 188 points. Only 12 more to go. That green voice and the girl are on his team. He'll wait for her to get the missing points. And the winner, of course, will be him. On the other side, let him delay them by facing 2 monsters at once. The Immortal Emperor's sphere can't be empty. We need to deal with them as soon as possible. The number of monsters is limited. You can't let other participants know about them. There's someone here. Everything was ready. If they were to face these monsters individually, it would end extremely miserably. But weren't there several of them? That wasn't a problem. At that moment, someone began to approach them. A man, because it was a clever character, but it wasn't him at all. Leaderboard. The farther the cave was from the first one, the more points they got. Now that's unexpected. These guys don't need to pay attention. They can be dealt with at any time. Where are the main ones? Chen Chanan cast the underground labyrinth. The gods favor them. So why was priest Xian Ming so excited? Many interesting personalities had appeared this time, but among all of them, it was the main friends who deserved the most attention. If they were near him, their options would be greatly reduced, and it was better to avoid encounters with him. But now he was sent to the underground labyrinth, and their chances of encountering him were zero. If they cross paths in the future, definitely not in this round. Luck is a big part of success. On the other side, the girl continued to fight, and at this point she got 10 points. Everyone is done with everyone here, just like last time. Each zone has a limited number of monsters. There's a huge area dedicated to this zone. We need to move on. Something tells me that the monsters are already taken care of here. No matter how you do it, getting 200 points is going to be difficult. I can see why that spirit told him about the partnership system. The Empress is so great. Can't win. It's wonderful to have a partner so responsible. And some people didn't even lift a finger. He hasn't earned anything else. And what is he even on about? That and points. In the underground labyrinth, someone asked to sit. Why are you yelling like that? Does she want all the monsters to run here? He's never seen her before. Where did she come from? It was Yi Xiaoming's partner, Mo Qing, an immortal emperor realm. God, why did she find herself in the most horrible place? Everyone needs to hold on to each other. If she hadn't transformed in time, she would have been finished. The underground labyrinth is the territory of the supremacy of the laws of heaven and earth. It is home to the most dangerous monsters that are just passing through. Let them not let her leave. And the two of them are both monsters of the immortal emperor's sphere. She will definitely be finished. I've never seen a woman so ugly. I'm not going. The clan received a message that an anomaly had been detected somewhere in the area. The order was to pack up immediately and move forward. At this point, she noticed something. Just as those two left, someone even more intimidating appeared. She started asking to be seated. As it turned out, it was Chen Chanan who grabbed her by the neck. She started to explain to him that she was not one of them. Chen Chanan said he was aware of it. She said it was over and she couldn't explain it to him. At that moment, she transformed, and Chen Chanan realized that it was his own. He should have told her sooner. He almost killed her. She tried to say something, but he couldn't hear her. She should have spoken more clearly. And why was he still laughing? Chen Chanan asked, where is the guy? Why isn't she with him? The teleportation system works the same for everyone. Now she is alone. Chen Chanan told her to stay away from him. She asked him to take her with him. She is very good, obedient. She will help and entertain him on the road. He won't fall for it. Let her tell what she knows about this maze. She said he had to watch carefully. Then she threw some kind of rock right into the darkness. Then a portal of some sort began to form. Chen Chanan was quite surprised by what he saw. Space began to shift. Skeletons everywhere. This rock came from behind. The complexity of this labyrinth lies not only in the form, but in the ancient mystery of the realm created by the law of incarnation. It is impossible to enter this space from the outside, as well as to leave it. One could say that it is the strictest prison among all existing prisons. If he tries to break through, he will be punished. He will be attacked by force and law and die a horrible death. The ancestors said that 1,000,000 years ago, two deities fought here. All the power of the universe gathered in one place and destroyed the heavens and earth that surrounded them. Of course, everything was destroyed. The brick wall was just a disguise. The power of the heavenly path literally consumed everything. And then the world began to be created anew. This was how the law of the heavenly path came into existence. At that time, the remnants of the power of the two deities were still weighty forces, and the law of the heavenly path evolved, which began the formation of the laws of the spiritual path and the Tao realm. All the powers of the laws I do not possess come from the heavenly path. Their world has undergone millions of years of practice, and only a few have comprehended its pinnacle. No one has been able to touch the source yet. The heaven's path in the continent of the 9 realms has an original law of the heaven's path that has nothing to do with the places they are used to. If they want to go out, she is afraid that they need to use an even more powerful heavenly path law. But that is already opposing heaven and earth. This is not their level. The situation is getting heated. If they are stuck here, it can no longer be about getting out. But she's not worried. Her comrade will definitely get the points she needs. She just needs to survive these 5 days, and then she'll just be teleported back. And they stand for each other. He didn't know the heavenly path, but now it became a little clearer. Both the immortal's path and the heavenly path. but the divine path is valued the most. In fact, most gods rely on the laws of the celestial path, thus intriguing in the celestial and divine paths. There were so many monsters around, but it was as if they had all evaporated. She realized it was out of the zone. If this keeps up, he'll never earn 200 points. From what they have been able to observe, it seems that the task is harder than they thought when they left those places. For a single monster from the Immortal Emperor realm would be enough to destroy this place, let alone a group of monsters. Honestly, she couldn't even imagine what they could be afraid of. Could it be that something here could scare them, or someone? At this moment, Chen Chanan started to do something. The maze again. He ran away from it, thinking that he didn't know what to do. A symbol of recognizing the supremacy of the heavenly path. The heavenly path of the continent of the 9 realms is a good time to frolic. Did he really remember that? What should we do? Chen Chanan said he did that and the rest would be taken care of. Heaven's path had originally recognized him as its master. It had never seen anything like this before. Is it really that easy to get points? But meeting him and finishing him off to destroy their command link. At that moment, the girl noticed something. She asked why he wanted to kill his friends. Could it be that even with his current cultivation realm, he couldn't realize that someone great was involved here? Chen Chanan earned 4 points in the underground maze. Selection criteria for the first stage: get 200 or more points. Reach the windless plains zone within 5 days. The underground labyrinth zone is located next to the flame mountain zone. Chen Chanan is really unlucky, trapped in an underground labyrinth. It's his prey. It's not like he's bothering him. Soon there won't be any monsters left in all the zones. No matter how hard she tries, she can't earn 200 points. The teamwork was unfair. The girl fought, and at this moment was rushing straight towards them. Chen Chanan was lucky to have met her. The battle had really tightened up, but the girl was coping. If Chen Chanan continues to be inactive, the points will be doubled for having fought alone all this time. After so much effort, it was possible to put together this much. Almost all of those 32 points were earned by her. She didn't get points at the start of the competition like everyone else. Her teammate is inactive, leaving her to fend for herself. After this stage of the competition, she would definitely keep him out of her abode, not allowing him to travel at her expense. At that moment, the girl noticed something. The creature asked why he wanted to kill his friends. False deity, sphere of cultivation unknown. The girl didn't even notice how he was behind her. He at this point told her to die. The girl was very much surprised, but also in that moment was able to resist him. She sent his attack straight into the sky. He looked at her without any emotion at that moment, and then he was ready to attack her again. The girl was quite surprised at what she expected to see. She then began to fight off his attacks. They're on the same team. Is she really gonna leave him like that? What difference does it make if they both die here? The Empress was attacked by a monster. The monster kept telling her to die. At that moment, the girl noticed something. She realized that it was the Immortal's punishment formation. The monster still remained unshaken and did not move once. The girl disappeared at that moment. The monster continued to stand its ground and instilled fear in all who saw it. Then he went into a rage. His rage was so strong that an earthquake was formed. The guy could tell if it was a human or a monster, but the creature had completely suppressed the Empress' will. Such a powerful force that it was impossible to even determine the scope of its cultivation. It's getting harder and harder to earn points, and if he encounters this creature, he won't have a chance. Death is inevitable. The guy was really scared at this point. What if his opponent is the main player who destroyed him so easily? Would he reduce his chances of success? At that moment, the space in front of him collapsed. Could it be that even with his current strength, but can't realize that someone great is involved here? Now, not only does he have to avoid Chen Chanan, but that creature as well. He's changing his route. Flaming mountains at this point. The girl realized that she had been careless. Who would have thought that a false deity would appear already in the first stage of the competition? A boss who was only supposed to appear at the end, so why did he show up right now? That moment was like out of the sky. Some eye appeared and started looking for someone. He began to say that his friends had been killed and he was alone again. How could they do that? At that moment, he found the girl he was looking for. The girl, of course, noticed it immediately. The so-called false deity is a favorite of the heavens, a cultivator who is superior to all other cultivators. Next chapter, there's no way out. We have to move forward. Still, the creature was stronger than the girl and was able to get to her. From the direction of the underground labyrinth came a vibration that could turn the world upside down. The power of the law of reincarnation and the law of space. The other deities are weird monsters, and that's not a lesson. He also has no idea how or why he appeared in the first stage of the competition. Besides, there are many challengers this time. They do have promise. He would never treat them. After all, it's against their intentions. At this point, the decree happened again. He realized that it was all Emperor Jiu Yang. Originally, the gods had planned to find the god's assassin in the last stage of the Star Spheres battle, who was then killed with the help of divine powers. But the southern deity to Emperor Jiu Yang, aside from changing other rules, the gatekeeper of the final stage of the competition, who happened to be in the first stage, had changed everything. And a salute to quickly find out who this assassin of the gods is that will kill him in the future. He wants to find out which of the participants will be able to defeat the false deity in order to reveal the killer of the gods. However, in the first stage, consciousness was not yet present, and the weakest participants, especially the Eastern Region Sphere Masters, had not performed their worst. Even they were unable to defeat the false deity, and if this continued, all the Eastern Region Sphere Masters would die. The creature began to approach the girl. Some idiot is so out of his mind that he's throwing himself at her without joining forces. He'll be finished, and the points will be split in half. It was at this point that their share was taken. They realized they had to run, but it was too late. The creature appeared right in front of the girl. The guy at this point was watching it all too. The girl was scared to death at this point. The question was an extremely serious one: should they help? It's not advisable to develop a war at such an inopportune moment. What about those sphere masters? Let them only hope for themselves. Let the little bug answer him one question. Who's the most problematic one here? The girl said it's a violation, but it wasn't like that. He's just wondering who's the most problematic of them all. They're all so weak. They can't even have fun. She's badly wounded. She won't win the battle. She can only rely on this technique. The moment she was discovered, she used the power of the law of space. Only he would decide to act. She couldn't find a gap in space and instantly move. She had studied the law of celestial space 1 million years ago, thinking that this method would help her in such a situation. The creature said it knew what she was thinking right now. After that, it laughed and said that the laws of heaven should be played like this. The girl couldn't understand when he had time to block her. She can't move. Her cultivation realm, energy flows, everything has been blocked. The law of space, the law of time, the law of immortal power, over 100 laws are holding her back. She can't defeat this creature. The creature asked, or they would make her a human pig. What were they doing? Chai-chan, just hide in that maze and don't come out. If she won't answer him, he'll find her himself. Divine skill, shifting moves of time and space. At that moment, someone fell to the ground. It was, in fact, a girl, and her surprise was great. She couldn't understand how it had happened or where else he had disappeared to. This place, when she first entered the Flame Mountain area, had apparently gone back in time. There had been a space-time jump, but who could do something like that? The creature couldn't understand what had happened either. In its entire life, it had never met an immortal who was capable of something like this. The only one who could do it was the deity of time and space. Attention, everyone. Immediately use possible methods to conceal your aura for these 5 days, to avoid encountering divine beings. The girl marveled at the divine energy. Just now she thanked him, because if it wasn't for his help, she would be dead by now. That leap wasn't made by him and it wasn't made by the wrong person. The source was in the maze. The girl stopped abruptly. After the false god appeared, everyone stopped trying to reach the final area. Everyone concealed their aura and hid themselves. Some even destroyed their cultivation and processed with their main body. What happened out there? Something that caused chaos and even reversed the course of time. The creature began to say that it couldn't see anything. Then steam started coming out of his mouth. Someone would hide behind rocks at this point and tell the other to be quiet, and the other would tell him what he thought he was doing. He just died after all. It was his clone. Let him create another one to distract him. He can't do it anymore. Hell, as soon as he senses spiritual energy, he'll come here and chop his head off. Hiding is for cowards. Underpants or dead. Let him choose. He realized that hiding was also a tactic. Just at that moment, they felt the presence of the creature. The creature noticed them at that moment as well. That was from the side of the maze. Now things were happening more and more often. At this point, the creature said it had found them and began to walk away. Even at a time like this, someone still dared to display their aura, and if the false god found them, they would definitely be finished. They had already encountered this kind of aura before. The man said it's Chen Chanan. Now that the false god was angry because he couldn't find them, when confronting him the protagonist was really unlucky. He's trapped, and now he's also going to meet a powerful god. Nothing will save him now. The girl at this moment wished good luck to Chen Chanan. Golden pillars of light emerged from the depths of the labyrinth and received the answer of the heavens. It was the clash of the first source of the law, and as soon as one gave way, would be swallowed up by the other. She didn't dare even attend the battle of the heavens, and she didn't know what to do, because it wasn't all just about getting out of here. This is a great place to pump up his heavenly path. It is not difficult for him to participate in it, as he can set the strength of the heavenly path continent of the 9 realms. The source perception letter of the opponent's law transforming part of his perception. There were times when he was at his limit, but now he will simply trust him, and he will help him to advance to a new spiritual realm. Just then the creature appeared and said that the game of hide and seek was over. Little bug, hide and seek is over. The girl at that moment noticed him and shouted loudly. Chen Chanan couldn't understand if she was crazy, why she was screaming like that. God, how did he have the misfortune to meet such a creature? He should have looked at his horoscope for today. The creature decided to immobilize their limbs and make pigs out of them. Would not have fun with them in his spare time. Let Chen Chanan be careful. This being has the ability to restrain immortals. First, let them try to dodge it. At that moment, the creature noticed something. Chen Chanan asked if he was a special level monster. Yeah, and he's got the nerve to threaten him. Just at that moment he wrenched the creature's arm away and said he was taking on too much. The creature was frightened of the man. His magnificent body, refined and tempered with the heaven's path, was completely invincible, yet it was inferior to him. How is this even possible? Chen Chanan Virus said that it is an elite monster. Let them try to do something about it. The girl said that if he does not come, let him do whatever he wants with him. Is he a special level? He's really comparing him to regular monsters. First time something like this has happened. May he die for his words. At that moment, he put his hands together. The girl told him to be careful. This is the law of pressure. This technique blocks the cultivation and circulation of qi in the body of immortals. Chen Chanan was quite surprised by this turn of events. He specializes in violence, so engaging in direct confrontation with him is unwise. The heavenly law of the beam he will never surpass. If 100 laws are not enough, let him use 1,000. With the heavenly laws, he is invincible. But Chen Chanan wasn't scared at all and smiled at this moment. He said that this enemy was not worth his finger. And at that moment, he literally began to wipe the creature off the face of the earth. It was irrational. The creature was superior to him in everything. How was that even possible? At that moment, a pillar of light pierced through the maze. And in a split second, there was nothing left of the creature alive. Chen Chanan had 132 points at this point. He thought that for these points, he would be given a point right away. Thanks to the Empress' efforts, he now had 132 points left, and not much left to take. The order of the standings has changed from 122nd place. Chen Chanan moved to 10th place. Did the false god not kill Chen Chanan or what? Where else are there such special level monsters? Rather let him speak. Just let him open his eyes. This monster is horrible. There's only one like it. It died, so let it at least be happy for a little while. Maybe. Chen Chanan told the system that they were working. They'll reduce the range. He's only interested in one object. Is he really going to use this technique again? How is he related to Chang Wanshan's god of time and space? As it turns out, Chen Chanan is the hero of this creature in some realm. He said he'd been reacquainted. The creature was quite surprised at what had happened. Chen Chanan said that he was fed up with this labyrinth. It was time to get out of here. Let the creature show the results of his labors. Heaven's path was clearly displeased at this point. The girl couldn't understand what he was doing, couldn't understand him at all. Let him stop now. The heavenly path would chop everything into powder for such actions. At that moment, the girl noticed something. It was a spatial shift. Something like that could only be done by the heavenly path of this place. But it was too high a price to pay. Chen Chanan, what did his heavenly path do that? At this point, some girl could be observed. He had successfully absorbed the perception of the source of the heavenly path of these lands, thus transforming part of his perception. All the laws of these lands are now subject to him. In other words, his heavenly path has replaced the heavenly path of these lands, and now dominates this world. What he said is real nonsense. The original heavenly path can't just be substituted. Chen Chanan said that it was like that, but the girl didn't understand how it was possible. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible, but with divine techniques, it was quite possible. They were surprised that Chen Chanan had died, but hadn't he met with a false god? There's no way that could happen. Just at that moment, the Empress appeared. From the look on her face, the girl asked if he was okay, because she expected to see him dead. Chen Chanan waved at her and said that she was on time. Just at this moment, Chen Chanan was observing the creature in the sphere. He's already killed that asshole once, so no more points. Let her try and earn 200 points in one fell swoop. The girl couldn't tell if it was a dream. The invincible false god is now like a lamb to the slaughter. He made a stacked regiment with the ability to delay cultivators, meaning he couldn't be his opponent. Did he trap him or something, or attacked him when he was weak? A false god isn't much of a monster. That little bug caused such a stir. Everyone was very much surprised. At this moment, Chen Chanan grabbed his shoulder. He said he was holding it and let the girl act on it. Let him act quickly. If she doesn't kill him, someone else will. What will they do then? It was at that moment that everyone present sensed the appearance of the killer god. The girl raised her weapon at this moment. If she hit the head of this little bastard fake god, he would definitely be finished. What she said earlier. Chen Chanan didn't understand what she was saying. She said he hadn't heard any of that. If she kept talking in riddles like that, she'd never get married, and none of this was necessary. At this point, she had 132 points on her hand. She said the number hasn't changed. That is, members of the same team cannot kill the same monster. The organizers have even made provision for that. Now that there's no monster left, the fake god can't be killed again. There's no way for them to earn 200 points. They're at a stalemate. Unless there's one, but that look to him feels like he's going to kill everyone to get through this level. It wasn't like they were laughing at him now and then. The time for evaluating combat power is definitely over now. The guy said he could give him 8 points. He had 12. He can only take 4. Let him not kill them. They're idiots if they hand over all the points. According to the rules set by the gods, if they have no points in their balance, they will never be able to participate in the sphere competitions again. But that doesn't concern them. Consolation calls once, very dignified. It would be quite enough for the people of his continent to not need anything. They had worked so hard to earn points after all. Would they really agree to give them up so easily? Didn't they see how he looked just a moment ago like he was preparing to eat someone? These people, if it weren't for the main characters, wouldn't be here right now at all. At least a couple points could have been shared. At this moment, Chen Chanan hesitated for a moment. He would take a moment to get rid of all the one-liners, to start killing them just because he doesn't like someone. As for the glasses, they couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. He always gives something in return. Something will give them something too. There was a space-time jump. Another monster exchange point that they don't get 100 points for. What are they thinking? It was a divine technique. Divine rebirth technique. Space-time jump. The past space-time jump that saved her. It wasn't the gods that made that jump, much less her. The divine oak said the source was in the labyrinth. At this moment, the girl realized that it was Chen Chanan. It all makes sense now. Chen Chanan couldn't understand what was wrong again. Women wouldn't understand. The man said that he would do it. Killing a false god would put a great imprint on the cultivation realm and the development of the Taoist heart. Then the two guys agreed too. Chen Chanan realized that he had figured it all out. A moment later, Chen Chanan had 200 points. He said he finally had 200 points, and the girl couldn't understand the battle, as their hall actually formed a line. I never thought he would get the chance to kill a false deity. It's all thanks to Brother Chanai. Of course, in order to choose this stage, but that wasn't what she meant. It doesn't work that way. Chen Chanan turned his attention to something at this moment. It was a feminine spirit. And now he has to worry about keeping his pathetic life. He called him a killer god. Chen Chanan asked what he meant. All the gods had come to the decision that his eligibility to compete should be decided. If he had nothing to do with the space and time deity, Chang Wanchen wouldn't have killed him. He had two options. He will step through this portal and find himself in a divine temple where he will be judged by the gods of the eastern lands who will decide his fate. He will meet the Jiuyang deity who will kill him. He can't escape or hide. They won't protect him. Everyone was very much surprised by this turn of events. They make the rules and immediately change them, deciding man's fate without explanation. It's been over 10 billion years, but the gods still haven't learned. Who would have thought? It was worth it, wasn't it? The gods will not condescend to the appearance of a murderous god. Even if you don't say remove the false god with joint forces, it can't be saved. Of course, such a force of time and space displacement will not go unnoticed. Who is a god killer? After many years of practice, some cultivators were able to be honored with a divine boon and burst beyond humanity, reaching the divine realm. Such a creature brings hope to cultivators, but it is also a threat to the gods. As soon as such a creature appears, the gods immediately come to destroy it and eradicate all of its allies. Qiu Yang God, he is capable of single-handedly destroying the star sphere where they are now. They ask him to just choose the first option. First he will save his own skin, and then he will think about it. Perhaps the deity of time and space will be able to intercede for him. He was asked what he would ultimately choose. Windless plains. At this moment someone was lying on a rock. The boy rejoiced in such a beautiful life. At that moment, he noticed some sort of bright glow. Then a pillar of light appeared in everything. He started to recant, trying to figure out what had started it. He didn't realize something was wrong, and his aura changed. Southern sphere. Emperor Zhu Yang. Let him be lighter. He's making it hard to breathe. Of course, it's okay if he suffocates, but don't let him burn the flowers. He looked at him at this point, and in that moment, he accepted himself. This is his destiny. The attack was so strong that he broke several mountains he flew past with his body, and then stopped at one of them. The impact was so strong that it left a mark in this mountain. Afterward, the guy said he was clear and he was a god. The guy, of course, came to a rage at this moment. If he is a god, then he will help him out. Chen Chanan raised his hand at this moment. He was ready to do something. At that moment, he put his thumb down and said, "Go ahead."